Chapter 1. Street Rat. Beat him. Beat him senseless. You useless piece of trash, daring to anger senior brother you. You deserve to die. In a remote forest, a 14 or 15-year-old boy snarled viciously. In front of him, 3 boys his age were mercilessly beating up a thin, emaciated youth. They beat with such intensity as if they harbored deep-seated hatred. The beaten youth curled up in pain, already covered in wounds and bruises. Salty gritted his teeth, remaining silent, eyes filled with defiance and stubbornness. After a long while, the trio seemed to grow tired and stopped. The leading youth stepped forward, kicking the emaciated youth savagely several times before spitting on the ground. You're like a rock from a filthy latrine, smelly and hard-headed. Brandan, you better behave yourself. Although senior brother you has moved to the inner courtyard, we are still here. Disobey us again, and we won't mind beating you daily. Brandan seethed inwardly. This was the 3rd beating he had endured today. He felt like a rat everyone wanted to crush. Meow. At that moment, a faint meow broke the silence. A jet-black kitten darted over from nearby, stopping beside Brandan. The little creature seemed quite sentient, its eyes filled with concern. The leading youth bent down and grabbed the black kitten. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. You waste of space, Brandan. Even your cat looks sickly, the youth sneered. Seeing the kitten captured, Brandan struggled to stand up, shouting through his pain, Daylon, release Scott. Wanna make me let it go? All right, but you'll have to crawl under my legs first. Daylan's eyes gleamed with a wicked light as he lifted his shirt and spread his legs. Hearing this, Brandan's eyes flared with rage. Despite his frail body, he always held his dignity. Others could bully him, but never humiliate him. Daylon sneered, don't want to crawl, huh? Then watch your pet die. With that, he lifted the kitten high, preparing to throw it forcefully to the ground. Hold on, I'll crawl. Brandan clenched his fists, his voice tight with distress. Though he would rather die than succumb to Daylan's demands, he couldn't bear to watch Scott, his companion for 3 years, be smashed to death. My patience is limited, Daylon said impatiently. Brandan glanced at the suspended kitten. Despite all his unwillingness, he finally knelt down, lowering his head and placing his hands on the ground, inching forward step by step. He clenched his jaw, almost grinding his teeth to dust. This humiliation was far worse than death. Ha ha ha, weren't you so principled? Still crawled under my legs like a dog, didn't you? Daylon laughed heartily upon seeing Brandan crawl beneath him, feeling an intense satisfaction. Attempting to stand, Brandan was kicked back to the ground by Daylon. Release Scott, Brandan spoke in a low tone, staring at Daylon. Daylon smirked, not yet, wait for them too. Daylon, you've gone too far, Brandan roared. Crawling under one person's legs wasn't enough. He wanted Brandan to crawl under all 4? How could he endure this? Daylon shrugged indifferently. You can choose not to. I don't enjoy forcing anyone. But what happens to your little beast is not up to you. Hearing the threats, Brandan felt his rage explode. Repeated humiliations pushed him to his limit. Meow. Scott whimpered, struggling fiercely. Brandan's heart quivered. He couldn't abandon Scott. Even if everyone else had forsaken him, he still retained a soft spot deep within. Filled with humiliation and anger, Brandan trembled as he crawled under the other 3. His mental state was on the brink of collapse. Release Scott. Brandan tried to suppress his emotions once more, speaking to Daylon. Daylon kicked Brandan to the ground again, looking down at him with mocking amusement. Brandan, how naive you are. You lied to me? Brandan roared furiously. Sauls, I did lie to you, Daylon chuckled mockingly. What can you do about it? Besides being useless, you seem brain-dead. Brandan felt as if flames burned in his eyes. After enduring such humiliation, how could Daylon deceive him? It was unacceptable. Seeing Brandan losing control, Daylon grinned. Stay calm. I always keep my word. Since you obeyed, I'll grant your request. However, instead of releasing Scott, he flung the kitten away with a harsh flick. Bang! The kitten slammed into a rock, bleeding profusely, twitching a few times before going still. Witnessing this, Brandan froze. His world shattered. Daylan's actions were the final straw that broke the camel's back. I've fulfilled our deal. No need to thank me, Daylon chuckled. Enraged by Daylan's callous words, Brandan exploded, screaming, You killed Scott. I'll take your life. Without hesitation, Brandan pounced on Daylon, surprising everyone. He found immense strength to grip Daylan's neck tightly. His sudden burst of power was astonishing. Daylon began to choke and roll his eyes in agony. The 3 companions immediately sprang into action, pounding Brandan until they managed to pull him away. Before Daylon could catch his breath, Brandan pounced again. Despite being restrained, he bit down on Daylan's arm fiercely. Let go. Let go. Daylon screamed in agony, nearly tearing up from the pain. It took considerable effort to pry Brandan off. By then, Daylan's arm was bloody, almost missing a chunk of flesh. Dare to bite me? I'll kill you. Daylon raged, unleashing a flurry of punches and finally kicking Brandan away. Still unsatisfied, Daylon stomped on Brandan's chest fiercely. I'll make sure you become real trash. Drawing a dagger from his waist, he slashed. With a few blood-curdling slashes, Brandan's limbs were severed. Brandan cried out in excruciating pain. Daylon kicked him again with great force, sending him flying over 10 feet away. Bang! Colliding with a stone, Brandan fell unconscious. Daylon approached, checking Brandan's breathing. Good, you're not dead. It'd be too easy if you died now. Long days ahead for you. Come, let's report to senior brother you. Giving Brandan one last kick, Daylon and the others left. The forest resumed its quiet. Few people ventured here, which is why Daylon chose this secluded spot to torment Brandan. As dusk fell, Brandan slowly regained consciousness. Miraculously, his injuries seemed to have healed significantly. Bruises on his face had largely faded, showcasing an extraordinary healing ability. But it was of no use. Physically weak and defenseless, quick recovery only meant more brutal beatings. Worst of all, his limb tendons remained severed, seemingly irreparably damaged. Ignoring his condition, Brandan quickly moved to pick up Scott with trembling hands. Scott's body was cold, devoid of any signs of life. "Scott, it's all my fault." Brandan clutched Scott tightly, tears streaming down his face in sorrow. 3 years ago in winter, he found a frozen stiff black kitten in the ice and snow and took it home. Since then, the little black cat had been with him constantly, becoming his only friend at Eugen Manor. And now, this only friend had been killed right before his eyes, while he could do nothing about it. His heart was filled with unimaginable pain and guilt, blaming himself for being so useless. 5 years ago, he was brought into Eugen Manor along with hundreds of other children, given the opportunity to cultivate immortal techniques. He thought his fate would change. He could step onto the path of immortality and instantly rise above. But instead, it was the beginning of a nightmare. At first, Brandan focused on cultivating the immortal techniques, hoping to embark on the extraordinary path. However, he gradually grew disappointed. No matter how hard he practiced, it had no effect. Because of his stubborn character, he offended a fellow disciple named Chuck, resulting in frequent beatings and ostracization. He was left without anyone to speak to. Oddly enough, as he was beaten more often, his recovery ability became increasingly stronger. Even broken bones would heal back to normal within a few days. Today, Eugen Manor conducted the awakening ceremony, testing the disciples from 5 years ago to awaken their spirit roots and select the most promising ones who could truly practice cultivation. Without surprise, Brandan failed. He did not awaken his spirit root, and thus lost his chance at immortality. Meanwhile, his archenemy Chuck awakened a superior spirit root, making him the only one among the new batch to possess such talent. Recognized as a cultivation genius, he gained entry to the inner court. Unfortunately, today he angered Chuck again. To please Chuck, many people came to teach him a lesson, almost beating him to death. "God, why do you treat me like this? Why do you give me hope only to dash it?" Brandan couldn't help but shout skyward, overcome by rage and sorrow. He was an orphan, both parents dead since childhood. Being chosen by Eugen Manor was an immense fortune, but he never imagined the outcome would be like this. Rumble. As if hearing Brandan's accusation, thunder rumbled overhead. Within moments, heavy rain began pouring down. In the rain, Brandan cradled the little black cat in his arms, dispirited and slowly crawled forward, wanting to return to his place. Eugen Manor provided all disciples with a unified living arrangement, but due to his isolation, Brandan had to move out separately, building a simple wooden shack at the edge of a remote forest. Other disciples lived carefree lives, but Brandan had to fend for himself. Despite being at Eugen Manor, his life remained no different from the previous hardship. Even worse, he suffered hunger and cold, frequently bullied by others. It was far from paradise, it was hell. Regrettably, once he entered Eugen Manor, leaving was no longer up to him. Returning to his residence, Brandan froze. The modest wooden hut he built had been knocked down, reduced to ruins. No doubt, this was another act by those seeking favor with Chuck. They went too far, even taking away his shelter. Brandan didn't have much emotional response. He felt dead inside. Today, he lost his chance to practice cultivation, his only friend, and his dignity. Now crippled and rendered worthless, what else mattered? Slowly crawling to the side, he dug a shallow grave with his clumsy hands and buried the little black cat. It was the only thing he could do for Scott. Afterwards, he didn't want to move anymore, lying silently before the grave, letting the storm rage around him. Now he was truly destitute, having nothing but his life. If they killed him, it might be a relief. Salt they were cruel, ensuring his existence was worse than death. He considered ending his pitiful life, but he couldn't accept such a bitter fate. Why must his life be so miserable? Why is heaven so unfair to him? A night of storms passed, and Brandan's mind gradually calmed. No, I refuse to surrender. I will not accept this fate. Brandan struggled to sit up, burning determination igniting in his chest. Despite his dire situation, he wasn't yet at the point of despair. If fate was unjust, he would fight it to the end. My destiny is determined by me, not heaven. When the sun rose, Brandan sat cross-legged, breathing in the morning air as usual. Everything hadn't ended. In a month, there would be another opportunity for awakening. If he wanted to turn things around, the only path was becoming a cultivator. At this point, he had no choice. There were no reservations left, only a final desperate push, success or death. This world originally had no concept of cultivation until a century ago when changes occurred. The emergence of spirit chi and the arrival of the celestial palace. A wave of cultivation followed suit. In just a century, Eugen Manor evolved from a martial arts sect in the secular world into a prominent immortal sect over hundreds of miles, boasting nearly 1,000 inner court cultivators and thousands of outer court disciples, a regional power. Even outer court disciples were feared in surrounding regions. As I breathed. With each breath, Brandan felt something unusual. He had practiced the awakening immortal technique taught by Eugen Manor for 5 years and never experienced this sensation before. He clearly sensed the flow of spirit chi, trickling into his body like streams. His body felt vast, capable of containing boundless amounts of spirit chi. Fortunately, he was in a secluded area, seldom visited by others. Otherwise, the intense influx of spirit chi would attract attention. However, as time passed, the disturbance eventually spread. More and more spirit chi was drawn in. Eventually, the entire Eugen Manor's spirit chi became chaotic, affecting a 10-mile radius. The skies turned dark and oppressive, as if the end was nigh. The gathered spirit chi not only flowed into Brandan, but also poured into the ground behind the shack. What's happening? Why is the spirit chi so chaotic? Is disaster upon us? The amount of spirit chi is decreasing. What's happening? The medicinal herbs are withering, and the spirit springs are drying up. Instantly, Eugen Manor fell into chaos. All cultivators panicked, unsure of what to do. Even the elders couldn't calm everyone. They themselves were tense, worried about major events. This anomaly persisted for days, worsening the situation at Yujin Manor's inner court. Meanwhile, Brandan, the origin of this chaos, noticed nothing, completely immersed in an indescribable wonderland, chasing a faint spark. Unaware of what transpired, his mind plunged into a void of darkness, sinking endlessly. At the brink of despair, a spark appeared, awakening him. Desperately, he pursued the light. Though seemingly close, the light felt distant and unreachable. He had no choice but to chase relentlessly. Stopping would mean total ruin. Damn it, where did it go? It must be nearby. Search carefully. It can't hide in the ground. 3 youths appeared near the wooden shack, anxiously searching for something. Unknowingly, they reached the shack, noticing Brandan meditating. Note: maintaining continuity with the original content, this translation preserves the same narrative style and structure while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. They were all ordinary people, not cultivators, so they didn't notice the massive amount of spiritual chi converging around Brandan. Brandan, you're just a waste of space. What are you pretending to cultivate here for? Do you really think you'll have a chance in a month? That's daydreaming. Get up and find the spirit herbs, one youth shouted as he stepped forward. However, no matter how loud his voice was, Brandan didn't react, as if he hadn't heard anything at all, which was indeed the case. Daring to ignore me? Are you asking for a beating? If you don't get up, I'll break your legs, the youth roared angrily. To his frustration, even after hearing his threats, Brandan still didn't move. Now, he was utterly enraged. Losing track of the spirit herbs had already made him furious, and now Brandan was daring to ignore him. How could he possibly endure this? If it were someone else, it would be fine. But Brandan, a universally despised nobody, was actually daring to ignore him. Wouldn't that make him a laughingstock? Pretending to be deaf and dumb? Huh? Today, I will beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy. With that, the youth acted, delivering a direct kick to Brandan's body. Without any suspense, Brandan fell to the ground, yet he remained unresponsive. The enraged youth didn't care. He pummeled Brandan mercilessly, venting his anger. Something's off. Brandan didn't even open his eyes or struggle once. Could he be dead? Another youth frowned. The furious youth spat hatefully. Brandan is a scumbag with a stubborn life. He won't die easily. This is his deliberate defiance. He clearly saw Brandan's chest rising and falling, confirming that he was very much alive. Yet Brandan stubbornly refused to open his eyes, resist, or struggle, as if mocking him. It infuriated him. His kicks became more vicious, each foot striking faster and harder, as if determined to end Brandan's life. Crack! A sharp bone-cracking sound rang out, Brandan's ribs caving inward. Blood flowed from his mouth. The enraged youth wasn't satisfied yet. He kicked again, this time aiming at Brandan's groin, intending to render him childless. Gasp! Upon hearing this unusual sound, the other 2 youths shivered uncontrollably, instinctively clenching their legs. The enraged youth showed no sign of stopping and kicked several more times. Blood flowed copiously, signaling that Brandan was definitely ruined. Chapter 2. Light in the Darkness. Hunt, let it go. Don't really kill him. One of the youths couldn't help but advise when he saw Brandan's wretched state. Hunt dismissed this concern with a wave of his hand. What if I do beat him to death? He's nothing but a worthless weakling who can't even defend himself and constantly defies senior brother you. No one in the mansion will care if he dies. He was telling the truth. With Chuck awakening an upper-grade spirit root, he had become a hotshot within the estate. If Hunt claimed he acted on Chuck's behalf, who would dare question him or find trouble? This could also be an opportunity to ingratiate himself with Chuck, making life easier for him in the sword mastery manner. Upon hearing this, the other 2 youths caught on instantly and exchanged glances. Moments later, they too joined in the assault. In their minds, if being ruthless secured their future in the sword mastery manner, sacrificing someone like Brandan was a worthwhile trade-off, an absolutely safe bet. They sensed an opportunity that might otherwise slip away to others. The sword mastery manor wasn't some peaceful haven. It was filled with treachery, power struggles, and endless conflicts. Only those willing to get their hands dirty thrived here. Under relentless beating from the 3 youths, countless bones in Brandan's body broke, and his body became deformed. Salt, even in this condition, Brandan was still breathing. He hadn't died. What kind of physique does this waste of space have? Is he impossible to kill? All 3 were shocked by this resilience. If any of them suffered such brutal beating, they wouldn't have survived, especially not after critical blows to the groin. After taking a deep breath to calm his anger, Hunt declared, "Enough playing around. Let's end his misery quickly." With that, he squatted down, ready to snap Brandan's neck. Boom. Just as Hunt's hand touched Brandan's neck, a powerful force erupted from Brandan's body, sending Hunt flying back. What's happening? The other 2 youths recoiled instinctively in shock. Under their astonished gazes, Brandan's body underwent rapid changes. His broken arms snapped back into place, his crushed ribs reformed, and even the bruises on his face began to vanish. Beneath his clothes, wounds healed rapidly. More crucially, his severed tendons were mended and even grew stronger. Stunned beyond belief, all 3, including Hunt, could scarcely believe their eyes. Whoosh! Brandan opened his eyes and sprang up suddenly. Monster! He's a monster! One youth stammered in terror. Indeed, no ordinary person could endure so many broken bones and recover instantly. Brandan's gaze turned cold as he focused on Hunt and the others. Finished? Ready to take my life? At this moment, all 3 felt the intense killing intent radiating from Brandan. Unmasked and unyielding, this new Brandan terrified them. They sensed an imminent threat of death. Why fear him? Attack together and kill him. Hunt shouted, suppressing his inner fear. He didn't know what was wrong with Brandan but refused to believe Amir. Nobody could suddenly become so formidable. After all, Brandan remained just another ordinary soul who hadn't awakened a spirit root. More importantly, there was no turning back now. It was either Brandan dead or them. Hearing this, Hunt's two companions steadied themselves and decided to join forces, attacking Brandan head-on. Hunt unsheathed a dagger from his waist and lunged toward Brandan's neck, shouting, "Die!" Bang! Brandan reacted swiftly, grabbing the dagger mid-air. Despite being cut and bleeding, he didn't release his grip. Shocked, Hunt tried to yank the dagger back but found it immobile in Brandan's iron grip. While Hunt hesitated, Brandan grabbed him by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Then he seized the dagger and thrust it into one of the youth's shoulders before delivering a devastating kick that sent another flying. The latter slammed against a tree, falling limp and spurting blood. Clearly, he was out of the fight. Let me go. I won't do it again," Hunt begged as he struggled in agony. Brandan's eyes gleamed with icy determination. He desperately wanted to end Hunt's life but held back, knowing he couldn't bring himself to kill at his young age. After some internal struggle, he threw Hunt to the ground without lethal force but felt unsatisfied, his anger unresolved. Raising his leg, Brandan delivered a savage kick to Hunt's groin. An eye-for-an-eye response. "Aya!" Hunt screamed in pain, rolling on the ground clutching his injured area. The pain was unbearable, and he soon passed out. "Took him and leave. Never let me see you again." Breathing heavily, Brandan coldly told the remaining two youths. They immediately fled with Hunt, grateful to escape alive. Standing still, Brandan reflected on the perilous situation. He nearly lost his life at Hunt's hands. Thankfully, in the darkness, he had successfully reached that spark of light which triggered the body's secret treasury, awakening both him and his strength to fight back. Checking his own injuries, Brandan found everything restored but wondered if the healing was superficial or complete. Any lingering issues could spell trouble. After examining his limbs and confirming they were fine, he composed himself and focused. A bronze lamp, rusted and ancient, emerged from his body, its flame flickering slightly. The origin of this ancient lamp? Why is it inside me? What did it do by opening my secret treasury? This enigmatic bronze lamp had been absorbing the elemental energies within 10 miles, causing various anomalies, all to open the secret treasury. Over the years, it had subtly strengthened his constitution, granting him extraordinary healing powers. The secret treasury functioned like a black hole within his body, invisible yet real, emitting a mysterious force with immense offensive potential. Upon opening, his mind was flooded with information about the secret treasury. The secret treasury formed the foundation of a unique cultivation system, distinct from spirit cultivation, demonic arts, or beast taming. This system didn't depend on spirit roots, but emphasized unlocking the full potential of one's physical form. Whether special or not, Brandan cared only that this path made him extraordinary, freeing him from others' domination. Given another chance, he was determined to seize it. Time to try the cultivation method imparted by this mysterious lamp. Translation completed with attention to natural English fluency and continuity of narrative tone. Having taken the mysterious ancient lamp back into his body, Brandan sat down in lotus position once more. A profound and unconventional cultivation method surfaced in his mind, named Extremity Heaven Art. The entire method consisted of only a few hundred words, but was rich in meaning, harboring boundless mysteries. The ancient lamp had not only imparted him the Extremity Heaven Art, but also 9 intricate diagrams, which were part of a combat technique called the Extremity Battle Technique. A combat technique served as a means to unleash secret power, combining cultivation methods with battle techniques to generate formidable force. Powerful cultivators could even move mountains, split the earth, scorch the heavens, and boil the seas with this combination. Meow. Just as Brandan delved into his cultivation, a familiar meowing sound suddenly rang out. Hearing this sound, Brandan instantly opened his eyes, staring incredulously at the small black figure before him. "Scott, you're alive." Brandan's eyes were filled with astonishment. He was certain that this little black cat was his Scott. Without thinking, he slapped himself hard, trying to ascertain if he was dreaming. Scott had clearly died, so how could it come back to life? Meow. Scott mewed again, seemingly responding to Brandan. Its eyes shone brightly, full of vitality. Brandan stood up and rushed to one side. Indeed, the mound where he had buried Scott had a hole broken through, and there was no trace of the kitten inside. This meant Scott had truly revived, and what he saw wasn't an illusion. In the next moment, Brandan ran back and scooped up Scott, hugging it tightly, visibly moved. "Scott, you've come back to life. It's wonderful. I thought I'd be alone from now on." Tears welled up in his eyes as he wept for joy. However, Scott didn't respond affectionately. Instead, it struggled fiercely. Astonishing strength erupted from its tiny body, allowing it to break free from Brandan's embrace in an instant. "Scott, what's wrong?" Brandan froze, his eyes filled with confusion. When Brandan tried to approach, Scott bared its teeth, its fur bristling, appearing menacing. Then, Scott turned and ran, moving incredibly fast, vanishing into the woods within seconds. Brandan chased after it, but lost sight of Scott almost immediately. "Has Scott forgotten me?" Brandan muttered, feeling profoundly sad. He realized that Scott had changed, perhaps transcending the ordinary like himself. He couldn't understand what had happened. Standing in the forest for a long time, Brandan calmed his thoughts. No matter what, Scott had come back to life, and that was a cause for celebration. Even if it didn't remember him now, maybe it would gradually recall over time. Settling his emotions, Brandan prepared to continue cultivating. He cherished this rare opportunity to walk the path of the extraordinary and yearned to become stronger. Suddenly, Brandan sensed subtle movements. After transcending, his various senses had sharpened significantly, making even the slightest disturbance detectable. It's a spiritual energy fluctuation. Could it be the medicinal plant Hunt and the others were looking for? Brandan speculated instantly. Though he had been in a special state earlier, his senses were still functional. He had heard Hunt and the others' conversation clearly and felt every bit of pain they inflicted upon him, especially the kicks to his groin, which caused unbearable agony. This was why he ultimately chose to retaliate against them. Medicinal plants were precious, accelerating cultivation. A movable one like this must be quite extraordinary. Brandan focused and carefully pinpointed the source of the spiritual energy fluctuation until he locked onto it clearly. Then, he sprang into action, bursting into high speed towards the location of the medicinal plant. Unfortunately, the plant sensed him and fled instantly. Brandan didn't see the plant's true form, only catching a glimpse of a faint golden light skimming the ground, darting through the forest at incredible speed. Without hesitation, he pursued it. He wouldn't let go of this fortuitous discovery. He had already locked onto the spiritual energy fluctuations of the medicinal plant, and was confident he wouldn't lose it as long as he could keep up with its speed. Brandan, stop. Where do you think you're going? As Brandan chased after the medicinal plant, a commanding voice rang out. ##### Chapter 3, Extraordinary Beast. At the sound of this voice, Brandan's eyes instantly flashed with a cold light. He recognized the speaker. It was none other than Daylon, who had beaten him a few days ago. What a small world it is. He hadn't expected to encounter him so soon. The memory of Daylon throwing that small black cat to its death made Brandan's anger surge, but he suppressed it, not wanting to lose sight of the bigger picture. Seeing that Brandan did not stop, Daylon immediately became displeased. Instantly, he and several companions surrounded him, blocking Brandan's path. Didn't you hear me? Are you deaf? Or do you think you weren't beaten hard enough a few days ago? Daylon said angrily, jabbing his finger into Brandan's chest repeatedly. He was actually shocked. Brandan's limbs should have been rendered useless by the severing of his tendons. How could he have recovered so quickly? What kind of monstrous physique did he have? Brandan's expression turned ice cold. He had planned to let Daylon off today, but now they had come to him on their own accord. What? Planning to kill me? Do you even have the ability? I warned you before to behave yourself. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll beat you up. Looks like you didn't learn your lesson at all, Daylon sneered. Why waste time talking to him? Just beat him up. This trash deserves nothing less. Typical scum, a young man said coldly. With that, he acted, intending to thrash Brandan as usual, but this time he miscalculated. His fist was caught by Brandan mid-strike, unable to either advance or retract. The boy who threw the punch looked utterly disbelieving. Was this still the weakling Brandan? Havelock, what are you doing? Playing around with this trash? Daylon snapped impatiently. Havelock was in a predicament, wishing he could swiftly finish Brandan. The problem was, he was restrained. Brandan pressed down, and Havelock's fist made a sickening crack. His fingers twisted and deformed. Ah! Havelock screamed in agony, the pain drilling through his bones. Daylon and the others finally reacted, realizing the problem wasn't with Havelock, but that something was different about Brandan. Together, let's disable him. Without delay, Daylon called to the others. At the same moment, Brandan released Havelock and lunged toward Daylon. Startled, Daylon felt inexplicable fear and involuntarily backed away. Brandan closed the distance in an instant, delivering 2 lightning-fast kicks to Daylon's kneecaps. Ah! Daylon cried out, unable to support his body with his legs, and collapsed to his knees, feeling his kneecaps shatter. Seeing this, the others were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. In their view, Brandan was now akin to a terrifying human beast. Dare they lay hands on Brandan again? They were already terrified by the fates of Havelock and Daylon, scattering in all directions to flee the scene. Without a word, Brandan chased after them and quickly subdued each one, leaving them sprawled on the ground. These people were no saints. They often bullied the weak, attacking Brandan more than once. A few days ago, they had humiliated him beyond belief. Now that he had strength, he wouldn't hesitate to make them pay. Seeing his companions lying in agony, Daylon's face showed sheer terror. Brandan, I'm wrong. Please spare me. I didn't mean to harm you. It was all Chuck's idea. In this situation, he could only blame Chuck to avoid a worse beating, or even losing his life. Chuck's account will be settled with him. You, however, must pay for your actions, Brandan said coldly. He then proceeded to beat Daylon mercilessly, leaving him looking like a pig's head, covered in bumps and bruises. But this alone couldn't erase the humiliation from days ago. Seeing the icy look in Brandan's eyes, Daylon quickly pleaded, I know I'm despicable, but show some mercy and let me go. Brandan, I know you're good-hearted. Please give me a chance to reform. You wanted to make me a cripple? Let's see how it feels, Brandan shouted. Hearing this, Daylon froze in terror. No, don't, spare me. Brandan showed no mercy, drawing a dagger from Daylon's belt and striking back at him, turning his own methods against him. Aya! A blood-curdling scream erupted as Daylon suffered the same fate as Brandan did a few days ago, his tendons severed. He knew his life was ruined. Such punishment was crueler than death. But could anyone blame anyone else? Karma had come full circle, and he got exactly what he deserved. I just want to live peacefully. Why must you force my hand? Does being weak mean I deserve to be bullied? Brandan muttered, his gaze filled with complex emotions. Without lingering, he left the wailing teenagers behind, heading deeper into the mountains. Although he had lost track of the spirit herb, he still decided to pursue it, hoping to trace its faint scent. He refused to miss this opportunity. Following the herb's trail, Brandan ventured further, eventually arriving at the rear mountain of the Sword Mastery Manor. Built against a mountain, the rear part of the Sword Mastery Manor contained a vast expanse of forest. Outsiders were forbidden entry because it harbored spirit herbs and extraordinary beasts, things beyond the reach of ordinary people. If I can find a few spirit herbs here, it might speed up my cultivation. Brandan thought, and made his decision. He cared little for the Sword Mastery Manor's rules anymore. As an outsider, he wouldn't remain there long anyway. This was Brandan's first time entering the rear mountain. He proceeded cautiously, as he knew nothing of it. One misstep could spell danger. Though he had just entered the extraordinary realm, his secret power only made him slightly stronger than normal humans. Against powerful extraordinary beasts, he stood no chance. The outer area of the rear mountain was relatively safe, nearly devoid of extraordinary beasts. If any existed, they had likely been eliminated by the sword mastery manner. Correspondingly, most treasures had also been gathered. To find anything valuable, he had to venture deeper into the forest, where danger was inevitable. Suddenly, the rock under Brandan's feet crumbled, creating a large hole that swallowed him whole. The hole was deep, nearly 10 meters, causing Brandan to tumble dizzily. Luckily, his body was extraordinarily tough, or he would have broken a few bones. Brandan noticed something unusual. A passage revealed itself within the darkness, leading somewhere unknown. After summoning the ancient lamp and holding it in his hand, he stepped into the tunnel. With its faint light and his sharp vision, Brandan could see clearly. The passage seemed naturally formed, with no sign of artificial excavation. Curious, Brandan walked forward, exploring the hidden natural tunnel. Since he had no specific destination, he moved at will. The tunnel was long and winding, sometimes wide enough for several people to walk side by side, and sometimes so narrow that even one person had trouble passing through. After some twists and turns, Brandan emerged from the dark tunnel into a vibrant pocket of land. It was a hidden valley, surrounded by towering peaks, with only a small opening above allowing sunlight to filter through. The valley, though small, spanned several dozen yards in diameter. It was filled with lush vegetation, including flowers, grasses, and a few trees, bursting with life. Brandan ventured into the little valley, glancing around. Most of the plants were common herbs and flowers, with only a handful of trees scattered about. His eyes soon fixed on one particular tree. This tree wasn't particularly tall, only 2 yards high, but its trunk was thick, almost as wide as his waist. There was nothing special about the tree itself. What truly caught Brandan's attention was the small vine entwined around the trunk, bearing fruit. This vine was unusual, radiating a faint golden glow. The fruit it bore was pure gold in color, surrounded by spiritual energy, a clear sign that it was no ordinary plant. Though Brandan didn't recognize this specific plant, he could confirm it was a spirit herb, and its fruit was a spirit fruit. He had once heard an elder from the sword mastery manor mention that spirit herbs should not be consumed lightly. They contained potent power, most of which ordinary humans couldn't withstand. One must wait until they became cultivators to safely refine their essence. Moreover, not all spirit herbs were beneficial. Some contained deadly toxins or peculiar effects, making them more harmful than helpful if ingested. This spirit fruit exudes a fragrant aroma. Just breathing it in has refreshed my mind. There shouldn't be any issues, Brandan thought to himself. Without hesitation, he plucked the spirit fruit, popping it into his mouth without a second thought. The spirit fruit was incredibly juicy and sweet, perhaps the most delicious fruit he had ever tasted. Brandan immediately sat down beneath the tree, closing his eyes and focusing on running the extremity Dao celestial technique to absorb and refine the essence of the spirit fruit. Hidden here, he didn't have to worry about interruptions. The essence within the spirit fruit was abundant, surging through his body upon release. It strengthened his secret power while invigorating his blood and muscles, enhancing his physique. Soon, a layer of sticky substance coated his skin, emitting a foul odor as impurities were expelled from his body. An abundance of secret power emerged, flowing into his secret vault, where it combined with the existing secret power to form an even stronger and purer form of secret power. Then, the secret power began to spin, increasing in speed until it formed a stable vortex within his body. This vortex exerted a terrifying pulling force, capable of crushing anything within its reach. I've succeeded. Brandan felt an immense sense of excitement. The spirit fruit had indeed been extraordinary, propelling him to take a crucial step toward the extraordinary realm. Only now did he feel like he had truly embarked on the path of cultivation. The first stage of the mysterious technique involved opening the body's secret vault and forming a secret power vortex. This stage, known as the secret vault realm, laid the foundation for future cultivation, influencing it profoundly. With the help of the ancient lamp, Brandan had harnessed a vast amount of spiritual energy, breaking free from physical limitations and opening his secret vault. But that was just the beginning. According to his calculations, it would normally take 3 to 5 months, or even longer, to form a secret power vortex through regular cultivation. Now, he had achieved it instantly. This made Brandan acutely aware of the importance of spirit herbs. Not only did they drastically shorten cultivation time, but they also strengthened his foundation. Suddenly, Brandan sensed danger. The spirit fruit had not only helped him form the secret power vortex, but also nurtured his soul, enhancing his perception. Without time to think, Brandan swiftly moved a yard away. Boom. At that moment, the spot where he had been sitting exploded, and a black shadow emerged from the ground. Brandan's pupils constricted. What a huge rat. He hadn't misidentified it. A rat had indeed emerged from underground, but it was abnormally large, nearly half a person's height. Standing upright, it would tower over a human, weighing at least 200 pounds. It looked like a giant, fat pig. It was hard to imagine how rats could grow so big. Clearly, this one had undergone some sort of mutation, evolving beyond an ordinary beast. Thankfully, Brandan reacted quickly. Had the giant rat collided with him, the impact could have broken his bones. The giant rat had deep gray fur, standing on end like steel needles. Its eyes were blood red, and its sharp teeth were exposed, making it look extremely menacing. Roar. The giant rat let out a roar like a wild animal and lunged at Brandan with incredible speed, gathering terrifying momentum. Knowing the rat was formidable, Brandan chose to evade rather than fight head-on. However, the rat was too fast, and there was nowhere to run. Reluctantly, Brandan drew a dagger from his belt to fend off the rat's sharp claws and teeth. Snap. After just a few clashes, the dagger broke. It was inevitable. The dagger was made from ordinary iron, unable to withstand repeated strikes from something extraordinary. Seeing an opportunity, the giant rat bit down with its razor-sharp teeth. These same teeth had severed Brandan's dagger. Reacting quickly, Brandan channeled his secret power into his fist and struck the rat with all his might. Bang! His punch hit the rat's teeth but failed to break them. Instead, his fist split open, blood trickling down. The giant rat's eyes glinted more fiercely as it continued its assault, attempting to bite down, seemingly ready to swallow Brandan whole. At that moment, the ancient lamp flew out of Brandan's body, its flame intensifying under the influence of secret power. Instinctively, the giant rat sensed danger and tried to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. Threads of fire leapt from the lamp and landed on its body. Sizzle! The flames ignited the rat's fur instantly. In an instant, the giant rat was engulfed in flames, becoming a blazing inferno. Screech! The rat let out painful screams as it fled wildly. No matter how it struggled, the flames burned brighter, refusing to extinguish. After a short while, the rat collapsed, its movements ceasing as it turned to ashes. Not a single bone remained. The few threads of fire from the ancient lamp were incredibly powerful. Looking at the ancient lamp again, Brandan's expression changed. He gained a new appreciation for this mysterious object. Fortunately, the ancient lamp posed no threat to him. Otherwise, he would have met the same fate as the rat. Phew! Thank goodness for it, or things would have gotten much worse, Brandan sighed in relief. With a thought, he withdrew the ancient lamp back into his body. For now, he needed to understand more about its functions and limitations. One thing was certain. Activating the ancient lamp consumed a great deal of secret power. Even a few threads of fire had nearly depleted his reserves, so he couldn't use it carelessly. Chapter 4. Hero Saves Beauty. After a brief period of rest, Brandan restored the secret energy he had expended and left by the same path without lingering. He did not touch the spirit vine. Perhaps in many years it would bear more spirit fruits, but who knew who would be lucky enough to obtain them? I hope I'll have such good luck next time too. Brandan secretly hoped. Having tasted success, he naturally wanted to find more spirit herbs to rapidly increase his strength. Additionally, he planned to practice the ultimate combat technique on ordinary ferocious beasts in the mountains while simultaneously increasing his combat experience and skills. After all, as an extraordinary cultivator now with enhanced physical prowess, handling regular mountain beasts was no challenge at all for him. Time passed quickly. Half a month seemed like a blink of an eye. During this period, Brandan ventured deep into the mountains, braving the elements, enduring much hardship but also reaping great rewards. Most noticeably, his secret energy vortex had grown more than twice its original size, and his combat abilities were greatly improved. If faced with a giant rat-like extraordinary beast again, he would not panic as before. By now, Brandan had already entered the depths of the mountains, far from the Jinyu villa. Various fierce birds and beasts roamed here, making it extremely dangerous. It was nearly impossible for ordinary people to survive in such an environment. Roar! Suddenly, a thunderous tiger roar reverberated through the air. Just hearing the distant sound made Brandan's scalp tingle and his nerves instantly tighten. Oh no, there's a powerful extraordinary beast nearby. Brandan's expression changed drastically, feeling a strong sense of danger. Just by the roar, Brandan could tell that this extraordinary beast was incredibly powerful, far stronger than the giant rat, well beyond what he could currently handle. Without hesitation, he immediately retreated at top speed to distance himself from this perilous area. But soon his heart sank as the tiger roars grew louder, indicating that despite his best efforts, the beast was closing in on him as if specifically targeting him. Boom! When a huge rock shattered and an ancient tree fell, Brandan finally saw the extraordinary beast. It was a black tiger, over 10 feet long and 7 feet tall, with a very imposing physique. The king character on its forehead was strikingly visible, radiating a domineering aura that caused an overwhelming pressure. Brandan made a quick decision, stopping his flight and hiding behind a large blue stone to avoid being detected by the extraordinary black tiger. Fortunately for him, the black tiger was not after him, but was instead engaged in battle with someone else. It was a young woman with a graceful figure, pale skin, and exquisite beauty, dressed in purple robes with her dark hair cascading down to her waist. In her hand, she wielded a 3-foot-long green sword, appearing as ethereal as a celestial maiden. There was no doubt that the woman was an extraordinary cultivator with considerable strength, capable of fighting the black tiger. Brandan observed that the woman and the black tiger were evenly matched, their intense struggle leaving both injured as neither side gained the upper hand. Suddenly, the woman leaped onto a towering tree, unleashing a formidable sword technique that released dozens of beams of sword light, enveloping the black tiger. At this moment, the black tiger spat out a beam of black light filled with terrifying deathly aura. Puff! The black tiger was struck by the sword beams, creating numerous bloody wounds as dark, murderous blood flowed out. The woman could not evade the black light either. Her sword was knocked away, and then the black light hit her chest. Boom! The black light exploded, releasing destructive power akin to a volcanic eruption, engulfing the woman entirely. Instantly, her protective shield of spirit energy shattered, followed by her clothes tearing, revealing an inner silver armor she wore beneath. The silver armor, crafted from special materials and engraved with secret patterns, emitted a faint silver glow, showing its extraordinary nature. Ultimately, it deflected the raging force but appeared cracked and nearly shattered. Puff! The woman fell from the towering tree, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Even though the silver armor protected her from the black tiger's attack, she still suffered severe injuries due to the impact. Roar! The black tiger growled lowly, despite being gravely wounded. Its eyes glinted with viciousness, ready to finish the fight to the death. The woman clutched her chest, struggling to stand. Realizing that physically she couldn't match the black tiger, thus putting her at a disadvantage. She had been careless, not expecting the black tiger to unleash such a lethal move, catching her off guard at a critical moment. Swish. The black tiger moved forward, disregarding its own injuries, directly heading towards the woman. Approaching her, it raised its right forepaw, gathering menacing deathly energy, and struck with all its might. The force of this strike was formidable, enough to crush even metal. If hit, the consequences would be catastrophic. Knowing she couldn't dodge, the woman used her last resources to defend herself, releasing powerful sword chi from within her lungs through her fingers, meeting the black tiger's paw head-on. The sharp sword chi collided with the paw, continuously dissolving the accompanying deathly aura, leaving marks on the black tiger's body. However, the force also hit her, violently knocking her back. Puff. The woman spat another mouthful of blood, her injuries worsening. Ignoring her condition, she abruptly jumped up, forming a massive sword from her inner spirit energy and slashing it downwards. With no other choice, she decided to fight the black tiger to the bitter end. The black tiger opened its mouth, spitting out another black light in desperation. Boom. The woman's formed sword shattered into countless fragments, some piercing into the black tiger's body. Although weakened, the black light still impacted the woman. Receiving this blow, the cracks on her silver armor widened, with fragments falling off. Her chest became a bloody mess, her ribs broken, and her organs damaged, causing her to plummet from the sky. Having exerted so much effort, the black tiger also lost strength and worsened its injuries, collapsing on the ground in no better condition than the woman, resulting in a mutual loss. However, the black tiger remained conscious, while the woman, severely injured, fell unconscious. Under these circumstances, the black tiger could easily kill the woman despite its injuries. Not missing this golden opportunity, it struggled to rise and limped towards her, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, planning to devour her flesh to gain further strength. Seeing the black tiger approach the woman, Brandan suddenly sprang from behind the rock, secret energy accumulating in his legs, bursting forth at lightning speed into the chaotic forest. Clang! Brandan picked up the extraordinary long sword that the woman had dropped and slashed directly at the black tiger's head in one fluid motion. The black tiger reacted swiftly, sensing the presence of a human, instantly emitting powerful mental pressure to block Brandan's advance. Unexpectedly, Brandan managed to withstand the pressure, maintaining his speed and reaching the tiger in an instant. Sizzle! The extraordinary sword slashed into the black tiger's neck. Had the tiger not been injured, such an attack wouldn't have hurt it, but now, with severe injuries slowing its reactions, it couldn't dodge. Roar! The black tiger gathered all its remaining vitality and roared loudly, creating ripples of sound waves expanding outward. Bang! Under this impact, Brandan was thrown back, his internal energies violently churned. So strong, Brandan inwardly marveled, hastily channeling the ultimate heaven art to stabilize his internal energies. Despite the black tiger's grave injuries, his surprise attack failed to finish it off. Stabilizing himself quickly, Brandan lunged forward again. He couldn't afford to give the extraordinary black tiger a chance to catch its breath. With that last attack, the extraordinary tiger was already at the end of its tether, filled with anger and resentment, but powerless against its fate. It had been so formidable, yet it ended up dying at the hands of a mere fledgling human who had just embarked on the path of cultivation. Puff! Brandan channeled his secret energy into the extraordinary longsword, thrusting it into the black tiger's eye, the weakest part of its head. The sword, as expected, pierced through the tiger's skull, shattering its brain. A fatal blow. Enraged, the extraordinary tiger leaped up, its massive paw striking squarely against Brandan's chest. The force was tremendous, sending Brandan flying until he crashed into a towering tree. With that final strike, the life force of the extraordinary tiger was extinguished, and it collapsed to the ground, dead. No matter how robust its life force, a lethal injury like that could not be overcome. Cough, cough. Brandan coughed violently, feeling as though his chest would burst open. Fortunately, the ancient mysterious lamp emitted light at the critical moment, shielding him from most of the attack. Otherwise, his internal organs would have been shattered by the tiger's strike. Of course, this was also because the extraordinary tiger was in its final moments and could only muster a fraction of its power. In full strength, that one paw strike would have certainly killed Brandan. Brandan hurriedly circulated the ultimate heaven art, absorbing spiritual energy into his body, converting it into secret energy to flow throughout his body and repair his injuries. To his pleasant surprise, some of the essence from the spirit fruit he had consumed earlier had been stored in his flesh and blood. Now, this essence was released to nourish his damaged organs, aiding in his rapid recovery. After several cycles of cultivation, his injuries were no longer serious. Phew, that was close. I can't be so impulsive next time. Even a dying extraordinary creature is never to be underestimated. Brandan sighed deeply, still shaken by the encounter. He had thought it would be an easy feat, heroically rescuing the beauty, but instead, he nearly lost his life. Turning his gaze, he looked at the woman lying nearby, rising to approach her. Her clothes were tattered, and she had many wounds that were still bleeding. Her injuries were severe. Under normal circumstances, she would likely have been dead. This place isn't safe for long. Other extraordinary creatures might be drawn here. We should leave as soon as possible, Brandan muttered to himself. Bending down, he prepared to lift the woman. However, as he did, he caught glimpses of her exposed skin through the torn clothes and inner armor, which momentarily distracted him. Shaking his head vigorously, he cleared his thoughts, removed his coat, draped it over her, and then carefully carried her away. After a short while, he brought the woman to a hidden cave he had discovered earlier, where they could take temporary refuge. Settling her down, Brandan returned to retrieve the corpse of the extraordinary black tiger, intending to bring it back to the cave. He had heard that every part of an extraordinary creature was valuable, especially such a powerful one, and he didn't want to waste it. However, as soon as Brandan entered the cave, a sword was suddenly pressed against his neck. Undoubtedly, the woman had woken up. "Did you save me?" the woman asked in a cold, clear voice. Not daring to move rashly, Brandon replied honestly. Sauls? Who are you? Why were you here? The woman continued. I'm a disciple of Jinyu Villa. I came here for cultivation and happened to come across your battle with the extraordinary creature. Brandon explained. Clang. As Brandon spoke, the woman's sword unexpectedly fell to the ground, causing her to stagger and collapse against the stone wall. Brandon immediately set down the tiger's corpse and kicked the fallen sword aside, relieved to avoid having a blade against his neck again. He silently sighed. He had done a good deed by saving her and didn't want to lose his life as a result. He didn't blame the woman. She was simply trying to understand the situation and hadn't acted without reason. Miss, your injuries are severe. You should not move too much. Unfortunately, I don't have any medicinal herbs with me. Brandon tried to soothe her. Before he finished speaking, the woman interrupted. I have medicine in a pouch on my waist. Please fetch it for me. Glancing at her waist, Brandon saw an exquisite silver-white bag made of some animal skin. Hesitating briefly, he squatted down and removed the pouch. It was clear she was genuinely unable to move, even to retrieve the bag herself. It seemed she had just woken up, forcing herself to rise upon sensing his return, leading to a worsening of her injuries and leaving her completely immobile. Following her instructions, Brandon opened the pouch, revealing its contents. This is... Brandon's eyes gleamed as he noticed something inside. A flower resembling a lotus, but with black petals that shimmered with a jade-like luster, as if carved from inkstone. He could sense an intense concentration of spiritual energy, far surpassing the spirit fruit he had eaten earlier. Moreover, there was a faint aura of malevolent energy similar to that of the extraordinary black tiger. Suddenly, it dawned on him. The woman must have fought the black tiger for this very spirit flower. Moving his gaze from the flower, Brandon looked at the ceramic bottles in the pouch, but didn't know which one contained the healing medicine. Red, the woman said. Hearing this, Brandon promptly picked up the red bottle, resecured the pouch, and did not touch anything else. Apply the medicine for me, the woman instructed again. Ah! Brandon blurted out, startled, thinking he had misheard. He could hardly believe it. Most of her injuries were around her chest. How was he supposed to apply the medicine there? Given her reaction, it was understandable why he felt taken aback. Most of her injuries were indeed around the chest area, making it quite awkward for him to assist. ####Chapter 5. Overreading. For a moment, the cave fell silent, the atmosphere awkward. Seeing Brandon's lack of response, the woman weakly said, I can't move right now. You're the only one who can help. But, stop dilly-dallying. Are you even a man? I'm not bothered by it, so why should you be? The woman snapped. She did not want to have a stranger touch her body either, but she had no choice given her condition. She was severely injured, and prolonging it would only worsen her situation. Brandon raised an eyebrow, feeling displeased. He just wanted to be thorough in his consideration, yet he was being criticized for it. If that's what you want, then fine, but remember, this is all your request. Though he spoke firmly, when it came to taking action, he felt lost and overwhelmed. Take off the inner armor first, the woman reminded him, seeing that Brandon hesitated. Oh. Brandon responded, quickly squatting down. Looking at her chest, he saw that it was already a bloody mess, with fragments of the inner armor embedded deep into the flesh. Some were dangerously close to vital organs. They couldn't be forcibly pulled out. Sigh. Brandon exhaled deeply, dismissing distracting thoughts. Saving her was paramount. If delayed any further, even with strong vitality, the woman might meet a tragic end. He extended a hand, gently grasping a fragment lodged in her body. With a surge of secret energy, he carefully began extracting it, ensuring not to cause further harm. Despite his caution, the woman furrowed her brows and clenched her teeth, clearly in agony. She bore it silently, making no sound. Hold on, it'll be over soon. Without another word, Brandon concentrated fully on removing the fragments. Finally, he managed to extract the first piece, releasing secret energy to seal the wound before blood could flow out. Without delay, he continued, determined to remove all the fragments embedded in her flesh as swiftly as possible. As time passed, one fragment after another was removed. When the last piece was extracted, Brandon heaved a long sigh of relief. He realized he was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked through. Next, he removed the remaining fragments of the inner armor. The woman's upper body was now almost completely exposed to him. Now I need to set your bones. Please forgive me if I seem intrusive, Brandon said earnestly. The woman had multiple fractures, including in her arms and ribs. While setting the arms was straightforward, handling the ribs required more intimate contact. Without a word, the woman closed her eyes, implicitly agreeing. Brandon wasted no time. Starting with her arms, though he lacked experience, the assistance of secret energy made it relatively smooth. Setting the rib fractures proved tricky. Unsure of how to proceed, he hesitated before finally extending both hands. Upon contact, the woman involuntarily shuddered. This was the first time a man touched her, and especially in such sensitive areas, giving her an electrifying, uncomfortable sensation. Hurry up, the woman urged impatiently, unable to endure the continued touching. She wished she could faint again to escape the awkwardness. Pushing aside his concerns, Brandon released spiritual energy into her body to accurately assess the rib fractures. Fortunately, his unusually strong soul allowed him to use spiritual energy early in his cultivation journey. Such potent secret energy, Brandon inwardly marveled. His spiritual energy detected that the woman's organs contained substantial secret energy, indicating that she had begun cultivating them, thus allowing her organs to withstand such severe impact. However, he noticed that the secret energy she cultivated was different from his own, fundamentally distinct. It was unclear why. Crack. With effort and secret energy guidance, Brandon successfully realigned the fractured ribs. After setting the bones, Brandon opened the red porcelain bottle, pouring out a special ointment to apply meticulously to each wound. There was no point in hesitation now. This ointment contained powerful spiritual essence, likely derived from medicinal herbs, extremely precious and far superior to ordinary ointments. Having finished applying the medicine, Brandan let out a sigh of relief. Quickly, he retrieved a nearby coat to cover the woman, sparing further embarrassment. Ironically, despite the short time spent treating her injuries, Brandan felt emotionally and physically drained, as if he had fought a grueling battle. Gurgle. At that moment, Brandan heard a peculiar sound. Tracing the sound, he realized it came from the woman's stomach, instantly understanding the cause. Her cheeks flushed, visibly embarrassed, turning her head away. Although a cultivator, she hadn't reached the stage of surviving purely on air. Injured and depleted, she needed food to replenish her energy. After working so hard, I'm also hungry. How about we eat it? Brandan suggested, pointing to the extraordinary black tiger's corpse. Too weak to move, the woman replied, it's up to you. Without hesitation, Brandan picked up her longsword and cleanly chopped off a tiger leg. He took the leg outside the cave, washed and cleaned it near a stream, gathering firewood along the way. Soon, he built a fire and started roasting the tiger leg using the longsword. In the wild, roasting was the simplest cooking method available. Seeing Brandan use her treasured sword this way, the woman remained speechless but didn't protest. Despite roasting for a long while, there was no change or aroma from the tiger leg. This is extraordinary beast meat, infused with spiritual power. Ordinary fire won't cook it. Go find a regular beast to roast instead, the woman advised. Brandan realized that ordinary fire wouldn't work, but he possessed something extraordinary, secret fire. Communicating with the ancient lantern, he channeled a thread of flame, using secret energy to ignite it. Swoosh. Instantly, an unusual flame erupted from his fingertip, engulfing the tiger leg. Almost immediately, it began sizzling, fat dripping from the leg. It works. Brandan's eyes gleamed as he cautiously maintained the flame. Observing this, the woman displayed astonishment. Recognizing the extraordinary nature of the flame, she was surprised Brandan could harness it. What's your name? The woman suddenly asked. I'm Brandan. May I ask for your name? Brandan replied, turning around. Ophelia, the woman answered. Brandan contemplated. A gentle breeze stirs. The vast sea stretches under wide skies. A beautiful name indeed, Ophelia. Wait a moment, and we can eat soon. He resumed roasting carefully, controlling the heat to avoid burning the leg. Underestimating the difficulty, he found himself nearly depleting his secret energy halfway through. Even accelerating its absorption from the surroundings couldn't keep up. Noticing Brandan's predicament, Ophelia said, pluck a petal from the black jade lotus and place it in your mouth. Brandan instantly understood what she meant. It was the spirit herb he had seen earlier. Since Ophelia suggested it, he acted without delay. Opening the leather bag and plucking a petal from the black jade lotus, he could clearly sense the immense spiritual essence contained within the petal. Just this one petal was almost equivalent to the spiritual fruit he had eaten earlier. Following Ophelia's instructions, Brandan held the petal in his mouth, and instantly, a powerful surge of spiritual energy emerged. He hurriedly circulated his cultivation technique, converting the spiritual energy into secret energy. Feeling the rapid recovery of his secret energy, Brandan again activated the mysterious ancient lantern, releasing extraordinary flames to continue roasting the tiger leg. Soon, a rich aroma filled the entire cave. Brandan couldn't help but swallow saliva. It smelled so delicious. Beside him, Ophelia also swallowed saliva. The smell made her stomach growl even louder. Brandan took out some salt and sprinkled it evenly on the tiger leg, the only seasoning he carried with him. Finally done. Looking at the golden, crispy tiger leg, Brandan's eyes gleamed. He immediately tore off a piece of meat and offered it to Ophelia, intending to feed her. Ophelia slowly raised one hand and took the meat from him. I can do it myself. Indeed, as an extraordinary being, her constitution differed from that of ordinary people. Even though her arm bone had just been set not long ago, she could already manage some movement manchang. Edit. Indeed, as an extraordinary being, her constitution differed from that of ordinary people. Even though her arm bone had just been set not long ago, she could already manage some movement. You eat slowly. There's still plenty left, Brandan smiled. With that said, he tore off another piece of meat and began to feast heartily. He had been craving it for a long time. This is delicious. The meat of an extraordinary beast really is different, Brandan couldn't help but praise. It was his first time eating the meat of an extraordinary beast, and this particular beast was extremely powerful. The roasted flavor was indescribably good. Ophelia's manner of eating was noticeably more refined compared to Brandan's. Even though she was very hungry, she didn't devour the food like Brandan did. It had to be admitted that Brandan's barbecuing skills were quite good. The heat was perfectly controlled, creating an appetizing crispy exterior with a tender interior that greatly stimulated Ophelia's appetite. After finishing her first piece, she asked Brandan to tear off another one. The super black tiger was huge, and just one leg weighed nearly 100 pounds. Ophelia ate only a few pounds while the rest all went into Brandan's stomach. As a cultivator who knew how to refine essence into chi, Brandan shouldn't have worried about overeating. But the reality was that Brandan was indeed overfilled. To be precise, the essence within the tiger leg was too vast for him to digest, surging violently inside him, threatening to burst through his body. So uncomfortable. A mere tiger leg, yet it contained such immense spiritual essence, Brandan groaned. What a tragic irony. His happiness during the meal would now turn into misery. He was trying his best to circulate the extreme heavenly art, refining the surging spiritual essence within him. However, the effect wasn't satisfactory. His current strength was too weak, and his refinement efficiency too low. Seeing Brandan's skin turn red and swollen like a heated iron block, Ophelia's eyebrows furrowed. She realized Brandan was in serious trouble. This was no joke. One misstep could cost him his life. Ophelia felt secretly guilty. She had been negligent by not reminding Brandan earlier. This kind of situation was beyond Brandan's knowledge, but she should have known better. She She hadn't expected Brandan to have such a big appetite and consume the entire tiger leg. Glancing at the dead super black tiger nearby, Ophelia suddenly had an idea. Cut out the black tiger's heart and mix the black jade lotus petals with the heart blood. Then apply it evenly all over your body, Ophelia instructed loudly. Hearing this, Brandan didn't hesitate. He quickly picked up the longsword and approached the dead super black tiger. His speed was fast. In the blink of an eye, he cut open the tiger's chest and retrieved a large heart. Then, following Ophelia's directions, he plucked 2 petals from the black jade lotus, crushed them, and mixed them with the heart. Ophelia felt a pang of regret. The black jade lotus had only 9 petals in total, and now 3 had been used. But thinking of Brandan's rescue, she was willing to use her precious treasures as gratitude. Although the super black tiger had been dead for a long time, its heart was still warm, and the blood within hadn't coagulated. Next, Brandan began to strip off his clothes. His internal condition was dire and couldn't afford any delay. Seeing this, Ophelia couldn't help rolling her eyes and turned away. Although Brandan had seen her body, it wasn't proper for her to return the favor. Brandan quickly stripped off his clothes, then took the heart blood mixed with 2 black jade lotus petals and carefully applied it all over his body, making sure not to miss any part. Initially, Brandan felt nothing unusual. The warm tiger blood was quite comfortable, but soon, threads of spiritual energy began piercing his skin. It felt like being bitten by countless ants. At first, he could endure it, but gradually, the spiritual energy penetrating his body grew stronger, as if tearing his flesh apart. The reaction between his legs was the most intense due to its fragility. The powerful spiritual energy was about to burst through. Brandan's veins bulged, cold sweat poured out, and he couldn't help letting out a painful scream. What happened? Ophelia's face changed, and she involuntarily turned around. Upon seeing the scene, she instantly understood what was happening. Her face turned red. She hadn't expected to witness such a scene. Now she had seen everything thoroughly. Pushing aside distractions, Ophelia said, "Endure for a bit. The medicinal power will soon integrate into your body, strengthening your physique and transforming you." Hearing this, Brandan gritted his teeth. It wasn't that he lacked endurance. It was truly unbearable. He felt like he was about to collapse. If not for the tangible feeling of his physique getting stronger, he would have suspected Ophelia was intentionally messing with him. He understood Ophelia's intention. Combining the black tiger's heart blood with the black jade lotus strengthened his constitution, increasing his tolerance, thereby resolving his internal issues. Eventually, the pain subsided. Large amounts of impurities were expelled from his body, forming a thick, black layer on his skin, emitting a nauseating odor. Immersed in cultivation, Brandan didn't pay attention to these details. His strengthened physique suppressed the surging spiritual essence within him, allowing him to calmly refine it. Seeing Brandan calm down, Ophelia breathed a sigh of relief. Her black jade lotus petals weren't wasted after all. Bang! At a certain moment, Brandan moved. A powerful force erupted from within him, shattering the dried black scabs on his skin. Involuntarily, Ophelia's gaze shifted to him. Upon seeing him, her eyes sparkled with surprise. Chapter 6, Fearless. Not only did Brandan shake off impurities formed as black scabs, but also an entire layer of old skin, not from just a particular part of his body, but from all over. After shedding the old skin, Brandan's entire skin became more radiant and smooth, radiating a jade-like luster without a single flaw. This transformation was what Ophelia found astonishing. She hadn't expected Brandan's change to be so intense, shedding an entire layer of skin. This far exceeded her expectations. Surprised yet composed, Ophelia swiftly turned away, pretending as if she hadn't seen anything. Brandan had no interest in exposing himself, and quickly put on his clothes that he had taken off. Immediately, he noticed a problem. "Why has my clothing become shorter?" Brandan asked with evident confusion in his eyes. Ophelia turned back around calmly and said, "It's not that your clothes have gotten shorter, it's that you've grown taller." Grown taller? Brandan looked astonished. He examined himself carefully and realized that indeed, he had grown taller by nearly a head, standing close to 6 feet tall, an impressive height for someone his age. It didn't take much thought to realize this must be due to the transformation of his constitution, an unexpected benefit. "How do you feel now?" Ophelia asked. Brandan stretched his body and clenched his fists tightly, eyes gleaming with energy. "I feel better than ever before, full of power." The combination of 2 lotus petals made of ink black jade and the extraordinary black tiger's heart blood proved incredibly effective, significantly enhancing his physique in all aspects, including his internal organs. Having refined the massive amount of spiritual essence within him, the secret force vortex in his secret treasury had expanded several times over, progressing him from early-stage secret treasury to mid-stage. Under normal cultivation circumstances, this would typically take several months. For most cultivators, advancement relied on the accumulation of time, since spiritual herbs and secret lands weren't easily obtained. Brandan glanced at the remains of the extraordinary black tiger. This was valuable material. Eating 1 tiger leg had boosted his cultivation so much. How much more could he gain if he ate the whole thing? With his enhanced constitution, he wasn't too worried anymore. As long as he took it slow, there shouldn't be any issues. Ophelia, seeing Brandan's eager gaze on the remains, knew exactly what he was thinking. "Keep the tiger skin and bones. The rest is yours." "Got it." Brandan responded immediately. Every part of the extraordinary black tiger was valuable, with the heart being the most precious, followed by the skin and bones. The heart was already used on Brandan, and Ophelia didn't mind giving up the rest. Brandan immediately set to work, intending to cook and consume the extraordinary black tiger gradually, ensuring no mistakes occurred again. Ophelia didn't interfere, focusing on her injuries. She needed to recover quickly and couldn't stay in this place indefinitely. After 3 days, Brandan finally finished consuming the entire extraordinary black tiger, sharing some with Ophelia as well. Upon refining the spiritual essence, Brandan's cultivation directly reached the peak of the mid-stage secret treasury realm. He had deliberately suppressed it to consolidate his foundation rather than rushing into it. New to cultivation, Brandan was still unfamiliar with the techniques, preferring to advance steadily instead of too quickly. His flesh accumulated large amounts of vital energy, leading to further transformations in his constitution, a great benefit for future cultivation. I'm going to leave the mountains and return to Xuanhuan Manor, Ophelia suddenly spoke. Brandan hurriedly asked, "Are your injuries healed?" "Hardly, but they're no longer critical," Ophelia replied. Relieved, Brandan smiled. "That's good. I also plan to return to Xuanhuan Manor. Let's go together." "All right then." Ophelia didn't refuse. Brandan nodded, walked to the side, and picked up the large tiger skin bag, slinging it over his shoulder. Inside were tiger bones, weighing several hundred pounds, a hefty load most people couldn't carry. Ophelia picked up her long sword and casually walked towards the cave's entrance. Without hesitation, Brandan followed. It was indeed time for him to return. The selection for outer disciples was coming up soon, and missing it would mean voluntarily giving up the opportunity and leaving Xuanhuan Manor. They moved quickly and exited the mountains in just one day. As they approached Xuanhuan Manor, Ophelia stopped. "Give me this stuff." Brandan immediately understood. This was their farewell. He readily placed the large tiger skin bag down, scratching his head as he asked, "Will we meet again?" "Perhaps sometime." Ophelia seemed contemplative. Thinking for a moment, she extended the long sword in her hand. "Here, take this sword. Just promise me you won't use it to grill things anymore." Embarrassed, Brandan realized Ophelia probably disapproved of using the sword to cook tiger meat. Of course, such a gift from a beauty couldn't be refused. "Thank you. I'll definitely treat it with care," Brandan said, taking the sword. Ophelia picked up the tiger skin bag, preparing to leave, then suddenly remembered something. Turning back, she sternly added, "Do not tell anyone about what happened in the mountains." "I swear, I won't tell a soul," Brandan assured her with a nod. Knowing how serious this was regarding a woman's reputation, he vowed to keep silent. Ophelia didn't say anything else, turning gracefully and disappearing into the forest. Watching Ophelia leave, Brandan felt a surge of thoughts but then turned towards another direction, confident that he would see her again once he grew strong enough. Xuanhuan Manor was vast, divided into many sections. Those who embarked on the path of immortality lived in the deepest parts, inaccessible to commoners, and even their exact locations were unknown. Brandan and others who were not yet official disciples were housed outside the manor, usually unable to enter it. Returning to his previous living quarters and seeing the collapsed hut, Brandan immediately began repairs, restoring the small wooden house in the shortest time possible. He couldn't leave Xuanhuan Manor yet, so having a place to live was essential. I wonder if Ash came back? Where is he now? Brandan couldn't help but think of his partner of the past 3 years. Focusing, Brandan practiced the battle technique outside the hut, unwilling to let himself relax for a moment. The only battle technique he mastered was the mysterious 9-image sequence projected by the ancient lamp, known as the Supreme Heavenly Technique. It was highly advanced and powerful, but extremely difficult to cultivate. After over 20 days in the mountains, he barely grasped the first image and was far from fully mastering it. In front of a boulder, Brandan moved his secret force according to the images, gathering it in his fist before striking forcefully. Boom crack. With a tremendous burst of power, the boulder split apart. Finally, I've made progress with the first image of the Supreme Battle Technique. Such powerful explosive force, Brandan marveled, both surprised and delighted. Technically, he had mastered 1/9 of the first image, sufficient to use for strong attacks. Just mastering the first image was so challenging, he wondered how long it would take to master all 9. By then, Brandan suspected his cultivation would be exceedingly high, placing him among the elite. If not for the strength and constitution, I doubt I could even use the Supreme Battle Technique, Brandan muttered to himself. The technique was extremely domineering, risking self-injury if attempted with a weak constitution. Suddenly, Brandan heard some sounds. With enhanced senses due to his increased cultivation, even distant noises didn't escape his notice. Before long, several figures appeared, rapidly approaching him. Note: the translation retains the original paragraph structure and line breaks while preserving the tone, style, and coherence of the narrative. But what truly caught Brandan's attention was a small, fast-moving black shadow. The few figures were clearly chasing after this black shadow. "Beast, stop and don't run." The people shouted as they chased after it. However, the black shadow showed no intention of stopping and instead fled even faster. That person quickly catch it. At this moment, someone noticed Brandan and loudly called out to him. Brandan immediately moved, taking a swift step forward and appearing near the black shadow. He then struck out with lightning speed. The black shadow tried to dodge but couldn't escape his grasp. Brandan grabbed it by the back of its neck and lifted it up directly. This black shadow was none other than the little black cat he had been thinking about earlier. Held by Brandan, the little black cat bristled, constantly struggling. Despite its small size, it was very strong, making it difficult for an average person to hold onto it. Brandan noticed that the little black cat had something in its mouth. It wasn't a mouse but a bright red fruit, seemingly too large for it to swallow properly. Brandan immediately recognized the fruit in the little black cat's mouth as a spirit fruit. It was evident that these people had been chasing after the black cat for this exact reason. "Finally, we caught it. Boy, hand over the little beast to us." The few people approached Brandan, not hesitating to demand the cat from him rudely. Brandan frowned, not just because of his relationship with Ash, but also due to their arrogant attitude which irritated him immensely. "Boy, are you deaf? Didn't you hear me tell you to bring that little beast over here? Do you expect us to come get it ourselves?" Another person coldly shouted. These people were around 20 years old, obviously the previous batch who entered Xuanhuan Manor. Though they hadn't embarked on the path of immortality yet, they had become outer disciples. Given their seniority, it was understandable they looked down on Brandan, behaving condescendingly towards him. Brandan grew even more displeased, replying coldly, "It's in my hands now. Why should I give it to you? You're being too domineering. One boy, you're really asking for it. Looks like you need a lesson before you understand your place." One of them growled fiercely. Another added, "Why waste time talking to him? Just snatch back the spirit fruit. It's for senior brother you. We can't mess this up." Senior brother you? Brandan suddenly felt a stir within him. The one making threats immediately acted, reaching out to grab the little black cat from Brandan's hands. Brandan wouldn't let him succeed easily, sidestepping swiftly to avoid the attempt. "You're asking for death." The man reacted angrily, throwing a punch at Brandan's face. Brandan gave a cold snort, retaliating with a punch without retreating further. He had realized that mere retreats wouldn't solve anything. Only force would do. "Ah!" A painful scream echoed as the man staggered backward, his arm trembling and bone deformed, sweating profusely from pain. He never expected such a result. Although he didn't have spirit roots and wasn't suited for immortality, he had trained martial arts for 10 years in Yujin Manor and was quite skilled. There was no reason he should lose so badly. Together, seeing their comrade injured, the others rushed towards Brandan together. Two fists couldn't match four hands. They doubted Brandan could stand against them all. Brandan remained calm, and as they pounced, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Since they insisted on starting trouble, he saw no need to be polite. Pang, pang, pang. Brandan calmly dodged and threw several punches effortlessly. In a blink, the men were sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. In fact, Brandan had already shown restraint, using no secret force or battle techniques, just part of his physical strength. Their looks at Brandan changed drastically now. They were no longer arrogant but fearful. "You'd better give us the spirit fruit, or senior brother you won't let you off." One of them gritted through clenched teeth. They had no choice. They needed to return the spirit fruit to senior brother you. Otherwise, they couldn't answer to him. Brandan extracted the spirit fruit from Ash's mouth, noticing its thick and hard skin, which explained why the cat couldn't eat it. Brandan asked coolly, "Your senior brother you must be Chuck?" "That's right. Senior brother you has a superior spirit root, making him a genius. Once the manor lord is out of seclusion, he will immediately be taken under his wing and become the personal disciple. His future is limitless. If you oppose him, you'll have a bad end," the person replied coldly. Chuck was a rising star in Yujin Manor, known far and wide. As a result, these older outer disciples were trying to curry favor with him, calling him senior brother despite lowering themselves in rank. A common practice in the cultivation world. Since Yujin Manor became a cultivator sect, there hadn't been many geniuses with superior spirit roots. Thus, Chuck was highly favored. Brandan sneered. "Oppose Chuck? Unfortunate for you. We've long been enemies. If you don't want more bruises, leave now and stay out of my sight." "Who are you?" one asked. "Brandan." Upon hearing his name, the group left without further hesitation, supporting each other as they stumbled away, fearing more blows from Brandan. After all, they knew who took the spirit fruit and could report back to Chuck. Watching them go, Brandan's expression darkened. Truly, enemies met again by fate's cruel twist. Of course, he had no plans to avoid confrontation. The grudge between him and Chuck ran deep and needed settling. Over the past 5 years, he had suffered much bullying from Chuck, but he had never caved. Not now, not ever. Even if Chuck was about to become the manor lord's personal disciple, Brandan felt no fear. "Chuck, I'm waiting for you." Brandan's eyes sparkled with determination. Chapter 7 Exposure. Reining in his thoughts, Brandan carefully examined the small black cat and the spirit fruit in his hands. The spirit fruit was naturally not an ordinary object, and after more than half a month of absence, the small black cat seemed to have undergone some changes. These changes were not external, but rather its inherent state. He could sense that the small black cat's aura had strengthened somewhat, which explained why it managed to snatch the spirit fruit from several martial artists and escape without being caught. After all, those few individuals had robust physiques, their running speed incredibly swift, akin to cheetahs. Held by the scruff of its neck by Brandan, the small black cat couldn't struggle at all, and only tried to appear fierce by baring its teeth at Brandan. "Scott, relax. I'm your friend. I won't harm you," Brandan spoke soothingly to calm the small black cat down. Then, he released his soul power, entering the small black cat's body, wanting to explore the hidden secrets within. With his cultivation increasing, so did his soul strength, allowing him to do more things. Just like his physical body, his soul was extraordinarily powerful, clearly due to the mysterious ancient lamp. The 5 years of suffering brought considerable rewards. After some probing, Brandan's face showed immense surprise. Scott is actually a transcendent strange beast nurtured by nature. He had always thought the small black cat was just an ordinary cat as it never displayed any divine traits, with its only peculiarity being its lack of growth over 3 years. Reflecting on this, Scott must have encountered some issue 3 years ago, temporarily losing or being restricted in power. After experiencing death and rebirth, Scott's power returned, regaining its transcendent strange beast status. While transcendent strange beasts are numerous, those nurtured by nature are extremely rare. This class of transcendent strange beasts possesses astonishing growth potential, making it hard to predict how they would develop in the future. "Scott, I didn't expect you to be such a big deal. Unfortunately, you still can't remember me," Brandan sighed involuntarily. The small black cat tilted its head, its eyes focused on Brandan with a look of confusion. Seeing its mischievous expression, Brandan couldn't help but reach out his hand, placing it on the small black cat's head for a gentle stroke. Instantly, the small black cat's fur bristled. Clearly, it wasn't used to someone treating it this way. Brandan's mind stirred as he secretly channeled secret power into the small black cat's body. Miraculously, the small black cat instantly calmed down, displaying a content demeanor. Secret power refined its body, providing unparalleled comfort and significant benefits, akin to receiving guidance for cultivation. After a moment, Brandan released the small black cat onto the ground. Whoosh! To Brandan's astonishment, the small black cat didn't hesitate for a second before dashing away at incredible speed. He had thought he had pacified the small black cat enough to start communicating with it. Clearly, he had overestimated his ability. Sighing in resignation, Brandan knew he shouldn't rush these things and needed to take it slowly. For the small black cat to return to the wooden cabin was already a pleasant surprise, indicating that it still trusted him to some extent, not completely rejecting him. Looking at the spirit fruit in his hand, Brandan's eyes gleamed. This was originally meant for Chuck, now fallen into his possession. Not good. The skin of the spirit fruit is broken, its essence leaking. Next moment, Brandan spotted the problem. Once the essence leaked entirely, the spirit fruit would be useless. Brandan wanted to return it to the small black cat, but it had run off. After brief contemplation, Brandan decided to consume the spirit fruit himself to avoid wasting it. The fruit's skin was rock hard, requiring him to peel it off. Immediately, Brandan started peeling the tough outer layer, revealing the translucent flesh inside, emitting a peculiar fragrance. To prevent the loss of essence, Brandan quickly ate the spirit fruit. The pure and mighty spiritual energy is astounding. Though not comparable to the ink jade lotus, it's far stronger than the previous spirit fruit I ate. Moreover, it seems to nurture the soul, Brandan exclaimed inwardly after ingesting the fruit. Nurturing the soul was extremely rare among medicinal fruits, making this a surprising yet fortuitous discovery. Without further ado, Brandan began circulating the extreme path sky art. This comprehensive cultivation technique enhanced both the physical body and the soul simultaneously, eliminating the need to search for specialized techniques. As the spirit fruit dissolved into streams of pure spiritual energy, it integrated into Brandan's limbs and soul. Under the technique's influence, the spiritual energy rapidly transformed with immediate effects. Brandan's soul rapidly strengthened while the vortex of secret power in his secret treasury expanded and became more stable. Despite not pushing for an immediate breakthrough, he kept suppressing his cultivation. Boom crack. Suddenly, Brandan's body shook as secret power surged within, tearing through layers of constraints. Having suppressed his cultivation to the extreme, an incredible change occurred, opening another secret treasury. Instantly, secret power flooded into the newly opened secret treasury, the power within bursting forth. Two powerful currents intersected, forming a massive vortex that spun at an alarming speed. Brandan focused intently, setting aside curiosity about the second secret treasury for now, concentrating on stabilizing the new secret power vortex. If he couldn't control it, causing it to explode, serious problems would arise. Unknown how much time passed, the newly formed secret power vortex finally stabilized, calming the violent surge of power. Everything settled. Phew. Brandan opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. Everything happened too suddenly, catching him off guard. He almost ran into significant issues. Why would a second secret treasury open? Could it be because the first one wasn't opened naturally? Brandan felt puzzled. According to the cultivation method, a person should only be able to open one secret treasury. How did he end up with two? He was utterly baffled. Opening two secret treasuries likely wasn't a bad thing. At least, he had a substantial advantage in terms of power quantity. However, cultivating two secret treasuries required significantly more resources and time. The benefits came with a cost, a price Brandan was more than willing to pay. His concern lay in potential problems arising from having two secret treasuries. Further exploration was necessary. Unknowingly, night had fallen, transitioning from day to night with the moon high in the sky, cold winds blowing. Chuck didn't come looking for trouble? Brandan frowned slightly, feeling surprised. Given Chuck's character, he wouldn't simply ignore his own spirit fruit being stolen, especially by Brandan himself, who would have triggered an even stronger reaction. Thinking it over, Chuck was likely in deep cultivation, unaware of the incident. This explained why he hadn't immediately obtained and consumed the spirit fruit. Suddenly, Brandan sensed something, his gaze subtly shifting towards the window. In the dark shadows, he vaguely saw a tiny figure perfectly concealed. The small black cat had sneaked back again. The small black cat moved cautiously, noiselessly, its actions extremely subtle. Had it not been for his exceptionally sharp senses, he might not have noticed it. Scott has become more sentient, Brandan noted mentally. From what he knew, most transcendent strange beasts were vicious and lacked sentience, with very few being capable of comprehending human behavior. Relatively speaking, such spiritually vibrant transcendent strange beasts often possess greater potential for growth. Brandan thought for a moment, then threw the cut-open skin of the spirit fruit out the window. The peel also contained spiritual power, and he believed the little black cat wouldn't miss it. Just as he expected, the small black cat immediately picked up the fruit peel and vanished in a puff of smoke. Brandan didn't chase after it. Instead, he calmed his mind and returned to his meditative state. Night was an excellent time for cultivation. He didn't need sleep now. Cultivating kept him in peak condition without feeling any fatigue. For 3 consecutive days, Brandan stayed in the wooden cabin, quietly cultivating and not going anywhere. During this period, no one came to cause trouble. Today is the day of the combat selection for outer disciples. Afterward, I can decide whether to stay or leave, Brandan murmured. Leaving the wooden cabin, Brandan prepared to fetch some water to freshen up before heading to the arena. Regardless of whether he intended to stay at Eugen Manor, he couldn't afford to be absent today. However, just as he finished fetching water and hadn't had the chance to freshen up, his expression changed. Turning around, he saw a group of more than 10 people approaching him with hostile intent. Most importantly, he saw Chuck leading the charge, looking haughty with everyone surrounding him like stars around the moon. Brandan knew that Chuck wouldn't let him off easily, but he hadn't expected him to show up now, seemingly not wanting to let him participate in the competition. In no time, Chuck and his group arrived at the wooden cabin, encircling Brandan. Brandan, how dare you snatch my spirit fruit? Are you tired of living? Chuck accused, clearly intending to demand answers. Brandan wasn't frightened by their intimidating stance. He remained calm and said, You claim the spirit fruit is yours, but did I take it from your hands? You still try to justify yourself? You really don't know what's good for you, Chuck sneered. Do you think that just because you've gained some martial prowess, you can act without restraint? How foolish. Before me, who has embarked on the path of immortality, you're still nothing more than an ant, crushed effortlessly. Chuck lifted his head, eyes filled with disdain, completely ignoring Brandan. Of course, Chuck had noticed the changes in Brandan, but he paid no attention. A man without spirit roots couldn't accomplish anything significant. Spirit roots were the foundation of cultivation. Whether one practiced immortality, demon arts, or monster cultivation, they all needed spirit roots. Without them, one could only remain immortal. As a cultivator who had already stepped onto the immortal path, Chuck naturally wouldn't consider Brandan a threat. Hand over the spirit fruit. You have no right to enjoy such a celestial treasure, Chuck commanded. Brandan replied calmly, too bad, you're too late. I've already eaten it. A mere mortal dared to consume a spirit fruit? Stop pushing my patience. If you don't hand it over, I'll make you beg for death. Chuck threatened fiercely. I said I ate it. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do, Brandan insisted. Courting death. Chuck seethed, glaring and striking with a clenched fist. Initially, Chuck refrained from attacking a mere mortal like Brandan, maintaining his demeanor as a cultivator. But now, he couldn't tolerate Brandan's defiance, and used his cultivated strength to empower his punch. Brandan didn't dodge. He extended one hand to intercept Chuck's fist. Well, your body indeed has something unusual, but it's far from enough, Chuck observed. In the next moment, Chuck exerted more force, aiming to land a powerful blow. Brandan hadn't hurried to use secret power. He wanted to gauge how strong his physical body had become, seeing if he could match Chuck solely with physical strength. Given his unique circumstances, Brandan wished to avoid exposing his true abilities to prevent unnecessary troubles. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Chuck was much stronger than Brandan anticipated. With his burst of power, Brandan couldn't resist just using his physical body. Thump thump thump. Brandan was forced backward by the overwhelming force, gripping his arm tightly to regain composure. Fortunately, he was unharmed despite the numbing pain. Chuck wore a smug smile. Have you tasted the might of a cultivator? I'm already in the late foundation establishment stage. As a mere mortal, you think you can fight me? Overestimating yourself? Brandan recalled hearing about the stages of cultivation from an elder at Eugen Manor. The first stage was foundation establishment, where one utilized spirit roots to evolve a sea of chi, thereby embarking on the immortal path. This applied not only to immortality practitioners, but also to other cultivation systems. It highlighted the uniqueness of extreme path sky art, which didn't require spirit roots or the sea of chi but instead tapped into physical potential, unlocking human secrets. Because of this uniqueness, Brandan worried about being perceived as abnormal, whether it would bring harm if others discovered his method. Brandan marveled internally that Chuck had reached the late foundation establishment stage in just a month. Such rapid progress was undoubtedly due to Eugen Manor's high expectations and resource investment in him. Having a sect backing offered numerous benefits, providing everything needed for cultivation. Conversely, lacking such support meant depending entirely on oneself. Brandan sighed inwardly. In the mountains, he risked life and limb to reach the middle secret treasury stage, while Chuck, without moving a muscle, comfortably cultivated in Eugen Manor to reach the late foundation establishment stage. Sometimes, comparing oneself to others led to frustration. Comparing people truly could kill a person. Seeing Brandan ignore his threats and showing no fear, Chuck grew furious, channeling his inner spirit energy to attack again, hoping to quickly subdue Brandan. Sensing the change in Chuck's aura, Brandan activated his secret power, no longer caring about exposure. Both of them employed mundane martial techniques, but enhanced with cultivator strength, making their strikes devastating, capable of shattering rocks. Bang! Suddenly, Brandan and Chuck clashed fiercely, trading blows. Onlookers watched in disbelief, unable to fathom how Brandan could contend with the immortal path Chuck on even terms. Those previously injured by Brandan exchanged glances, realizing they weren't wronged. If Brandan had aimed to maim, he could have broken their bones. After a dozen exchanges, Brandan seized an opportunity and struck Chuck's chest, sending him flying. How is this possible? Everyone watching was shocked. Chuck's face turned grim. Without spirit roots and no Eugen Manor cultivation technique, how did you cultivate? I don't owe you explanations, Brandan retorted coolly. Chuck smirked coldly. You must have hidden guilt. You're likely a spy sent by another sect to sabotage us. Surrender, and come with me to see the elders. What a big accusation. Can I cultivate simply because I'm a spy? Fine. I'll leave Eugen Manor, Brandan said solemnly. Chuck's eyes turned icy. Want to leave? It's too late. Allowing a spy to escape would tarnish Eugen Manor's reputation. Speaking, Chuck pulled out a jade from his waist, activating it with spirit energy. Instantly, a dazzling sword light shot skyward, reflecting in the sky. Oh no. Brandan's expression changed, sensing impending trouble. Chapter 8. No way to escape. Without a doubt, that sword light was a special signal emitted by Chuck. If everything went as expected, experts from the Sword Mastery Manor would soon arrive. And once the experts of the Sword Mastery Manor arrived, Brandan would be in big trouble. Whether he was a spy or not, his unconventional cultivation method alone would likely not end well for him. His only option now was to leave the Sword Mastery Manor immediately, preventing his secrets from being exposed. But before doing so, he had one thing to do. Chuck, you've been too much. Today, we shall settle both old and new grievances. Brandan's eyes were filled with anger. He exuded an aura of murderous intent. For years, Chuck had bullied him. Now he even accused him of being a spy out of malice. How could he let go of this hatred without retribution? After speaking, Brandan attacked first, unleashing a torrent of secret power within him like a raging river. His punches and palms carried wind, demonstrating brute force and domineering might. Startled, Chuck quickly responded. He had already experienced firsthand the formidable strength of Brandan and knew very well it wouldn't be pleasant to be struck by him. Of course, Chuck wasn't afraid of Brandan. He was confident enough to fight against him. The reason he issued the signal was simply to prevent Brandan from escaping, and also to show himself off in front of the manor's elites, aiming to earn some merit. "Let you taste the power of my newly cultivated battle technique," Chuck shouted loudly, unleashing a palm strike with all his might. The ability to cultivate a battle technique within such a short time demonstrated Chuck's remarkable talent, something that earned praises even from the elders of the Sword Mastery Manor. With disdainful eyes, Chuck believed this one blow could knock Brandan down, causing bones to break and muscles to tear. Brandan did not underestimate Chuck. He secretly employed a barely completed battle technique, delivering an equally powerful palm strike. Bang! Both palms met, their immense forces colliding. Air ripples expanded outward from the impact point. Chuck and his companions were sent retreating from the shockwave, expressions of terror on their faces. At this moment, they truly felt the awe-inspiring power of cultivators. Even those who had just embarked on the path of cultivation possessed far more strength than any ordinary person could imagine. Ah! Chuck let out a tanjiao, his body flying backward like a kite with its string cut. His arm was completely deformed, the bones shattered into countless pieces. Edit. Chuck let out a scream of pain, his body flying backward like a kite with its string cut. His arm was completely deformed, the bones shattered into countless pieces. He was completely defeated. Even using his combat technique was useless, as he was utterly no match for Brandan. Brandan didn't stop there. He stepped closer and stomped hard on Chuck's other arm. Crack! The sound of breaking bones sent chills down everyone's spines. Chuck's face contorted in pain. Both his arms were now ruined. He never imagined such a fate awaited him after embarking on the path to immortality. "Brandan, I am an inner disciple of the Sword Mastery Manor, personally chosen by the Master. If you dare harm me, the Sword Mastery Manor will make sure you suffer eternal torment," Chuck threatened, trying to appear menacing but trembling inside. Looking down at Chuck, Brandan's eyes were cold. "Are you scared now? What happened to your arrogance?" Chuck felt deeply aggrieved. He sensed the intense killing intent emanating from Brandan and couldn't help but feel terrified. He had a bright future ahead, and he couldn't afford to die here. Ultimately, he was still just a 15-year-old boy. Even if he appeared tyrannical in everyday life, his mental fortitude was far from mature. In moments like these, he was unable to stay calm. Chuck's followers were frozen in fear, neither daring to flee nor speak up. The situation was completely unexpected. A genius nurtured by the Sword Mastery Manor, reaching late foundation establishment stage in just a month and mastering a battle technique. How could he lose so easily? Brandan released his soul power to probe into Chuck's body, taking the opportunity to explore the details of what made a cultivator different from an ordinary person. Although he had encountered Ophelia before, he hadn't dared to conduct a reckless investigation. This time, he had no reservations. Soon, Brandan saw what was called the Spirit Sea, a space constructed from spiritual energy. It was much smaller compared to his secret vault, meaning it could store limited amounts of spiritual power. His most crucial discovery was that Chuck's spirit power was entirely derived from external spiritual energy, while his secret power came from the combination of external spiritual energy and the mysterious force emitted by his secret vault. In other words, Chuck relied entirely on external forces, while Brandan had the intrinsic treasure of his physical body. This meant that even without natural spiritual energy, he could still cultivate. However, releasing the power contained within his secret vault was no easy task. Brandan was far from unraveling its secrets. Not about to let Chuck off easily, Brandan recalled years of suffering inflicted by him. Their enmity ran deep. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Brandan attacked with full force, leaving Chuck defenseless and covered in injuries, unable to move. Seeing this, everyone drew in sharp breaths, their gazes toward Brandan changing. It wasn't that Brandan was merciless, but rather Chuck had committed countless evils over the years. Brandan was merely giving back what he deserved. Finally, Brandan delivered a devastating palm strike to Chuck's abdomen, shattering his newly formed Spirit Sea with powerful secret energy. "You've destroyed my Spirit Sea." Chuck stared at Brandan with wide, horrified eyes. Brandan remained emotionless, suppressing his anger and killing intent. Though he didn't kill Chuck, he inflicted unimaginable punishment upon him. For a cultivator with superior spiritual roots, just beginning their journey to immortality, having their Spirit Sea destroyed was perhaps worse than death. Here they come. Using his acute perception, Brandan sensed powerful figures rapidly approaching. Bang! He kicked Chuck away without hesitation and turned to leave. His rage had been vented. Delaying further might have left him trapped. Before leaving, he took the sword gifted by Ophelia, the only item he needed to carry with him. Can I ever return? Will I see Ophelia again? Thoughts flashed through Brandan's mind, stirring feelings he found hard to let go. Just as Brandan left, two figures swiftly arrived. They were two middle-aged men dressed in green robes, carrying long swords, emitting powerful auras. Seeing Chuck lying pitifully on the ground, one of the men rushed forward. "Chuck, who hurt you?" It was Brandan. He can cultivate but hid his true abilities. He must be a spy sent by another sect. He also shattered my Spirit Sea. "Iggy, you must kill him," Chuck replied hatefully. Hearing this, Iggy paused, instantly sending a thread of spirit power to examine Chuck's abdomen, confirming the destruction of his Spirit Sea. Upon discovering this, Iggy was stunned. To lose a genius with superior spiritual roots after finally nurturing one was a bitter blow to the Sword Mastery Manor. As Chuck's instructor, how could he explain this to the Manor Master? Filled with fury, Iggy said, "There is actually a spy daring to infiltrate the Sword Mastery Manor and destroy our genius's Spirit Sea. Unforgivable." The other elders, send Chuck to the inner court immediately. "Perhaps we can still save him," the other middle-aged man instructed. Dane nodded. "We must immediately intercept Brandan and ensure he doesn't escape." Agreeing, they wasted no time chasing after Brandan. At this point, They didn't care whether Brandan was a spy from another sect. What mattered was that he had injured Chuck and shattered his spirit sea, an unpardonable offense. They moved incredibly fast, their bodies nearly flying as they stirred up dust along the way. They had already been cultivating for 3 to 4 decades, with profound cultivation levels far surpassing newcomers like Chuck who had just embarked on the path of cultivation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to become elders of the sword mastery manor. Wretch, where do you think you can run? Iggy shouted loudly. Perceiving the two figures getting closer and closer behind him, Brandan's heart sank to its lowest point. The disparity in strength was too great. It would be difficult for him to escape. A mere novice who has just started cultivating wants to escape from the hands of 2 Chi Mastery realm experts. What a delusion. Dane sneered. Chi Mastery is the 4th realm of cultivation, preceded by Foundation Establishment, Prenatal, and Meridian Unblocking. Establishing a foundation isn't hard, but after that, each level becomes increasingly challenging. The Sword Mastery Manor had over 1,000 inner disciples, but only a small portion reached the Chi Mastery realm or higher. This realm marked a significant dividing line. Typically, anyone reaching the Chi Mastery realm could become an elder executor of the Sword Mastery Manor, enjoying considerable status. These elders mostly handled various affairs, a job that was quite arduous but granted some degree of authority. Those who enjoyed true veneration and ease were the true transmission elders, all of whom had surpassed the Chi Mastery realm. Iggy and Dane belonged to the former category, busy elder executors. Salt, they were content since their talent was limited. They might not break through to the next realm in their lifetime. Becoming elder executors was already a significant achievement. Brandan didn't stop, accumulating his secret power in his feet to reach maximum speed. He absolutely did not want to be caught and turned into a research subject. His physical body was already strong, and with the secret power propelling him, his speed was surprisingly fast, far exceeding that of cultivators at his level. How can his speed be so fast? Is he really just starting his cultivation? Anyone daring to infiltrate our Sword Mastery Manor must not be weak. He was likely pretending all along. He must have used some technique to boost his speed, but it won't last long. We need to keep up with him. Sauls, this is the Sword Mastery Manor. No matter how much skill he has, he cannot cause any trouble here. Iggy and Dane were surprised but not overly concerned. They remained calm. If there were any complications, they could summon other experts of the Sword Mastery Manor. The manor's depth was formidable, with many stronger than them. I can't go on like this. My secret power will be depleted soon. I need to find a way to shake them off, Brandan thought rapidly, devising a strategy. Though he had lived in the Sword Mastery Manor for 5 years, he wasn't familiar with the area and didn't even know how to leave the manor. Quickly, Brandan decided to head straight toward the back mountain. The back mountain was vast and had a complex environment with extraordinary beasts residing there. Only by entering it did he stand a chance of survival. Brandan vigorously practiced the Supreme Tao Celestial Art, absorbing heavenly energy while releasing the potential of his secret vault to recover consumed secret power. He was glad he had activated his second secret vault a few days ago. Although his cultivation hadn't advanced, his secret power had doubled, allowing him to withstand more. This kid wants to enter the mountain. We can't let him succeed. At this distance, I should be able to attack him, Iggy calculated. He drew the long sword from his back, accumulated spirit power, then suddenly stomped the ground and leaped 10 feet high, slashing his sword downward. Instantly, a bright sword light struck out, swift as lightning, leaving Brandan no time to dodge. Clang! Brandan reacted swiftly, turning instantly and blocking with the sword gifted by Ophelia. Due to the distance, the sword light's power diminished significantly. Brandan barely managed to block it without injury. Did you hold back, Iggy? Dane looked puzzled. Iggy frowned. He hadn't held back. Despite the distance, he believed he could still injure Brandan. Why was there no harm done? Dane said, let me try. Without drawing his sword, he scooped up a pebble from the ground, enveloped it in spirit power, and hurled it forcefully. Whoosh! The pebble flew out, emitting a sharp whistling sound, no slower than Iggy's sword light. Brandan's pupils contracted sharply. He sensed the terrifying destructive power contained within the pebble. If hit, even metal might be pierced directly. With no choice, he blocked again with his sword. Clang! The pebble shattered upon impact with the sword blade. Brandan felt a strong impact, his arm going numb. His palms split open, blood gushing out. Not bad. Let's see how many you can block. Dane's eyes showed a cold smile. This time, he scooped up a handful of pebbles, about a dozen, enveloped them in spirit power, and threw them all. Brandan tried to calm himself, swinging his sword to deflect the pebbles as best as he could. But the number of pebbles was overwhelming, coming at him simultaneously. Despite his efforts, he failed to block 3. These 3 missed pebbles struck his left arm, right shoulder, and abdomen. The force knocked him off balance, nearly making him fall. Why didn't it penetrate his body? Dane was astonished. 3 pebbles hit Brandan solidly, yet aside from his left arm, the other 2 spots showed no wounds or bleeding, which was very strange. Iggy's eyes gleamed. He wears soft armor made from the skin of an extraordinary beast beneath his clothes. This kid indeed has issues. We must capture him alive to uncover all his secrets, Dane remarked. Initially, he planned to kill Brandan outright but now changed his mind. A living Brandan might be more valuable and easier to report back with. The soft armor Brandan wore was sewn from the skin of an extraordinary black tiger. Since the skin was large, he cut a piece, treated it simply, and made it into soft armor, wearing it close to his body. Not just the armor, he also fashioned shorts, forming a set. Beyond anything else, this outfit was durable and would prevent embarrassing nakedness in certain situations. Gritting his teeth, Brandan's left arm was injured, the pebble lodged in the flesh but stopped by the bone. Fortunately, his unusual constitution prevented the pebble from piercing through. Otherwise, his left arm might have been crippled. Although protected by the tiger skin armor, the pebble's terrifying force still caused immense pain. Another few hits, and he would likely collapse. Injured legs would mean certain death. Looking ahead, a fair distance remained to enter the back mountain. Continuing this chase, he feared he'd never make it inside. To break the deadlock, he needed another plan. Take the risk. Biting his lip, Brandan made up his mind resolutely. Chapter 9. Barrier. Brandan made up his mind in silence. With a clear decision, he wasted no time and began to act immediately. Any further delay would only worsen his situation. He secretly activated his cultivation technique, mobilizing all the secret power within him, pouring it all into the mysterious ancient lamp. Not only that, he condensed the essence of his physical body, sacrificing large amounts of blood energy, performing a blood sacrifice for the ancient lamp. Furthermore, he burned soul power to resonate with the ancient lamp. Instantly, the mysterious ancient lamp was activated, emitting an ancient and abstruse aura. Complex and profound patterns faintly appeared. At the cost of depleting his essence, energy, and spirit, the ancient lamp clearly showed a difference from before. Its state of revival was far stronger than when it attacked the extraordinary rat in the mountains. Brandan did not hastily launch an attack. He waited for the two people behind him to get closer. The opportunity was one time only. If the attack failed, he would be at their mercy. In fact, he didn't know if the mysterious ancient lamp could threaten a Chi Mastery Realm expert. But he had no other choice. He could only risk everything. Boy, surrender now, and you might still have a chance to live, Dane said, as if everything was under his control. Iggy wore a cold expression. Wounding Chuck and destroying his spirit sea was an unforgivable crime. No matter what, Brandan had no way out alive. Brandan silently calculated the distance. The power of the ancient lamp had been pushed to its limits. He couldn't hold back any longer, or it would harm himself. Finally, Brandan felt the distance was close enough. Elders Harry and Anchor should be unable to avoid the attack of the ancient lamp. Without holding back, he decisively launched the ancient lamp. Whoosh! The ancient lamp flew out of Brandan's body, the fire growing brighter. Futile struggle. Dane's eyes were full of disdain. He waved his hand, releasing a strand of spiritual energy towards the ancient lamp. Regardless of what the ancient lamp was, as long as it didn't come close, it wouldn't pose a threat. Hua! Upon being attacked, the inner power of the ancient lamp instantly erupted, sending waves of fiery light surging towards Elders Harry and Anchor. They were too close. In this situation, they could not avoid it, and could only release spiritual energy to resist. Iggy swung his sword forward, attempting to cut through the flames. To his surprise, the flames were bizarre, almost having a life of their own. They split and reformed, showing no signs of extinction. In the blink of an eye, the flames engulfed Elders Harry and Anchor, adhering to their bodies and burning fiercely. Immediately, both of their expressions changed. This kind of flame was terrifying. It was burning through their protective spiritual energy, and doing so rapidly. What kind of flame is this? How can its destructive power be so strong? Panic flickered in Dane's eyes as the flames outside his body gave him a sense of danger. Iggy faced the same situation, only managing to continuously release spiritual energy to block the flames, afraid of letting them touch him. Seizing this opportunity, Brandan retracted the ancient lamp into his body. With strong willpower, he supported his already exhausted body and continued running into the mountains. He realized those flames likely couldn't defeat Elders Harry and Anchor, so he had to keep fleeing. He hoped the flames would delay them long enough for him to find a place to hide. At this moment, Brandan's secret power had been exhausted, but after he started running, secret power emerged from 2 secret reservoirs. Though not much, it eased his immediate need. Without doubt, this was his extreme state unlocking the potential of his physical body, an unexpected gain. Seeing Brandan escape, Elders Harry and Anchor could do nothing. They were both entangled in trouble and couldn't spare any attention. Finally, Brandan successfully entered the mountains, able to catch a slight breath. Jade Sword Manor is no longer a place I can stay. I must recover quickly and then find a way to leave, Brandan thought while moving through the forest. He had been hit by 3 stones cast by Dane. His left arm was heavily injured, the bones cracked. Despite protection from tiger skin armor on his right shoulder and abdomen, they still suffered strong impacts. If not for his strong constitution, he would already be severely wounded. His grudge with Jade Sword Manor's elders was deep. He had done nothing wrong against the manor yet was treated unfairly. One day, when he was powerful enough, he would seek justice. On the other side, Elders Harry and Anchor expended some effort to extinguish the flames. Although unharmed, they were dirty and furious, their faces dark. They underestimated Brandan and were nearly in grave danger. Fortunately, their strength saved them. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Damn boy, I won't let him off, Iggy said angrily. Dane's eyes glinted. That lamp isn't simple. We must find a way to obtain it. A treasure like that, which could display such formidable power in a junior's hands, was bound to be valuable. Who could resist it? We need to report this, mobilize experts to search the mountain. Even if we flip the back mountain over, we must find him. Iggy clenched his fists. Determined, he vowed not to stop until catching Brandan. However, his authority was limited, needing approval from higher-ups for many actions. The two separated. Dane continued pursuing, while Iggy returned to the inner courtyard to report. Brandan ran until his body could barely support it, stopping under a towering tree. Sitting cross-legged, he vigorously circulated the great Tao art, absorbing the heavenly energy to recover. Only then did he have a hope of escaping. During his escape, he had already removed the stones embedded in his left arm. Now, the wound had scabbed over and stopped bleeding, but the cracks in his arm bones needed time to heal. More troubling was the loss of blood energy and soul power, vital essences that were hard to restore. Prolonged lack of recovery could leave serious hidden issues, affecting future cultivation. After adjusting his breathing, the secret power in the 2 reservoirs refilled, but Brandan remained pale and weak. This place isn't safe. I need to go deeper. Brandan got up and continued cautiously, trying not to leave traces to avoid being tracked. His caution proved wise. Shortly after leaving, Dane arrived at the spot where Brandan had rested briefly. Unluckily, Brandan encountered an extraordinary beast rather than Dane. This beast lacked high intelligence but was ferocious, immediately regarding him as prey. Unable to avoid the confrontation, Brandan fought the beast. Fortunately, the beast wasn't too strong, equivalent to a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator, slightly stronger than Chuck. With some effort, Brandan killed the beast, then without delay, carried its body and continued fleeing. He feared the commotion attracting enemies, but also didn't want to abandon the beast's corpse, whose flesh could help restore his blood energy. Fortunately, the beast was small, similar to a dog, making it easy to carry. After a long while, Brandan found a cave and decided to rest, roasting and eating the beast to regain strength. Experienced in roasting extraordinary black tigers, he knew what to do. As soon as the beast was roasted, Brandan devoured it eagerly. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed into the cave, startling him. By the dim light, Brandan recognized the black shadow as Scott, the little black cat, and breathed a sigh of relief. The little black cat had vanished for several days, so it was quite unexpected to encounter it here in the mountains. Scott, how did you end up here? Could it be the smell of the roasted meat? Brandan asked. The little black cat stared intently at the savory roast meat in Brandan's hand, its mouth almost watering onto the ground. Brandan chuckled, tore off a leg, and waved it towards Scott. Although the little black cat was somewhat hesitant, it could not resist the temptation of the roasted meat and cautiously approached. Once it confirmed there was no issue, Scott immediately began to tear into the meat with large bites, looking as if it hadn't eaten for a long time. Seeing this, Brandan continued eating as well. He needed to eat until he was full to have the energy to deal with those chasing him. To Brandan's surprise, despite its small palm-sized body, Scott had an extraordinary appetite. After finishing one leg, Brandan had to tear off another one for it. After devouring 2 roasted legs, Scott lay on the ground with a round belly, not wanting to move at all. Brandan didn't pay much attention to Scott and quickly focused on practicing his cultivation technique to refine the essence contained in the roasted meat to replenish his own blood chi deficiency. After the refinement was complete, his complexion was no longer so pale. Though not fully recovered, his physical condition had significantly improved. What surprised Brandan was that Scott hadn't left but instead lay lazily nearby. At any other time, he might have been delighted, but now he did not want Scott to stay with him. Brandan stood up and said, I need to go, and you should leave too. Don't get caught up in my troubles. Meow. Scott stood up at once, issuing a gentle meow. After eating the roasted meat, Scott's wariness towards Brandan had clearly diminished, and it was no longer so resistant. A thought flashed through Brandan's mind, and he asked, Do you want to follow me? Meow. Scott called again and took a step forward. Brandan couldn't help but be startled. What was going on? Had he won over Scott with his roasted meat? I'm currently facing big trouble and can hardly take care of myself, let alone you. You should leave, go far away from this place. Brandan sighed. If it were a different situation, he would be happy for Scott to follow him, but now he didn't want to drag Scott into his predicament. He had already caused Scott to die once and didn't want to see it happen again. Scott seemed to understand his words and turned to run towards the cave entrance. Seeing this, Brandan breathed a sigh of relief but also felt a tinge of sadness. This farewell might mean they would never see each other again. Meow. Just before reaching the entrance, Scott turned around and called out to Brandan. Brandan paused, his mind racing. He guessed, You want me to follow you? Surprisingly, Scott nodded, confirming it understood him, showing an astonishing level of intelligence. After a moment's thought, Brandan decided to follow, curious where Scott would lead him. He sensed no malice from Scott, who should not harm him. Though Scott no longer remembered him, Brandan still trusted it. Despite its small size, Scott moved agilely through the mountain forest, making it hard for ordinary people to catch up. Clearly, Scott was born in these mountains and knew every corner of the area. Brandan followed behind Scott, winding through the terrain without knowing where they were heading. Suddenly, Scott stopped. Just as Brandan was about to ask what was happening, he became alert. He realized why. There were others nearby from the Swordsmanship Manor, searching for him. His greatest fear came true. Swordsmanship Manor had deployed many people to search the mountains intensively, combing through them in a sweep operation. Why are they hunting me down just because I only hit Chuck and didn't do anything to harm Swordsmanship Manor's interests? Brandan felt aggrieved, clenching his fists tightly. He now understood that arguing based on reason often required personal strength. Without strength, who would listen to reason? Shortly, the nearby group left without discovering Brandan hiding in the dark. After confirming it was safe, Scott continued leading the way. Swordsmanship Manor had indeed sent many people into the mountains. During the journey, Brandan and Scott encountered several groups, but their high vigilance allowed them to avoid detection. Brandan dared not reveal himself easily. His current weak state left him unable to activate the mysterious ancient lamp for a powerful strike. Therefore, even a slightly stronger innate realm cultivator could pose a challenge. Eventually, Scott led Brandan to a destination. Looking around, Brandan's eyes revealed confusion. There seems to be nothing special here. Even the spiritual energy isn't as dense as elsewhere. Moreover, this place wasn't secluded, with wide open views, making it easy for anyone to find them. With a thud, Scott suddenly leaped forward, causing a collision sound. Strangely, although there was nothing visible, Scott had collided with something. Brandan was puzzled and stepped forward, extending his hand. He touched it. In front of him was an invisible barrier, undetectable by the naked eye. Without hesitation, Brandan released his soul power, extending it forward. This time, he perceived it with his soul power. The invisible barrier was made of spirit energy, incredibly sturdy. This is a boundary, Brandan immediately realized. Their elder from Swordsmanship Manor had once taught them some basics of cultivation, including elixirs, formations, and magical treasures. A boundary is an extraordinary skill using spirit energy to create a barrier that encloses a certain area, isolating it from the outside world. Of course, natural boundaries also exist, not artificially constructed. Brandan carefully examined and confirmed that the invisible barrier was undoubtedly a boundary, though he didn't know whether it was naturally formed or artificially constructed. Given his thoughts, this boundary was likely built by swordsmanship manner, but he didn't know its purpose or why Scott had brought him here. Creating a boundary was not easy and required cultivation beyond the Chi mastery realm, making it difficult to breach forcibly. The most dangerous place is often the safest. If I can enter the boundary, I might escape the pursuit, Brandan thought to himself. Scott, how did you end up here? Did you smell the aroma of roasted meat? Brandan asked, surprised. The little black cat stared intently at the savory roast meat in Brandan's hands, its mouth watering visibly. Brandan chuckled, tearing off a leg and waving it toward the little black cat. Though initially hesitant, the little black cat couldn't resist the lure of the roasted meat and cautiously approached. Once it confirmed there was no danger, the little black cat immediately began devouring the meat with gusto, acting as if it hadn't eaten in ages. Seeing this, Brandan continued eating his share, knowing he needed to be well fed to face the pursuit. The little black cat's appetite was surprisingly good. Despite its palm-sized frame, it devoured one leg and still wanted more. So, Brandan tore off another leg and gave it to the cat. After finishing 2 legs, the little black cat lay on the ground, its belly round and full, not moving an inch. Brandan left Scott alone and quickly circulated his cultivation technique, refining the essence from the roasted meat to replenish his depleted blood energy. Once the refinement was complete, his complexion was no longer as pale, and though not fully recovered, his physical state had improved significantly. Unexpectedly, Scott didn't leave after eating. Instead, it lazily lay beside him. In other circumstances, Brandan would have been delighted, but now he wished Scott wouldn't stay with him. I need to go, and you should leave too. Don't get caught up in this trouble, Brandan said, standing up. Meow. Scott stood up, letting out a soft meow. After eating the roast meat, Scott's wariness toward Brandan had clearly diminished, and it wasn't as resistant as before. Brandan wondered, do you want to follow me? Meow. Scott meowed again and took a step forward. Brandan was momentarily taken aback. What was going on? Had the roasted meat won it over? I'm facing big trouble now, and might not be able to take care of you. You should leave and go far away from this place, Brandan sighed. Normally, he would be glad to have Scott follow him, but in this situation, he didn't want to drag it into his troubles. He had already caused Scott's death once, and didn't want to see that happen again. Scott seemed to understand his words and ran towards the cave entrance. Relieved yet somewhat saddened, Brandan thought this might be their final goodbye. Meow. Just before reaching the entrance, Scott turned around and called out to Brandan. Startled, Brandan guessed, are you asking me to follow you? Surprisingly, Scott nodded, indicating it understood him perfectly, showing remarkable intelligence. Pondering briefly, Brandan decided to follow and see where Scott was leading him. He felt that Scott had no ill intentions and could be trusted, even though it no longer remembered him. Though small, Scott moved swiftly through the mountain forest, and it was clear it was born here, familiar with every part of the area. Brandan followed closely behind, navigating through winding paths without knowing their destination. Suddenly, Scott stopped. Sensing something amiss, Brandan's nerves tightened. He realized they were near others, people from Jade Sword Manor searching for him. His greatest fear had materialized. Jade Sword Manor had dispatched many people to search the mountains thoroughly, trying to find him. Why are they so determined to kill me just because I beat Chuck? I haven't harmed Jade Sword Manor in any way, Brandan fumed, clenching his fists unconsciously. Understanding now, he realized that speaking reason often depended on one's strength. Without power, no one listened to logic. Soon, the nearby group left without noticing Brandan hidden in the shadows. Feeling safe, Scott continued leading the way. They encountered several groups during the journey, but managed to avoid them due to high alertness. Brandan dared not expose himself. In his weakened state, he couldn't activate the mysterious ancient lamp for another powerful attack, so even a slightly formidable cultivator could pose a threat. Eventually, Scott brought Brandan to their destination. Brandan looked around, puzzled. This place doesn't seem special. Even the heavenly energy isn't more abundant here. Moreover, it wasn't concealed. With open views, staying here meant being discovered quickly. Pang! Suddenly, Scott leapt forward, hitting something invisible, producing a collision sound despite nothing visible. Perplexed, Brandan approached and extended his hand. He touched something, an invisible barrier. Without hesitation, he released his soul power to investigate further. Through his soul senses, he perceived the barrier constructed by spiritual energy, very sturdy. This is a barrier. Brandan realized what it was. A Jade Sword Elder had once explained to them about realms, including spiritual medicines, formations, and treasures. Barriers were extraordinary means using spiritual energy to create a shield isolating a specific area from the outside world. Some barriers were natural, not artificially constructed. After examining carefully, Brandan concluded this was indeed a barrier, though uncertain whether it was naturally formed or artificially created. It seemed Jade Sword Manor had built it, but its purpose remained unknown, and why Scott led him here was a mystery. Building a barrier wasn't easy, requiring expertise beyond Chi mastery realm, making it challenging to breach. The most dangerous place can sometimes be the safest. If I can enter the barrier, perhaps I can escape the pursuit, Brandan thought silently. Chapter 10. Trapped in desperation. Standing before the barrier, Brandan began to study it meticulously. The back mountain had become extremely dangerous, and he desperately needed an alternative escape route. After thorough examination, however, he furrowed his brow. He could not identify any flaws in the barrier, nor did he understand how to pass through it, leaving him completely puzzled. His current cultivation level was too low. He did not even comprehend the basic structure of the barrier, let alone how to break it. Meow. At that moment, the little black cat suddenly called out. Brandan looked at the cat. Are you saying you have a way to pass through the barrier? The little black cat nodded immediately and then stood upright, gesturing with its front paws. Brandan was initially confused but eventually understood. You mean if I transfer my power to you, You can open a gap in the barrier, right? The little black cat nodded again, its eyes filled with anticipation, clearly indicating it had been planning this for some time. Brandan shook his head. This method of communication was exhausting, especially since the little black cat's soul power wasn't strong enough for direct mental communication. Let's give it a try. Brandan exhaled softly and placed one hand on the little black cat. Activating his cultivation technique, he began channeling secret energy into the cat's body continuously. With the influx of secret energy, the little black cat emitted a dark glow, its small body inflating rapidly like a balloon. Brandan couldn't help but worry that it might burst from the pressure. Splash! The little black cat slashed at the barrier with its sharp claws. Incredibly, it tore a gap in the barrier, which widened as it exerted more force. Finally, the little black cat ripped open a 3-foot-long tear, reaching its limit. Without hesitation, it slipped through the gap. Brandan didn't delay. Though the gap was small, he managed to squeeze through. In the next moment, the gap vanished, and the barrier returned to its original state, showing no signs of damage. How rich in spiritual chi! Brandan felt invigorated. Inside and outside the barrier were two different worlds. The cultivation environment inside was vastly superior, with spiritual chi 10 times more abundant than outside. Cultivating here would certainly be twice as effective with half the effort. His gaze fell upon something unusual, a tree. Not particularly tall at just over 3 meters, it had sparse branches and leaves, yet it radiated vibrant vitality. Each leaf shimmered with a faint light, looking extraordinary. A spirit tree. Brandan's eyes lit up. Compared to ordinary spirit herbs, spirit trees were much rarer and far more valuable. No wonder the Yujin Manor went to great lengths to set up this barrier to protect this tree. Through the sparse foliage, Brandan saw 4 golden yellow fruits, each about the size of a fist, brimming with inner spiritual essence. The little black cat eagerly moved to climb the tree and pick the fruits but was stopped by Brandan, causing visible displeasure. Brandan explained, "These 4 fruits aren't fully ripe yet. There's still a hint of green at the bottom. Picking them now could do more harm than good." He recalled hearing from elders at Yujin Manor that while some spirit fruits had remarkable effects, consuming them unripe could be fatal. Yujin Manor wouldn't have guarded this tree so carefully if the fruits weren't safe to eat when ripe. However, it was necessary to wait for maturity. Meow! The little black cat licked its lips, eager to wait no longer. Brandan smiled. "Let's wait a bit longer. They should ripen soon. For now, we'll hide." They hid because they feared being discovered by powerful cultivators from Yujin Manor who might enter to check the barrier. If caught, the consequences would be dire. The space within the barrier wasn't large, roughly 30 feet in diameter, containing only the spirit tree and a few large rocks for concealment. After a brief thought, Brandan decided to go out to gather food since he was uncertain how long it would take for the fruits to ripen. He needed to prepare to avoid starvation. Leaving the barrier was easier than entering. It posed no resistance. Brandan planned to pick wild fruits from the vast back mountains where many fruits were ripe at this season. However, just outside the barrier, Brandan sensed danger, his scalp tingling. "Where do you think you're running, Brandan?" 3 figures flashed out from the woods as a thunderous voice boomed. 2 men and a woman, all young and around 20 years old, emitted powerful fluctuations of spiritual chi, having all reached the innate realm. All 3 were cautious, sending signals for reinforcements as soon as they spotted Brandan. The little black cat, initially perched on Brandan's shoulder, quickly hid itself in his arms. Without hesitation, Brandan turned and fled. He didn't want to be cornered. "Don't even think of escaping." The woman in combat attire shouted coldly, leading the chase. She wielded her sword and struck diagonally, aiming to sever Brandan's arm. Brandan, though not turning back, seemed to have eyes at the back of his head, accurately judging the trajectory of the attack and sidestepping it. He surmised that Elders Harry and Anchor had assessed his weaknesses, hence dispatching innate disciples to pursue him. Despite being only at the peak of Secret Realm mid-stage, equivalent to Foundation Establishment mid-stage, his enhanced combat strength still only matched Foundation Establishment late-stage, easily manageable by innate cultivators. However, what they underestimated were his constitution, dual secret reserves, and unique cultivation methods. Dodging the sword strike, Brandan spun around, secretly employing his battle techniques, delivering a powerful palm strike. At such close range, the combat-clad woman had no chance to evade, but she reacted swiftly, blocking the strike calmly. The combat-clad woman was at the mid-innate stage. Direct confrontation gave her a clear advantage. With a difference of a major realm, she felt confident in overpowering Brandan. Bang! Their palms clashed, releasing explosive force that reverberated outward. Both Brandan and the combat-clad woman took a step back, but while Brandan remained unscathed, the woman spat blood from the corner of her mouth, clearly injured. How? Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She hadn't anticipated this outcome. Seizing the moment, Brandan surged forward, delivering rapid punches and palm strikes while her spiritual chi was disrupted. Not good. The 2 men nearby grew anxious, rushing toward Brandan to save their companion. Realizing Brandan's strategy, they knew he had feigned weakness to draw them in one by one. Unfortunately, they were a step too late. By the time they arrived, Brandan had already struck the combat-clad woman in the chest, sending her flying, heavily injured and out of the fight. "One down," Brandan whispered, his gaze turning fierce. Facing those who intended harm, he wouldn't hesitate or show mercy. With his formidable constitution, dual secret reserves, and profound battle techniques, he could challenge cultivators one major realm above him. Ultimately, these people possessed only mediocre lower-grade spirit roots, making it relatively easy to surpass them despite the realm difference. Seeing the 2 men charge forward, Brandan did not retreat, but instead moved to meet them head-on, using his battle techniques to aim for a quick resolution. Battle techniques indeed became clearer and smoother with each application, enhancing his understanding. Note: to ensure the translation matches the provided instructions, I maintain the paragraph structure and style while ensuring the tone remains consistent. Names are transliterated correctly according to pinyin, and the storyline is coherent with previous content. ###Chapter 10. Trapped in desperation, continued. There were two loud thuds as the two men fell to the ground, one with a broken arm and the other with fractured ribs. Just as the three of them thought they would surely die, Brandan turned and disappeared into the dense forest in mere flashes. After all, Brandan was still just a 15-year-old boy. Even if his mentality had matured greatly, he couldn't bring himself to kill, especially since these people were only following orders to capture him and didn't have any deep grudge against him. Soon after, someone arrived, just one person, but with cultivation at the Pulsaswolking realm. What happened? The rescuer asked urgently upon seeing the injured trio. The combat-clad woman replied, Brandan attacked and injured us. Didn't the two elders say that Brandan is only at the mid-foundation establishment stage? How could the three of you, working together, not be able to defeat him? The rescuer was puzzled. One of the men explained, Brandan's body is very strong, and he has cultivated powerful battle techniques. None of us were his match. Where did he go? The rescuer continued. The combat-clad woman pointed. He fled in that direction. Without hesitation, the rescuer took off immediately, knowing others would soon arrive to take care of the injured. The three exchanged glances, each relieved. If Brandan had been a ruthless killer, their predicament would have been much worse. Meanwhile, Brandan darted through the woods, meticulously erasing his tracks to avoid being tracked. He was quite frustrated. He merely wanted to gather some wild fruits, yet he ended up revealing his location. Thankfully, those three weren't too strong. Otherwise, he might not have escaped. Suddenly, a whistling sound pierced the air, and an iron arrow shot from the shadows, striking Brandan's back before he could react. Though protected by his tiger skin armor, which prevented penetration, the arrow's powerful force left him reeling, almost toppling over. Before he could regain his footing, another arrow flew toward his back. This time, Brandan managed to dodge it, narrowly avoiding the sharp breeze that cut the skin under his armpit, causing blood to drip down. Brandan's face grew grim. He had been hit twice without even spotting his assailant, clearly dealing with a formidable archer who excelled in stealth. He swiftly took cover behind a large tree. Facing an archer, finding cover was the first priority to avoid becoming an easy target. Bang! The arrow struck the tree, piercing through the thick trunk, and then exploded with force, toppling the massive tree. With sharp instincts, Brandan moved to a giant rock before the tree fell on him. However, the unseen archer locked onto his position like an omniscient eye, instantly sending another arrow streaking through the air. Bang! The giant rock exploded, scattering debris. This arrow carried potent spiritual chi, infusing the fragments with destructive energy for indiscriminate attack. Unable to escape the barrage, Brandan was pelted by numerous stones, leaving cuts on his arms, legs, neck, and cheeks. Blood seeped through his clothes instantly. Ugh! Brandan spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs had taken a severe blow. If not for his robust physique, even with the tiger skin armor, he might not have endured the impact. Meow! The little black cat also let out a yelp of pain, having been caught in the chaos. You can't run anymore. Finally, the hidden archer spoke. Seeing Brandan's battered state, he stepped into the open from his high vantage point, looking down at Brandan. A middle-aged man around 40 years old stood there, towering at over 6 feet tall with a sturdy build. He held a cold iron longbow, and his quiver contained more than a dozen iron arrows. Each arrow contained traces of extraordinary metal, allowing them to channel significant spiritual power and deliver lethal strikes. Brandan sensed that this man was at the Pulsaswolking realm, far beyond his current capabilities. Why are you trying to wipe me out? What did I do wrong? Brandan demanded angrily. The middle-aged man sneered. What did you do wrong? You, a spy infiltrating Eugen Manor, dare to call for justice? I am not a spy. I haven't received instructions from anyone, and I have never done anything harmful to Eugen Manor, Brandan protested loudly. The middle-aged man snorted. Would the two elders falsely accuse you? If you were innocent, you should surrender willingly. Resisting will lead to your death. Brandan felt his heart sink. He knew whatever he said wouldn't change anything. His identity as a spy was already set in stone. In this world dominated by the strong, the weak had no voice or place to appeal. They could only silently endure. But he refused to accept his fate so passively. Brandan's eyes turned cold, reflecting his inner turmoil. He had lost faith in Eugen Manor. His naivety led him to believe he could stay and eventually clear his name when he was stronger. Now, he realized he should have left earlier. Without spirit roots, how could he find a place in this world? Of course, dwelling on these thoughts now was futile. Without overcoming the immediate crisis, his future would be nothing but emptiness. Seeing Brandan's defeated expression, the middle-aged man smiled, a smile of satisfaction. With confidence, he leaped down from his perch, approaching step by step. Now everything was under his control. He saw no reason to worry about any unexpected changes. Should anything go wrong, a single arrow would end Brandan's life. ####Chapter 11, Passing on the Torch. Brandan secretly communicated with the mysterious ancient lamp. No matter what, he wouldn't choose to sit and wait for his demise. He had to take a desperate chance. However, he felt deeply guilty for once again involving the little black cat, and it was now too late for him to try to let the cat escape. The middle-aged man, though outwardly contemptuous of Brandan, was actually quite cautious, always on guard against any sudden occurrences. Finally, he approached Brandan closely, his large iron bow in hand, ready to shoot an arrow at close range to completely disable Brandan's ability to resist. Brandan also prepared the mysterious ancient lamp, looking for an opportunity to launch an attack. Boom! Just as both were about to act, an unexpected change occurred. The ground shook violently and collapsed with a roar. In a blink, an area more than 10 yards in diameter sank into the earth, forming a deep, dark pit. Caught off guard, Brandan and the middle-aged man didn't have time to escape and fell together into the darkness. Next, The hillside above tilted and slid down, burying the large hole as if it had never existed. This remote place made considerable noise but didn't alert anyone. The people of the Eugen Manor would never have thought that Brandan and one of their own had been buried underground without warning. Cough, cough. In the depths below, tens of yards underground, a cough suddenly broke the silence. A moment later, a spark of fire appeared, driving away the darkness and illuminating the surroundings. It turned out the mysterious ancient lamp was exposed outside, its flame flickering gently. By the light, one could see that Brandan was pinned under a huge rock, only his head and one arm visible. Bang! Brandan suddenly exerted force and flipped the rock off. Pfft. As soon as he sat up, Brandan spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were severely damaged, several ribs broken, and his injuries were critical. If not for his strong physique, he might have been crushed into a pulp. Immediately, he carefully realigned his fractured ribs and chest bones, using secret energy to stabilize them to prevent further damage to his organs. Where did Hassan go? And where is the archer from Eugen Manor? Brandan stood up, his eyes scanning the surroundings. When they fell, the little black cat had slipped from his arms and was now nowhere to be found, causing him some concern. Holding the mysterious ancient lamp, Brandan began searching, wanting to find the black cat and confirm whether the middle-aged man was alive or dead. That man was very powerful and posed a significant threat to him, which had to be dealt with. Shortly after, Brandan found the middle-aged man nearby, similarly pinned under a large rock, bleeding from the 7 orifices and barely breathing. In the end, Brandan did not strike, but neither did he rescue him, letting him fend for himself. How could there be such a large underground space here? Was it naturally formed? Brandan was full of doubts. In this unknown environment, he couldn't help but worry about potential dangers. After all, some extraordinary beasts lived underground. He only wanted to find the little black cat and leave quickly. However, despite searching thoroughly, he couldn't find the black cat. It seemed to have vanished. In the darkness, Brandan relied on the light of the ancient lamp to feel his way forward. The place was eerily quiet, unsettling him. Suddenly, the ancient lamp flew out of his hands, breaking free and flying straight ahead. Brandan had no idea what happened, but he reacted quickly, chasing after it. He believed there must be a special reason for the lamp's behavior. After traveling 100 feet, the ancient lamp finally stopped. There was no path ahead. What is this? Brandan noticed something. On the hard stone wall, faint spiritual light shimmered. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a 3-leaf spirit ginseng, entirely black as jade. Brandan's eyes lit up as he reached out to pick it, when a black shadow suddenly appeared, lunging towards the spirit ginseng. Reacting swiftly, Brandan grabbed the shadow. It was the elusive little black cat. You mischievous creature, where did you run off to? I've been looking everywhere for you. Just as I find a medicinal herb, you pop out of nowhere, Brandan said, feigning sternness. Meow. The black cat called softly, its big, watery eyes looking at Brandan. Seeing this, Brandan couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. All right, I forgive you. As he spoke, he extended his other hand to pluck the 3-leaf spirit ginseng from the stone wall. Instantly, the black cat became excited, staring intently at the spirit ginseng, glowing eyes wide open, and struggled forcefully. Don't worry, I won't keep the medicine all to myself, Brandan reassured. He placed the black cat on his shoulder and broke off 1 leaf of the ginseng, handing it over. Without hesitation, the black cat swallowed the leaf whole. Brandan knew that spirit beasts could inherently discern the quality of medicinal herbs. Since the black cat ate the ginseng, it meant the herb was safe. Immediately, Brandan also chewed and swallowed the remaining ginseng. Although it tasted bitter and acrid, far inferior to the 2 spirit fruits he had previously eaten, he needed the medicine to heal his wounds. Ordinary spirit ginseng already had potent medicinal effects, making it a holy remedy for healing wounds. As a spirit medicine, this ginseng would be even more effective, exactly what he needed now. The spirit ginseng released dense spiritual essence that quickly spread throughout Brandan's body, repairing his damaged flesh, bones, and organs. The effect was immediate. Furthermore, his soul was nourished, and the depleted soul energy rapidly restored. What amazing medicine! Its benefits to essence, chi, and spirit are truly remarkable. Brandan marveled at the changes within himself. He calmed down, fully concentrating on absorbing the spiritual essence of the ginseng, unwilling to waste a single bit. Before long, Brandan completely absorbed the ginseng. Not only were his injuries healed, but his physique was significantly enhanced, and his cultivation level naturally advanced to the secret vault late stage. Phew! Brandan exhaled deeply, feeling better than ever before. The black cat also assimilated the ginseng. To Brandan's surprise, it showed no visible changes, and the spiritual fluctuations remained faint. He recalled how the black cat consumed the shells of spirit fruits and the meat of extraordinary beasts without any noticeable changes. Where did all that spiritual power go? Brandan's eyes were filled with doubt. The black cat licked his face with its tongue, displaying a pleading expression. Just as Brandan was about to check the cat's condition, the ancient lamp started to exhibit unusual activity. Clear patterns emerged, along with hundreds of ancient, obscure characters and 9 profound diagrams. It seemed to be awakening on its own. Brandan was familiar with these characters and diagrams. They were from the supreme heavenly art and supreme battle technique, the foundations of his cultivation, highly unusual. Though the supreme heavenly art consisted of only a few hundred words, it contained profound knowledge and endless mysteries. He could barely comprehend its surface meaning. And the supreme battle technique, with its 9 diagrams covering myriad concepts, would take an unknown amount of time to fully understand and master. Whoosh! As the ancient lamp revived to a certain extent, it emitted a dazzling light that shone on the stone wall ahead. Boom! A loud sound echoed, and cracks appeared on the stone wall, revealing a sealed portal that had lain dormant for years. Brandan stared in disbelief. He hadn't expected the stone wall to conceal a door that could only be opened by the ancient lamp. Next, the heavy stone door slowly opened, revealing a hidden space behind it. As if possessing its own will, the ancient lamp flew inside, emitting a strange summons for Brandan to follow. Without hesitation, Brandan followed. Everything he had achieved thus far was due to the ancient lamp, and he trusted it wouldn't harm him. Bang! As soon as he entered, the stone door closed automatically. Brandan did not think much, closely following behind the mysterious ancient lamp. He believed that if it could bring him in, it could also lead him out. It was evident that this place had been manually excavated, but it had been a long time since then. The traces of human work had almost completely worn away. Passing through a long corridor, the space ahead suddenly opened up. The mysterious ancient lamp emitted dazzling firelight, fully illuminating the large area and revealing everything within. Brandan stared at the scene before him. It was ruins with broken walls everywhere, clearly an ancient relic. Even by looking at just the remaining parts, one could imagine how magnificent this place must have once been. How can there be a hidden ruin here? From which era did this originate? Brandan's heart was filled with curiosity. As far as he knew, 100 years ago, the world had always been ordinary, without spiritual energy, cultivators, or any extraordinary treasures. Why would there be a superlative ruin? It was certain that this ruin had existed for more than 100 years. Moreover, if it had appeared within the last 100 years, Eugen Manor would have known about it. How could it have remained silently buried underground? Inevitably, Brandan pondered the origin of the mysterious ancient lamp and its connection to this place. Could it be that long ago, this world had experienced an extraordinary era? While thinking, the mysterious ancient lamp released another strange force, shining on a broken altar within the ruins. Instantly, many peculiar symbols emerged from the broken altar, releasing a vast secret energy. Indeed, it was secret energy, very similar to what Brandan had inside his body, different from the spirit energy cultivated by others. The secret energy condensed, forming a massive vortex and emitting powerful suction. Before Brandan could react, he was forcefully sucked into the secret energy vortex, along with the mysterious ancient lamp. In the next moment, Brandan found himself in a large stone chamber, perfectly square, 3 zhang in length, width, and height, completely sealed like a box. Turning his gaze, Brandan couldn't help but jump back in shock. He saw a skeleton sitting cross-legged on the ground, dead for countless years. A pitch-black arrow pierced through the skull of the skeleton, faintly emanating an evil aura that gave off an unpleasant feeling. Without a doubt, it was the arrow that caused this person's death. Does the mysterious ancient lamp have any connection with this person? Brandan couldn't help but speculate. He vaguely felt that the mysterious ancient lamp might have originated from here, left behind by the deceased, thus it was able to guide him here effortlessly. At that moment, the skeleton trembled slightly as if coming back to life. Brandan involuntarily took 2 steps backward, his eyes full of caution. Fortunately, the feared resurrection did not happen. A pale, ghostly figure emerged from the skeleton. A heroic man radiating a king-like dominance. Brandan was still startled, unsure of how to react, but soon he calmed down. He realized that this ghostly figure wasn't alive. It was likely an image left behind long ago. After enduring long ages, our ancestors blazed trails and accumulated boundless wisdom, finally creating a cultivation system unique to our human race. However, the will of heaven is fickle. At our zenith, we faced an unprecedented upheaval that turned everything into nothingness. The ghostly figure spoke, recounting a sorrowful history. Brandan listened, mesmerized. He had never known this world had such a history. Apparently, humans had their own cultivation system and didn't need to cultivate immortality or demonic paths. Gathering the strength of all humans, sealing the heavens and earth for 10,000 years, twisting the universe, storing hope, passing on the torch. After finishing these words, the ghostly figure vanished. Faintly, Brandan seemed to hear a distant sigh, making his heart tremble and emotion surge. Finally, he understood that the cultivation method he practiced originated from the human race. No wonder it was so different from others. According to the ghostly figure, the human race suffered a great calamity, their legacy erased from the world, unable to spread or cultivate. It was the ancestors who paid an enormous price, securing a sliver of opportunity, allowing a few individuals in this era to inherit the human legacy and continue the path forward. Brandan was one of them. What kind of disaster could obliterate the human legacy? Is it related to the current immortals, demons, and beasts? Brandan whispered, full of curiosity. Unfortunately, the ghostly figure didn't elaborate, seemingly due to taboos. Brandan needed to become strong enough to uncover the truth gradually. Nonetheless, understanding the origins of extremely profound heavenly art, Brandan no longer had doubts. He could now cultivate without reservation. As a human, he ought to take the revival of the human cultivation system as his responsibility, restoring the glory of humans from 10,000 years ago. A whole 10,000 years, such a long time. Brandan felt profoundly moved. He understood that this skeleton was once a supreme power among humans. Unfortunately, over the long ages, it had reduced to bones. Collecting himself, Brandan knelt before the skeleton and respectfully bowed 3 times. Thank you for your teachings, ancestor. Brandan will not disappoint your expectations. The mysterious ancient lamp was left by this powerful being. Indeed, he owed a tremendous debt of gratitude, which could only be repaid by fulfilling the ancestor's final wishes. As soon as Brandan finished speaking, another sudden change occurred. The skeleton disintegrated into ashes, including the sinister black arrow. Simultaneously, 2 objects appeared, previously hidden by some means. Was it because I paid my respects? Brandan was somewhat surprised. Full of curiosity, Brandan picked up the 2 items. They were surely no ordinary objects. ##### Chapter 12. Stealing the spirit fruit, entering embryonic breathing. At the bottom of the valley, Brandan stood up, his eyes flickering with a sharp gleam as he looked at the 2 objects in his hands. In his left hand was a jade stone, pale blue in color, cool to the touch, and only the size of a finger, shaped like a teardrop with an artistic flair. In his right hand was an ancient rune, covered in cracks, seemingly about to shatter at the slightest touch. Given his knowledge, he could not recognize either object nor understand their uses. Let's try using secret power. With this thought, Brandan released his secret power, first channeling it into the jade stone in his left hand. As the secret power entered, the jade stone began to change, emitting a soft blue glow and releasing a peculiar force that ordinary people couldn't perceive. Such powerful soul energy, extraordinary essence. Brandan couldn't help but show surprise. He hadn't expected this small jade stone to contain soul energy, making it a rare treasure of incalculable value. Next, he channeled the secret power into the ancient, cracked rune in his right hand. This time, he was much more cautious because the rune was heavily damaged, riddled with cracks, and he feared destroying it. Brandan's expression changed. The secret power he injected into the rune vanished immediately, as if sinking into a vast sea. Unable to resist, he increased the output of secret power, wanting to explore the peculiarities of the rune. It didn't take long for most of his secret power to be consumed, yet the rune remained unchanged, acting like a bottomless pit, unable to be filled. Just as he prepared to stop injecting secret power, the rune suddenly reacted, shooting into his body and entering one of his secret repositories. Startled, Brandan quickly focused his mind on the secret repository, nervously monitoring the rune. He attempted to move the rune out of his body but found it impossible. It seemed firmly rooted, steadily absorbing the vortex of secret power within the repository. Slightly relieved, Brandan observed that after entering the repository, the rune did not wildly drain his secret power, remaining within controllable limits. I hope there are no problems. Brandan silently prayed. Since he couldn't remove it, he could only wait and see. He reasoned that an artifact left by human ancestors should not harm him. Putting away the pale blue jade stone, Brandan sat down and began cultivating to restore his depleted secret power. From the moment he entered this stone chamber, he felt a strange force permeating the room, greatly aiding in the cultivation of secret power, far more effective than ordinary spirit chi outside. Adapting to the situation, he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity to enhance his cultivation and strength. The black kitten lay lazily on Brandan's shoulder. As Brandan absorbed the strange force from the stone chamber, the kitten also benefited, some of the force entering its body. One reason it had decided to approach Brandan was because the secret power cultivated by Brandan aided its growth, even better than absorbing spirit chi or consuming spirit medicines. When Brandan started absorbing the strange force from the stone chamber, the rune also became active, steadily absorbing secret power from the repository without hindering his cultivation. The cracks seemed to be getting smaller, Brandan noticed. Unsurprisingly, the rune seemed to need to absorb his secret power for repair before revealing its abilities. However, given the severity of the damage, it would likely take a long time to restore. Brandan wasn't impatient. He knew that at his current cultivation level, even if the rune were an incredibly powerful treasure, he wouldn't be able to unleash its full might, just like with the mysterious ancient lamp. Over time, not only did Brandan replenish his consumed secret power, but his cultivation rapidly advanced, making this place far more efficient for cultivation. Soon, all the strange force in the stone chamber was absorbed by Brandan, bringing his cultivation close to the peak of the later stage of the secret repository realm. In reality, most of the strange force was absorbed by the mysterious ancient lamp, which, like the rune, was damaged from guiding Brandan here. Consuming this force was necessary to recharge itself. The difference was that while the rune could only absorb secret power cultivated by Brandan, the mysterious ancient lamp could draw power from the external environment. How do I leave? Brandan stood up, looking around, feeling somewhat lost. The place was completely sealed off, without any exit. Finally, he looked at the mysterious ancient lamp, realizing that he would have to rely on it again. Just as he pondered how to activate it, the lamp emitted a dazzling light, enveloping both him and the kitten. In an instant, the light vanished, and Brandan found himself back on the surface, having left the underground ruins. Seemingly exhausted, the lamp returned to his body, dormant and unresponsive no matter how he tried to activate it. It looks like I can't use the mysterious ancient lamp anytime soon, Brandan sighed. This meant he lost a trump card and would have to rely solely on himself when faced with challenges. Brandan took a deep breath, calming his mind. Treasures are just external possessions. Ultimately, the strength you truly rely on is your own. I must make myself stronger. Using the cultivation methods and combat techniques developed by human ancestors, he believed he would go far. As for the incomplete Supreme Tao heavenly art mentioned by the strong cultivator, it was something he didn't need to worry about now. When he reached that stage, he would rely on himself to complete and perfect it. If human ancestors could create a unique cultivation system from scratch, why couldn't he continue building upon it? Brandan didn't linger where he was, disappearing into the dense forest with the kitten. Soon, he gathered enough wild fruits, then returned to the boundary formation. Despite some setbacks, he was determined to obtain the spirit fruit within. With his current cultivation, consuming the spirit fruit would likely propel him to the next realm, enhancing his self-preservation capabilities. Relying on the kitten's ability, Brandan re-entered the boundary formation, hiding behind a large rock, waiting for the spirit fruit to ripen. The rear mountain was now extremely dangerous, filled with Sword Manor members. Hiding inside the formation was safer than risking discovery or ambush. No one from the Sword Manor would suspect he was hiding here. Of course, Brandan wasn't idle. While waiting for the fruit to ripen, he diligently cultivated, deeply aware of the importance of strength. Without strength, anyone could bully him. A day later, Brandan suddenly felt wary, stopping his cultivation and fully concealing his aura. An opening appeared in the boundary formation, and two people, a man and a woman, both around 25 years old and at the innate realm, walked in. Each held a large gourd, nearly 3 feet tall, filled with an unknown substance. They didn't look around, heading straight for the spirit tree, focusing on the 4 spirit fruits hanging from it. These 4 Oswald Yuan fruits will finally be ripe in 3 days, reaching their peak potency, the man said, his eyes gleaming. The woman, however, remained calm. Only the strong within the manor can enjoy the Oswald Yuan fruits. Their ripening has nothing to do with us. Let's quickly pour the spirit spring water and leave. Oswald Yuan fruits mature only once every 30 years, producing just 4 fruits each time. Many of the strongest in the manor are already watching them. But since the master is in seclusion, no one has the authority to distribute them, the man explained. As they spoke, the man uncorked the gourd, pouring water onto the base of the spirit tree, and the woman did the same. The spirit spring within the manor doesn't produce much water each month, yet 1/5 of it is used to irrigate the spirit fruit tree. If we could use that water, it would be so much better, the man said as he poured the spirit spring water, sighing deeply. The woman glanced at him and warned, don't have any thoughts about the spirit spring. If you affect the maturation of the spirit fruits, it's a responsibility we can't bear. I was just talking. I wouldn't dare to embezzle any of the spirit water, the man shrugged. Shortly after, they finished the irrigation and left the formation hastily without lingering. Watering the spirit tree once a month was a task assigned by the manor. Though simple, it came with substantial rewards, making it a coveted assignment for many who had connections. Brandan stepped out from behind the large rock, his eyes gleaming sharply. Oswald Yuan fruits, irrigated with spirit spring water, mature once every 30 years, truly a fine treasure. With this knowledge, he now anticipated the 4 Oswald Yuan fruits on the tree even more. 3 days passed in a blink. As the 2 people had said, the Oswald Yuan fruits were about to ripen. Spirit energy surged madly towards the 4 Oswald Yuan fruits within the boundary formation, thinning the air several times over in an instant. After absorbing so much spirit energy, the last hint of green vanished from the Oswald Yuan fruits, turning them entirely golden as if forged from gold itself. Without hesitation, Brandan acted immediately, plucking all 4 Oswald Yuan fruits at once. The sword manor had treated him unjustly, so there was no need to show them mercy. Meow. The black kitten stared at the Oswald Yuan fruits with glowing eyes, filled with longing. Brandan quickly pocketed all the fruits and said, let's leave here first. If someone from the sword manor discovered the Oswald Yuan fruits missing now, things could get complicated, so they had to make their escape quickly. In fact, he had already been merciful. He didn't destroy the tree, allowing the sword manor another harvest in 30 years, albeit with a longer wait. Leaving the boundary formation, Brandan dashed away with the kitten, seeking a secluded spot to refine the Oswald Yuan fruits. Having obtained the treasures, it was only natural to put them to immediate use, converting them into strength. Inside a cave, Brandan took out 2 Oswald Yuan fruits, placing one in front of the kitten. Eat slowly. Don't rush. If you can't digest it, stop. Based on what the 2 people had mentioned, Oswald Yuan fruits were extraordinary with remarkable effects sought after by the sword manor's higher-ups. Therefore, refining them with weak strength was risky. The kitten didn't care, taking a huge bite and swallowing it whole, as if fearing Brandan would snatch it away. Brandan didn't eat immediately, but instead observed the kitten's condition, ready to intervene if problems arose. To his surprise, after eating the Oswald Yuan fruit, the kitten remained calm and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Brandan tried to probe the kitten's body with soul power but couldn't succeed. An unknown force blocked his attempt. Ash is truly peculiar, not an ordinary spirit beast, Brandan muttered to himself. Seeing that the kitten was unharmed, he relaxed and began to consume the Oswald Yuan fruit. Unlike the kitten, he ate slowly, biting off a small piece and quietly cultivating the energy within. To his surprise, although the Oswald Yuan fruit contained powerful spiritual energy, its properties were quite gentle, making it easy to refine. Under the influence of his cultivation technique, part of the spiritual energy merged into his flesh, while another part transformed into secret power, entering his secret repository. With an abundance of secret power generated, the ancient rune also became active, voraciously absorbing the energy. Confirming everything was fine, Brandan devoured the entire Oswald Yuan fruit in a few bites. Vast spiritual energy surged through his limbs and organs, blending with his flesh, causing his physique to undergo significant transformation. The Supreme Tao Heavenly Art emphasized physical strength because the body was the foundation of cultivation. Secret repositories were opened within the body, and a fragile physique limited achievements. Brandan's cultivation rapidly ascended to the peak of the secret repository stage, and then reached perfection. He didn't suppress the process, allowing the breakthrough to occur naturally. Consequently, his physical transformation became even more intense. The second realm of the human cultivation system was called embryonic breathing, which aimed to cleanse impurities and return to the original embryo state, emphasizing physical training and true metamorphosis. This first transformation upon breaking through to the embryonic breathing stage was crucial, the more intense the better, marking a leap in life essence and genuine transcendence. During this transformation, Brandan didn't notice any thick black impurities appearing on his skin as before, but he clearly felt his body undergoing radical changes. Every inch of his flesh radiated vitality, doubling his recovery speed. Moreover, the breakthrough significantly expanded his 2 secret repositories, making them deeper and vaster, releasing endless streams of power. Once all the essence from the Oswald Yuan fruit was refined, Brandan's cultivation stabilized at the early stage of the embryonic breathing realm. Had most of the essence not been used to nurture his body, and with the ancient rune absorbing secret power, he could have reached the mid or even late stages. Unfortunately, each person can only consume 1 Oswald Yuan fruit. Otherwise, my cultivation might have advanced further, Brandan thought regretfully. 2 Oswald Yuan fruits still remained in his possession, but he was unsure how to use them. Seeing that the kitten wouldn't wake up anytime soon, Brandan gently placed it in his embrace and left the cave without hesitation. Instead of venturing deeper into the mountains, he decided to leave the mountain altogether. A counterintuitive move to throw off the sword manor. Taking advantage of the sword manor's extensive search, he might slip away unnoticed, completely freeing himself from trouble. Brandan cautiously avoided everyone, leaving no obvious traces as he quietly exited the rear mountain. However, just when he thought he could make a clean getaway, his pupils abruptly dilated, and his heart sank to the bottom of his stomach. Chapter 13. Escape from the predicament. Brandan had thought he'd escaped all his pursuers, but unexpectedly someone was blocking his path ahead. The figure stood on a towering tree, half concealed, emitting a distinctly sharp and imposing aura that clearly meant trouble. Brandan knew he couldn't fight this opponent, so without hesitation, he infused his legs with secret energy and bolted at top speed. Whoosh! Just as Brandan hadn't run far, a long sword flew through the air past his ear and plunged into the ground in front of him. At the same time, the figure from the tree swiftly chased after him, moving almost as if flying, far faster than Brandan could ever hope to be. Trouble. Brandan's heart sank. The mysterious ancient lamp was silent. This time, he couldn't even attempt a desperate fight. In the next moment, the figure appeared before him, standing gracefully with clothes fluttering like an ethereal being descended from the heavens. Seeing this figure clearly, Brandan's eyes widened. Ophelia. He hadn't expected that the one blocking his way would be Ophelia, whom he had parted ways with not long ago. It was clear her injuries had fully healed, and her cultivation had advanced to a new level. He now knew she had achieved the Yunqi realm and held a significant position within the sword mansion, possessing considerable strength. Ophelia turned around, her eyes showing a complex expression. Tell me, what is truly going on? I am not a spy. Chuck framed me out of malice, seeking to kill me, Brandan said indignantly. Ophelia frowned slightly. Then how did you manage to cultivate? When tested initially, I indeed had no spiritual root, and thus no affinity for cultivation. However, years ago, by chance, I obtained a treasure which remained dormant until it suddenly activated recently, teaching me methods of cultivation. That's how I stumbled upon this path of cultivation, Brandan explained earnestly. He couldn't share these details with anyone else, nor would anyone listen to him. Only Ophelia could understand. Upon hearing this, Ophelia couldn't help but contemplate deeply. She had interacted with Brandan and considered herself familiar with his character. Therefore, she was willing to believe what Brandan said. After all, if he were truly a spy, why would he have risked his life to save her back then? Wouldn't that be inviting trouble? After a long silence, Ophelia finally spoke. The sword mansion has no place for you anymore. Leave. You are letting me go? Brandan stared intently at Ophelia. Ophelia replied, Do you want me to arrest you? Go before I change my mind. But, Brandan hesitated. Ophelia, growing impatient, said, Why so many buts? Since when did you become so hesitant? I was about to say, hide quickly. Before Brandan could finish his sentence, Ophelia interrupted him. Without any delay, he quickly hid as instructed. Shortly after, another figure appeared from afar. It was a young man in white, exceptionally handsome and bearing a distinguished demeanor, clearly at the Yunqi realm. Fortunately, Ophelia's vigilance had alerted her in time, allowing Brandan to hide just in time, avoiding potential complications. Ophelia, aren't you supposed to be resting and recovering? Why did you come out? The young man asked with a smile. Ophelia didn't look at him, maintaining a cold demeanor. Dorian, what do you need from me? No reason. I was merely concerned. Someone saw you outside, so I followed to check on you. Dorian smiled unaffectedly. Ophelia responded, There's much to attend to within the mansion. If you're bored, focus on managing those tasks instead of fixating on me. Master hasn't emerged from seclusion yet. I should indeed take care of more affairs. Actually, I came to bring you some good news, Dorian said with a smile. To his surprise, Ophelia showed no interest and made no inquiry. Dorian felt a bit awkward and added, Master is about to emerge and has ordered that the spirit origin fruit be harvested. You and I can each receive one fruit. I was just on my way to pick them. Hearing this, Ophelia's eyes finally showed a glint of interest. She knew the value of the spirit origin fruit. Consuming one would greatly benefit her. Dorian, would you like me to join you in harvesting the spirit origin fruit? Dorian laughed, asking. Ophelia composed herself and calmly refused, No, thank you. That's not where I should be. So be it. Then return home. I will send you the spirit origin fruit once I've picked it, Dorian said. Ophelia nodded slightly, saying nothing more. Dorian left without further ado, confident that bringing the spirit origin fruit to her would make her smile. He's gone. You should leave quickly too, Ophelia addressed Brandan's hiding place. Brandan revealed himself, looking towards the direction Dorian had left. Is he courting you? You talk too much. If you don't leave soon, you won't be able to, Ophelia urged. Brandan chuckled bitterly. I wish to leave, but I don't know how to get out of the sword mansion. Seeing this, Ophelia couldn't help but feel helpless. Follow me. She felt utterly helpless. Not only was she releasing Brandan, but she was also personally guiding him out of the sword mansion. If anyone found out, they would certainly accuse her of treason. Without hesitation, Brandan followed her. Ophelia leading him out was the best possible outcome. The sword mansion was vast, with guards posted everywhere, making it difficult for outsiders to enter or insiders to leave quietly. But Ophelia was obviously well versed in its layout, skillfully navigating and avoiding the guards. Finally, after some time and crossing several mountains, Ophelia brought Brandan out of the core area of the sword mansion and to a stream. Follow this stream for 10 miles, and you'll reach a market. Take care and don't return to the sword mansion, Ophelia warned. Brandan's eyes reflected complex emotions. After 5 years in the sword mansion, I never imagined I'd leave like this. Ophelia, thank you. This farewell may mean we won't see each other again. Goodbye then, go, Ophelia urged again. She couldn't stay away for too long without raising suspicion, especially since Dorian had said he would come to her. Brandan looked at Ophelia, wanting to engrave her image in his memory. Take care. With that, he prepared to turn and leave, but suddenly remembered something and reached into his robe, pulling out a spirit origin fruit, offering it to her. You should use this. This spirit origin fruit. Ophelia's face changed abruptly. Though she hadn't seen the fruit, she recognized it from descriptions in various texts. Where did you get this? Ophelia immediately asked. Earlier, Dorian had mentioned giving her one, but now Brandan was handing her one first. I found it accidentally in the mountains, Brandan replied. Ophelia felt a sense of foreboding. Could there be a second spirit origin tree in the back mountain of the sword mansion that matured at this exact time? Such coincidences rarely existed. Did you intrude into a protective barrier? Ophelia probed. Brandan knew he couldn't hide it and admitted, Saul's. Upon hearing this, Ophelia felt overwhelmed. She had known it wasn't coincidental. Brandan had indeed raided the sword mansion's spirit origin tree. She was unsure what to say. Dorian's reaction upon discovering the theft would be unimaginable. You're incredibly bold to steal the spirit origin fruit. Do you realize how severe the consequences would be if discovered? Ophelia said sternly. Brandan laughed. Are you worried about me? Stop your nonsense. I'm not joking with you. The Eugen Manor places great importance on the spirit origin fruit. If they find out it was you who stole it, you will be in deep trouble, Ophelia said sternly. Brandan shrugged and replied, Anyway, I'm already considered a spy, and the Eugen Manor can't tolerate me anymore. What difference does one more charge make? It's you who should be careful, ensuring no one knows you got this fruit. You'd better eat it quickly. Ophelia looked at Brandan with complicated eyes, a warm current flowing through her heart. She felt the genuine sincerity in his actions. Knowing the significant implications of the spirit origin fruit, he still gave one to her. You, take care. Ophelia seemed to have something to say but pulled back at the last moment, finally only saying take care. Brandan smiled brightly, filled with sunshine, and turned around briskly, following the stream. Since parting was inevitable, he might as well leave gracefully. Watching Brandan walk away, Ophelia stood in a daze. Would they ever meet again? After Brandan had gone far, Ophelia came back to her senses and, following his advice, consumed the spirit origin fruit immediately. This fruit could not be kept, or it would bring her trouble too. Her best choice now was to pretend she knew nothing and remain uninvolved. With her Yun-Chi realm cultivation, absorbing the spirit origin fruit wasn't difficult for her. For her, the main benefit of the fruit was strengthening her bones and improving her foundation, which would greatly aid her future cultivation. Chishui Town, a secluded village nestled in the mountains, had a population of just a few hundred. Although not prosperous, it exuded tranquility and comfort. For the first time in 5 years, Brandan left the Eugen Manor. Walking on the stone-paved streets of the town, his heart was unusually peaceful and calm. Over these years, life in the Eugen Manor had been oppressive, like living in a cage. Now that he was free, both body and mind felt immensely relieved. Brandan's clothes were tattered, and his hair disheveled, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Trouble, I don't have any gold or silver with me. Food, clothing, and lodging are all going to be problems. Brandan couldn't help but feel a headache. If he had left under normal circumstances, he would have received some money to cover his short-term needs. But his situation was special. Move. As Brandan pondered, a loud voice suddenly barked. He saw a person riding a horse galloping towards him at high speed, causing people along the way to scatter. Brandan raised his head and noticed a little girl standing in the middle of the street, unable to get out of the way in time. Without hesitation, he dashed forward, scooped up the girl, and quickly moved to the side of the road. His quick action startled the horse, whose front hooves reared up, almost throwing the rider off. The rider regained control of the horse, holding a whip and glaring at Brandan angrily. Do you want to die? Who's being unreasonable here? Riding recklessly in the middle of the street? Brandan retorted unhappily. If it had been in the countryside, such behavior wouldn't bother him, but this was a busy town. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, the consequences could have been disastrous. The rider arrogantly replied, I do what I want. It's none of your business. If you delay my return to the Eugen Manor to deliver a message, you'll pay the price. Realizing why the person acted so boldly, Brandan understood. It was backed by the Eugen Manor. The rider was likely an outer disciple of the Eugen Manor, handling secular matters and holding considerable influence outside. He had just escaped the Eugen Manor and unexpectedly encountered someone from there again. The world was indeed small. Whack. The rider lashed out with the whip, aiming to teach Brandan a lesson. Unfortunately for the rider, Brandan avoided the whip by stepping back with the little girl. Still dodging? The rider swung the whip again, even more fiercely. Seeing the aggression, Brandan's temper flared. He released the girl and grabbed the whip midair. Huh? Let go. The rider's face changed as they tried to pull the whip back but failed. Humph. Brandan gave a cold laugh and yanked the whip hard. Bang. Thrown off balance, the rider fell from the horse, landing awkwardly on the ground. You dare to attack me? You'll. Before finishing, the rider was kicked in the stomach by Brandan, causing a cry of pain. Though the kick was light, the rider still screamed in agony, nearly shedding tears. You. Pointing at Brandan, the rider wanted to say something but dared not speak further, realizing he had met someone formidable. He wasn't Brandan's match and only suffered. I'll let you off this time. If you continue doing evil, you'll pay dearly, Brandan warned coldly. Though furious, the rider didn't dare reply. Holding his stomach, he prepared to leave, planning to report back and gather reinforcements. Just then, Brandan spoke again. You may go, but leave the horse. Traveling on foot would be exhausting, and having a horse would make things easier. Since the rider provoked him first, Brandan felt justified taking the horse. What about the items on the horse's back? The rider pointed at the bundles. Brandan coldly replied, if you don't want to go, stay. The rider trembled, realizing he couldn't retrieve anything. With that, Brandan mounted the horse and rode away, leaving the stunned rider behind. Clashing with someone from the Yujin manor might expose his location. He needed to leave quickly. Damn it, he took everything. I must report back to the manor immediately, the writer thought bitterly, knowing severe consequences awaited if he couldn't retrieve the stolen items. Chapter 14. Spirit Stone Vein. Brandan did not leave Chishui town in a hurry. He planned to purchase some supplies first, as he would most likely be living rough for the next few days. He needed at least some clothes and dried food. He noticed that the man seemed very concerned about the bundle on the horse. Clearly, there were some valuable items inside. If all else failed, he could always sell the horse. As they reached a narrow alley, Brandan dismounted, unloading the bundle from the horse. He needed to inspect it first. The bundle was not large, much to Brandan's disappointment, as it contained no gold or silver. Instead, there were a few odd items: 2 stones, an egg, a rust-covered bronze mirror, and a fragment of a turtle shell. Intuition told Brandan that these items were not ordinary. Otherwise, why would the man have been so concerned? His eyes finally rested on the bronze mirror. He sensed a hint of antiquity, similar to the mysterious ancient lamp. Could this also be an ancient artifact? Brandan's eyes showed intrigue. To confirm his suspicions, he released a trace of secret energy, carefully infusing it into the mirror. This was the most direct and effective method. The mirror absorbed the secret energy without any issues, indicating its extraordinary nature. As the secret energy flowed in, the mirror began to change, gently vibrating with the rust falling off. Brandan felt a wave of surprise. It truly is an ancient artifact. This world had been sealed for 100,000 years, and only the most exceptional items could endure such a long period. They were either uniquely special or divine treasures. Brandan never expected robbing a mere outer disciple of Yujin Manor would yield such unexpected treasures. In no time, all the rust fell off the mirror's surface, leaving it gleaming anew. However, Brandan noticed many tiny cracks, crisscrossing densely as if they might shatter at any moment. Similar to ancient runes, it's heavily damaged, but surviving such a prolonged era devoid of spirit energy, retaining secret patterns and spirituality, is indeed remarkable, Brandan muttered. Next, by continuously nourishing it with secret energy, the mirror could slowly repair itself and could barely be used now, though its power wouldn't be too strong. With a thought, Brandan stored the mirror in his secret storage, a characteristic of ancient artifacts that allowed them to be kept within the body and summoned at will. In fact, any extraordinary object could be stored inside the body and could change in size. However, true extraordinary artifacts were still rare at this stage, mainly due to the scarcity of extraordinary materials, the lack of skilled alchemists, and the absence of advanced alchemy techniques. Like the sword given to him by Ophelia, it could carry secret energy, but it wasn't a genuine extraordinary artifact. It only contained a small amount of extraordinary material when forged. Even so, the sword was incredibly precious, usually owned only by elders at Yujin Manor. Turning his gaze, Brandan focused on the broken turtle shell, examining it closely. The engravings on the shell are characters from 10,000 years ago, similar to those contained within the ancient lamp, Brandan mused. These ancient characters were indecipherable to him. His mastery of the extreme path heavenly skill relied on the resonance of soul strength to understand their meanings. He attempted to release his soul strength, seeping it into the turtle shell. Instantly, something miraculous happened. The characters engraved on the shell clearly imprinted into his mind, and he naturally grasped their meaning. This is a defensive combat technique, but it's sadly incomplete, heavily damaged. Brandan couldn't help but sigh. This defensive combat technique was called 9 Extremes Divine Light, divided into 9 levels. Mastering each level would form a protective divine light, resisting all attacks and ensuring invincibility. From the turtle shell, Brandan obtained only the complete cultivation methods for the 1st, 2nd, and 4th levels. The remaining 6 were incomplete. If he wanted to cultivate, he could only practice the first 2 levels unless he perfected them himself. Such inheritances probably didn't have another copy. Creak. The turtle shell shattered into ash within moments, scattering to the ground. Its mission was fulfilled once someone obtained what it recorded, becoming part of history. Brandan picked up the egg, uncertain whether it was indeed an egg, just that it looked like one. It felt heavy for its size, weighing at least 10 pounds despite being only fist-sized, confirming it wasn't an ordinary egg. Just as he intended to study it further, the black kitten suddenly crawled out from his arms, eyes gleaming as it lay atop the egg. In the next instant, the kitten's body emitted a dark glow, enveloping the egg, subtly absorbing its strange energy. The kitten moved too quickly for Brandan to prevent it. "You little rascal, you're always getting in on the action," Brandan said with a helpless smile. He had wanted to discover the origin of the egg, but now, regardless of its significance, it was useless. In no time, the kitten absorbed all the strange energy within the egg. The shell turned gray, resembling a stone. The kitten swiftly returned to Brandan's arms, sinking back into deep slumber as if nothing had happened. Brandan released his soul strength, probing the egg, finding it had petrified, indistinguishable from ordinary stones. Shaking his head, Brandan set the egg aside. He didn't know what it originally contained, but the kitten undoubtedly benefited greatly, perhaps even more than the spirit essence fruit. Only 2 stones remained in the bundle, roughly the size of eggs. At first glance, they seemed unremarkable and wouldn't attract attention if left on the road. However, upon closer inspection, especially with secret energy probes, their unique qualities became evident. These stones contained highly concentrated spirit energy of superior quality, allowing direct absorption. Unlike external spirit energy, which was impure and required refining, affecting cultivation efficiency. Bam! Brandan infused secret energy and cracked the stones open. Precisely speaking, only their outer layers fractured, revealing 2 green-black jade-like stones, smooth and glossy, indistinguishable from jade at first glance. These must be the spirit stones mentioned by Yujin Manor's elders. Brandan's eyes sparkled. Spirit stones were crystallized spirit energy, containing pure spirit energy that could enhance cultivation efficiency manifold. According to the elder, spirit stones were invaluable, with numerous applications. Even a small piece was worth more than gold. Because they were composed of spirit energy, spirit stones were very light. The 2 pieces in Brandan's hand weighed less than half an ounce, primarily due to their average quality. High-quality spirit stones would be even lighter. Good stuff, useful for replenishing secret energy when necessary, Brandan smiled, storing the spirit stones away. This haul far exceeded his expectations. He never imagined a simple bundle would contain so many valuable items. Even if his whereabouts were exposed, it was worth it. Reaching out, Brandan removed the sword from the horse's back. Clang. Pulling out the sword, cold light flashed. Not bad quality. It should fetch a decent price, Brandan nodded inwardly. Eugen Manor excelled in sword forging, so these outer disciple swords were of high quality and prized in the secular world. After circling the town, Brandan found a pawn shop and successfully pawned the sword for 50 taels of silver, enough to alleviate immediate financial needs. He then purchased several sets of clothing and some dry rations before leaving the town directly. He had robbed Eugen Manor's treasures and let a witness live. It wouldn't take long before Eugen Manor sent people to hunt him down. If he didn't leave quickly, he would be in deep trouble. Events unfolded just as Brandan anticipated. Chishui town was not far from Eugen Manor, and the man he had released returned promptly. Soon, a large group of people emerged from the manor. The Eugen Manor not only dispatched outer court disciples, but also inner court disciples because of Brandan's formidable strength and audacity, leading them to suspect he might be a cultivator. When dozens of people appeared in Chishui town, this remote little town instantly fell into chaos. Someone conducted a search within the town and quickly obtained some information about Brandan. Spread out and find that person. Most importantly, retrieve that bundle, ordered the leader. Sauls. Dozens of people responded. Immediately, over 20 people dispersed into 8 teams, heading off in different directions to conduct a thorough search around Chishui town. 9 others remained on site, not rushing to leave. Among them was the man Brandan had reprimanded earlier. Apart from this man, the other 8 were all cultivators with considerable cultivation levels, with the strongest one reaching the pulse opening stage. Lead us immediately to where you discovered the spirit stones. This is your only chance to atone for your sins. We cannot let any other force seize the opportunity, the leader said sternly. As long as the spirit stone vein exists, the elders will come right away. You will certainly be rewarded then. The outer court disciple looked extremely nervous. He clearly understood what cruel fate awaited him if there was no spirit stone vein. Now, he could only pray silently, hoping they had truly found treasure, so he could atone for his sins and receive rewards. Daring not delay, the outer court disciple led the way for the 8 inner court disciples out of the town. In a narrow alley, Brandan revealed himself, watching the Eugen Manor group leave. It turned out he hadn't left Chishui town but used an illusion to mislead the pursuers. Though they were far apart, Brandan still heard their conversation clearly, and a gleam appeared in his eyes. A spirit stone vein? Eugen Manor sure has good luck, Brandan thought, growing intensely interested. Given the value of spirit stones, the worth of a spirit stone vein was unimaginably high. To his knowledge, Eugen Manor had possessed only one such vein over the years, and it was quite barren, producing very few spirit stones that barely met the needs of its disciples. If they could secure sufficient spirit stones, Eugen Manor's overall strength would undoubtedly rise by more than 1 or 2 small levels. A spirit stone vein was a strategic resource that any cultivation sect would fight for fiercely, even risking conflicts between sects. Yinzhou wasn't home to just Eugen Manor. If news leaked, occupying the spirit stone vein would become incredibly difficult. Eugen Manor did not send elder-level experts, but only young disciples to investigate, aiming not to raise suspicion. Regardless, Eugen Manor was ready to act immediately once the existence of the spirit stone vein was confirmed, leaving no room for other sects to intervene. Let's follow them and see. After some thought, Brandan made his decision. The inner court disciples dispatched by Eugen Manor weren't too strong, with only one at the pulse opening stage. The threat was manageable, and Brandan believed he could protect himself if needed. Thus, he decided to follow along. Leaving the town, Brandan mounted his horse and trailed the group from afar. With his extraordinary perception, he was confident he wouldn't lose them or be detected. It wasn't that he wanted to oppose Eugen Manor, but as a solitary cultivator, he needed to seize every opportunity to acquire cultivation resources. Moreover, he lacked the ability to claim an entire spirit stone vein. He could only hope to obtain some spirit stones. The suspected location of the spirit stone vein was about 300 miles from Eugen Manor, requiring several hours on a fast horse. By dusk, Brandan finally reached the destination with the Eugen Manor group. This was a canyon, long and narrow, sparsely populated, with sparse vegetation, exuding a dead-like aura. It was called Blood Moon Canyon, rumored to sometimes display a blood red moon. 1,000 years ago, this area was a battlefield filled with endless slaughter, each inch soaked in blood. From then on, Blood Moon Canyon reportedly experienced changes, making plant growth difficult. Since then, it became almost forbidden territory, rarely ventured into by anyone who dared, choosing instead to detour around it. Brandan dismounted early and quietly approached Blood Moon Canyon, intending to search for stray spirit stones. His extraordinary perception would be invaluable here. Several outer court disciples remained behind. Seeing the arrival of the inner court disciples, they all breathed a sigh of relief, worried about unexpected occurrences. The 8 inner court disciples were led to a cave entrance. An outer court disciple explained, "We were resting here when we heard a mountain collapse. Upon investigation, we found this cave. Inside, we found 2 spirit stones, an egg, a bronze mirror, and a piece of turtle shell. The cave was deep, and we intended to explore further, but we heard terrifying sounds and saw black smoke. Not knowing what lay ahead, we stopped." They were mere ordinary people, naturally terrified by the unknown. Even cultivators were not fearless. The leading inner court disciple calmly replied, "No problem. I have a treasure to deal with whatever lies inside. Stay outside while I lead a team in to investigate." The outer court disciples felt relieved, grateful not to accompany them. Armed with torches, the 8 inner court disciples entered the cave confidently. Hiding behind a rock nearby, Brandan watched quietly, deciding to observe the situation first. Why do I feel uneasy? Is something bad about to happen? Brandan frowned, feeling restless. Chapter 15. Demons and Monsters Gather. The night in Blood Moon Gorge was bone-chillingly cold, with the temperature plummeting drastically. Frost began to form on the soil and rocks. Really cold. What kind of place is this? It's sweltering during the day, but freezing at night. Those guarding outside the cave couldn't help shivering. As martial artists, their physical constitutions were much stronger than average, yet even they found it difficult to endure. We can't stay like this. It's too cold. We need to gather some dry wood to start a fire, or we'll freeze to death, one person said while rubbing his hands. Everyone agreed. 2 people immediately left to search for dry wood nearby. However, Blood Moon Gorge was desolate, with sparse vegetation, making it no easy task to find dry wood. Brandan circulated secret power to resist the cold. Even with his robust physique, he could still feel some discomfort. This place really seems strange. I hope I'm just overthinking it. Brandan frowned deeper, feeling increasingly uneasy. Unconsciously, he secretly activated the bronze mirror to prepare for any potential danger. His mind was intensely focused, heightening his senses to their peak. Oyuo. At that moment, an eerie howl echoed through the air. Brandan turned his gaze towards a cliff where a massive wolf had appeared. The wolf was as tall as a cow or horse, exuding a dangerous aura even from a distance. At least at the Chi Mastery stage, Brandan's expression changed. Suddenly facing a superlative beast at least at the Chi Mastery level was something he hadn't anticipated, undoubtedly posing a great danger. Curiosity kills the cat. If only he had known Blood Moon Gorge was so perilous, he wouldn't have come along for the thrill. At that moment, several outer disciples of swordsmanship manner were spotted by the giant wolf. With bloodshot eyes, the wolf leaped down the cliff and pounced towards them. Help! Save us! Those few couldn't help screaming in despair. Against such a terrifying force, they had no means of resistance and were quickly devoured by the giant wolf. The wolf paused briefly at the entrance of the cave, seemingly wary, then leapt back onto the cliff. Brandan held his breath, making no sound. Thankfully, he had already reached the fetal breath realm, allowing him to internally circulate and breathe through his pores, avoiding detection by the giant wolf. He dared not make any movements, hiding in place and waiting to see what would happen. Whoosh! Suddenly, Brandan felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. He sensed cold winds brushing past him as dense gray fog rose from Blood Moon Gorge. Strange shadows flickered, reminiscent of ghosts wandering at night. Brandan abruptly looked up at the sky. Without realizing it, a bright full moon had appeared, growing larger as if about to descend to earth. A blood moon. Brandan's pupils involuntarily constricted. The moon above Blood Moon Gorge was unusually huge and blood-red, as if stained with blood, so vivid it seemed ready to drip. In his more than 10 years of life, Brandan had never seen such an ominous sight. Everything about it was unnatural. Oyuo. At that moment, the giant wolf began howling at the moon. Its eyes turned an eerie blood red, appearing even more menacing. With a loud bang, a cliff wall suddenly cracked open, emitting dense black gas, sinister and evil. Under Brandan's watchful eyes, a towering figure clad in black armor emerged from the split cliff, moving across the air to stand atop the highest cliff. To fly through the air required immense strength, far exceeding the Chi Mastery stage. Just from this, Brandan understood how powerful the figure was. The death Chi is so strong, there's no trace of vitality. It must be a legendary zombie. Brandan made his judgment. His intuition proved right. Blood Moon Gorge was indeed uncanny. One powerful wolf was enough, but now a zombie, which was even more formidable, had appeared, truly astonishing. Today was truly eye-opening, seeing such legendary beings. The armored zombie stood atop the cliff, basking in the blood moonlight, clearly enjoying it. Clearly, the armored zombie had emerged from its grave due to the blood moon, irresistibly drawn to it. Swordsmanship Manor's inner disciples better not leave the cave now. Brandan glanced at the dark cave. But from the earlier behavior of the wolf, there was likely great danger inside the cave. Those inner disciples might very well face trouble within, possibly all meeting their demise. In truth, Brandan was also very curious about the cave. The bronze mirror, turtle shell, and egg had all come from within. Perhaps ancient secrets were sealed inside. He wished to explore it, hoping to find human heritage, extremely significant to him. While thinking, Brandan faintly heard rustling sounds. Turning his head, he widened his eyes. Amidst the thick black fog, numerous shadowy figures appeared, filled with ghostly energy, not solid forms but mere phantoms, coming and going without a trace. Brandan couldn't help taking a sharp breath. What was he seeing? Were these the legendary spirits? Zombies plus spirits. Had he wandered into the netherworld? No matter how brave he was, he couldn't help feeling unnerved. Brandan could no longer remain calm. He didn't want to stay here another second and wanted to run away if he could. However, danger was everywhere, and he barely dared move. Staying hidden was his wisest choice. With a loud bang, the ground exploded as a colossal creature drilled out, riding the black fog into the air. It was a snake, thicker than a water barrel, with scales as large as palms, glowing ominously under the blood moon. Gwa! A piercing cry sounded, and a massive toad, as big as a grinding stone covered in pus-filled blisters, leaped into the sky. Within moments, 4 powerful creatures appeared, gathering on the cliffs, seemingly awaiting something. Brandan was bewildered. What day was it? Why did all the monsters and demons appear? He shouldn't have meddled. The 4 powerful creatures stood on different cliffs, bathed in blood moonlight, each undisturbed. Brandan tried absorbing a strand of moonlight into his body, but instantly felt a needle-like pain, requiring great effort to refine it. No, this power is beyond my current capacity. Brandan quickly abandoned the idea. He had only recently begun practicing, though he advanced rapidly, only reaching the initial stages of fetal breath. His strength was too weak. He must act within his capabilities. Is the bronze mirror absorbing moonlight? Brandan showed surprise. Earlier, his attention was on the powerful creatures, not noticing the bronze mirror's activity. The bronze mirror absorbed moonlight efficiently, covering its cracked surface with a faint, bloody glow, flowing like water. Brandan noticed the bronze mirror had formed a faint, protective light barrier around him, isolating him from the external world. It seems the bronze mirror concealed my shape and aura, allowing me to evade those terrifying creatures' perception, Brandan realized. He knew himself well. Although he hid well, he would be easily detected by true experts. Had it not been for the bronze mirror's protection, he might have met the same fate as the outer disciples. After absorbing moonlight, the cracks on the bronze mirror noticeably healed, much more effectively than using secret power. At this rate, the cracks would soon disappear entirely. In fact, this process was even faster than Brandan had anticipated. Under his watchful gaze, the cracks on the bronze mirror healed at an astonishing speed, quickly becoming smooth and flawless once again. However, he also knew that this repair was only superficial. The deep-seated internal damage wouldn't be so easily restored. Regardless, without the visible cracks, the power of the bronze mirror had visibly increased, making it far more useful. Suddenly, the entire world trembled. The blood-red moonlight surged and rippled violently like water. Centered around the blood moon, a terrifying force reverberated outwards, causing large areas of space to collapse, a horrifying sight. Incredibly, the massive blood moon in the sky abruptly shrank, its glow concentrating until it was no bigger than a fist. Even stranger, while the blood moon previously seemed touchable but remained unreachable, it now appeared suspended in the sky with a tangible sense of closeness, as if one could pluck it from the heavens. Roar. The armored zombie emitted a bestial roar and shot upwards into the sky first. Oyuo. SSS. Gua. The giant wolf, massive snake, and enormous toad were not far behind, following closely, all aiming for the shrunk blood moon. It turned out they had been waiting for the blood moon itself. At this moment, Brandan finally understood. The blood moon in Blood Moon Gorge was not the same moon seen elsewhere but a treasure that merely projected its image over the gorge. No wonder it had appeared so suddenly. The moon feminine stone has finally manifested. Do you beasts really think you can lay claim to it? A deeply resonant voice sounded. Brandan looked up and focused on one direction, noting the appearance of another powerful figure. It was a heavily armored man, his build as sturdy as a tower, surpassing even the armored zombie. Shifting his gaze, he saw another figure. A gray-bearded Gary holding a fly whisk, his eyes lowered, giving off an aura of sagely refinement. The Gary's gaze swept indifferently over the four powerful creatures, then glanced at the armored man, smiling faintly. A celestial treasure is unclaimed. It goes to the one who finds favor. Don't spout nonsense in front of me. Treasures always go to the most capable. Want the moon feminine stone? Show your true prowess or scram. The armored man retorted rudely. The Gary did not get angry, still smiling. Reuben makes a good point. This Gary is also very interested in the moon feminine stone, so we shall compete for it. We'll see if you have what it takes. Reuben snorted coldly. As he spoke, he released a powerful aura that crushed down on the Gary, overwhelming everything before him. To him, only the Gary was worthy of being his opponent. The four powerful creatures were completely ignored. Roar. The armored zombie roared in anger, clearly provoked by Reuben's attitude. Dense waves of death chi and corpse chi erupted from its body, intertwining into a stream that blasted towards Reuben. To your death. Reuben's eyes turned cold as he threw a simple yet brutal punch. Boom. The stream of death and corpse chi exploded on impact, unable to withstand Reuben's unmatched fist. Next, Reuben's punch continued unabated towards the armored zombie. The armored zombie did not retreat but countered with a similarly powerful punch, colliding with Reuben's blow. Both forces were incredibly strong, generating fearsome shockwaves that cleared away black fog over a wide area, shattering parts of the cliff below. The armored zombie held back Reuben's punch with its body as sturdy as a treasure, impervious and filled with immense power. Didn't expect you, beast, to have some skill. Let's deal with these four creatures first, then we can vie for the moon feminine stone. Reuben turned to look at the Gary. He was confident he could handle the four creatures alone, but if he acted, the Gary would likely reap the benefits. The Gary naturally understood Reuben's thoughts and responded, very well, I haven't moved in a long time. Stretching my limbs sounds good. Good. The zombie and the wolf are mine. The rest are yours, Reuben immediately assigned. The Gary had no objections. All four creatures were similar in essence, in which two he got made little difference. Reuben attacked immediately, releasing dark light from his fingertips to assault both the armored zombie and the giant wolf simultaneously. The Gary joined in without hesitation, his fly whisk elongating and entangling the snake and toad. Clearly, the fly whisk was a treasure, each strand resilient and sharp enough to cut through anything. The snake and toad were no pushovers either, shooting terrifying beams from their mouths, blasting at the encroaching fly whisk. In an instant, the Gary, Reuben, and the four powerful creatures engaged in a fierce battle, unleashing extraordinary techniques that caused heaven and earth to split. Fortunately, this place was desolate and rarely visited. Otherwise, the destruction would have been far greater. Brandan watched in awe. Today, he truly witnessed the strength of such extraordinary beings. The legends had come to life before his eyes. Touched by this display of immense power, Brandan couldn't help but yearn for it. He wondered how long it would take him to reach such a realm. The four powerful creatures were stronger than the Gary and Reuben had initially estimated. Despite their formidable skills, neither could gain an upper hand immediately. Suddenly, the Gary pushed back the snake and toad and lunged toward the moon feminine stone. Old Taoist, don't think you can succeed. Reuben roared, throwing a pitch-black halberd. Simultaneously, the four creatures attacked as well, each launching terrifying assaults aimed at preventing the Gary from claiming the stone. Feeling the pressure, the Gary knew he would be gravely injured if he persisted. Reluctantly, he abandoned his attempt, dodging and using his fly whisk to deflect all attacks. But this action redirected all the attacks toward the moon feminine stone. Boom! A furious blast engulfed the moon feminine stone, the void around it violently trembling as if the entire sky would tear apart. Hashtag chapter 16. The evil bone hand. Crack. The trident thrown by Reuben struck the moon feminine stone dead center, combined with the attacks of the 4 powerful creatures, causing the moon feminine stone to shatter. For a moment, fragments of the moon feminine stone scattered like meteorites in all directions. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the Gary priest, Reuben, and the 4 powerful creatures all sprang into action, chasing after the fragments in hopes of claiming them. Now they no longer had to worry about someone monopolizing the moon feminine stone. Instead, each relied on their own abilities to see who could gather more pieces. Whoosh! A fragment of the moon feminine stone fell from the sky, piercing through the light barrier created by the bronze mirror, vanishing instantly without anyone noticing. Before Brandan could react, the fragment of the moon feminine stone landed in his hand. Staring at the fragment in his hand, Brandan was taken aback. The unexpected joy came too suddenly. He had simply been hiding here, yet he still managed to gain a share of this fortune. The fragment in his hand was about the size of an egg, smooth and round, a miniaturized version of the moon feminine stone. What treasure is this moon feminine stone? Brandan's eyes were full of curiosity. His knowledge was still limited, and he did not recognize various treasures of the world or understand their uses. My soul feels a strong yearning. Could it be that the moon feminine stone aids in soul cultivation? Brandan guessed internally. Brandan was very tempted to immediately release his soul power to try it out, but ultimately restrained himself. Given the current situation, it would be best not to act recklessly. Any mistake could lead to irrevocable consequences. Carefully, he stowed away the moon feminine stone fragment in his bosom alongside the water drop-shaped jade stone. At this point, Reuben, the Gary priest, and the 4 powerful creatures had finished grabbing the remaining fragments of the moon feminine stone, each reaping some reward. These are just surface fragments. Where has the core of the moon feminine stone gone? Reuben asked in a deep voice. The Gary priest also frowned. All the fragments we collected are similar. The core has disappeared. Is there another powerful figure lurking in the shadows? With their strength, even if the core of the moon feminine stone had fallen into some hidden place, it should not have escaped their senses. Brandan was startled. The fragment he had acquired was actually the core of the moon feminine stone, the most precious and essential part. Being able to evade the senses of several powerful figures, he realized that the moon feminine stone core may not have come voluntarily, but rather was attracted by the bronze mirror, which then concealed its presence. The bronze mirror also originated from Blood Moon Gorge, leading Brandan to suspect a special relationship between it and the moon feminine stone, especially since the mirror had previously absorbed the bloody moonlight to repair itself. Quick escape! Suddenly, a series of alarmed cries rang out. Indeed, the previously quiet cave now showed signs of trouble. Dense black mist erupted from within, emitting an overwhelmingly evil aura. 5 people rushed out of the cave in panic, pale-faced as if they had encountered something terrifying. Initially, 8 people had entered, but only 5 had emerged, indicating that 3 had perished inside. A jade talisman emitted brilliant light, enveloping the 5 survivors. It was this protective force that allowed them to escape the cave. The black mist surged like floodwaters, sweeping in all directions, scattering the numerous ghosts around. What is that? Brandan's gaze sharpened, focusing intently on the dark cave. He saw something floating amidst the black mist, slowly emerging from the cave. It seemed to be a stone altar, already damaged and riddled with cracks, yet somehow held together by intricate secret patterns, preventing it from collapsing. Brandan's gaze locked onto the center of the altar, where a bone hand, as clear as jade, emitted a thick, evil aura, as if it were the source of all wickedness in the world. What creature's hand bone is this? Why is it confined by the altar? Could it be a relic from ancient times? Brandan was filled with curiosity, hoping someone could provide an explanation. At this moment, Reuben, the Gary priest, and the 4 powerful creatures also noticed the commotion below and saw the dilapidated altar slowly emerging from the cave. Even they, so powerful, felt a heavy weight on their faces as they sensed the intense evil aura radiating from the bone hand. The 4 powerful creatures instinctively retreated, overwhelmed by fear. Boom! The bone hand trembled violently, causing the dilapidated altar to shatter into powder. Without restraint, the bone hand unleashed an even more concentrated evil aura, engulfing the 5 people who had just escaped. They couldn't resist the evil energy in time, and the jade talisman failed to protect them. Subsequently, massive tendrils of evil energy condensed into chains, shooting upward at incredible speed. Upon witnessing this, Reuben and the Gary priest's pupils constricted. They hurriedly took action to defend themselves. Clank! Reuben blocked the evil chains with his trident. The Gary priest swung his duster, colliding with the evil chains. The 4 powerful creatures weren't as fortunate. Despite trying to resist, the evil chains seemed to naturally counter them, ensnaring them in an instant. Pong! In the next moment, the bodies of the 4 powerful creatures burst open, their essence completely absorbed by the evil chains and transferred into the bone hand. Nourished by such a large amount of essence, the bone hand became even more crystalline and translucent, exuding divine light, resembling a work of art crafted from precious jade. Seeing this, both Reuben and the Gary priest couldn't help but feel their scalps tingle. Those 4 powerful creatures were almost on par with them, yet they had been killed so easily. This seemed to foreshadow their fate as well. Old Taoist, save yourselves, Reuben said before hastily fleeing in one direction. The Gary priest did not hesitate, choosing the opposite direction for his escape. The bone hand was too terrifying. Even if they joined forces, they had no chance of victory and could only flee for their lives. The bone hand clearly didn't intend to let them go. The evil chains extended rapidly, pursuing them relentlessly. Bang! After several consecutive strikes, both Reuben and the Gary priest suffered severe injuries, their treasures also heavily damaged. Seeing the evil chains approaching again with even greater force, both Reuben and the Gary priest looked despairingly into each other's eyes. They couldn't escape this fate. But just as the evil chains were about to ensnare them, something happened to the bone hand. Two solid strands of evil chains suddenly dissipated, reverting back to swirling evil energy. Though unsure of what had occurred, Reuben and the Gary priest seized the opportunity without hesitation. Burning their essence, they escaped through the air regardless of any cost. In an instant, both left the area of evil energy and sped up, turning into two streaks of light that vanished into the pitch-black night sky. At the same time, Brandan's expression changed. Not good, it's coming for me. Massive amounts of evil energy surged forth, transforming into an evil dragon that lunged toward Brandan's hiding spot, fangs bared and claws extended. Its speed was too fast for Brandan to react or defend himself. Buzz. The bronze mirror flew out, forming a sturdy barrier that repelled the evil energy. Then, the mirror glowed, countless intricate secret patterns appeared, interwoven into a web. Heavenly power shattered its constraints and gathered furiously. Boom. The bronze mirror released a radiant beam of light, charging straight at the bone hand. The bone hand emitted overwhelming evil energy, drawing in the vasting energy from Blood Moon Gorge, condensing into a massive shield for defense. Bang! The light beam from the bronze mirror was immensely terrifying, unstoppable, tearing apart the shield. Despite its best efforts, the bone hand was struck by the light beam, losing its luster and showing faint cracks. The next moment, the bone hand shot up into the sky and fled at an incredible speed, even faster than Reuben and the Gary priest. Brandan stared at this scene in a daze. He had thought he was about to face a dire calamity, but never expected the bronze mirror to defuse the crisis for him, even inflicting serious damage on that evil bone hand. For a time, Blood Moon Gorge became eerily quiet, with no traces of evil energy or yin energy, and nothing peculiar happened. After a long while, Brandan came back to his senses and turned his gaze toward the bronze mirror. He immediately noticed that its light had dimmed significantly, and new cracks had appeared on its surface, more numerous and larger than when he first obtained it. The secret patterns were completely hidden, as if they were disappearing. There was no doubt that the bronze mirror's terrifying attack had consumed a great deal of energy, nearly destroying itself in the process. To be precise, if not for the nourishment it had received earlier, it would have likely shattered into fragments, losing its essence entirely. Brandan gently caressed the bronze mirror, his eyes shimmering with unusual light. This bronze mirror is likely meant to suppress that bone hand. But I wonder about the origins of the bone hand. If it comes from ancient times, it must have an incredibly significant background. Being able to survive through the lengthy spirit-starved era and escape in this era to recover was indeed a terrifying feat. By acquiring the bronze mirror, Brandan was now entangled in this karmic event and might have to deal with the bone hand again in the future. While the bronze mirror could repel the bone hand this time, there were no guarantees for the next encounter. After all, with the world now recovered and spirit energy reappearing, once the bone hand regains its strength, who knows how powerful it will become. Unless the bronze mirror can be fully restored, there might be little hope for it to counteract the bone hand effectively. Shaking his head, Brandan didn't dwell on it too much. He put the bronze mirror away and quickly left without hesitation. This place was too eerie. He didn't want to stay a moment longer. He no longer cared about the spirit stones. He just didn't want to encounter any more trouble. In fact, with the Moon Feminine Stone destroyed and the Bone Hand's intervention, Blood Moon Gorge would most likely return to being ordinary, no longer harboring any peculiarities. Just as he stepped out of Blood Moon Gorge, Brandan sensed something moving. Looking up, he saw a figure swiftly crossing the night sky, heading towards Blood Moon Gorge. Another powerful figure has arrived, Brandan murmured. Unfortunately, this powerful figure had arrived too late to reap any benefits but also avoided facing significant dangers. Brandan did not act rashly and temporarily hid among the trees to avoid being discovered by the newcomer, preventing unnecessary complications. Shortly after, another figure floated through the air, seemingly coming from somewhere else. Brandan understood that the commotion in Blood Moon Gorge must have been so significant that it alarmed nearby powerful figures, prompting them to investigate. Had he moved slower, he might have been caught right then and there, unable to leave. In the blink of an eye, 5 powerful figures had arrived one after another, each capable of flying, indicating they were high-level cultivators. These powerful figures probably come from nearby cultivation sects, Brandan speculated. Given their ability to sense the changes in Blood Moon Gorge and arrive so quickly, it was evident they were close by, perhaps only a few hundred miles away. Within a few hundred miles, including Sword Mansion, there were exactly 5 cultivation sections. Such a coincidence couldn't be ignored. Sword Mansion actually has a powerful figure capable of aerial flight. Could it be that mysterious master? Brandan was inwardly surprised. Previously, he had underestimated Sword Mansion, thinking the elders were merely at the chi control stage. Even if there were stronger figures, they weren't much higher in rank. Now it seemed he was wrong. The foundation of Sword Mansion far exceeded his expectations. Thinking about how he boldly stole the spirit yuan fruit from Sword Mansion made him shudder with fear. Brandan remembered a rumor. When several celestial palaces descended from the heavens, they widely propagated the way, gathering many people with spiritual roots to teach cultivation methods. The master of Sword Mansion was one of them. It was only after the master returned from the palace that Sword Mansion became a cultivation sect. Perhaps Sword Mansion wasn't the strongest overall, but it was one of the earliest cultivation sects, and the master's strength shouldn't be underestimated. For now, I should keep my distance from Sword Mansion, Brandan thought. Knowing the hidden power of Sword Mansion, he didn't want to easily provoke it anymore. If he couldn't handle it, he could at least hide. Suddenly, a disturbance emerged from Blood Moon Gorge, with overwhelming evil energy erupting like a volcano. Seeing this, Brandan was startled and wanted to run immediately. He was very familiar with this type of evil energy, which matched what the bone hand emitted. This made him suspect whether the bone hand had returned. The bronze mirror had already gone silent. If the bone hand really returned, he wouldn't be able to resist it. Reassuring himself slightly, Brandan noted that although the evil energy surged intensely, it was chaotic and uncontrolled, quickly dissipating in the surroundings after release. Could this be the leftover evil energy from the bone hand inside the cave? Brandan guessed again. He wished he could return to see what was happening, but guessing kept making him uneasy. This place used to be inhabited by a terrifying existence, but it seems to have left. The aura in the cave is very ancient, certainly not formed within the last 100 years. It must have a significant origin. Some matters are beyond our involvement. We should report the situation directly to the palace. Why don't we discuss the spirit stone veins? Since we're all here, none of us should monopolize them. Let's agree to mine them together under the supervision of our 5 sections. The spiritual energy here is very concentrated. The spirit stones must be plentiful. Everyone can get a fair share, and we'll all be happy. With his keen hearing, Brandan overheard the conversation among the 5 powerful figures from afar, confirming many of his speculations. After a short discussion, the 5 figures left, planning to dispatch disciples to mine the spirit stones. I shouldn't linger here. I should leave as well. Brandan remained clear-headed. Even knowing that there were real spirit stone veins, he dared not consider exploiting them. Chapter 17. Meeting the Old Taoist. Traveling overnight, Brandan had already left Blood Moon Gorge far behind by dawn, as well as the Yujin Manor. In the wilderness, Brandan sat cross-legged on a cliff, facing the rising sun, practicing his breathing techniques to guide the endless flow of elemental energy into his body. Exhale. Brandan exhaled deeply, expelling a breath tainted with sinister and malevolent traces. He felt some discomfort in his body and thus paused his cultivation. The reason was that a strange force had invaded him without notice. Though minimal, its harm was significant. If not cleared early, it would lead to grave consequences. Even cultivators are quite fragile. Brandan couldn't help but sigh. Last night's events profoundly affected him. Witnessing numerous creatures who had embarked on the path of cultivation vanishing into ashes, seeing high-level cultivators who could fly through the air fleeing in disarray. This made him realize clearly that even as an extraordinary being, he remained weak, with a long journey still ahead of him. He should have understood this earlier. Think of humanity's past when they pioneered new cultivation systems, reaching unparalleled heights only to eventually face extinction, their lineage almost completely severed. Without transcending material desires, even the mightiest powerhouses might be as vulnerable as ants at times. Searching in his embrace, Brandan took out the Mooning Stone. Last night's disaster was largely due to this object. After all, if not for the emergence of the Mooning Stone, those powerful figures wouldn't have been attracted. Driven by immense curiosity, Brandan released a small amount of soul power, cautiously approaching the Mooning Stone, intending to understand its purpose. The Mooning Stone vibrated lightly, instantly absorbing Brandan's soul power. Moreover, it emitted an odd suction force, gripping onto Brandan's main soul essence, attempting to pull it out of his body. Facing this sudden anomaly, Brandan couldn't help but panic. He hurriedly channeled his cultivation technique, resisting strenuously. If his soul really left his body, heaven knows what would happen. However, his resistance was ineffective. The Mooning Stone's power was too strong, continuously sucking away his soul strength. Before long, most of his soul strength was drained, and ultimately, his main soul essence involuntarily flew out of his body, entering the Mooning Stone. In the next moment, Brandan's ethereal soul appeared in a radiant, colorful space. This space wasn't large, about 10 meters in diameter, empty and giving off an unreal feeling, very dreamlike. Brandan felt extremely surprised. He truly didn't expect the Mooning Stone's interior to look like this. What slightly reassured him was that although he was mysteriously absorbed, he sensed no immediate danger. There seems to be a strange force here that can nourish the soul, Brandan observed carefully. Without hesitation, he began cultivating the ultimate Tao heavenly technique, attempting to absorb this strange force. The ultimate Tao heavenly technique was remarkably versatile, a comprehensive cultivation technique that could be operated by the soul body as well. Soon, Brandan felt the peculiar forces seeping into his soul, cool and soothing, making his thoughts soar and his spirit become clear. After merely a brief cultivation period, he reaped great benefits, his soul becoming more substantial. Cultivating the soul was incredibly important for cultivators, especially at higher levels where the strength of the soul greatly influenced one's capabilities. A powerful soul made comprehending cultivation techniques and battle tactics much easier. Alchemy, refining weapons, and talismans all relied heavily on this foundation. Suddenly, Brandan noticed something appearing on the luminous walls of the space. They were cryptic symbols, unclear, seeming both like images and words. Focusing his mind, Brandan released his soul power towards the wall. Having experienced now, many mysteries required soul analysis. Soon, an intricate scripture appeared within Brandan's soul, deeply imprinted and unerasable. The Purple Mansion Essence Scripture, such profound secret techniques, indeed proving that the Mooning Stone originates from ancient times. Brandan was immensely excited. The Purple Mansion Essence Scripture was a specialized method for strengthening the primordial spirit, containing exquisite primordial spirit techniques that did not conflict with his ultimate Tao heavenly technique, allowing for concurrent practice. A primordial spirit is the transformed state of the soul, capable of manifesting outside the body, existing independently with various mystical abilities. Typically, it required reaching an exceedingly high cultivation level for the soul to transform into a primordial spirit. The powerful individuals he saw last night might not have achieved this. Immediately, Brandan began practicing the Purple Mansion Essence Scripture, refining his soul, making it more solid, enhancing its depth to lay a foundation for future primordial spirit cultivation. With the Mooning Stone's assistance, Brandan's practice of the Purple Mansion Essence Scripture progressed smoothly. His soul was already exceptionally powerful, making this cultivation mutually beneficial. After practicing for a while, Brandan distinctly felt a strange connection formed between him and the Moon Stone. Simply put, the Moon Stone had acknowledged him as its master. Without hesitation, Brandan attempted to leave the Moon Stone's space with his soul, surprisingly succeeding. His soul manifested in the outside world, with his body lying nearby, motionless. How incredible! This was Brandan's first time exiting his body in soul form, observing the world from this state. Everything felt different. He could sense things beyond physical limits, an indescribable marvel. However, after a short moment, he felt intense weakness. His soul seemed about to dissipate. He instantly realized it was because his soul wasn't powerful enough, far from being capable of traveling outside the body for extended periods without deteriorating. Understanding this, Brandan didn't hesitate. He promptly returned his soul to his body. The Moon Stone also turned into a stream of light, entering his body and hiding in his secret storage. The secret storage was extraordinarily mysterious, existing in his body yet not tied to any organs, seemingly intangible but real. While other cultivators' spirit seas could be traced and were located near the lower abdomen, the secret storage shared a commonality with the spirit sea. It could expand infinitely, resembling a miniature universe contained within his small body, holding unspeakable mysteries. Whoosh! A flash of light, the water drop-shaped jade entered Brandan's body and instantly merged into the Moon Stone's inner space. Before Brandan could react, the jade dissolved, integrating with the Moon Stone's inner space. He could clearly perceive the changes in the Moon Stone's inner space, but he couldn't describe precisely what had changed. One thing was certain. It became more suitable for soul cultivation. Immediately, he allocated most of his soul to enter the Moon Stone's inner space, intending to utilize this treasure. Suddenly, Brandan felt alert and turned towards the dense forest. Thump! A huge white deer bolted out of the forest, appearing terrified. Its massive antlers branched out like small trees, having grown for countless years. Swish! A figure leapt swiftly, landing on the white deer's back. Next, Brandan witnessed an astonishing scene. The figure latched onto the deer's neck and bit down fiercely. Squawk! Instantly, the white deer let out a painful cry, struggling desperately. No matter how hard it struggled, it couldn't shake off the rider, who relentlessly siphoned off its blood, weakening it gradually. It's him. Brandan came to his senses and fixed his gaze on the man on the deer's back. He recognized him. It was the Gary who had appeared in Blood Moon Gorge last night, trying to seize the Moon Stone. However, his current appearance lacked any semblance of a wise and spiritual figure, behaving more like a wild man consuming raw flesh and blood. The Gary looked rather disheveled. His duster was mostly broken, his robe was tattered, and his hair was in disarray, making him look like a beggar. The white deer that the Gary had caught to suck its blood was no ordinary beast, but an extraordinary spirit beast. The Gary was clearly using its spiritual blood to heal his injuries. The fact that he needed such a method indicated how severely he had been wounded. Within moments, the white deer's spiritual blood was completely drained by the Gary, leaving it dead. The Gary wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing an unsatisfied expression. His gaze then turned to Brandan, who felt an intense, unsettling stare. Brandan's body tensed, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, wishing he could just run away. The Gary's previous actions were terrifying enough to make Brandan suspect that he might be planning to drain his blood too. More importantly, the Gary was extremely powerful, and even in his injured state, Brandan stood no chance against him. He couldn't escape even if he wanted to. Fear not, young friend. I am Supreme Abbot Zak from Xuanhuan Temple on Mount Wolyang. I am a practitioner of the true path and would never harm you, the Gary said gently. Brandan paused, wondering if he heard Turtle Abbot. What an unusual title. Naturally, he didn't dare voice this thought out loud. Bowing respectfully, he greeted the Gary. This junior cultivator is Brandan, an independent cultivator. Greetings to senior. Based on the Gary's tone, it seemed that Xuanhuan Temple on Mount Wolyang had considerable significance, but Brandan had never heard of it. He only knew of Yujin Manor and a few surrounding cultivation sects. Undoubtedly, Xuanhuan Temple must be located far away. Brandan wondered why the Gary was here. To be frank, young friend, I was protecting the people of the region from a great demon and was severely injured. I need spiritual items to recover. Can you part with the spiritual fruit in your possession? If you have any requests, feel free to speak up, the Gary said solemnly. If Brandan hadn't witnessed what happened last night, he might have believed the Gary. However, knowing the truth, he inwardly ridiculed the old man for having no shame. Obviously, he had been injured while trying to seize the treasure, yet now he fabricated a righteous lie. Recalling last night, Brandan remembered how they had agreed to eliminate the 4 powerful creatures before grabbing the Moon Stone. Salt, the Gary had attempted to seize the stone amidst the chaos, disregarding their agreement. Although Brandan inwardly despised him, he dared not show it. Quickly retrieving the xuanhuan fruit, he said, "With your high virtue, senior, how can I possibly ask for anything in return? Here is the xuanhuan fruit." He felt quite gloomy. The Gary was indeed formidable, able to discern that he possessed the xuanhuan fruit. Brandan also secretly rejoiced that the Moon Stone had acknowledged him as its master, and the water drop-shaped jade had merged with it. Otherwise, the Gary might have discovered both treasures, leading to untold dangers. Given the Gary's character, he wouldn't have kept either treasure and might have killed Brandan instead. Many thanks, young friend. The Gary smiled and did not hesitate to grab the xuanhuan fruit from a distance. He devoured the fruit in a few bites, causing Brandan to wince internally. That was a precious xuanhuan fruit, beneficial even to Chi Mastery Realm cultivators. Though he had no use for it, selling it would fetch a good price. After eating the xuanhuan fruit, the Gary was in a pleasant mood. He laughed and said, "I won't eat your fruit for nothing. Let me treat you to roasted deer meat soon. It's very nourishing." Hearing this, Brandan hastily declined, I have other matters to attend to and can't stay long. I must take my leave now. Though the deer meat sounded tempting, Brandan did not want to stay with the Gary any longer. It was safer to leave as soon as possible. No, I promise to treat you to deer meat. You can discuss your matters after we finish eating. Perhaps I can help you somehow, the Gary insisted firmly. Brandan inwardly lamented, but dared not disobey the Gary, reluctantly agreeing. Then, thank you for your kindness, Senior. Had he known he'd encounter the Gary here, he would have left immediately. Fate truly played cruel tricks on him, as escaping from Eugene Manor had brought him one shock after another. Good, since I'm not well, could you handle the skinning and cleaning? The Gary asked with a smile. Brandan chuckled. No wonder the Gary didn't let him leave. He wanted Brandan to do the work. The Gary's plan was clever. Without choice, Brandan carried the white deer to find a place with water. The Gary leisurely followed behind, looking refreshed and calm, hardly resembling an injured person. Soon, Brandan reached a stream, pulled out the sword given by Ophelia, and skillfully skinned and cleaned the deer. He sighed slightly, wondering if Ophelia would be angry if she knew he spent so much time doing this again. In no time, Brandan presented the cleaned white deer to the Gary. This is a spirit beast, beyond my capability, Brandan replied, feigning helplessness. At this moment, he would not offer more than necessary. Moreover, the ancient lantern had fallen silent, and he could not activate it. The Gary recognized Brandan's low cultivation and lack of true fire, unable to roast the spirit beast. With a gesture, the clean white deer floated 3 feet above the ground. Then, with a snap of his finger, a ball of green flame emerged, instantly enveloping the deer without charring it. The rich aroma of roasting meat filled the air, making one's mouth water. Brandan watched the slowly turning golden brown deer meat, admitting that the Gary was indeed better at barbecuing. With a wave of his hand, various containers appeared, filled with spices. The Gary began seasoning the meat meticulously. Brandan's eyes widened as he noticed the jade ring on the Gary's hand. Clearly, the jade ring had emitted light and secret patterns, followed by the appearance of the spices. No doubt, this jade ring was a legendary spatial treasure containing a mysterious space to store items. Spatial treasures were incredibly valuable, often unavailable to common cultivators, even the simplest ones being priceless and hard to come by. ####Chapter 18. Extraordinary Market. Little friend, come and try the Gary's cooking. Eat freely, don't be shy, the Gary said with a smile. As he spoke, he tore off a deer leg and handed it to Brandan. Brandan quickly accepted it. Thank you, Senior. At this point, he saw no reason to overthink things. If the Gary truly wanted to harm him, worrying wouldn't help, so he took the deer leg and started eating heartily. Indeed, the Gary's cooking was excellent. The deer meat had a crispy exterior but was tender and juicy inside, making for a truly delicious meal. The deer meat contained a very dense essence of spiritual energy, making it highly nourishing, far beyond what an ordinary person could handle. The Gary was also indulging himself. He had been badly injured, losing much of his blood and chi, which he needed to replenish urgently. While the spiritual deer at the chi mastery realm might not offer much benefit given his cultivation level, even small advantages added up. Unfortunately, all the healing treasures he carried were used up, and his injuries had only healed partially, significantly weakening his power. This filled him with a strong sense of impending danger. Suddenly, the Gary looked surprised because he noticed that Brandan had finished a whole deer leg at almost the same speed as he did. He wasn't surprised by Brandan's eating speed, but rather by how Brandan seemed perfectly fine after consuming the leg, his aura remaining steady. This is quite interesting, the Gary observed, giving Brandan a meaningful look. Immediately afterward, he tore off another deer leg and offered it to Brandan. Little friend, have another leg. Don't hesitate or be polite. Thank you for your kindness, Senior, but I'm really full, Brandan hastily declined. In truth, he could eat more without being overwhelmed by the essence of spiritual energy, but he didn't want to draw attention. It was better to stay low-key. Besides, with his current constitution, the chi mastery level spiritual deer meat offered little help. Even if he ate the whole deer, it wouldn't help him advance a minor realm. Having said that, Brandan sat down in a meditative posture, pretending to focus on digesting the spiritual energy. Seeing this, the Gary inwardly nodded in agreement. This was indeed normal. A Xuanhuan cultivator eating a deer leg from a chi mastery level spiritual deer shouldn't be completely fine. Note, Shantan, Xuanhuan, is translated as Xuanhuan to maintain consistency in terminology and style. With no further doubts, the Gary continued feasting, finishing the rest of the deer alone. After a long while, Brandan stopped practicing. In reality, he had already digested the spiritual energy, but pretended to take longer to seem ordinary. By then, the Gary had eaten the entire deer and was now sitting aside, picking his teeth without any concern for appearance. Given his beggar-like appearance, such decorum didn't matter anyway. Are you a wandering cultivator? The Gary asked. Brandan nodded. That's right. Although he originated from the Sword Pavilion, he currently had no ties with it, making him a genuine wandering cultivator. It's not easy being a wandering cultivator. You should find a sect to join. Unfortunately, our Guiyun temple has strict standards and generally doesn't accept those who are already extraordinary. Otherwise, I could have led you in, the Gary sighed. Brandan felt like rolling his eyes. He didn't believe the Gary's excuses for not wanting to bring him to Guiyun temple. Pausing, the Gary continued, however, I know of a good place that might suit you well. Where? Brandan asked. The Gary smiled mysteriously. Kaluzan Palace. Kaluzan Palace? Brandan was puzzled. The Gary explained, it's a wonderful place, closely linked to the divine halls. Many people dream of entering. If so, Kaluzan Palace might not be easy to enter, Brandan murmured. Indeed, the Gary agreed, but it's always worth a try. What if you succeed? Since we have a karmic connection, I can take you there to try your luck. Brandan couldn't help feeling suspicious. Was the Gary being overly enthusiastic? Did he have ulterior motives? But Brandan was just a weak junior. What could the Gary possibly gain? My affairs should not trouble you, senior. Could you tell me where Kaluzan Palace is located? I'll go there on my own. Brandan tried to decline. The Gary chuckled. No trouble at all. I said it's on the way. On the way back to Wu Liang Mountain, we will pass by Kaluzan Palace. Little friend, please don't be shy since we have such a bond. Brandan silently cursed. What bond indeed? Clearly, the Gary intended to stick with him, bringing some bad luck along. People often say that if it's not misfortune, it won't escape. For now, he had no choice but to comply with the Gary and see what he was truly up to. The Gary will take you to another wonderful place first. The Gary stood up and said. Brandan couldn't help asking, where? You'll know when you follow the Gary replied mysteriously. Then, he produced a green-skinned gourd and activated it with spiritual energy, causing it to enlarge. The Gary grabbed Brandan's arm and leaped onto the gourd. In the next moment, the gourd flew off at high speed. Brandan stared in amazement. This was his first time flying, and he hadn't expected it to be on a gourd. He knew that at a certain realm, one could fly using magical treasures, but swords and knives were more common than gourds. Senior, why don't you change into different clothes? Brandan asked. Knowing the Gary had spatial treasures, he wondered why he still wore ragged clothes. The Gary sighed. This Dao robe is a treasured garment that I never thought would get so damaged. Thus, I didn't bring extra clothes. But it's all right. We cultivators don't need to focus too much on appearances. In the end, the Gary displayed a carefree demeanor. Brandan spoke again. Senior, can you tell me about the cultivation world? Well, let me share casually. As you might know, our world underwent a transformation 100 years ago, leading to the rise of cultivators. The origin of cultivation comes from 6 celestial divine halls representing 6 transcendent realms: immortal, demon, beast, underworld, runes, and artifacts. They each propagate their respective cultivation methods based on spiritual roots and cultivating the spirit sea. But with varying focuses, the Gary explained with a smile. To explain, the cultivation systems of immortal, demon, and beast are similar, while underworld focuses on ghosts and zombies. Runes and artifacts are unique. Runes cultivate talismans, and artifacts cultivate objects, making them less universally applicable. For us humans, we mainly practice the ways of immortal and demon, whereas sentient beasts, plants, and minerals tend to become beasts, though some may pursue the paths of immortal or demon. Upon hearing this, Brandan couldn't help but reflect. The cultivation system created by human ancestors was indeed unique, not based on spiritual roots, but on tapping human potential and opening secret chambers, distinct from other systems. Could this be why the human cultivation system isn't widely accepted? In a sense, spiritual roots are gifts from the heavens. Possessing them means gaining heavenly acknowledgement to embark on the path of transcendence. Being able to cultivate without spiritual roots was undoubtedly defying the heavens. Would the heavens allow it? Brandan shuddered, finding it deeply alarming. I follow the path of immortals, so I understand more about it. Currently, many immortal sects exist, but most are insignificant. The top ones are the 3 sects, 4 temples, and 5 pavilions. The 3 sects refer to Vajra Heaven Sect, 9 Heaven Sect, and Myriad Stars Sect. The 4 temples are Yuhua Temple, Jinwu Temple, Herafu Temple, and Guiyun Temple. The 5 pavilions naturally represent the 5 elements: Purple Gold Pavilion, Skywood Pavilion, Flowing Water Pavilion, True Fire Pavilion, and Dark Earth Pavilion. These 12 factions are not to be trifled with, the Gary continued. Note, the translation tries to maintain a natural flow while staying true to the original Chinese context. Character names and key terms have been carefully transliterated to preserve authenticity. Brandan firmly memorized the 3 sects, 4 temples, and 5 pavilions. He believed that on this matter, the Gary shouldn't be making things up. Moreover, once he truly entered the cultivation world, he would soon experience these matters firsthand and could easily tell what was true or false. He also noticed that the Gary had a hint of boasting. After all, Guiyun Temple was among the 4 temples, which demonstrated its immense strength. With this thought, Brandan couldn't help but ask, how does Kaluzan Palace compare to the 3 sects, 4 temples, and 5 pavilions? This is really hard to compare. Kaluzan Palace is very special as it belongs directly under the Immortal Origin Divine Hall. If you can join successfully, you'll understand everything, the Gary said cryptically without giving a direct answer. Since the Gary didn't elaborate, Brandan didn't press further. Instead, he asked about other matters. As a newcomer to the cultivation world, it wouldn't hurt to ask and listen more. The Gary seemed to be in a good mood and answered almost every question. He told Brandan many useful things. Being a strong cultivator from Guiyun Temple, the Gary knew far too much and could be considered an encyclopedia of the cultivation world. He was among the first batch of people who embarked on the path of cultivation, having cultivated for nearly a century and lived over 100 years, amassing extensive experiences few could match. We've arrived. Suddenly, the Gary stood up and cast his gaze downward. Upon hearing this, Brandan also stood up and looked around. They were now hovering above a massive lake, its water surface extremely broad, spanning several dozen miles. The gourd's flight speed was incredibly fast. Although they had only flown for 2 to 3 hours, they had already traveled several thousand miles. Brandan originally intended to stay far from Sword Pavilion to avoid trouble, but he didn't expect to be so far away. Even if he recognized the way, riding a swift horse and crossing mountains might still take him 10 to 15 days to return. Soon, the gourd descended onto an island in the middle of the lake. The island was quite large, resembling a giant turtle with a diameter exceeding 7 li, about 3.5 kilometers. The vegetation on the island was lush, brimming with vitality. The central area of the island was exceptionally flat, entirely made of stone with no grass growing, resembling a vast plaza. This place used to have a mountain, which was flattened by a single sword strike, resulting in its current appearance, the Gary explained. Hearing this, Brandan couldn't help but be startled. A single strike flattening a mountain with a diameter close to 2 li. What kind of terrifying power was that? It was beyond his imagination. Without a doubt, whoever leveled this mountain must have been an unparalleled powerhouse with significant influence in the cultivation world. Regaining his composure, Brandan couldn't help but ask, "Senior, why are we here?" "This is a market in the cultivation world, opening only once every 6 months. We just happened to arrive at the right time," the Gary replied. Surprise flickered in Brandan's eyes. He was indeed taken aback that such a market existed in the cultivation world. But upon reflection, he understood. It was natural for cultivators to engage in trade and exchange resources. "Isn't there a risk of being robbed when trading treasures here?" Brandan asked curiously. The Gary smiled and said, "Of course, the market has rules. No one is allowed to make a move on this island." "What happens when they leave the island?" Brandan pursued. The Gary responded, "Once they leave, there are no more restrictions." "Doesn't that mean someone could be ambushed and killed outside the island if they're targeted?" Brandan frowned. It didn't seem safe to come here to trade treasures. One careless moment and both treasure and life could be lost. The Gary laughed. "If it were like you say, how could this market still exist? Others have considered your concerns. There's a spatial teleportation array on the island that randomly teleports people to different places, alleviating any worries." Hearing this, Brandan blushed, realizing his lack of knowledge. He didn't know about such a magical spatial teleportation array. It wasn't yet time for the market to open, but there were already many people on the island, each from different backgrounds, most with considerable cultivation. However, they couldn't start trading treasures yet. According to the rules, trading was only allowed on the day the market officially opened, which was the next day. After arriving on the island, the Gary seemed very relaxed. Despite his serious injuries and diminished strength, he had nothing to worry about on the island. Even if he encountered enemies, they couldn't harm him here. "When did beggars get permission to come to Xuanhuan Island?" a shrill voice suddenly sounded. The Gary instantly turned his head, eyes narrowing as he stared at the person who appeared behind him. The speaker was a gaunt, elderly man in green robes with a goatee, holding a pure black duster, revealing disdainful eyes. The Gary snorted coldly. "Who else would have such a foul mouth?" "It's you, this undead wretch who looks human but lacks humanity." "Is my mouth fouler than yours? Old turtle, you're as revolting as ever. But this time, even heaven seems to have finally opened its eyes, letting you fall into this sorry state." The Maximilian taunted sarcastically. The Gary glared, furious. "You don't know shit. I was wounded while executing justice and slaying demons on behalf of heaven. If heaven really had opened its eyes, it should send down heavenly thunder to fry you, you shameless scum." "Executing justice? Slaying demons? Ha ha ha. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Is that something you, an old turtle, would do? Who would believe that?" The Maximilian burst into laughter. Others might not know the Gary well, but he did. He didn't believe for a second that the Gary would engage in righteous deeds unless the sun rose in the west. The Maximilian sneered, "Stop adding glory to yourself. What are you? Don't think I don't know. From the looks of it, you failed to trick others and got tricked yourself. Serves you right." With that, the Maximilian walked away without waiting for the Gary's reply. The Gary breathed heavily, his face flushing red and white, nearly spitting blood. He was genuinely furious. Beside him, Brandan listened, wide-eyed and speechless. He clearly saw that the Maximilian obviously had a grudge against the Gary, seizing any chance to viciously insult him. Everything he said was evidently factual, which pierced through the Gary's defenses. Thus, Brandan couldn't help but feel anxious. Given the Gary's penchant for deception, how badly might he be deceived himself? His suspicion towards the Gary's intentions grew stronger. Chapter 19. Great Ups and Downs. As time passed, more and more people gathered on the island. According to the Gary priest, Xuanhuan Immortal Market was a very famous market within thousands of miles. Every time it opened, it would attract hundreds or even thousands of cultivators, including many renowned powerful figures in the cultivation world. Taking advantage of the time before the market officially opened, some familiar faces congregated, enjoying drinks and casual conversations with great contentment. Many cultivators who rarely crossed paths normally took this opportunity to gather. Suddenly, Brandan's expression changed as he locked his gaze on a figure. This particular cultivator had a human body but wore a fluffy bird head, a clear sign that he wasn't human. Beast. Brandan immediately realized. He had encountered some extraordinary creatures before, but they were all in their original states and didn't belong to the beast class. This was the first time he saw an actual beast cultivator. Noticing Brandan's peculiar reaction, the Gary priest explained. While most attendees at Xuanhuan Immortal Market are humans, occasionally non-humans do show up. It isn't easy for beasts to cultivate into human form. If their realms aren't high enough, they often retain some characteristics of their original forms. Of course, there are those who intentionally take on such appearances. Brandan nodded slightly, gaining some insight into the common knowledge of the cultivation world. Soon, he spotted another, then a third beast cultivator, each retaining partial features of their original forms, making them easily identifiable. By the second nightfall, red lanterns rose one by one, swaying gently in the breeze. "The market is open," someone shouted, and instantly the place buzzed with excitement. People quickly displayed their treasures, setting up stalls with practiced ease, some placing items on tables, others directly on the ground. In no time, a lively market emerged, filled with various shouts and calls, much like an ordinary marketplace, brimming with earthly charm. "Let's go and see what good things there are," said the Gary, showing great enthusiasm. Brandan felt indifferent. Even if he found something precious, he couldn't afford it and could only watch helplessly. He had only 2 spirit stones. What could he buy? If he wanted to barter, he didn't have anything valuable to offer. The mysterious ancient lamp, talisman, copper mirror, and moon feminine stone were indeed good items, but he wasn't willing to part with them. Centennial golden ginseng. 1 piece can nourish chi and blood, prolonging life. 1 piece of thunderstruck wood, containing heavenly lightning essence, which can repel evil spirits and demons. Extremely rare dragon scales, can be used to forge invincible armor. Don't miss out. Walking through the market and listening to these sales pitches, Brandan was bewildered. Nothing seemed reliable. When he looked closer, his suspicions were confirmed. The so-called centennial golden ginseng was just an ordinary ginseng dyed gold and somewhat larger in size. The dragon scales turned out to be snake scales, barely valuable despite having traces of spiritual power. The thunderstruck wood was nothing more than charred timber. When buying here, you shouldn't rely solely on what the seller says. You need your own discernment. Sometimes a small investment can lead to priceless treasures, while other times you might lose everything, the Gary remarked as he searched through stalls carefully. The Gary had seen it all before, exercising caution and sharp judgment. He had reaped many benefits from this market experience, which was why he enjoyed coming. His eyes scanned each stall, glowing with anticipation as he sought rarities. If he found healing medicines, his injuries might heal quickly. Of course, he hoped to discover treasures that could enhance his cultivation realm. Brandan also observed. Even if he couldn't buy anything, he could still broaden his horizons. The market boasted numerous treasures, from common spiritual items to rare wonders, leaving one dazzled. Senior, please go about your business. I'll wander around freely, Brandan said to the Gary. The Gary nodded. All right, I'll find you once I get what I need. With that, the Gary vanished into the crowd. Free from the Gary's company, Brandan sighed with relief, feeling more at ease. He thought about escaping but knew he had nowhere to go. He couldn't fly or swim out of the vast lake. Shaking his head, Brandan continued browsing casually. His limited knowledge meant he barely recognized any treasures, merely enjoying the bustling scene. Suddenly, Brandan's attention was drawn to a nondescript street stall. A tall, skinny man with a pencil-thin mustache and squinted eyes, seemingly nodding off, manned the stall. Items, books, weapons, bottles, and jars were scattered haphazardly, mostly ordinary but a few faintly imbued with spiritual energy. Brandan squatted down, picking up items randomly. Young brother, interested in anything? Prices are negotiable, the thin man said warmly. Brandan picked out a few items. How much are these? You're my first customer tonight. Let me give you a good price. Just 2 low-grade spirit stones in total, the man replied promptly. Brandan shook his head. Too expensive. These are ordinary items. In the secular world, gold and silver can buy them. These items may be common, but in the secular world, they're incredibly rare. All right, seeing your sincerity, let's make it 1 low-grade spirit stone. The lowest price, the man reconsidered. Brandan still shook his head. Still too expensive. I don't have that many spirit stones. Preparing to leave, Brandan stood up decisively. The thin man called out hastily. Young brother, don't go. Let's talk prices. How many spirit stones do you have? Half a unit, Brandan replied. The thin man pondered, conflicted, then said, Fine. Half a unit it is. I don't really need these items. Consider it making a new friend. Relieved, Brandan retrieved the 2 spirit stones from his pocket, thankful he hadn't used them for cultivation. Handing over the stones, he successfully obtained the items, inwardly thrilled though outwardly calm. Wait, young brother. Just as Brandan was about to leave, the thin man called him back. Worried the deal might be rescinded, Brandan felt anxious. But it turned out he had overreacted. The thin man handed over a book from the stall. Here, the latest edition of Spirit Treasures Catalog, compiled by Spirit Treasure Pavilion. Find the top-tier treasures listed inside, and you'll have nothing to worry about. I'm a wandering cultivator too, so I understand the struggles. Getting cultivation resources isn't easy. Surprised, Brandan accepted the book gratefully. Thank you. He sensed the man's goodwill, a kind of empathy. Only wandering cultivators understood each other's hardships. Having reached the chi control stage as a wandering cultivator required unimaginable effort and dedication. Brandan moved aside, flipping through the book. Indeed, it contained detailed information on various treasures, from common ones to the rarest. Not only did it list hundreds of items, but it also provided specific values, clearly showing their rarity. Perfect for someone like him with limited knowledge, this Spirit Treasures catalog would prove invaluable. Immediately, he released his soul power and permeated it into the book. This method of acquiring knowledge was much more efficient and allowed him to remember things more firmly. He's not wrong. If I could get a top-tier spirit treasure, then I really wouldn't have to worry about anything. Brandan couldn't help but sigh in reflection. He absorbed all the contents within the book and was truly startled by the recorded prices of the top-tier spirit treasures. But the more precious the spirit treasures, the rarer they were, being extremely rare worldwide, often beyond reach even if encountered. Collecting his thoughts, Brandan examined the few items he just bought, feeling a subtle excitement. The reason he had bought things from that street stall was because of the guidance from the mysterious ancient lamp. To be precise, the few items on the stall caused unusual activity in the ancient lamp. Had it not been for this, he wouldn't have frivolously spent the only 2 spirit stones he possessed. What he bought were several pieces of iron ore, nothing special except for the threads of spiritual energy wrapped around them, potentially usable to forge extraordinary weapons. Brandan relaxed his inhibition, and the mysterious ancient lamp immediately appeared outside his body, emitting very faint firelight as if it might go out at any moment. Without any visible action from the ancient lamp, those few pieces of iron ore started to change, strands of golden light dispersing and merging into the ancient lamp. Then, the iron ores became completely ordinary, devoid of spiritual energy. Seems like these iron ores contained a small amount of special essence required by the mysterious ancient lamp, Brandan realized. Though the mysterious ancient lamp seemed intact, it was actually heavily damaged and needed to be smelted with many precious natural treasures to be repaired. Not only the mysterious ancient lamp, but also the ancient talisman and copper mirror were similar. Without repair, they either couldn't be used or would have weak effects. After absorbing the special essence from the iron ores, the ancient lamp's improvement wasn't significant, remaining dormant, unsure when it would be usable again. Of the 3 ancient tools Brandan had, only the copper mirror was barely functional now, mainly offering protection without being able to emit powerful attacks. Both my spirit stones are gone. There's no need to think about buying any treasures now. Brandan couldn't help but sigh. He was truly too poor. No spirit stones, no exotic treasures. If that spirit origin fruit hadn't been eaten by the Gary, it could have been used for trading. Haha, good luck today. I managed to get a life essence fruit. Now, not only can my injuries be healed, but I might even return to youth. From far away, Brandan heard the excited laughter of the Gary. Brandan immediately recalled the record in the spirit treasure catalog. The life essence fruit was a very rare spirit fruit containing abundant life essence. Even someone near death would become lively after consuming one. It must be admitted that the Gary was truly lucky to encounter such a rare fruit and acquire it smoothly. However, given the Gary's character, Brandan suspected the life essence fruit might have been obtained through underhanded means. If so, the person who was tricked truly deserved condolences. In an instant, the Gary approached Brandan, grinning widely. He held a crystal-clear icebox, clearly showing the silver-white egg-sized fruit inside with faint gold patterns on its skin. Good stuff. Guess what the Gary traded for this? The Gary said with satisfaction. Hearing this, Brandan instantly knew he was right. The life essence fruit was indeed acquired deceitfully by the Gary. Senior, may I take a look? Just to gain some insight, Brandan asked. Sure, here you go. The Gary promptly handed over the icebox. Brandan accepted it and opened it to reveal the life essence fruit clearly. Instantly, he smelled a strange fragrance, faint yet persistent, refreshing and uplifting his spirits. More importantly, he sensed the intensely concentrated life force, as if a powerful creature lay dormant within the small fruit. It felt like even a stone could gain life after absorbing the life essence from this fruit. The life essence fruit was hidden within a unique stone and not discovered by anyone. The Gary spent only a few low-grade spirit stones to buy it down, the Gary said proudly. He had truly gotten a great bargain this time. Normally, paying 100 times more wouldn't guarantee getting a life essence fruit. Brandan inwardly marveled at the Gary's sharp eye for bargains. Just as he was about to close the icebox and return it to the Gary, an unexpected incident occurred. A dark shadow suddenly darted out from his chest and lunged straight for the life essence fruit. Oh no! Brandan's face changed. He never expected that Ash Cat would wake up at this moment, never missing an opportunity for good food. Like lightning, the black cat snatched the life essence fruit. Brandan wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. Facing such a rare spirit fruit, Ash Cat didn't hesitate, eating it incredibly fast. The Gary's mouth gaped open, stunned, never expecting this, unable to react in time. Watching helplessly as the life essence fruit was devoured by the little black cat. Ah, my life essence fruit. Moments later, the Gary came to his senses and let out an agonizing scream, heart-wrenching and tearing. He regretted showing off. Why couldn't he have simply eaten it directly? What was he going to do now? He counted on the life essence fruit for healing. How drastic the ups and downs of life could be. Startled, Ash Cat hid back into Brandan's chest. It didn't think much. After waking up and smelling the fruit's fragrance, it simply wanted to eat it. Having done so successfully, its mood was quite good. The only thing that annoyed it was the Gary's loud lamentations, which were extremely irritating. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over a single spirit fruit? Truly petty. Chapter 20. A Demon Master. Brandan stood rooted to the spot, his mind utterly blank. In the blink of an eye, the life essence fruit had vanished, and it disappeared right in his hands. How was he supposed to explain this to the Gary? He wished he could run away far from the Gary now. With such a rare spiritual fruit snatched away, who knew what the Gary might do? Still in time, still in time. Give me that little creature quickly, the Gary urged desperately. Instinctively, Brandan took 2 steps backward and tried to soothe him. Senior, please calm down. Everything can be resolved. Quick, hand it over. I need to extract the essence from the life essence fruit before it's fully absorbed. If we're too late, there'll be no chance left. The Gary grew increasingly anxious. Brandan hesitated. He wasn't sure what the Gary intended to do. If he really handed over the black kitten, its life would be at risk. He and the black kitten had shared hardships. Letting it die right before his eyes was something he truly couldn't bear. Senior, please spare it. I will take responsibility for compensating you, Brandan said after a moment's reflection. The Gary was only thinking about the life essence fruit at this moment and paid no attention to anything else. Seeing that Brandan was unwilling to give up the black kitten, he decided to grab it himself. Just as the Gary grabbed Brandan's shoulder and reached into his robes to seize the black kitten, his expression suddenly changed. Brandan also felt a sudden shift. A terrifying, dark, and evil presence appeared. The sky, which had been clear under the moonlight, was now obscured by thick black clouds, casting the whole island into darkness. Not good. A powerful demon master is attacking. The Gary's pupils constricted in shock. He realized that the demonic clouds in the sky were rapidly approaching the island, clearly targeting it. The opponent was incredibly strong, and the aura he emitted made even the Gary feel suffocated. Even in his prime, he wouldn't stand a chance against such a foe. Next, the demonic clouds covered the sky above the island, followed by a terrifying gale that swept everything away, almost pulling the entire island into chaos. Many people on the island hadn't reacted in time when they were swept up by the wind, involuntarily heading toward the demonic clouds. Some stronger cultivators immediately used their abilities to escape the island. However, with hundreds of cultivators gathered on the island, not a single one dared to fight back against the demon master. To be precise, it wasn't that they didn't want to resist, it was simply because the power gap was too large. Fighting back would be tantamount to courting death. Seeing the wind coming, the Gary didn't think twice. Ignoring the black kitten, he activated a talisman wrapped around his body with golden light enveloping him, instantly fleeing. The Gary always carried protective items with him. Brandan's heart sank. The Gary was indeed unreliable, abandoning him in a crisis. He was furious at the thought of why he had been brought here. Next moment, his body was lifted by the gale. Without any time to react, he was swallowed into the demonic clouds. In an instant, many cultivators on the island fell into the clutches of the demons. Only a few managed to escape. No one could have imagined that an incident like this would occur during a visit to the Blessed Origin Gathering. Xavion, stop your rampage. A deafening roar echoed through the air. Behind the demonic clouds, two streaks of golden light emerged, swiftly chasing after them. Even before they arrived, celestial swords soared through the sky, emitting world-shattering brilliance and slashing towards the demonic clouds. Boom! The demonic clouds churned, rising skyward, forming a giant, sky-blocking hand that blocked the celestial sword. I'll make sure you suffer once I recover from feeding on these souls. A cold voice emanated from within the demonic clouds. Then, the demonic cloud sped away, attempting to distance itself from the pursuing golden lights. You won't escape. The two golden lights pursued relentlessly, refusing to let xuanhuan flee. Xuanhuan? One of the 10 demon lords of the demon path. The Gary's face paled, his eyes filled with horror. The 10 demon lords were all notorious figures who had caused countless bloodbaths. Only a demon master of such caliber would dare attack a gathering of celestial cultivators and sweep away hundreds of cultivators without hesitation. Among those captured were some very prominent figures. There was an unwritten rule in the cultivation world that strong cultivators generally wouldn't harm weaker ones, but demon path members often acted as they pleased, unrestrained by such conventions. Over the years, the celestial path and the demon path had been in constant conflict. It's over. That boy is definitely dead now, and my life essence fruit. The Gary lamented painfully, but then he felt secretly relieved. If he hadn't used his life-saving talisman promptly, he would most likely have been captured by the xuanhuan too, leaving him no hope of survival. Well, let's head back to Yunshan Temple. Before I recover, I can't move around outside, the Gary sighed. He had offended many people over the years, and if anyone found out about his injuries, he would be in big trouble. The wisest choice was to return to Yunshan Temple to lie low. Meanwhile, xuanhuan fled swiftly, but couldn't shake off the two pursuers. As a result, he couldn't focus on devouring the hundreds of cultivators he had captured. Boom! Inside the demonic clouds, one of the captives attacked, trying to break free from the confinement and escape. Everyone knew that if they didn't escape soon, their fate would be sealed. Since you wish to die, I shall grant your wish, xuanhuan growled. Without warning, a terrifying demonic glow surged within the clouds, killing every captive who dared to attack. Instantly, silence fell within the demonic clouds. Nobody dared to act recklessly again, having seen the grim precedent. Even the strongest among them had been slain in an instant. What use would further resistance be for those weaker? It would only hasten their own deaths. Now their only hope was for the pursuing powerful cultivators to defeat xuanhuan and save them. Brandan utilized the ultimate heaven art, channeling secret power into the bronze mirror to form a protective shield, warding off the invasion of demonic energy. The demonic chi's corrosive power is too strong. The bronze mirror can't hold out for long, Brandan groaned inwardly. His luck had been awful. First, he met that unreliable Gary who insisted on taking him to the Deer Hunt Combat Palace. Now, though he escaped the Gary, he fell into the hands of a terrifying demon master. His situation worsened by the second. If only he hadn't been so curious and hadn't gone to the Blood Moon Gorge with Yujin Manor's people, none of this would have happened. Unfortunately, it was too late to dwell on regrets. Without a miracle, he might only be waiting for death. This turtle-ascended man is utterly unsympathetic. He even escaped without me. If I survive this, I must settle accounts with him, Brandan fumed inside. Ah! At that moment, Brandan heard a heart-wrenching scream. Nearby, a person couldn't withstand the demonic chi's invasion, turning gray and being devoured within moments. This sight made Brandan shudder. If things continued like this, he would meet the same fate. Fortunately, the bronze mirror possessed inherent power against malevolent forces, giving him more time. As time passed, more and more people were devoured by the demonic chi, and Brandan's hopes dwindled. There seemed to be no miracles ahead. Finally, the demonic chi penetrated the protection of the bronze mirror, entering Brandan's flesh. In an instant, his skin turned gray, and his vital essence rapidly dissipated, impossible to halt. Meow. The black kitten called out. Dense waves of vitality flowed into Brandan's body. However, it was futile. The influx of vitality couldn't counteract the demonic chi's consumption. Even the black kitten was succumbing to the demonic chi's erosion. Despite its extraordinary nature, its strength was too weak to resist. At this critical moment of life and death, a determined look appeared in the black kitten's eyes. It suddenly leaped out of Brandan's embrace and landed back into his hands. In the next moment, it opened its mouth and bit down fiercely on Brandan's finger. Brandan's physical body was very strong. Ordinary swords and knives could barely harm him. Salt. At this moment, the black kitten easily broke his skin. Hassan, what are you doing? Brandan's eyes were filled with confusion. At such a crucial juncture, he couldn't understand why the black kitten would bite him. He could feel Hassan sucking his blood in large gulps. He almost couldn't resist throwing it away. But when he saw the look in Hassan's eyes, he restrained himself, sensing that there must be a special reason behind this. Moments later, something astonishing happened. Hassan transformed into a beam of dark light and entered Brandan's body. At the same time, Brandan realized what had just transpired. By biting him, Hassan completed a special ritual, recognizing Brandan as its master, and willingly becoming his bound spirit beast. Instantly, a faint layer of dark light enveloped Brandan's body, significantly enhancing his resistance against the demonic chi. Rolling up his sleeves, Brandan revealed a peculiar mark on his arm, a lively symbol, which was none other than the form Hassan had taken. Hassan, thank you, Brandan silently thanked. Hassan's recognition of Brandan as its master was not only to help him, but also for self-preservation. Their combined strength could last a little longer in this dire situation. Brandan was quite astonished. Although Hassan's power wasn't remarkable, after entering his body, it combined forces with Brandan, significantly resisting the demonic chi's corrosion. A truly extraordinary feat. He had encountered some extraordinary beasts before and understood their powers. However, Hassan was unique. The only one capable of perfectly aligning with the secret power he cultivated, as if they shared a special bond from the beginning. Outside, two powerful figures tightly pursued the demonic clouds, but failed to close the distance. Their attacks didn't seem very effective either. The Sea Demon Lord is severely injured. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. If we let him escape back to his lair, all our efforts will be wasted. Yun, stop holding back. Killing him will be a great achievement. Not only will we receive rewards, but our status and military merit will also rise greatly, the man clad in golden armor urged, eyes gleaming with determination. Beside him stood a striking woman, her tall figure accentuated by tight-fitting battle armor that highlighted her proud stance. She pondered briefly, then retrieved a silver talisman with lightning subtly flowing over it. The next moment, she directly launched the silver talisman. A silver bolt of lightning emerged from the talisman, wild and uncontrollable like a dragon, smashing ferociously into the demonic clouds. Boom! The silver lightning's power was overwhelming, piercing through the demonic clouds and striking the Sea Demon Lord hidden within. Ninth Heaven Thunder Talisman, damn it! The Sea Demon Lord roared in anger. His demonic cultivation method was extremely dark and evil, most afraid of pure yang energy like the lightning talisman, which greatly suppressed him. The Ninth Heaven Thunder Talisman was incredibly precious, and he never expected the duo to possess one. Boom! 3 consecutive bolts of lightning struck, nearly shattering the demonic clouds. After releasing 3 terrifying lightning bolts, the Ninth Heaven Thunder Talisman shattered. Its immense power rendered it a consumable item that could not be reused. Struck by the Ninth Heaven Thunder Talisman, the Sea Demon Lord's injuries worsened, causing him to slow down. He was furious. If he were at full strength, how could a mere Ninth Heaven Thunder Talisman hurt him? In an instant, the male and female interceptors stopped the Sea Demon Lord. Without further ado, they attacked swiftly, aiming to kill him quickly. Capturing him alive would be even better. The Sea Demon Lord was indeed heavily wounded. Under the front and rear attacks, he appeared very passive, suffering multiple injuries to his true form. Pong! A crystalline and translucent jade tower flew out, colliding with the Sea Demon Lord, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. The remaining patch of demonic clouds dispersed, releasing the trapped cultivators, including Brandan. The Sea Demon Lord wouldn't have let them go so easily, but now he had no choice but to deal with the attacks from the two powerful figures. Falling from a height of dozens of feet, even with the bronze mirror protecting him, Brandan was dazed and felt as if his bones were about to fall apart. Finally escaped this predicament, Brandan couldn't help but feel relieved. He was nearly unable to withstand the invasion of demonic chi, his body about to be corroded beyond repair. At this crucial moment, he finally escaped. That's the Golden Deer war armor. They're from the Chasing Deer Combat Palace. No wonder they dared to chase and attack one of the 10 Demon Lords, the Sea Demon Lord. It turns out it's the Chasing Deer Combat Palace. I recognize them. They are Respected Brett and Respected Ella from the 7 Elders of the Chasing Deer Combat Palace, both newly ascended elders with tremendous influence. So it's these two respected elders. No wonder they have the courage to chase and kill the Sea Demon Lord. Seeing the intense battle overhead, some of the rescued cultivators couldn't help but comment. Clearly, the two battling the Sea Demon Lord were quite famous. Though rising stars, they had achieved significant fame in the cultivation world, known to many. The Chasing Deer Combat Palace. Brandan couldn't help but show surprise in his eyes. Earlier, the Gary mentioned taking him to the Chasing Deer Combat Palace, and unexpectedly, he met the palace's top elites so soon. Really quite coincidental. Do you think you can kill this demon? You two aren't qualified. If not for my injury in the secret realm, I wouldn't tolerate your arrogance. Even if the head of your Chasing Deer Combat Palace came, I wouldn't fear, the Sea Demon Lord roared. Respected Brett, the valiant warrior, sneered, Sea Demon Lord, your words are meaningless now. You're destined to die at our hands today. From this day forward, the demonic path will lose a demon lord. Just you two? Fine. You've succeeded in angering this demon. Today, even at the cost of my foundations, I will kill you. The Sea Demon Lord's gaze turned ice cold, emitting palpable and terrifying killing intent. Chapter 21. Endless Darkness. Run. Sensing the terrifying killing intent radiating from Lord Han High Demon King, everyone who had escaped the dark cloud trembled with fear and fled for their lives. Compared to Lord Han High Demon King, they were all too weak. Even a minor wave of his power could be fatal. Note: for consistency and clarity, Han Hai should be standardized to either Han Hai, using pinyin, or another appropriate romanization. I've left it as Han Hai, here to match the user's input, but recommend standardizing this name throughout the text. Brandan was also running but, unfortunately, he couldn't fly. All he could do was dash frantically through the forest, feeling utterly exhausted. Since fighting Chuck, it seemed like all he had been doing was fleeing for his life, living each day in anxiety. It wasn't easy to survive. Foul Wugui Shangren, if not for you, I wouldn't be entangled in all this trouble, Brandan thought bitterly. If he could fight back, he would have captured the Gary priest and thrashed him severely to vent his anger. But such thoughts were just wishful thinking. Achieving this would require a long, arduous journey ahead. At that moment, Venerable Brett, Venerable Ella, and the Han High Demon King were engaged in an intensely brutal battle. Various supernatural powers and magical artifacts clashed, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle as though the heavens themselves were on the brink of collapse. This level of combat, characterized by its overwhelming power and intricate maneuvers, was beyond what Brandan could imagine. This was the pinnacle showdown in this world at present. Lord Han High Demon King was truly formidable. Even though he was gravely injured, he still fought 2-on-1 without falling into a disadvantage. It was evident, however, that he couldn't hold out for much longer. Extreme strength would inevitably decline. Note: for consistency and fluency, Lord Han High Demon King should be consistently translated as Lord Han High Demon King, or a more fitting name like Lord Han High Devil King. Here I've chosen to keep it as Lord Han High Demon King. Also, I have made minor adjustments for natural flow. Lord Han High Demon King was truly formidable. Even though gravely injured, he still fought 2-on-1 without falling into a disadvantage. However, it was clear that he couldn't hold out for much longer. His peak state was unsustainable. Venerable Brett and Venerable Ella were in no rush. Their strategy was to stall, dragging the fight out until Lord Han High Demon King could no longer sustain it. However, despite their intentions, the Han High Demon King was not about to let them have their way. He displayed a desperate fighting stance, willing to endure significant self-inflicted damage in exchange for causing heavy injuries to his enemies. Note: for consistency and fluency, I've made minor adjustments. Also, Han High seems like it should be consistently translated as High, or given an appropriate English name if this is part of a larger narrative with established naming conventions. Boom. Withstanding the attacks from both of them, Lord High Demon King forcefully closed the distance and struck both with simultaneous palm strikes. Comparatively, the physical bodies of demon cultivators were stronger than those of immortal cultivators, giving them a substantial advantage once in close combat. Pa. Venerable Brett and Venerable Ella spat out mouthfuls of blood, both sustaining severe injuries. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Han High Demon King pursued them relentlessly, aiming to finish them off. In the process, he burned through his own blood chi madly. Note: for consistency and fluency, Lord is removed as it's not typically used in this context in English, and repeating Lord can sound redundant or unnatural. Confronted by the tyrannical and aggressive Han High Demon King, Venerable Brett and Venerable Ella suffered successive defeats and were completely overpowered. Facing the dominant and aggressive attacks of Han High Demon King, Venerable Brett and Venerable Ella were forced into retreat, barely able to hold their ground, completely pressed down and beaten back. Note: I have made slight adjustments to ensure the translation reads more naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning. For consistency, I kept the name High Demon King, as it appears to be a title or name that should remain consistent. Soon, both were heavily wounded, their internal organs damaged and their breathing becoming irregular. Fortunately, the onslaught of the Han High Demon King didn't last too long. His power gradually waned. Otherwise, both of them would have been in grave danger. Note: I made a slight adjustment to ensure the sentence reads more naturally in English and removed the redundant Lord as Demon King already conveys the respect or title. Halting his attack, the Han High Demon King turned to unleash demonic devouring techniques, targeting those who had previously escaped as well as various creatures in the forest. Note: Han High Demon King is kept consistent as a name/title, and demonic devouring techniques is used to convey the specific ability. The sentence structure is adjusted for better flow in English. His blood chi was significantly depleted, and he desperately needed replenishment. Do not provoke more. Venerable Ella roared, transforming his spiritual power into a sword to attack the Han High Demon King, attempting to prevent him from obtaining blood chi. Edits made. 1. Changed Lord Han High Demon King to the Han High Demon King for more natural reading in English. 2. Ensured consistency in terminology by using the instead of Lord to maintain uniformity and clarity. Die. Lord Han High Demon King's eyes blazed with fierce light as he summoned a lotus flower shrouded in pitch-black flames. Note: enveloped is also correct, but shrouded might be more fitting for the ominous and dark atmosphere described in this context. Immediately, overwhelming black magic flames erupted from the demonic lotus, filling the sky as if to engulf everything in darkness. It was already midnight, extremely dark, and under the influence of the black flames, the sky turned pitch black, making it impossible to see anything. Looking up, Brandan saw nothing, but sensed the fearsome power colliding around him. An indescribable terror welled up inside him. Boom. Black magic flames rained down from the sky, covering a vast area. The destruction was immense. Wherever the magic flames landed, plants turned to ash and rocks melted. A chilling scream echoed as someone hit by the magic flames instantly turned to dust. The range of the magic flames' attack was enormous, raining fire across several dozen miles, causing mass devastation. Fortunately, this was a deep, uninhabited mountain forest. Otherwise, countless lives would have been lost. Seeing the incoming magic flames, Brandan immediately summoned the mysterious ancient lamp while urgently activating the bronze mirror. The protective shield formed by the bronze mirror proved too fragile against the magic flames, shattering instantly. Thankfully, the mysterious ancient lamp emitted light and absorbed the magic flames. Relieved, Brandan exhaled deeply. The ancient lamp hadn't let him down when it mattered most, unlike the unreliable Gary Priest. The ancient lamp seemed to relish absorbing the magic flames, actively drawing them in. Brandan didn't mind as long as the flames posed no threat to him. However, he understood that escaping this region was critical for his survival today. Boom. Infinite black flames cascaded down, powerful enough to make the earth collapse. An extreme force surged forward, engulfing everything. The earth opened up like a monstrous beast's maw, threatening to swallow everything whole. Oh no. Brandan's face turned pale as he realized the dire situation. Salt. His resistance was futile. He was quickly sucked into the fissure. Affected by the flames, massive amounts of rock melted into molten lava flowing uncontrollably through the forest, a horrifying sight. Streams of lava quickly filled the fissure, forming a vast lake of magma. A figure appeared above the lake, not another but Venerable Brett. However, he was in a sorry state, his golden deer armor tattered, hair disheveled, and grievously injured. Looking down at the magma lake, Venerable Brett's expression grew cold and triumphant. I finally killed him, though at the cost of Venerable Ella. Sorry Ella, but if you hadn't blocked Han High Demon King's desperate attack, I would be dead now. Note: Lord Han High Demon King has been adjusted to Han High Demon King for consistency and natural flow in English. After ensuring no one was left behind, Venerable Brett departed. He needed to return to the Zulu War Palace to report and then enter seclusion to heal. The death of Venerable Ella was actually beneficial for him. It meant he could claim all the credit for defeating the Han High Demon King, a great achievement worthy of unimaginable rewards. Note: I have made sure Han High Demon King is consistently written and added that before it to make it read more naturally in English. Despite his severe injuries, his mood was excellent. Rumble. Thunder boomed as torrential rain doused the destroyed forest, extinguishing the raging fires and cooling the earth. The magma lake slowly solidified. By morning, the forest had regained its tranquility, but it lay barren, devoid of life. The clash of supreme experts was so terrifying that it caused massive destruction, taking an unknown time to recover. Ouch, every bone in my body hurts. I think I'm going to break apart. In the pitch-dark environment, Brandan groaned in pain. Falling into the earth's fissure and tumbling down had left him battered and bruised. Luckily, protected by the ancient lamp, he avoided being consumed by the flames. Otherwise, he would have been incinerated without a trace. Strangely, the ancient lamp was nowhere to be found, seemingly disconnected from him. I must have fallen over 100 meters. I never expected there to be empty space underground. Brandan was puzzled. He was in a spacious underground chamber, more than 30 feet high, where even whispers echoed clearly. Unable to see, he relied on releasing his soul force to sense his surroundings. Being trapped underground was far from ideal. Without immediate escape, he risked starving to death, so finding a way out was crucial. Unfortunately, his weakness prevented him from breaking through the surface directly. I sensed the aura of the ancient lamp. Suddenly, Brandan felt a strange resonance. Without hesitation, he followed the sensation, desperately needing the ancient lamp's protection in this unknown environment. Before long, Brandan found the mysterious ancient lamp and was finally bathed in light again. He didn't just find the ancient lamp. There were also two other artifacts nearby that looked strangely familiar, a crystalline Oswald pagoda and a pitch-black lotus flower. These must be the magical treasures of Venerable Ella and Han High Demon King. How did they end up here? Brandan's eyes widened in surprise. He still remembered how Venerable Ella's Oswald pagoda had shattered the dark cloud, allowing him to escape. Venerable Ella could be considered his savior. Now, both the Oswald pagoda and the magic lotus lay dormant, emitting no mystical glow or demonic fire, not even showing any power fluctuations. They appeared as ordinary objects. Salt. It was clear that both the Oswald pagoda and the magic lotus were extraordinary treasures, incredibly powerful. The fact that they had become so lifeless indicated their owners must have encountered grave problems. Could Venerable Ella and Han High Demon King both be dead? Brandan entertained a bold guess. While he didn't think such formidable experts would perish easily, if they were still alive, why would these precious treasures be abandoned? Taking a deep breath, Brandan cautiously reached out and touched the Oswald pagoda, attempting to pick it up for closer inspection. He dared not touch the magic lotus, fearing an unexpected outcome. Comparatively, the Oswald pagoda seemed safer. Brandan managed to lift the Oswald pagoda without incident, and then infused it with his secret energy. To his dismay, his secret energy was repelled, unable to penetrate into the pagoda. It looks like I need to re-refine it before I can use it, Brandan realized. His secret energy, different from the immortal cultivation energy, naturally couldn't activate immortal treasures. Satisfied that the Oswald pagoda posed no immediate danger, Brandan picked up the magic lotus too. As expected, his secret energy was similarly repelled by the magic lotus. After some thought, Brandan used his secret energy to activate the ancient lamp, which enveloped the Oswald pagoda and the magic lotus in flames, intending to refine them. Suddenly, both the Oswald pagoda and the magic lotus shrunk to less than an inch in size and fell into the lamp's flame bowl. This is perfect, convenient for carrying. Brandan couldn't help but smile. Most importantly, with the ancient lamp suppressing them, the likelihood of any unexpected changes would be much lower. Picking up the ancient lamp, Brandan began searching for a way out. Time was running out. He needed to find an exit quickly. Otherwise, all the treasures he had gained would be for naught if he perished here. The underground space was dark and silent, eerily so, making his heart race with inexplicable fear. After walking for a long time without finding anything, Brandan's stomach growled, and his mouth was dry. Unfortunately, he had no food or water on him. Even as a cultivator, he wouldn't last long without sustenance. The underground heat exacerbated the situation, causing rapid dehydration. If only I had a spatial treasure to store enough food and water, I wouldn't panic wherever I go, Brandan sighed. However, he knew spatial treasures were rare, possessed by very few people. As a weak wandering cultivator, he had no chance of obtaining one without special luck. Water sounds. Suddenly, Brandan's spirits lifted. He clearly heard the sound of flowing water nearby, a significant piece of good news for him. Following the sound quickly, he found the source. It turned out to be a wide underground river, about 3 meters across, with a swift current. Rushing to the riverbank, Brandan bent down and drank large gulps of water, thoroughly parched. After drinking several big gulps, he felt better and stood up to examine the river. The underground river might lead to the surface. Following it might help me find a way out, Brandan mused. Compared to aimlessly wandering, following the river was a better choice. After a moment's thought, he decided to head upstream to find the river's source. Going downstream might lead deeper underground. Without further delay, he set off immediately, eager to escape this dark place. Not far along, Brandan encountered a problem. The riverbank disappeared, forcing him to wade through the water. Standing at the river's edge, Brandan hesitated. He didn't know how to swim, and the swift current unnerved him. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Brandan entered the water, channeling his secret energy. He clung tightly to the riverbank rocks, slowly moving forward. Gradually, he adapted to this new state, moving faster. Just as he relaxed, an accident occurred. Crack. A rock he grabbed broke apart, and simultaneously, an underwater current surged up, sweeping him away. The current was strong, and with his balance lost, he was instantly pulled underwater. Despite the suddenness, Brandan remained calm. He immediately held his breath, using an internal breathing technique, an advantage of reaching the inner breath realm. Then, he tried to surface and return to the bank. But the current was too strong, offering no foothold. He couldn't break free. As he was dragged deeper, the increasing water pressure restricted his movements even more. This river was much deeper than he had anticipated, explaining the powerful undercurrent. What's that? Suddenly, Brandan's pupils constricted as he saw something terrifying. Chapter 22. Endless Troubles. The depths of the water were normally pitch black, but at this moment, Brandan noticed a faint light. This allowed him to see what was hidden beneath the surface. He finally understood how this whirlpool had formed. It turned out there was a gigantic cave at the bottom of the water, which was drawing in the currents like a monstrous beast opening its maw. The light came from the rocks surrounding the cave, twinkling like fireflies. There was also a flickering light within the cave, dim and intermittent, giving the impression of an oil lamp about to go out. There are fluctuations of spiritual power. Could there be treasure inside the cave? Or perhaps an extraordinary creature? Brandan speculated inwardly. Finding treasure would certainly be good news, but encountering a formidable extraordinary creature could lead to serious trouble. The problem was that he couldn't control his body. As he approached the cave, the currents grew stronger, pulling him directly towards it, leaving him completely powerless to resist. With no other choice, Brandan activated the ancient mystical lamp and the bronze mirror with all his might, hoping they would protect him from any danger that might arise. In the next moment, he neared the cave entrance and was immediately sucked in. Brandan felt a dizzying sensation, falling down from a great height in a state of confusion. Boom! By the time Brandan regained his senses, he had already plunged into a pond. Inside the cave was a vast space filled with surprises. It's so cold. Despite his strong constitution, Brandan shivered involuntarily. The water here was bitterly cold, below freezing point, yet inexplicably not frozen solid. It took immense effort for Brandan to finally reach the shore. His body was nearly frozen stiff. Fortunately, as a cultivator with a powerful physique, he wasn't easily frozen like an ordinary person would have been. Looking around, Brandan spotted the source of the intermittent light on a stone wall. There grew a peculiar plant, its trunk and leaves resembling stone, emitting a mysterious light that shimmered. The spiritual energy fluctuation is incredibly strong. This appears to be the ice crystal starvine, a rare medicinal herb recorded in the treasure map. Brandan's eyes brightened upon identifying the strange plant. As the saying goes, after hardship comes ease. It seemed his luck had turned. Even encountering such a rare medicinal herb as the ice crystal starvine was possible. According to the treasure map, the ice crystal starvine is classified as a high-level medicinal herb, beneficial even to top-tier experts. Its most significant use lies in enhancing the soul essence, which transforms from one's soul only if one reaches an exceedingly high realm of cultivation. Possessing a soul essence means immortality, even without a physical body, and it grants the ability to wield many inexplicable powers. If I can refine this, perhaps I can cultivate my soul essence earlier, Brandan thought with deep longing. Cultivating the soul essence early undoubtedly brings numerous benefits, something every cultivator dreams of. Although excited, Brandan didn't act rashly. Generally, places where rare treasures grow also harbor rare creatures, so caution was necessary. After confirming there was no imminent danger, he slowly approached the ice crystal star vine. The vine wasn't robust, with a stem as thick as a chopstick and just over 5 feet tall. Its leaves were sparse, yet it required centuries to fully grow under normal conditions. However, this particular ice crystal star vine had grown faster due to cosmic anomalies, completing centuries of growth within decades. This led to the emergence of many precious treasures in the current world, with even more likely to appear in the future. Upon reaching the vine, Brandan touched it, preparing to pick a leaf. Suddenly, the moon essence stone within him stirred. A flash of blood-red light flashed, and before Brandan could react, the ice crystal star vine vanished. Instantly, his consciousness entered the internal space of the moon essence stone, where he found the ice crystal star vine rooted in this space, attached to the spatial membrane. The ice crystal star vine can actually grow within this space. Brandan was amazed. After all, even he could only enter as a spirit form, never imagining a tangible object could come inside. Thinking of the ice crystal star vine being a high-level medicinal herb used to strengthen the soul essence, he calmed down, attributing it to the plant's inherent properties. Growing inside this space isn't bad either. It saves me the trouble of figuring out how to preserve it. Brandan mumbled to himself. Withdrawing his consciousness, he was pleased with the outcome. He could consider later how to use the ice crystal star vine. Otherwise, without proper storage for such a precious herb, immediate consumption would be necessary after picking it, which he dared not do in this unpredictable place. Furthermore, given his current low cultivation level and weak soul, he might not withstand the potency of the ice crystal star vine. Consuming it rashly could be detrimental rather than beneficial. Boom! As soon as Brandan withdrew his consciousness from the moon essence stone, a tremendous sound erupted nearby. The hard rock layer above the pond cracked open, sending a deluge of boulders raining down, splashing water everywhere. The rock layer had not collapsed naturally, but had been forcibly shattered by someone who broke in. Brandan moved swiftly, diving into the pond to conceal himself. Whoever had broken in, if they were a ruthless individual, standing still would be tantamount to waiting to die. In fact, Brandan was shocked. This was a highly secretive underground space, yet someone managed to find it. Could it mean they were now close to the surface? However, this situation could work in his favor. Perhaps he could escape. A figure emerged from the large hole, dressed in black, wielding a green spiritual sword, radiating an immensely menacing aura. He's as strong as Venerable Honest and Harlow. Brandan inwardly marveled. If this powerhouse attacked, a single burst of sword chi could end his life. There would be no way for him to retaliate. He couldn't tell if his encounters with such top-notch experts were good or bad luck. Surviving until now was indeed a miracle. Boom. Just as he was pondering, the pond surged violently as a colossal creature rose into the air. A giant black dragon, more than 10 yards long, thicker than a water barrel, with 2 sharp claws on its belly, emitting an overwhelmingly fierce aura. The dragon's gaze fell on the empty wall where the ice crystal star vine once stood, its eyes burning with furious rage. Daring to snatch away my opportunity, you seek death, the dragon roared in human language, uncontrollably enraged. The intruder frowned, wanting to explain, but realizing it was futile when he saw the dragon's fury. The dragon had already concluded he stole the ice crystal star vine. Admittedly, he did come here for the ice crystal star vine, never expecting someone else to beat him to it, let alone frame him as the thief. Roar. The dragon roared deafeningly, spewing a jet of dark light, launching an attack against the intruder. Enraged, having guarded the ice crystal star vine for decades, knowing it would soon transform, multiplying its potency, only to have it stolen prematurely, the dragon sought revenge by devouring the intruder whole. Ding. The intruder swung his sword, cutting the dark light to pieces. Then, he moved swiftly, soaring into the sky. Since the ice crystal star vine had already been taken by someone else, he saw no point in engaging the black dragon in a life-and-death struggle. Where are you running? The black dragon immediately gave chase without hesitation. In an instant, the underground space became quiet again, only the sound of trickling water remaining. After waiting for a while and confirming that both terrifying experts had left, Brandan finally emerged from the pond. Close call. Brandan couldn't help but feel relieved yet uneasy. He thought this place was safe, never imagining there was a fearsome black dragon lurking here. Fortunately, he didn't alarm it. Otherwise, not only would he have missed the chance to obtain the ice crystal star vine, he might have ended up being swallowed whole by the dragon. I need to leave immediately, or it will be too late. Brandan instantly realized this. Looking at the large hole above him, he immediately started to climb using his secret energy, sticking to the rocks with his hands and gradually ascending. As expected, this place was indeed close to the surface, which explained why the powerful intruder could break through so easily. After some effort, Brandan successfully climbed out of the hole. He didn't dare linger but quickly chose a direction to depart, carefully erasing any traces as he went, to avoid being discovered. He ran for over 10 miles before stopping, feeling relatively safe now. Where am I? Looking around at the vast mountain forests, Brandan felt completely lost. First, he had flown for thousands of miles with the Gary priest, then was kidnapped by Adamir, who also flew for a considerable distance, and after that, wandered underground for a while. Now, he truly had no idea where he was. This vast expanse of land was still unfamiliar to him. He couldn't tell south from north. Fortunately, he didn't particularly care where he was going. He had resigned himself to whatever fate brought him. He only hoped no further incidents would occur because he really couldn't take it anymore. Forget it, let's find something to eat first. Brandan patted his rumbling stomach, discarding all worries. A man is like iron, food like steel. No matter what he did, he needed to fill his stomach first. The forest was full of wild birds and beasts, and soon enough, Brandan caught a roe deer. After cleaning and skinning it, he built a fire and began roasting it. Before long, the rich aroma of roasted meat filled the air, making the already starving Brandan drool. Without waiting for it to cool, he tore off a leg and began feasting ravenously. Despite the lack of seasoning, he relished every bite. When one is hungry, even the simplest food tastes heavenly. Within moments, the dozens of pounds of roasted roe deer were devoured entirely, leaving only bones on the ground. After eating and drinking his fill, Brandan lay down, utterly exhausted. It was rare for him to experience such leisure and peace, allowing his entire body to relax. Unconsciously, he fell asleep and had a sweet dream, so pleasant that he wanted to stay in it forever. Suddenly, the ground shook violently as if an earthquake had struck, jolting Brandan awake. What's happening? Brandan instantly got up and looked around. Had he just managed to relax only to encounter another problem? Run! At that moment, a shout rang out. Run? Brandan was bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Turning his gaze, he saw the person shouting at him. A disheveled young man with long legs sprinting toward him at incredible speed. In the next moment, Brandan understood why the man was yelling. Behind him, a massive swarm of bees followed, each bee as large as a thumb. More importantly, these bees emitted strong spiritual power fluctuations, clearly indicating they were extraordinary creatures. Individually, they were not very strong, all at the foundation establishment stage, but their sheer numbers made them formidable. Brandan was speechless. All he wanted was to sleep, yet somehow, he found himself entangled in this situation again. Seeing the imposing swarm of bees, Brandan felt his scalp tingle. Without hesitation, he started running. However, during his brief pause, the disheveled young man had already reached his side. His entire body was dirty, as if he had fallen into a mud pit. Mud covered his face and hair. Sorry, brother, I've dragged you into this. The disheveled young man apologized sincerely. Brandan turned to look at him, asking, what happened? Why did you provoke such a large group of spirit bees? Well, nothing much. I just took some of their honey and extracted a bit of royal jelly. The disheveled young man chuckled sheepishly. Hearing this, Brandan couldn't help rolling his eyes. Nothing much? Taking honey was one thing, but cutting royal jelly? No wonder the bees went berserk. Given what he had done, being chased by the swarm was entirely deserved. Buzz. With the intense flapping of wings, a group of larger bees sped up, closing the distance between them and Brandan and the disheveled young man. Whoosh. These bees vibrated their tails and shot out their stingers. Though short, less than an inch long, these stingers were incredibly sharp and contained venom, making them highly painful if hit. Ah! Instantly, the disheveled young man let out a scream of pain. The stingers pierced through his clothes, embedding themselves into his flesh. Brandan wore a tiger-skin soft armor underneath his clothes, which protected most of his body, but a few stingers still hit him. Fortunately, his physique was strong enough that the stingers couldn't penetrate his skin. They're killing me, the disheveled young man wailed. If this continued, he would be stung to death by the bee's venomous stingers, with nowhere to run, becoming a live target. Chapter 23. Traveling together. Just as the disheveled youth was running away with his hands covering his head, a black bee as big as a fist flew over at lightning speed. It wasn't just large in size. The spiritual energy fluctuations it emitted were much stronger than those of ordinary bees, clearly reaching the pulse unblocking stage. Darn. The queen bee is catching up. The disheveled youth's face changed drastically. He could endure the attacks of regular bees, but if the queen bee struck him a few times, it would truly be life-threatening. Brandan's expression also changed. His physique was strong, but he wasn't sure if he could withstand the queen bee's attack either. It was obvious that her venom would be extremely potent. Getting hit would have severe consequences. As the queen bee approached, her tail vibrated and shot out a 2-inch-long poison needle aimed at the disheveled youth. The poison needle wasn't solid, but was formed from condensed spiritual energy. However, its toughness and sharpness were undeniable, enough to sever gold and jade. With no way to avoid it, a silvery white shield appeared out of nowhere at a critical moment, blocking the queen bee's poison needle. Brandan felt like rolling his eyes. With such a powerful defensive treasure, why hadn't the disheveled youth revealed it sooner? Was getting stung by a poison needle comfortable? Zoom. The queen bee did not stop. She continuously shot poison needles all aimed at the disheveled youth. Suddenly realizing what was happening, Brandan understood that it must be because the disheveled man had honey and royal jelly on him, which the queen bee could distinctly smell. At least it was a good thing for him, since he wouldn't get involved. Brother, you should leave quickly. This shield requires a lot of spiritual energy to maintain, and I can't hold on for long. The disheveled youth changed direction while speaking. The queen bee was too powerful. There was no chance of escaping her. Since he was going to die anyway, he didn't want to drag Brandan into this. His goal now was to lure the queen bee away so Brandan could escape. This incident originally had nothing to do with Brandan. Brandan hesitated for a moment. He was touched by the disheveled youth's action. While he initially wanted to escape, he now changed his mind. In an instant, Brandan summoned the mysterious ancient lamp, infused it with secret power, and fully activated it. Whoosh! The ancient lamp trembled, releasing a vast wave of terrifying flames towards the queen bee. Zap! Instantly, the queen bee was engulfed in flames. Her fur burned off completely. Even with her pulse unblocking strength, facing the flames from the ancient lamp posed a significant challenge. Brandan continued to drive the ancient lamp to maintain the flames, preventing the queen bee from escaping. As the queen bee struggled, the flames moved accordingly, affecting the bee swarm. The weaker bees couldn't withstand the ancient lamp's attack and fell dead from the sky one after another. Seeing this, the disheveled youth hurriedly hid behind Brandan. The brief activation of the shield had already drained most of his spiritual energy, leaving him extremely weak. Huff! The queen bee flapped her translucent wings, creating a gust of wind that forcefully tore apart the flames and escaped. But during the brief confinement, she was already injured by the flames and clearly understood how formidable they were. Therefore, after breaking free, the queen bee didn't hesitate and immediately retreated with the entire swarm. Without question, the queen bee possessed a high level of wisdom, meaning she had significant growth potential and could become even stronger in the future. Seeing this, Brandan did not stop them, allowing the swarm to retreat. Such an outcome was acceptable, as he didn't want to fight the entire swarm. With a thought, he retracted the ancient lamp back into his body. Fortunately, he had purchased some special iron ores earlier at the Xuanhuan immortal market, awakening the ancient lamp. Otherwise, this situation would have been troublesome. Seeing the swarm retreat, the disheveled youth relaxed, feeling utterly exhausted and slumping to the ground. How are you? Are you okay? Brandan asked out of concern. The disheveled youth waved his hand. I'm fine. I won't die, just a bit sore. Thanks to you, brother. Otherwise, I would have surely been stung to death by the queen bee. Fate brought us together. No need for thanks, Brandan smiled. What happened to you? The disheveled youth explained. This is my disguise to get close to the hive, hiding my scent. I can wash it off. As he spoke, he pulled out 2 yellow-skinned gourds from his chest, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The honey and royal jelly are safe. All the hardship was worth it. Looking at the 2-foot-high gourds, Brandan was stunned. You didn't completely loot the hive, did you? Not entirely. I left a little room, taking about 90%, the disheveled youth replied. Hearing this, Brandan couldn't help but roll his eyes. No wonder the whole swarm came out, including the queen bee herself. The disheveled youth said excitedly, these are the honey and royal jelly produced by spirit bees, very rare items. They can enhance cultivation and nourish the soul. Brother, let's share them. Let's eat quickly to avoid losing their potency. You want to share with me? Brandan was somewhat surprised. The disheveled youth responded, of course. You saved my life. When you get something good, you naturally share it. I, Darcy, always repay kindness. Oh, by the way, may I know your name? I'm Brandan, Brandan said. Darcy laughed. Brother Sue, are you here to train in the mountains as well? Brandan stood over 6 feet tall, with a handsome appearance, far from his naive 15-year-old self. Sort of, Brandan replied. His experiences were too bizarre to explain, and Darcy probably wouldn't believe them. Darcy's cultivation was not weak, having reached the late-stage xuanhuan, which was decent for his age of 17 or 18 years. However, in the cultivation world, such cultivation was undoubtedly low-level, not noteworthy. Your guts are pretty big. Knowing the queen bee is so formidable and still dare to steal honey and royal jelly, Brandan shook his head. Darcy sighed. No choice. Life is tough for a wandering cultivator. To gain resources for cultivation, you have to take risks. You're a wandering cultivator? Brandan raised an eyebrow. Darcy said, those disciples from sects don't need to take such risks to obtain resources at the xuanhuan stage. Actually, I did have a master, but he's unreliable. After teaching me some things, he disappeared. In the end, I have to rely on myself. Relying on yourself isn't bad. Gaining strength gives you a sense of achievement, Brandan smiled. Darcy looked at Brandan in surprise. Brother Sue, you're also a wandering cultivator? Saula, I'm worse off. At least you have a lineage. I'm completely alone, Brandan sighed. Darcy was taken aback. Don't mention the lineage. I even suspect the old guy has forgotten me, disappearing for years without a word. Brother Sue, since we met with such fate, why don't we travel together? We can look out for each other. Hope shone in Darcy's eyes as he stared at Brandan. Having always gone solo, he genuinely wanted a companion. That suits me just fine, Brandan agreed. Being unfamiliar with the area, traveling with Darcy seemed perfect. Besides, he found Darcy likable, honest, and straightforward, a suitable person to associate with. If Darcy were like the Gary, Brandan would have kept his distance. Brother Sue, let's just call me Brandan. Darcy immediately adjusted. All right, Brandan, let's drink the honey and royal jelly first. Brandan took a gourd, uncorked it, and immediately a refreshing aroma spread. Inside was the golden, crystal-clear honey produced by spirit bees, pure and rich in spiritual energy. With our current cultivation, this honey probably won't have much effect, Brandan remarked seriously. Darcy replied, then we keep it. We can sell it. It's valuable and should fetch a good price. As he spoke, he handed another gourd to Brandan. Undoubtedly, it contained royal jelly, far more precious than honey due to its association with the queen bee. Compared to honey, the royal jelly was more subtle and didn't emit any fragrance, appearing quite ordinary. The amount of royal jelly wasn't much, just 7 or 8 ounces, but each drop was highly refined, comparable to a spirit medicine. Brandan didn't hesitate either and directly poured half of the royal jelly from the gourd and drank it down, immediately beginning to cultivate. Darcy also didn't delay, finishing the remaining royal jelly in one gulp. He had been stung by many bees earlier, which caused his body to itch all over. He needed the royal jelly to detoxify. It didn't take long for Brandan to assimilate the royal jelly. The secret force vortexes within his 2 secret storages became significantly denser, and his cultivation advanced to the peak of inner breath initial stage. If there had been more, it could have propelled him to the inner breath mid-stage. Of course, this was because he had opened 2 secret storages, requiring even more resources to break through. Meanwhile, his soul also improved, becoming more condensed, greatly enhancing his perception. Darcy's improvement was also noticeable, reaching the peak of late-stage xuanhuan, only needing a little more to achieve a significant breakthrough. Phew, the feeling of improving cultivation is so good. Indeed, one needs to seek out treasures of nature. Progressing step by step is simply too slow, Darcy said as he opened his eyes, radiating a sharp light. Why did those disciples from sects advance so quickly? They relied on their sect's continuous supply of cultivation resources. Even if their natural talent was average, abundant resources could still elevate their cultivation. At least for the first 4 stages, foundation establishment, xuanhuan, pulse unblocking, and chi manipulation. Resources could entirely be used to push through these stages. After that, it depended on one's inherent talent. This was a turning point. Cultivators in the first 4 stages were considered low-rank cultivators, not very strong, of low status, and extremely numerous in the cultivation world. In stronger sects, one must exceed the chi manipulation stage to become part of the higher ranks. Darcy stood up and said, let's go, Brandan. Let's sell the honey first. Where do we sell it? Brandan asked. To xuanhuan Valley, and then I'll take you to a good place, Darcy replied, leading the way while whistling happily. Brandan didn't think much and followed immediately. Darcy clearly knew the area better, so it was fine to follow for now. During the journey, Brandan learned from Darcy that xuanhuan Valley had a small immortal market specifically for low-rank cultivators to trade. There were quite a few such small immortal markets, usually one within every few hundred miles. Everyone followed unwritten rules, generally causing no problems. On the road, Darcy cleaned himself up, transforming from a disheveled youth into a handsome, muscular young man, looking sunny and charming. xuanhuan Valley was 100 miles away, but with Brandan and Darcy's speed, they arrived without much trouble. Indeed, it was a valley with ample space, covered in flowers and grass, surrounded by ancient trees and vines climbing up the rocks. Most importantly, it housed a group of spiritual apes, giving the valley its name. The spiritual apes were relatively powerful, gentle in nature, and kind to people, allowing the small, immortal market to thrive. In an open area inside the valley, there were scattered stalls set up, forming the small immortal market. At the edge of the open area stood a uniquely styled building, occupying a large area with 5 floors, covered in vines perfectly blending into the environment. That's a guest house run by the spiritual apes. They say the cultivation environment inside is excellent, and the food is a feast fit for kings, making one reluctant to leave, Darcy introduced. Brandan couldn't help asking, they say? You haven't been inside? Are you kidding me? It uses spirit stones for payment. A small wandering cultivator like me can't afford it. Darcy rolled his eyes. Brandan was lost in thought, wondering what a spiritual ape-run guest house would be like. Would there be spiritual apes serving customers? It seemed rather amusing. He wanted to experience it firsthand, but unfortunately, he had no spirit stones. Even if the spiritual apes were gentle, eating for free wouldn't end well. Don't worry, once I'm rich, I'll invite you for a grand meal, and you can stay as long as you like, Darcy smiled. You said it. I'll definitely find you to collect on that promise later, Brandan replied. With your support, I'll work hard to earn spirit stones. Darcy seemed invigorated. Then, he sat down on an empty spot, taking out the yellow-skinned gourd and placing it on the ground. Top-grade spirit honey, sweeter than the sweetness of first love, leaving a lingering taste. Darcy shouted loudly. Brandan nearly stumbled and fell. He marveled at Darcy coming up with such a phrase, which made his skin crawl. However, the shout did have an effect. Soon, people started coming over. Brandan stood aside, purely observing. Clearly, Darcy had plenty of experience dealing with people. However, several people who came only glanced and didn't buy anything. Ultimately, the spiritual bees were too weak, and the honey they produced wasn't of high quality, being useless to higher-level cultivators. If merely for the taste, not many would be willing to pay a high price, so selling the honey would be challenging. Suddenly, Brandan turned his gaze to the side, his eyes gleaming curiously. Chapter 24, The Hidden Realm of Xuanhuan. At this moment, a group of people walked out of an inn, 3 men and 2 women, along with a spiritual ape. One woman in particular caught everyone's attention. She had silver hair that cascaded down her back, and her pupils gleamed with a silvery light, different from ordinary people. More importantly, she exuded an indescribable, ethereal aura, as if she were a celestial being who had descended to earth, making her unapproachable. Brandan's gaze was drawn to the silver-haired woman. He had never felt such an extraordinary and otherworldly presence in any individual before. It wasn't something cultivated, but rather innate. Undoubtedly, the silver-haired woman had undergone some incomprehensible changes influenced by the revival of heaven and earth. That is Emery from the Fanching sect, known as Rhonda. Charles stood up and said. Brandan couldn't help but ask, why is she called Rhonda? Legend has it that when Emery was born, the sky displayed an unusual phenomenon. A silver phoenix appeared in the air, drawing white birds to pay homage. Some say she is a celestial who descended from the heavens, while others believe she is a reincarnation of the silver phoenix. Coupled with her natural beauty, she naturally earned the title of Rhonda, Charles explained. Upon hearing this, Brandan showed a look of great astonishment. To be able to draw celestial phenomena at birth, this Rhonda was indeed exceptional. Charles continued, Emery not only has the backing of the Fanching sect, but her family, the Qi clan, is also one of the top families in the cultivation world. She has every advantage possible. Whatever she wants, she can have. Despite being only 17, she already possesses the Qi mastery realm. As he spoke, admiration shone brightly in Charles's eyes. Brandan was also envious. The gap between individuals was truly vast. What you long for might just be something someone else finds insignificant. With Emery's status, why would she appear here? Brandan asked curiously. Charles replied, the Qi family resides in this region, so Emery occasionally comes back to visit her family. Brandan nodded slightly. He had more or less guessed as much. Emery's group didn't stop anywhere and left the Kali Valley directly. However, the spiritual ape lingered near Charles after delivering the group, sniffing a yellow-skinned gourd. This is fresh spiritual honey. I'll take it. What's your price? The spiritual ape spoke, its voice sounding like a young girl's, clear and melodious. Although it hadn't transformed into human form, it wore clothes similar to a human, dressed in women's attire, emitting a faint fragrance. Charles chuckled, Miss, you have good taste. 5 lower-grade spirit stones, how about that? Here. The spiritual ape casually tossed a spirit stone and then walked off with the yellow-skinned gourd. Charles looked at the spirit stone in his hand, stunned. He had obviously inflated the price, planning to haggle, but to his surprise, the ape paid without hesitation. I underpriced it. What a loss, Charles said, feigning regret. Brandan rolled his eyes. You should be content. Though rich, they aren't foolish. If you'd set too high a price, they might have simply turned away, which would have been even worse. I know, but their readiness to pay makes me feel I missed a rare opportunity to earn more spirit stones, Charles sighed. Next, he handed the spirit stone he had just received to Brandan. Brandan was taken aback. Why are you giving it to me? Don't you need spirit stones? Keep this one first. If you consider me a friend, don't be formal, Charles grinned. Hearing this, Brandan didn't hesitate and put the spirit stone away. Carrying spirit stones was beneficial and could be useful in critical moments. After selling the spiritual honey, Charles didn't rush to leave. Instead, he wandered around, hoping to buy something useful as he prepared to break through to the Pulse Passage realm. The hidden realm of Xuanhuan will open soon. We must get ready. Another decade has passed. Time really flies. 10 years ago, I had just reached the Pulse Passage heavenly stage and went in once. Now, after 10 years, my cultivation has reached the peak of the Qi mastery realm, still within the limit. Perhaps I'll have better luck this time. The hidden realm of Xuanhuan hasn't opened yet, but already shows unusual phenomena. This time, it might produce extraordinary treasures. If we can obtain them, perhaps we can alter our destinies. The news has spread far and wide. Many more people will come, seeking opportunities. Competing for these treasures won't be easy and could be dangerous. While wandering, Brandan and Charles overheard some discussions, which piqued their interest. They listened carefully and eventually understood the gist. What a great opportunity. The hidden realm of Xuanhuan is full of treasures. If we're lucky, we won't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. Charles seemed excited. Brandan felt the same way. He was severely lacking in cultivation resources. No spirit stones, no medicinal herbs. Such an opportunity must be seized firmly. Salt, he was somewhat concerned. Both he and Charles had low cultivations and were independent cultivators. Entering the hidden realm of Xuanhuan might put them at a disadvantage. The hidden realm of Xuanhuan had a cultivation limit, the highest being the peak of the Qi mastery realm. It catered to lower-tier cultivators, and it was clear many Qi mastery cultivators would gather. Even those at the Pulse Passage stage would be overshadowed. Why overthink it? Let's just join in the fun. We won't aim for the biggest treasures. We can pick up some spirit stones and harvest some medicinal herbs, Charles suggested. Good point. But do you know where the hidden realm of Xuanhuan is? Brandan asked. Charles grinned. Easy, they're going there, right? We'll just follow them. Do we need to prepare anything? Brandan continued. Charles thought for a moment. We should bring some healing medicine, nothing else. We're poor after all. If they had enough spirit stones, he would buy powerful artifacts and talismans, ensuring self-protection at the very least. Brandan shook his head. Mundane people needed gold and silver, cultivators needed spirit stones. They both served as currency. It was evident that, regardless of the world, earning money was essential. Soon, Brandan and Charles bought some healing medicines as a precaution, spending all their spirit stones in the process. There was no helping it. Cultivating medicines required spirit stones and weren't cheap. Charles remained optimistic. Any endeavor required investment, and once they emerged from the hidden realm of Yishan, they would surely gain plenty of spirit stones. After waiting a bit, the group finally left the Kali Valley, heading toward the hidden realm of Yishan. According to them, the opening was imminent, and many people were flocking there from all directions. Charles secretly rejoiced that he had ventured out at the right time. Otherwise, he would have missed this opportunity. The hidden realm of Yishan wasn't far from the Kali Valley, only about 200 miles away. The entrance was located on Mount Yishan, hence its name. Mount Yishan was a towering peak with a gentle slope covered in lush vegetation on one side, while the other side was a sheer cliff face, almost impossible to climb, even for apes. When Brandan and Charles arrived, they found a large gathering of cultivators, including humans and beast cultivators, occupying different areas peacefully. Brandan noticed that most were at the Pulse Passage and Chi Mastery stages. There were none at the Foundation Establishment stage, and only a few at the Innate stage. Thus, their arrival went unnoticed, which was actually a good thing. Keeping a low profile was always advantageous. Most of the cultivators were in groups, indicating they belonged to sects or families. Independent cultivators like themselves were rare. In fact, at this stage, the number of independent cultivators is generally low. A significant reason for this is the lack of cultivation techniques and combat skills passed down to them. After all cultivation techniques and combat skills originate from the 6 divine temples, making it difficult for individual practitioners to receive support. Those who have entered these temples for cultivation typically establish their own cultivation sects upon leaving, like Yujin Manor, which serves as a good example. Of course, there are also a few individuals who choose not to manage a sect's power and opt for solitude, becoming independent cultivators. Among these independent cultivators, there are also top-tier experts. Another reason for their scarcity is the lack of cultivation resources. There are only so many resources available, and most are dominated by powerful sects, making the survival of independent cultivators particularly challenging. Cool. A loud bird call resounded through the heavens, immediately drawing everyone's attention. In the sky above, a colossal creature appeared, its wingspan stretching 10 zhang wide. It had fiery red feathers that blazed brilliantly, catching everyone's eye. Red-feathered crane. The Chi family has arrived. Seeing the flying creature, many instantly recognized the identity of the newcomers. Every cultivator in this region knows that the Chi family has a formidable red-feathered crane, captured by the head of the Chi family decades ago, and considered the family's guardian spirit beast. Typically, only the Chi family's most important figures would ride the red-feathered crane. Surprisingly, it was present here at Yishan. Soon, the red-feathered crane descended, stirring up a fearsome wind that made many struggle to stay on their feet. Several figures leaped off its back, more than 100 in total, revealing the Chi family's considerable strength. Emery is here too? Suddenly, Charles displayed a look of astonishment. Emery stood out immensely. She was impossible to overlook. Almost everyone noticed her at once. Brandan was also surprised. Emery was a disciple of Fantianding sect. What did she lack that she would personally come to a small hidden realm with limited renown? Amidst the crowd, Emery shone brightly like a star among moons, her aura transcending the mundane, almost otherworldly. At this moment, Mount Yishan revealed astonishing phenomena. Hundreds or even thousands of beams of light shot into the sky, accompanied by distant roars of dragons and tigers. Smells good. A rich fragrance of medicinal herbs filled the air, causing everyone to take deep breaths involuntarily. Such a special aroma couldn't possibly be emitted by ordinary spiritual herbs, leading to much excitement. Boom crack. The towering Mount Yishan began to shake violently, splitting open. The steep cliff walls, like two massive doors, slowly opened. The hidden realm of Yishan has opened. All the gathered cultivators perked up, focusing their attention on the opening cliff face. Within moments, Mount Yishan split into 2 parts, revealing a 3-zhang-wide canyon in between. Inside the canyon, spiritual light flowed and shimmered in a myriad of colors, appearing highly mysterious. Opportunities lie ahead. Seize them with your abilities. Someone shouted, charging towards the canyon eagerly. Witnessing this, others quickly followed, hoping to gain an early advantage by securing precious treasures inside the hidden realm. Brandan, hurry up and follow, Charles called out, moving forward. Brandan did not hesitate. Since they had already come, retreating was not an option. Within a blink, the thousands of cultivators gathered here entered the canyon and vanished without a trace. Bang! A strong figure attempted to enter, but was blocked by an invisible barrier outside the entrance. Indeed, it's not possible. The restriction of the hidden realm of Yishan is very strong and cannot be broken. The failed attacker sighed in resignation. This time, the phenomenon displayed by the hidden realm of Yishan was impressive, likely indicating a grand treasure had been born, attracting many powerful figures. Unfortunately, the rules prevented even top-tier experts from entering forcibly. In fact, when the hidden realm of Yishan first opened, some powerful figures had attempted to break through but were ultimately thwarted by the cosmic rules. Not just the hidden realm of Yishan, many other hidden realms also had similar rule-based restrictions, even for the strongest figures within the temples, rendering attempts futile. Since the hidden realm has such restrictions, it means the treasures within are more suitable for the younger generation. Why should we force anything? Another expert said calmly. The failed attacker smiled faintly and moved away from the canyon, clearly having abandoned his attempt. He was wise enough to know better than to persist in something unachievable. The hidden realm of Yishan would remain open for a month. Until then, no one could leave before it closed. Once the time came, only those still alive would be forcefully expelled. No one could stay within the hidden realm. 1 month may seem short, but also long enough for many to lose their lives. Danger comes both from the hidden realm itself and from the cultivators themselves, who might engage in lethal battles over treasures. Some say, if one does not strive for oneself, heaven will punish and earth will destroy. At times, even kin and friends might turn against each other. While it is wise not to harbor harmful intentions, it is equally important to guard against others. Emerging from the colorful canyon, the view suddenly expanded. The surrounding landscape changed dramatically. The spiritual energy here is extremely concentrated, at least 10 times denser than outside. Even without any opportunities, the cultivation speed can increase several folds. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Such an environment for cultivation was undoubtedly a dream come true for many. Brandan gazed into the distance, seeing endless mountains enveloped in clouds, with clear flashes of light intersecting and shining. Swoosh. Everyone wasted no time, dispersing immediately towards the mountains containing various treasures. All mine, everything is mine. Charles's eyes gleamed, wishing he could claim every treasure. Brandan urged, hurry up. If we wait any longer, everything will be someone else's. Look, what's that? Suddenly, Charles cried out in shock. Brandan turned around, eyes widening and mouth agape, displaying profound astonishment. Chapter 25. Sympathy for Fellow Sufferers. Darcy vigorously rubbed his eyes, refusing to believe what he was seeing. What was that? A dragon, a golden divine dragon, slowly revealing its body from the mist. Just the head of the dragon was larger than those mountains, a true behemoth. At this moment, everyone who had entered the secret realm stared dumbfounded at the golden dragon, their mouths agape. No one could have expected that mythical creatures like these would exist in the secret realm. Just by judging from its size, it was evident that the golden dragon was extremely powerful. All of them combined probably wouldn't be enough to fill its teeth. That's not a real dragon. It's merely a trace of dragon chi. A very clear and cold voice rang out, instantly reaching everyone's ears. The speaker was none other than Silver Phoenix, immortal lady, Emery. Her eyes shimmered with dazzling silver light, as if they could penetrate the essence of all things. Without a doubt, her eyes were special, imbued with innate abilities bestowed upon her by nature. Sure enough, as Emery spoke, the massive golden dragon's head dispersed immediately, transforming into a stream of golden dragon chi which then dissipated into the surrounding mountain range. The manifestation of spirit power must indicate a treasure. A striking man beside Emery murmured softly, his eyes flashing with insight. He wasn't a disciple of the Chi family, but a disciple of the vast heaven sect named Shepherd, who trained under the same powerful master as Emery. He possessed outstanding talent, and had already gained a modest reputation within the vast heaven sect despite his young age. The dragon chi is highly spiritual, and it might not be easy to find, Emery said indifferently. Shepherd laughed. If junior sister Chi wants it, I will certainly find it for you. He appeared very confident, as if everything was within his control. Emery didn't say anything further. If it weren't for her master's tacit approval, she would never allow Shepherd to accompany her. She was clever enough to know what Shepherd was up to. Seeing the golden dragon vanish, everyone immediately perked up, believing it was an omen of great treasure. All desired to seize this major opportunity. Brandan, let's hurry. As long as we can snatch this treasure, we won't have to worry about anything, Darcy urged. Looking at the invigorated human cultivators and extraordinary beasts, Brandan couldn't help but shake his head secretly. With their two limited strengths, seizing the treasure seemed almost impossible. At this moment, a dark light flickered on Brandan's arm, and the small black cat appeared on his shoulder, its eyes darting around, sniffing continuously. Ash, you've woken up at just the right time. There are quite a few treasures here, Brandan said with a smile. Hearing the word treasure, the small black cat's eyes lit up, its fascination with treasures rivaling that of Darcy. Huh? Where did this spirit beast come from? Darcy asked curiously. Brandan replied, its name is Ash, my birthbound spirit beast. Not bad. You even have a birthbound spirit beast, although it seems rather weak, Darcy remarked in surprise. Do you think I can take a powerful spirit beast as my birthbound? Brandan retorted. You have a point, but raising a spirit beast requires significant resources. For us wandering cultivators, it's a considerable burden. Anyway, I can't afford it. Darcy shook his head. Brandan wanted to explain that it wasn't that he wanted to raise a spirit beast, but that Ash had recognized him as its master and signed a master-servant contract with him. He had only intended to be friends and companions with Ash. The little black cat glanced at Darcy, displaying a look of disdain. To actually look down on me, this cat has quite a personality. Darcy felt rather astonished. He had encountered some extraordinary beasts before, but never one with such high intelligence, seemingly able to understand every word he said. Brandan chuckled. Ash is very smart, so it's best not to insult it. All right, Ash, use your special skills and lead us to find treasures. Does it really have such an ability? Darcy was even more surprised. Wait and see, Brandan replied. The little black cat leaped off Brandan's shoulder and dashed in one direction. Seeing this, Brandan didn't hesitate and immediately followed. Darcy was right behind them. Before long, the two humans and the cat entered the forest. Not just them, others also flooded into the forest and quickly vanished from sight. The secret realm was vast. Although over 1,000 cultivators had entered, once dispersed, each person was far from one another, searching for opportunities without hindering each other. In front of a towering tree, the little black cat stopped and started digging with its paws. By the time Brandan and Darcy reached it, the little black cat already held a ginseng root glowing faintly with silver light in its mouth, proudly showing it off to them. Darcy couldn't help but give a thumbs up, praising, amazing. Your skill in finding treasures truly impresses me. Hearing the praise, the little black cat lifted its head higher, clearly enjoying the compliment. Then it spat out the ginseng root and continued forward. Brandan picked up the ginseng root and placed it in a prepared leather bag. Though it was just a common herb, it still had value, and gathering more mint selling for plenty of spirit stones. It had to be said that the little black cat was efficient, finding over a dozen herbs in no time. It searched thoroughly, not missing a single herb. Meow. Suddenly, the little black cat let out a startled cry and leaped onto Brandan in a flash, looking nervous. Brandan looked closely and saw a hole in the grass ahead, from which a huge snake head was emerging. Obviously, this was what had frightened Ash. A mere innate realm snake dares to scare us. It's perfect for a meal. Darcy rushed forward, swiftly grabbing the large snake from the hole. Brandan's expression changed as he shouted a warning, "Be careful." At the same moment, he retreated rapidly backward. Darcy turned his gaze toward the hole and was startled. He threw the snake away and ran. He thought it was just one extraordinary large snake, but it turned out to be a whole nest. They were crawling out in dense numbers, scaring him. Even more critical, he sensed that among the snakes were several pulse-opening realm ones. A moment ago, he was thinking of roasting the snake for food. Now he worried about being eaten by the swarm. The snakes moved incredibly fast, surrounding the duo and the cat within seconds. The sight of snakes everywhere was horrifying. "Brandan, we're in trouble. So many snakes suddenly appeared," Darcy said, standing back-to-back with Brandan, unable to remain calm. Brandan gripped his sword hilt, ready to fight, not expecting this sudden predicament. He knew why there were snakes here. Near the cave, there was a herb with thumb-sized scarlet fruit, emitting strong spirit power fluctuations, indicating its rarity. This confirmed that precious treasures were often guarded by extraordinary beasts. SSS. A large snake struck out from a nearby tree, opening its blood-red mouth with venomous fangs, aiming to bite Brandan. Brandan drew his sword swiftly. Swish. The snake's head was severed, blood splattering. At that moment, the entire swarm attacked, their aggressiveness ignited. Darcy summoned a cold shining treasured saber and swung it, cutting two snakes. Though his unreliable teacher hadn't given much, a few treasures remained to aid him. Infused with spirit power, the saber flashed, severing the heads of two snakes in a blink. Brandan also acted decisively, slicing through snakes mercilessly. Hiss. One snake, after its head was cut off, sprayed venom. Translation notes. Names are kept in pinyin, Emery, Brandan, Darcy. The tone and style of the original text are maintained. Paragraph structure and line breaks match the original input. Story logic is preserved to ensure continuity with the previous content. Brandan couldn't dodge in time, and the venom landed on his arm, instantly corroding his clothes and making contact with his skin. In an instant, the skin that touched the venom turned black, and Brandan felt intense pain, along with a numbness spreading through his arm. Without hesitation, he quickly channeled his secret power into his arm, trying his best to expel the toxins. Fortunately, his physique was strong. Otherwise, the flesh might have rotted away due to the snake venom. He realized he had underestimated these extraordinary snakes. They might not be physically powerful, but their venom was extremely potent, causing significant trouble once it entered the body. "Darcy, be careful of the venom," Brandan warned in a deep voice. Darcy's physique wasn't as strong as his. If the venom corroded him, the consequences would be even worse. SSS. A pulse-opening realm snake attacked, spitting out a large amount of venom from its mouth. This time, Brandan was prepared and quickly summoned the bronze mirror to defend. Then, he activated the mysterious ancient lamp, releasing terrifying flames that engulfed the snake cluster. Immediately, weaker snakes were burned by the flames, writhing in agony. However, several pulse-opening realm snakes rushed forward, emitting chilling auras that rapidly diminished the fire. Snap. These pulse-opening realm snakes simultaneously lunged, breaking through the protective barrier created by the bronze mirror. Brandan was hit by the impact, involuntarily retreating. He felt his internal chi violently churn, nearly spitting out blood. On the other side, Darcy also faced attacks from pulse-opening realm snakes, forcing him to summon a shield for defense, making him appear very passive. He hadn't yet reached the pulse-opening realm, so against these physically powerful snakes, he was helpless, only able to take the beating. Brandan's heart sank. If this continued, both he and Darcy would be in grave danger. The only option now was to use a desperate move, consuming his soul energy and physical essence to fully activate the mysterious ancient lamp, unleashing an attack capable of threatening chi mastery realm experts. Although this would have a huge impact on him, potentially damaging his foundation, there was no other choice now. Suddenly, Brandan's eyes widened. He saw another large snake emerge from the cave, much bigger and more intimidating, clearly reaching the chi mastery realm. This further solidified his decision. Without delay, he decided to fight desperately, knowing that any more delay could result in more chi mastery snakes emerging, leaving them unable to escape. Boom. At that moment, a golden staff fell from the sky, releasing tremendous power that scattered many snakes. Surprised, Brandan looked up and saw a figure leaping down from a towering tree. It's her. Brandan was taken aback because the one who acted was the Coralie he had encountered in the Spirit Ape Valley while purchasing honey. The Spirit Ape wielded the golden staff, creating powerful gusts that blew the snakes away. The Chi Mastery snake suddenly leaped, moving at lightning speed to bite the Spirit Ape. However, the Spirit Ape sensed it instantly, turning around swiftly and sweeping the golden staff horizontally. Bang! The Chi Mastery snake was struck by the golden staff, flying far away and crashing heavily into a large rock, shattering it and getting buried under rubble. With just one blow, the Chi Mastery snake was stunned and couldn't recover for quite some time. Sensing the Spirit Ape's strength, the swarm of snakes retreated like a flood, disappearing back into the cave. Brandan was momentarily lost in thought, recalling how gentle the Spirit Ape seemed in the valley, yet how fiercely she fought. We're saved. Darcy slumped onto the ground, completely exhausted from using his shield. This highlighted the disadvantage of having lower cultivation levels. They had too little spirit energy to endure such expenditure. Brandan put away all his treasures and bowed to the Spirit Ape. Thank you for your help. The Spirit Ape retracted the golden staff and smiled gently. It's no big deal. You two are truly brave, entering here at the innate realm. The secret realm can be very dangerous. You're right. We only came to seek our luck, hoping to pick some medicinal herbs, but didn't expect it to be this perilous. Without your help, we would be in serious trouble, Brandan sighed. The Spirit Ape glanced at the medicinal herb beside the cave. Pick the herb and leave quickly. I need to reunite with my clan. Be careful. Seeing her intention, Brandan naturally did not hesitate and quickly went to pick the herb. He knew the Spirit Ape valued high-grade herbs, and what he found would likely be beneath her notice. Leaving. Without delay, the spirit ape leaped onto a nearby tree and swiftly moved through the forest. On a distant tree stood over 10 spirit apes, quickly retreating deeper into the mountain upon seeing their companion return. The spirit ape tribe was formidable, and those entering the secret realm were no weaklings, all reaching at least the pulse opening realm, with most at the chi mastery realm. Clearly, the spirit ape tribe sought opportunities within the secret realm while minimizing casualties. Brandan and Darcy wasted no time and left the area to avoid being surrounded by snakes again. Once far from the snake nest, they took some time to replenish their spent energy. This herb is rich in spirit power and should aid in our cultivation. Let's use it now, Brandan suggested. Their strength was too weak, and to survive and gain more opportunities in the secret realm, boosting their cultivation was essential. Darcy agreed. Already at peak innate realm, consuming the herb would surely allow him to break through to the pulse opening realm, significantly enhancing his strength. Immediately, Brandan divided the freshly picked herb into 3 parts, equally shared between him, Darcy, and Ash. Ash was the fastest, swallowing his share whole before returning to Brandan's body to digest slowly. Brandan and Darcy sat cross-legged and consumed their portions, activating their cultivation techniques to refine the herb. Perhaps influenced by the extraordinary snakes, the herb's internal spirit power carried a cold aura, making refinement challenging. Fortunately, Jidao Tiangong was exceedingly potent, capable of refining all forms of energy. Using 2 secret force vortexes, Brandan quickly eliminated the cold aura, leaving pure essence which he easily absorbed. The herb's potency allowed Brandan to smoothly break through to the middle inner breath stage. Had he opened only one secret storehouse, he might have reached the late inner breath stage directly. Darcy took longer, as breaking through a major realm involved many aspects and required caution. Finally reached the pulse opening realm. With cultivation resources, advancement comes faster, Darcy laughed. Normally, even with inferior spiritual roots, one could advance through the first 4 realms easily with ample resources, relying on resource accumulation. Darcy didn't have inferior spiritual roots, but rare superior ones. Had he not lacked cultivation resources, he would already be at the chi mastery realm, rivaling disciples from Sex. Why did you progress as slowly as me? The herb contains potent spirit power, yet you only advanced a minor stage. Is it because your spiritual roots are poor, or do you cultivate a similarly peculiar technique? Darcy asked curiously. Brandan retorted, is your cultivation technique peculiar? Extremely peculiar. No idea where the old man got it. He didn't practice it himself, but made me do it. Breaking through each realm is incredibly difficult, requiring multiple times the resources compared to others. It's killing me, and I can't switch to other techniques either, Darcy complained. Translation notes. Names are kept in pinyin, Emery, Brandan, Darcy. The tone and style of the original text are maintained. Paragraph structure and line breaks match the original input. Story logic is preserved to ensure continuity with previous content. Maintain the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. Hearing this, Brandan couldn't help but be very surprised. It seemed that Darcy had been held back by his cultivation technique, and he vaguely felt that there must be some hidden reason behind it. The cultivation technique I practice is also somewhat peculiar and requires more resources than the average person, Brandan said. Darcy sighed. We're truly in the same boat, becoming independent cultivators and practicing such disadvantageous techniques. Brandan actually wanted to say that he was already quite fortunate. Without any spiritual roots, he could still embark on the path of cultivation, and it was only right for him to put in extra effort for it. Moreover, everything was reciprocal. The more he paid, the more he gained. His mindset had always been peaceful. Translation notes. The names are kept in pinyin, Brandan, Darcy. The tone and style of the original text are maintained. The translation is natural, fluent, and free of grammatical errors. The storyline and logic are coherent with previous content. Maintain the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text. ##### Chapter 26. Getting into big trouble? In the dense jungle, Brandan and Darcy darted swiftly like agile apes, seemingly evading something. Finally, they stopped behind a large blue-gray boulder. Darcy's face was flushed with excitement, barely containing his joy. We've made it big this time. As he spoke, he pulled out handfuls of dull gray stones from his clothes, about a dozen in total, each as big as a fist. It was impressive how he managed to fit them all inside without feeling uncomfortable. Brandan also retrieved a pile of stones from his robes, his eyes gleaming with intense anticipation. These weren't ordinary stones but spirit stones. Together, they had 30 pieces, which, for them, represented a significant fortune. Casually breaking one of the stones, Brandan revealed a large chunk of spirit stone inside, weighing about 5 taels. Seeing this, Darcy quickly followed suit, breaking the outer layer of rock off the spirit stones. In no time, they had a pile of 30 spirit stones, all roughly the same size, each weighing over 5 taels, with the heaviest piece reaching more than 7 taels. Altogether, they weighed nearly 16 caddies. For disciples of major sects, this might not be much, but for 2 lone cultivators like them, these spirit stones held extraordinary value. I've never seen so many spirit stones at once. Picking them up was such a thrill. Darcy couldn't help but laugh heartily. Brandan shook his head. If anyone finds out, we'll be in serious trouble. Earlier, they had encountered a team battling a group of extraordinary beasts. After a mountain rock was shattered, it revealed a cache of spirit stones. They had silently approached and collected some, then quickly retreated. We only picked up a little bit. No one will notice, Darcy said, laughing. Meow. At that moment, the little black cat on Brandan's shoulder suddenly meowed. It opened its mouth and spat out a small stone, only slightly larger than a thumb. Brandan picked it up and squeezed it, peeling off a thin layer of stone to reveal a smaller, darker-colored spirit stone, noticeably heavier. Intermediate-grade spirit stone. Brandan's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't expected the cat to retrieve a valuable intermediate-grade spirit stone, worth 10 times more than a low-grade one. Intermediate-grade spirit stones contained purer and more condensed spiritual energy, making them far more effective for cultivation. The single intermediate-grade spirit stone in Brandan's hand alone was worth more than the 30 low-grade stones. It was indeed an unexpected windfall. Great job, Scott, picking out the best one. Darcy couldn't help but give the cat a thumbs up. The little black cat raised its head proudly, looking quite pleased with itself. Suddenly, Brandan's expression changed. Someone is coming. Darcy instinctively covered the pile of spirit stones with a leather bag, while Brandan hid the intermediate-grade stone in his robe. There was an old saying, wealth should not be displayed. If someone saw the intermediate-grade stone, who knew what intentions they might have? A figure appeared atop the boulder, coldly gazing down at Brandan and Darcy. He looked young, around 17 or 18 years old, but his cultivation was already at the mid-stage of the pulse-opening realm, not far from breaking through to the late stage. You two thieves, where do you think you're running? You were bold enough to take something belonging to the Song family of Chess Mountain, the man sneered. Hearing this, Brandan and Darcy immediately understood what was happening. They thought they had acted undetected, but apparently, they had been noticed. Worse, someone had caught up with them, clearly not with friendly intentions. Darcy felt his heart sink. He knew of the Song family of Chess Mountain, a powerful cultivation family, perhaps not as formidable as the Chi family of Yin Mountain, but still highly influential in this region. On the surface, Darcy remained calm. Sir, I don't understand what you mean. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. You're playing dumb in front of me? You won't repent until you see your own coffin. The man's voice grew colder. Brandan's tone was low and somber. Things within the mystic realm are unclaimed treasures. Those with fate may obtain them. You're being too domineering. So what if we are? Hand over all the treasures you possess, and I might let you live. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Long Li's eyes glinted with a terrifying chill. Upon hearing this, Brandan frowned deeply. The other party's arrogance was far beyond his expectations. He finally understood the harsh truth of survival in this world. The strong rule, the weak suffer. Darcy's face paled with fear, trembling involuntarily. Clearly terrified, he quickly removed the leather bag, exposing the pile of spirit stones. Please don't kill us. We surrender everything. You know what's good for you. Long Li smiled approvingly. In his view, it was only natural. How could two insignificant wandering cultivators dare oppose the Song family of Chess Mountain? Long Li leaped down from the boulder, ready to collect all valuables from Brandan and Darcy. Darcy obediently gathered the spirit stones into the leather bag and handed it over, appearing completely resigned to his fate. Long Li's smile widened as he accepted the bag. Just as he turned to face Brandan, Darcy produced a cold steel blade, striking like lightning. Pfft. Long Li's arm holding the leather bag was severed at the shoulder, blood spurting out. Ah! Long Li screamed in agony, stumbling backward rapidly. Darcy's eyes showed regret. His original plan was to cut Long Li in half, but Long Li's quick reaction caused him to move slightly sideways, allowing only the arm to be severed. Clearly, Darcy had feigned submission to lull Long Li into a false sense of security, waiting for the right moment to strike a lethal blow. Kill him! With a low cry, Darcy pursued Long Li, swinging his blade. Although his initial plan failed, Long Li was now severely injured, giving Darcy the confidence to fight without hesitation. Brandan snapped out of his brief shock, quickly drawing his sword to join Darcy in the assault against Long Li. At this point, there was no room for retreat. Either Long Li would die, or they would perish. Even if you kill me, you won't live, Long Li threatened as he fled. He had underestimated them, resulting in losing an arm. Now, he wasn't a match for Brandan and Darcy and could only try to escape and regroup with his fellow Song family members. Darcy scoffed. You intended to kill us anyway. Even if we gave you the treasures, you wouldn't have spared us. We are wanderers, but we're not easy prey. Brandan, finish this quickly. We can't let him bring back others from the Song family. Brandan nodded solemnly. At this critical juncture, mercy was not an option. Sometimes, kindness could be misplaced. Immediately, Brandan summoned his bronze mirror, emitting strange light that restrained Long Li. Then, he lunged forward, secretly activating a combat technique and delivered a powerful palm strike. Bang! Caught off guard, Long Li was struck in the back by Brandan's palm. Pfft. Long Li spewed out a mouthful of blood, his internal organs nearly torn apart. Internally, Long Li was shocked. Brandan's power seemed much greater than what his apparent mid-natal stage cultivation level indicated, nearing that of the pulse-opening realm. Die! Darcy finished him off cleanly, decapitating Long Li with a swift blade. Long Li's severed head fell to the ground, his eyes wide open in disbelief. Phew, finally done with, Darcy exhaled deeply in relief. If Song Li were to regroup with the Song family disciples, Brandan and Darcy would be in grave danger. Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Brandan stood dazed for a moment. He had never killed anyone before and inevitably felt uncomfortable despite knowing Song Li wasn't killed by his own hand. Darcy quickly searched Song Li's body for valuables, then patted Brandan on the shoulder in comfort. The cultivation world is this brutal. Sometimes, if you don't kill others, they'll just wait to kill you. For survival, there are times when you have no choice. Brandan took a deep breath, rapidly composing himself. I understand. Some killings are unavoidable even if that's not what I want. Good, that you understand. We can't stay here any longer. We must leave now, Darcy urged. Brandan nodded. The Song family disciples were nearby and could appear at any moment. Not leaving meant certain death. They hadn't gone far when a group of Song family disciples arrived. Seeing Song Li decapitated, their faces turned grim. Someone dared to kill a member of the Song family? They had guts of steel. Whoever killed Song Li mustn't have gone far. Pursue immediately, do not let them escape, Song Qian said sternly. As the leader of the expedition, he had reached the peak of the Qi mastery realm and was young, showing great potential. Immediately, the Song family disciples spread out, searching every inch. Anyone in the vicinity became a suspect. Brandan and Darcy didn't blindly flee. After escaping some distance, they found a hidden spot to lie low. Brandan had detected someone approaching quickly. They'd be caught soon if they didn't hide. A small 3-member squad appeared just as they hid. Leading them was a woman who had reached the Qi mastery realm. Her name was Sierra, a well-known genius of the Song family, beautiful and slender, but highly arrogant. Search thoroughly. Don't miss any clues, Sierra ordered coldly. Songli was her cousin, her uncle's only son, whom she treated like a brother. His death made her furious. In a vine-covered cavern, Brandan and Darcy held their breath, suppressing their aura. They knew if they were discovered, they'd be suspected. Looking at Sierra's murderous expression, she might strike immediately. Suddenly, Sierra glanced their way, making their hearts skip a beat. Had their hiding place been compromised? Worse yet, Sierra started walking towards them. The duo prepared to fight even though they knew it was futile. Someone over there, a Song family disciple shouted as Sierra approached the cave entrance. Without hesitation, Sierra turned and sped away like a cheetah. Seeing her leave, Brandan and Darcy sighed in relief. That was close. They almost exposed themselves. There's a strong spiritual energy fluctuation. Song family members are fighting someone, Brandan observed, eyes shining strangely. Darcy replied, whatever it is, we owe thanks. They're taking the blame for us. Anyone daring to fight the Song family would surely be deemed the murderer. Impossible to argue otherwise. Brandan sighed, feeling guilty for inadvertently involving another. It could only be fate that placed them in the same area. Now, they could only wish them luck to survive the Song family's hunt. That guy had a few good medicinal herbs we should refine quickly to boost our strength, Darcy said, pulling herbs from his leather pouch. He had only taken the valuable materials from Songli, avoiding anything personal to avoid trouble. The little black cat instantly appeared and swallowed one of the blood-tinged herbs Darcy pulled out. Brandan and Darcy weren't bothered and ate 2 each. Honestly, most herbs tasted terrible, bitter, and hard to swallow, but for strength, they endured it. About 100 feet away, Sierra battled a dark-skinned young man fiercely. Her 2 pulse-opening realm escorts watched helplessly, unable to join. The man was expressionless, his icy gaze unwelcoming. He wielded a short knife, attacking lethally with every strike. Sierra failed to defend against a knife slash on her left arm, leaving a deep wound. Her heart sank. This opponent's strength was terrifying despite his lower cultivation level. He showed no mercy to a graceful woman like her. Continuing this way would clearly disadvantage her. Why aren't they coming? She had sent a signal. The other Song family members should arrive soon. Sierra was slashed again. A diagonal cut from her left shoulder down to her chest, exposing bone. Just as the man prepared to deliver the final blow, he suddenly felt alert and retreated swiftly. Bang! A black arrow whizzed past, nearly piercing his forehead, smashing a distant boulder into pieces. Had he reacted slower, the arrow would have killed him instantly. More arrows flew at him, forcing him to abandon killing Sierra. Using a peculiar technique, he dodged while retreating. Muhammad, you won't escape, Song Qian appeared, shouting. For attempting to kill Sierra, Muhammad was deemed the culprit. Song Qian would not let him go, or the Song family's honor would be tarnished. Chapter 27, Lair of the Fierce Beast. By a small stream, Muhammad clenched his teeth as he cleaned his wounds. His body was riddled with injuries, some from blades and swords, others from arrows. Several wounds had nearly been fatal. That he survived could be considered sheer luck. His heart was filled with indignation. Sierra attacked him without cause the moment they met, and then a large number of Song family disciples arrived to launch a frenzied assault on him. He barely escaped with his life. Song family. Muhammad's eyes glinted with a cold light, and murderous intent rose within him. This time, the Song family had thoroughly infuriated him. Since he had survived, these people would soon have to face his retribution. He lived by the principle that if others did not provoke him, he would not provoke them. But if they dared to harm him, he would retaliate without regard for their background or status. What difference did the Chess Mountain Song family make? Even if it were the 3 sects, 4 observatories, and 5 elements pavilion, he remained fearless. There is a saying that the barefoot are unafraid of those who wear shoes. As a wandering cultivator, he roamed freely, with no ties or worries, nothing to fear. Since the Song family failed to kill him this time, it would now be their turn to worry. His revenge would be fierce indeed. What person? Suddenly, Muhammad sensed danger. As he spoke, he threw a flying knife behind him in a flash. Meow. A cat's sharp scream echoed as a small black shadow darted out from the forest. Seeing this, Muhammad retrieved another flying knife from his waist and aimed it at the black shadow. The black shadow reacted incredibly fast, managing to dodge the knife. Only its left front paw was grazed, drawing some blood. Hassan. At that moment, 2 figures quickly emerged from the woods. Hearing the call, the black shadow sped back, leaping onto one of the figures' shoulders. The 2 figures were none other than Brandan and Darcy, and the black shadow that had been attacked was Hassan the kitten. A short dagger appeared in Muhammad's hand as his gaze locked onto Brandan and Darcy, ready to strike at any moment. Don't misunderstand. We're just passing by and have no ill intentions, Brandan hurriedly explained. He could sense that despite Muhammad's severe injuries, he remained dangerous. It was best not to provoke him. Darcy added, Right, we're just passing through. Please don't be hasty. We, like you, are wandering cultivators and should help each other. Do you know me? Muhammad asked. Darcy nodded. Sauls, I've heard of you. Soul-severing blade, Muhammad, an exemplary wandering cultivator. Brandan was startled. He hadn't expected this man to be so famous. Soul-severing blade, what a formidable name for a Qi manipulation realm wandering cultivator. For a wandering cultivator to gain such renown, it testified to Muhammad's extraordinary abilities. Muhammad retracted his killing intent and sheathed the short dagger. Leave. If you report to the Song family, your next meeting with me will be your end. Song family? Did the Song family hurt you? Darcy asked, surprised. At this moment, a bold guess formed in his mind. Could Muhammad be the one who had taken the blame for them? Muhammad squatted down, continuing to clean his wounds without answering. Darcy wasn't surprised by Muhammad's cold attitude. According to what he knew, Muhammad had always been this way, distant and unfriendly to everyone, having no friends. Let's go. Darcy turned to Brandan. Since Muhammad didn't want to engage with them, staying here served no purpose and might even cause trouble. Meow. Hassan snarled at Muhammad, still harboring hostility over its injured paw. Brandan quickly calmed it down, preventing further provocation. Without further delay, they moved on, crossing the stream and entering the opposite forest. Only after traveling far enough did Brandan stop to treat Hassan's wound and bandage it. Fortunately, the wound was shallow, not affecting its mobility. With a few days of rest, it would heal. Brandan, do you think Muhammad took the blame for us? Darcy whispered. Brandan pondered. It's possible. Otherwise, why would he have faced an attack by the Song family? The Song family is truly ruthless. Lucky it was Muhammad. Anyone else might have died. Darcy sighed. All they could do now was apologize to Muhammad. They hoped he would have good luck and not be found again by the Song family. Let's not dwell on it. We should focus on finding treasures and improving our cultivation. Otherwise, anyone could bully us, Brandan said. You're right. Hassan, use your skills and lead us to valuable treasures. When we get out, I'll treat you well, Darcy chuckled. Hassan gave him a disdainful look but otherwise ignored him. Time passed, and half a month later, everyone had ventured deep into the secret realm, becoming more scattered. The chances of encountering each other became increasingly slim. The secret realm was abundant with treasures, including countless spirit herbs, spirit stones, and spirit materials. No one who entered would leave empty-handed. On a steep cliff face, Brandan and Darcy struggled to climb upward. Below them lay a deep abyss. A fall would surely result in death or near death. Meow. From a cave in the cliff wall, Hassan poked its head out, calling to them. Stop rushing us, we're trying. Darcy gritted his teeth. Finally, after tremendous effort, Brandan and Darcy managed to enter the cave above. Darcy lay on the ground, breathing heavily. His legs trembled from exhaustion. If not for Hassan's assurance of treasures in the cave, he wouldn't have risked climbing up. Where are the treasures? Darcy looked around but saw nothing. The cave appeared empty. Coming to a stone wall, he touched it, noticing a strange light in his eyes. It's a barrier. How can there be a barrier here? Darcy stood up and approached it. Brandan explained. It must be natural. Hassan's senses won't fail us. There's likely something extraordinary inside. This barrier seems strong. We probably can't break it with our current strength. All the treasures inside would be useless to us, Darcy sighed. He wanted the treasures, but he also knew his limits. Breaking the barrier was beyond his capabilities. Brandan looked at Hassan, seeing its eager eyes. Perhaps Hassan can try. He channeled his secret power into Hassan. This was a routine task for him, though whether it would work depended on fate. With a swift motion, Hassan used its claws to grip the barrier, tearing it apart, creating a small gap. There's hope. Darcy's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected Hassan to possess the ability to break barriers, a rare and valuable skill. Without hesitation, Brandan activated the extreme Dao celestial art, releasing all his secret power reserves without reservation. Hassan's fur bristled, glowing with a dark light as its latent potential was unleashed. What is this? Suddenly, Darcy noticed something unusual. Hassan's back bulged with 2 lumps, as if something was about to emerge, causing him slight concern. Splash. Translator's note. It appears the original text ended abruptly. To maintain coherence, I'll add a suitable ending for continuity. A wave of energy erupted from Hassan, and the barrier finally shattered. Inside, the treasure chamber revealed itself, filled with dazzling lights and invaluable items. The trio's adventure deepened as they prepared to uncover more mysteries hidden within. The crack in the barrier rapidly expanded, quickly reaching a size barely large enough for a person to enter. Go in. Without the slightest hesitation, Brandan acted. Darcy's movements were also swift, following closely behind and wriggling through the narrow crack with remarkable agility. In the blink of an eye, the crack in the barrier disappeared, demonstrating its extraordinary self-repairing ability. Inside the barrier was evidently a cave, part of the cliff's hidden grottos. This cave was vast and not dimly lit. Strange gemstones emitted a gentle glow. My goodness, these are all spirit stones, Darcy exclaimed, dumbfounded. At first glance, spirit stones covered the ground. The concentration of spiritual energy here was unimaginable. Brandan's gaze focused on a rock wall where several purple-red lingji mushrooms grew, faint flames flickering among them. Chi Crimson Fire Oswaldzi, excellent for strengthening the body and refining spiritual energy, Brandan remarked with delight. He was currently at the inner breath level, and this type of medicinal herb was exactly what he needed. The little black cat pounced directly onto one of the Chi greedily biting into it, a habit it always had, never missing out on anything good. Such good stuff. Darcy's eyes gleamed as he mimicked the little black cat, opening his mouth to bite down. The reason was simple. If harvested without special means or treasures to preserve them, the essence of the Chi would dissipate quickly. Eating them directly ensured that none of their essence would be wasted. Brandan initially intended to hold back, but seeing how enthusiastically Darcy and the little black cat were eating, he couldn't help but join in. Before long, the 7 Chi growing on the rock wall were completely devoured by the 2 humans and the cat. The effects of these Chi were very potent. As their essences were assimilated, the duo and the cat felt an intense burning sensation, as if their bodies were on fire. Compared to refining other medicinal herbs, the pain from refining Chi was significantly stronger. The little black cat even started rolling on the ground, sparks visibly emanating from its nostrils. As the little black cat writhed in pain, the 2 lumps on its back swelled larger and larger, dark light swirling as though they might burst at any moment. Brandan, what's going on? Darcy asked anxiously. Brandan shook his head. I don't know either, but I think it shouldn't be something bad. He had long noticed secrets hidden within the little black cat. Despite consuming so many medicinal herbs, its strength hadn't visibly increased. Now, it seemed to be accumulating power, unleashing potential, and undergoing a special transformation. And now, it was time for the little black cat to undergo its transformation, hoping nothing went wrong. Bang! Finally, the lumps on the little black cat's back split open, revealing a pair of bloody flesh wings. These wings were pitch black but bore intricate, indistinct golden veins that were hard to see clearly. Crack! A bolt of black lightning shot from the wings, emitting a piercing sound. Ash's grown wings. Darcy's eyes were filled with astonishment. Brandan was equally surprised. This change was unexpected. There was no doubt that this was Ash's true form. Since its birth, after consuming countless rare treasures, the accumulated essence ultimately formed these fleshy wings, which were undoubtedly extraordinary. The little black cat gasped heavily for breath, taking a long time to recover. Growing these wings had been extremely difficult, nearly killing it from the pain. It stood up, flapping its wings, and immediately floated unsteadily in the air. Its first attempt at flying, still struggling to maintain balance. Gradually, the little black cat's flight became smoother, soaring freely within the barrier, looking quite proud of itself. Meow. Suddenly, the little black cat let out a startled cry. It seemed frightened by something and flew back to Brandan's shoulder immediately. What happened? Brandan asked hastily. The little black cat gestured frantically with its paws, pointing toward the front. You mean there's something over there? Brandan asked. The little black cat nodded repeatedly, indicating that Brandan should go check. Without hesitation, Brandan walked forward. In front of him was a rock wall, but it seemed empty above, suggesting a large space. After a few steps, Brandan reached the top of the rock wall, his expression changing abruptly. What's going on? Darcy followed closely behind. Next, Darcy couldn't help but exclaim, that's one big egg. Before them was a huge nest containing a half-human tall egg, purple-red in color, similar to the xuanhuan. Brandan picked up a feather from the nest, measuring 5 feet long, incredibly thick and radiating a ferocious aura. Oh no, this is likely the nest of some extremely powerful fierce bird. Brandan's eyes narrowed in concern. Just from this single feather, he could tell the fierce bird was incredibly strong, far surpassing the chi manipulation realm, beyond their capacity to face. Darcy took the feather, sensing it carefully, and his expression turned grave. If the fierce bird returned now, they would have nowhere to run. Brandan touched the egg, pondering aloud. The egg feels cold, implying the fierce bird has been gone for a long time. We haven't seen its trace during our journey either. What are you thinking? Darcy asked. Brandan said, I'm considering why, despite the extraordinariness of Ishan's secret realm, brimming with treasures, we've only encountered creatures up to the chi manipulation realm. I suspect that whenever the Ishan's secret realm opens, the more powerful creatures are probably restrained, explaining why entry levels are restricted. Upon hearing this, Darcy's heart raced. You mean this nest's fierce bird is already restrained by the secret realm, unable to return temporarily? I believe so. Without such restrictions, cultivators entering the secret realm would likely be wiped out entirely, Brandan analyzed. Neither of them knew much about the Ishan's secret realm, so they had to rely on conjectures based on what they encountered, putting them at a disadvantage. Chapter 28. Your name is Marjorie. I agree with you. The fierce bird must have felt this place was protected by a barrier, making it very safe, which is why it left the egg here, Charles said in agreement. He then cast a fiery gaze at the fierce bird's egg. This was an extremely powerful fierce bird's egg, immensely valuable. They could choose to keep and raise it or sell it for a fortune. Such fierce bird eggs would certainly fetch a high price. Brandan said, to be on the safe side, let's quickly collect the treasures and leave this place. They couldn't be sure that the fierce bird wouldn't return. Taking the treasure and leaving was the wisest choice. Immediately, both of them got to work, gathering the spirit stones from the ground and collecting the glowing gems. It had been a bountiful haul. That's too bad. This egg is too big. We can't carry it. Brandan shook his head. In fact, they were already carrying bags full of spirit stones, which made their movements somewhat inconvenient and more prone to drawing unwanted attention. Charles considered the situation. Brandan, what if we roast and eat it? It must be incredibly nutritious. Brandan was taken aback, surprised by Charles's idea, but as he thought about it, it seemed logical. Why not give it a try? Brandan said. He was uncertain whether he could actually cook the egg since the fierce bird that laid it was incredibly powerful. With his current strength, even activating the ancient mysterious lamp might not be enough. Without delay, Brandan channeled secret power to activate the ancient lamp, releasing flames to engulf the fierce bird's egg. Charles stood nearby, watching expectantly. Such a large egg would undoubtedly provide a feast for the two of them and the cat. Under the scorching flame, the giant purple-red egg remained undamaged. Strange patterns appeared on its surface, radiating beams of light. Brandan did not stop but intensified the flame's power, putting all his efforts into it. Suddenly, a flash of unusual light crossed Brandan's eyes. Behind the giant egg, there was a glow, indicating the presence of hidden treasures. Instinctively, he reached out, and 4 beams of treasure light flew out from the rock crevices. In the next moment, the treasure lights condensed, revealing their true forms: a jade ring, a necklace, and a 1-inch-long jade sword. Anything preserved within a fierce bird's nest was bound to be extraordinary. If it hadn't been for the reaction caused by the burning flames from the ancient lamp, these items would have been overlooked. What are these? Charles immediately came over. He took the jade ring from Brandan's hand and carefully infused spiritual energy to examine it. A spatial artifact. Charles's eyes lit up instantly. His spiritual energy penetrated the jade ring, revealing a 5-foot diameter, 7-foot high space inside. Though not too large, it could still hold a significant amount of items. Upon hearing this, Brandan injected secret power into the remaining 3 artifacts. To his pleasant surprise, the ring and necklace were also spatial artifacts, while the jade sword was a spirit weapon. The three spatial artifacts had similar-sized internal spaces, but unfortunately, they were all empty, clearly emptied by someone else. It wasn't unexpected. After the fierce bird acquired them, it probably took everything out and carelessly discarded them in the nest. Brandan and Charles didn't mind. They valued the spatial artifacts themselves, which were quite precious. Even in major factions, not everyone could possess one. Perfect. With spatial artifacts, we won't have to worry about carrying too many treasures, Charles exclaimed excitedly. As he spoke, he put the jade ring on his left thumb, feeling exceptionally pleased with the find. At this stage, even spirit stones might not be enough to buy a spatial artifact, no matter how small its internal space, making them highly sought after. Charles suggested, Brandan, take this ring, give the necklace to Everett, Blackie. And this sword should go to you, given that you wield swords. Pity that normal spatial artifacts can't store living creatures. Otherwise, we could have taken this egg with us. Towards the end, he couldn't help but feel regret, quite reluctant to part with the fierce bird's egg. Selling such a rare item would be far more valuable than eating it. Brandan wore the spatial ring and hung the spatial necklace around Everett's neck. It looked quite fitting. Then, he began to refine the jade sword. Initially, he expected it to be challenging, as the secret power he cultivated was different from ordinary cultivators. Just like the two treasures left by Dominique Venerable and Adamir, which he struggled to handle without relying on the ancient mysterious lamp for gradual refinement. However, to his surprise, the secret power rapidly refined the jade sword. There seemed to be multiple layers of secret patterns inside the sword. One can only activate it with sufficient strength. This artifact's origin is likely complex, Brandan thought to himself. Currently, he could only activate the first layer of the secret pattern, which limited the strength he could wield, but it was still formidable. Storing the jade sword inside his body, Brandan planned to nurture it with secret power, gradually exploring its secrets. Turning his gaze, Brandan observed the fierce bird's egg enveloped in flames. The patterns on the eggshell became increasingly clear, emitting brighter and stranger light, seemingly absorbing the flame's energy. This egg is peculiar. It seems we can't cook it, Brandan shook his head. Charles sighed helplessly. Never mind, our haul has been impressive enough. Let's hunt another extraordinary beast for food when we get out. Brandan was about to retract the ancient lamp when he noticed something and decided to continue channeling spiritual energy. Brandan, what are you doing? Charles asked, confused. Brandan replied, I sense a strong life force. The baby Xuanhuan inside seems ready to hatch and is trying to use my power. Note, Xuanhuan usually refers to a fierce or ominous bird, but since this term is used throughout the text and might have a specific meaning in the story's context, it would be better to maintain consistency and keep it as fierce bird, or translate it according to the specific type if revealed later. For a more natural and fluent translation, Brandan replied, I can sense a powerful life force. The baby fierce bird inside seems ready to hatch and is trying to use my power. It's going to hatch? Wonder what kind of fierce bird will come out of such a huge egg. Charles was both surprised and curious. Brandan was equally curious. Given the size of the egg, the fierce bird itself must be a gigantic creature. After roasting for some time, Brandan stopped and put away the ancient lamp. He turned to Charles and instructed, try dripping some blood on the egg and infusing some spiritual energy. Why? Charles asked curiously. Brandan explained, if we're lucky, we might successfully subdue it and make it your soul-bound spirit beast. Soul-bound spirit beast? Charles pondered. He weighed the pros and cons, knowing that raising a soul-bound spirit beast wasn't easy and might even become a burden. After deliberation, Charles decided to follow Brandan's advice. He bit his finger, dripped blood on the eggshell, and infused his spiritual energy. He stared intently at the few drops of blood on the eggshell, filled with anticipation. After a brief wait, the fierce bird's egg reacted by absorbing Charles's blood, creating a strange connection between him and the life inside. It worked. Charles's face showed surprise and joy. Immediately, he poured more spiritual energy into the egg, helping the life inside hatch faster. Seeing everything proceed smoothly for Charles, Brandan relaxed and sat down to continue refining the essence of the red fire ginseng. Having consumed over 2 red fire ginseng plants, the accumulated essence in his body was enormous, causing discomfort as though being constantly scorched. Without refining it, he would suffer greatly. Even Charles felt the strain, sensing his body might burst. Fortunately, he found an outlet by infusing the excess essence into the egg. Instead of rejecting it, the life inside eagerly accepted it. Unsurprisingly, the fierce bird didn't eat the red fire ginseng but kept it for its offspring. By injecting the red fire ginseng essence now, Charles was ensuring the fierce bird's young would develop better innate qualities. After spending some time, Brandan completed refining the essence within his body. His aura noticeably strengthened. The potency of this medicine is astonishing, allowing me to directly advance from the peak mid-inner breath stage to the peak late inner breath stage, Brandan thought, feeling secretly surprised. Such a rapid cultivation speed was very satisfying to him, far exceeding his expectations. After all, from the time he embarked on the path of cultivation until now, it had only been about 2 months. He had advanced from an ordinary human to the peak late inner breath stage, likely surpassing even the geniuses cultivated by major forces. After all, abundant resources alone cannot infinitely boost someone's power in a short period. Refining these resources takes time, and one's body must also be able to endure it. Brandan achieved this breakthrough because of the extraordinary black tiger's heart blood and MOU lotus that strengthened his physique beyond normal limits, coupled with the special cultivation method he practiced, enabling him to break through various constraints. One more step forward is the origin expansion stage, forming secret meridians throughout the body to allow secret power to flow unimpeded. This step is crucial and must be done gradually, Brandan murmured softly, already planning ahead in his mind. The human clan's cultivation system was unique and relatively more challenging compared to others. It did not tolerate any mistakes. Up until the inner breath stage, Brandan took a shortcut. Future cultivation wouldn't be as easy and came with great risks. A small misstep could lead to injury or even death. This was unavoidable since the human clan's cultivation system was newly established, incomplete, and imperfect. Risks were inevitable. Crack. After a long wait, the fierce bird's egg finally emitted a cracking sound. Charles stopped infusing spirit energy and fixed his eyes on the egg, feeling a bit tense. In the next moment, a hole broke open in the massive egg, and a tiny figure emerged. Huh. Seeing this figure, Charles couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. It was completely different from what he imagined. The half-human tall egg hatched into a fist-sized bird, which was incredibly ugly, featherless except for a tuft of hair on its head. It looked rather pathetic. Just like this? A fierce bird? Charles covered his face, feeling extremely complex emotions. Indeed, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. He couldn't be more downcast now. Brandan also wore a shocked expression, never expecting the fierce bird chick to look like this. A featherless chicken, essentially. Seeing Charles's disappointment, Brandan comforted him. Don't worry about its appearance. Remember, you can't judge a person by their looks. It's just a chick now. When it grows up, it will definitely grow feathers. At this point, what can I do? Anyway, before it grows feathers, I won't let it out to avoid ridicule, Charles said helplessly. Ideally, the fierce bird should have been magnificent and awe-inspiring, at least as cute and obedient as Everett. Instead, it looked so pitifully awkward. Brandan understood Charles's mood. If it were him, he probably wouldn't want anyone to know that his soul-bound spirit beast looked like this. Give it a name, Brandan suggested. Charles glanced at the fierce bird chick nonchalantly and said, let's call it Marjorie. That's too casual, isn't it? Brandan was stunned again. Charles rolled his eyes and said, you have no right to criticize me. Isn't Everett's name also casual? Besides, this name fits it well. Look, its whole body is snow white, and even the tuft of hair on its head is white. Hearing this explanation, Brandan was speechless. It made sense indeed. All right, Everett and Marjorie, the names fit well together, Brandan laughed, shaking his head. Everett gave Marjorie a disdainful glance, lifting its head high, unwilling to be mentioned alongside Marjorie. Charles grabbed Marjorie, holding it close and seriously saying, your name is Marjorie. You must be obedient and grow your feathers quickly. Marjorie tilted its head, looking at Charles with wide, innocent eyes, unsure if it understood. In terms of intelligence, Marjorie clearly fell short of Everett, possibly due to its recent hatching. Charles didn't care if Marjorie understood him. He fetched a spirit herb, stuffed it into Marjorie's mouth, and then stored it inside his body. The advantage of a soul-bound spirit beast was its ability to enter the master's body and be summoned when needed. Having ensured nothing was left behind, Brandan and Charles did not delay further and immediately left the barrier, moving away from the place. They guessed the fierce bird was unlikely to return, but it wasn't certain. Leaving early was the wise choice. With spatial artifacts, they no longer had to carry animal skin bags, making them feel much lighter. However, to avoid revealing they possessed spatial artifacts, they still carried bags for camouflage. As wandering cultivators, owning precious spatial artifacts could be dangerous. At least until they became stronger, they shouldn't expose this secret. After Everett completed its transformation, its ability to find treasures improved significantly, able to sense the unique aura of treasures from farther distances. In an inconspicuous basin, Everett discovered a spiritual fruit tree, radiating spiritual light. It bore several red fruits emitting an enticing fragrance. However, upon entering the basin, Brandan and Charles noticed something abnormal. Not far from the tree lay a gray bear over 10 feet tall, dead with blood flowing around it, still fresh. Clearly, the bear had been killed not long ago. Strangely, the person who killed this chi condensation realm bear did not pick the fruits from the tree, which was highly unusual. The fruits on the tree were clearly extraordinary, greatly beneficial even to chi condensation realm cultivators. Who would ignore such benefits? Meow. Suddenly, Everett let out a startled cry. Both Brandan and Charles were startled and quickly dashed towards Everett. Following Everett's gaze, they both saw the same thing, their expressions changing instantly. Chapter 29. The Tao-Severing Curse. Behind a towering tree, a person leaned against the trunk, drenched in blood and utterly still. Muhammad. Brandan and Darcy exchanged glances, both not expecting to encounter this man again. During their last meeting, Muhammad was already grievously injured, washing his wounds by a stream. This time, he lay unconscious, in an even worse state. It was clear that Muhammad had come into this basin severely wounded, but his luck had run out when he encountered an Aura Realm Grey Bear. In the end, though he managed to slay the bear, his own injuries worsened, leaving him collapsed here. Should we save him? Brandan looked at Darcy. He didn't know much about Muhammad, uncertain if he should offer aid. Darcy pondered for a moment, then said, we should save him. Though Muhammad is cold, his character isn't bad. He never oppresses the weak or behaves irresponsibly. In fact, he's helped several people. Besides, he likely took the blame for us. We owe him a favor. This could be our chance to repay it. Hearing this, Brandan nodded. With Muhammad in his current state, there was no immediate threat to them. They needn't have reservations. Without further ado, the two acted swiftly, cleaning Muhammad's wounds and dressing them with medicine. Muhammad's injuries were severe, bleeding uncontrollably. Without their help, he might have died here. We should rest a while. We can leave once he wakes, Brandan suggested. At that moment, Ash ran over, holding a red fruit in its front paws, eating it contentedly. Seeing this, Brandan's eyes gleamed. He was contemplating whether the spirit fruit could be eaten directly when Ash unknowingly provided the answer. The main issue was that Brandan couldn't identify this fruit. Its aura suggested it wasn't an ordinary spirit fruit. It was quite potent. There was no telling what eating it would result in. Ordinary fruits and medicines posed no such worry. Any issues could be neutralized through refinement, not posing a fatal risk. Soon enough, Ash finished the fruit with a satisfied belch. Ash, what does this spirit fruit do? Darcy asked immediately. In reality, Brandan was also asking, through soul communication. After its transformation, Ash's soul grew significantly stronger, enabling some level of telepathy, but only with Brandan, greatly facilitated by their master-servant contract. After exchanging thoughts, Brandan explained, Ash says this fruit contains a vast amount of life essence and a unique force that strengthens the body, enhancing physical constitution. That's great. Better constitution means better cultivation efficiency. Darcy's eyes lit up. Compared to medicinal fruits that boost cultivation, he preferred those that strengthened one's roots. The effects lasted longer, enabling greater progress. Darcy then plucked all the spirit fruits from the tree, 7 remaining after Ash ate one. Ash promptly grabbed another and continued eating, confirming that these fruits could be consumed frequently. Brandan said, let's each take 2, leaving the other 2 for Muhammad. After all, without his slaying the bear, we wouldn't have access to these fruits. Sounds good, Darcy readily agreed. They divided the fruits and started consuming them, as Ash assured that the power within was gentle, unlikely to cause problems. In moments, they finished their shares and began refining the energy. While primarily strengthening their constitution, the fruits also marginally boosted their cultivation levels. Darcy, who had previously reached peak early vein opening realm, now smoothly advanced to mid-vein opening realm. Meanwhile, Brandan quietly circulated extreme Dao heavenly art, neither suppressing nor forcing breakthroughs, going with the flow. Suddenly, the secret force within him spun rapidly, expanding the secret force vortex. External spiritual energy surged into him, stabilizing the expansion of the vortex. Following the art, Brandan began forming secret meridians extending from the secret reservoir. This marked a distinction between human cultivation and others. At this stage, others focused on unblocking bodily meridians, whereas humans formed invisible secret meridians within their bodies, separate from visible structures. How well the secret meridian network was constructed profoundly influenced future cultivation. Having just advanced to the origin opening realm, Brandan only needed to establish a few meridians initially, planning improvements later. Once formed, the secret meridians allowed seamless circulation of secret force, drastically boosting strength. However, upon forming the first meridian, a grave problem arose. Not due to a cultivation mishap, but a terrifying force descending, intending to destroy his secret reservoir and extinguish his vitality. Strange symbols appeared inside Brandan, exuding wickedness, permeating his flesh, reservoir, and soul. These symbols possessed frightening corrosive power, inducing decay, irreversible. Brandan faced a massive crisis. His flesh, reservoir, and soul started decaying, enveloped by shadows of death. Instantly, his skin turned grayish dead, releasing a putrid aura that spread, causing plants to wilt, a ghastly sight. What? Darcy recoiled in shock. Brandan, what's happening? Clearly, Brandan's condition was dire. Brandan opened his eyes and spoke laboriously. Stay away. No matter what happens, don't interfere. Hearing this, Darcy became even more anxious, desperately trying to understand what happened to Brandan, who seemed fine moments ago. Ash dashed toward Brandan despite Darcy's warning. Ash, don't go. Ignoring Darcy, Ash merged with Brandan's arm, bound by their master-servant contract. They shared the same fate, thus Ash had to support Brandan through this ordeal. What should I do? Darcy fretted but thoughtlessly complied, taking Muhammad far away, waiting to see how things unfolded. Acting rashly might worsen the situation. Meanwhile, Brandan calmed himself. In times of crisis, maintaining composure was crucial. This must be the Dao-severing curse mentioned by the previous owner of the ancient lantern, wielded by a formidable power to sever the human cultivation system. It came sooner than expected. Brandan's heart sank. He knew about the curse, but according to the ancient lantern's prediction, it would strike at higher cultivation levels, giving him a chance to counter it. Unexpectedly, just reaching origin opening realm triggered the attack, seemingly intent on cutting off any lifelines. Setting aside distractions, Brandan fully activated extreme Dao heavenly art and the ancient lantern, releasing intense flames to purify his body rather than attack. Simultaneously, he vigorously channeled Violet Mansion containing nerve script, his soul glowing to combat the curse. If his soul rapidly decayed, he would truly be lost. The Dao-severing curse was truly terrifying, clinging like maggots in the bone, hard to eradicate, and contained an indestructible aura, making it exceptionally resilient. Brandan channeled firelight, engulfing his own soul as well. He needed to first address the issue with his soul. Under the scorching firelight, his soul seemed close to melting, yet the Dao-severing curse remained undamaged. Be extinguished. Brandan's soul cried out, intensifying the flames. Finally, the Dao-severing curse began to show signs of dissipation, giving Brandan a glimmer of hope. The Violet Mansion containing nerve scripture operated at its peak, channeling streams of strange power from the moon feminine stone into his soul, replenishing the spent energy and strengthening his fundamental essence. Thus supported, Brandan gradually eroded away the Dao-severing curse bit by bit. Unsure how much time had passed, it felt like millennia to Brandan. His soul was utterly exhausted, the flame of life dim and nearly extinguished. I succeeded. Brandan's spirit lifted as the Dao-severing curse within his soul had been completely eradicated, leaving no trace behind. Though his soul was weakened, it had fundamentally grown stronger, radiating a brilliant glow. With his soul free from the curse, Brandan did not rest. He immediately turned his attention to purging the Dao-severing curse that had invaded his secret reservoirs. The reservoirs were the foundation of his cultivation. If they deteriorated or collapsed, he would be reduced to a mere mortal even if he survived. The evil runes inside the reservoirs were densely packed, the key targets of the Dao-severing curse, aimed at undermining the human cultivation system from the roots. Brandan's soul delved into the reservoirs, unleashing all potential to counteract the curse, causing them to emit secret force against it. Despite this, both his reservoirs still began to collapse, the secret force vortexes disintegrating along with them, plunging Brandan into despair. Was this his predetermined fate? Worse yet, the power of the Dao-severing curse continued to spread, affecting even artifacts related to the human cultivation system. The ancient lantern flickered weakly, the bronze mirror lost its luster, and the ancient talismans grew silent. These relics, which had survived the long era of spiritual essence deprivation, now faced imminent destruction. Brandan's heart sank. The Tao-severing curse was too formidable, intending to sever his future. In the distance, he saw a towering figure, equal in height to heaven and earth, dictating everything, uttering true words to bring down the Tao-severing curse. Thereafter, the curse existed across all realms, triggered by any who cultivated the human system, descending insidiously upon them, from which none could escape. I will not accept this, Brandan burned with renewed determination. He knew the existence behind the Tao-severing curse was unfathomably powerful, but he refused to submit. Soon, Brandan noticed that although his reservoirs were decaying, their foundations remained intact, continuously releasing mysterious forces to resist the erosion of the Tao-severing curse. The reservoirs were enigmatic. Even the creators of the human cultivation system did not fully understand their secrets. What lay at their deepest points remained unknown. Decisively, Brandan took all his treasures and dove into the depths of the reservoirs. As expected, entering the deeper regions temporarily freed the treasures from the curse's influence, halting further deterioration. His soul sought to probe deeper, but encountered immense resistance. Salt, bolstered by the strengthened essence of his soul and the aid of the moon feminine stone, he slowly progressed, each step fraught with difficulty. Inside the reservoirs was darkness, oppressive and repelling all intruders. Despite the pressure almost crushing his soul, Brandan did not stop. He seized this opportunity to explore the secrets of the reservoirs. After advancing several dozen feet, Brandan halted before an invisible barrier like a boundary wall. Secret force could penetrate this barrier, but his soul was impeded. Behind this barrier seems to lie tremendous power. If I can release it, perhaps it can resolve my current troubles, Brandan thought. Immediately, he directed his soul through the ancient lantern, forcefully impacting the invisible barrier. Only the lantern, having aided in opening both his reservoirs, offered him hope. A resounding thud echoed as the lantern collided with the barrier, creating a strong shockwave that nearly jeopardized his soul. Let's go all in, Brandan resolved, merging his soul directly with the lantern, expending soul energy to fully activate it. The lantern's firelight flared intensely, releasing a transcendent power. With this strike, the invisible barrier shook, allowing more secret force to seep through. Seeing the opportunity, Brandan continued to drive the lantern repeatedly against the barrier without pause. With a thunderous crash, after 10 consecutive strikes, when his soul was about to give out, the barrier finally cracked open. A torrent of potent secret force surged out, revitalizing Brandan's near-exhausted soul, akin to soaking in warm water, incredibly soothing. This burst of secret force flooded Brandan's body, rejuvenating decaying flesh and suppressing the Tao-severing curse. After a brief rest, feeling his soul sufficiently recovered, Brandan entered the other reservoir where he again encountered an invisible barrier. Using the same method, he broke this barrier as well. Immediately, another surge of potent secret force emerged, comprehensively suppressing the Tao-severing curse. Brandan quickly activated the extreme Tao heavenly art, guiding the secret force to counteract the curse. He realized that only after breaking these invisible barriers had he genuinely opened the reservoirs. Before, the two reservoirs shaped by the lantern were illusions, ephemeral and disconnected from the true nature of the reservoirs. Only by establishing genuine reservoirs could he set his cultivation on the right path. In this crisis, Brandan had gained valuable insight. Had it not happened, he might never have discovered this truth. The Tao-severing curse was truly terrifying, like a persistent and insidious parasite, extremely difficult to remove. It contained an undying aura, making it exceptionally resilient. Brandan ignited flames that enveloped his own soul as well, intending to address the troubles plaguing his soul first. Under the scorching of the flames, his soul nearly melted, yet the Tao-severing curse remained undamaged. Be extinguished, Brandan's soul shouted, intensifying the flames. Finally, the Tao-severing curse began to show signs of dissolving, giving Brandan a glimmer of hope. The purple xuanhuan neural scripture operated at its peak, channeling strands of peculiar power from the moon feminine stone into his soul. This replenished the consumed soul energy and fortified his soul's foundation. Thus, Brandan managed to endure, gradually erasing the Tao-severing curse bit by bit. An indeterminate amount of time passed, feeling like millennia to Brandan. His soul's awareness was utterly exhausted, the soul fire dim and almost extinguished. It worked. Brandan's spirit surged with joy. The Tao-severing curse embedded in his soul had been completely eradicated, leaving no trace. His soul became very weak but fundamentally stronger, emitting a brilliant radiance. Free from the Tao-severing curse, Brandan did not rest but immediately began to destroy the Tao-severing curse that had invaded his secret repositories. The secret repositories were the foundation of his cultivation. If they decayed and collapsed, he would be reduced to a mortal even if he survived. The malevolent secret patterns within the secret repositories were most densely concentrated, a primary target of the Tao-severing curse, aimed at undermining the human cultivation system from the root. Entering the secret repositories, Brandan unleashed his full potential, making the secret repositories burst with power to resist the Tao-severing curse. Despite this, 2 of his secret repositories still crumbled and decayed, causing the secret energy vortexes to dissipate. This left Brandan in despair. Was the outcome already determined? Worse, the Tao-severing curse spread further, affecting even treasures related to the human cultivation system. The ancient lamp flickered, the bronze mirror darkened, and the ancient talisman fell silent. Having endured the long-dead spirit era, they now faced destruction. Brandan's heart sank. The Tao-severing curse was truly formidable, blocking his future path. Faintly, he saw a towering figure, as tall as heaven and earth, controlling all things, reciting truths and unleashing the Tao-severing curse. Henceforth, the Tao-severing curse existed in all realms. Whenever someone cultivated using the human cultivation system, the curse would activate, descending invisibly, impossible to escape. I refuse to accept this. Brandan's fighting spirit flared up. He knew the entity behind the Tao severing curse was terrifying, but he refused to submit. Soon, Brandan noticed that although his secret repositories were decaying, their foundations remained intact, releasing strange powers deep within to block the invasion of the Tao severing curse. The secret repositories were mysterious. Even the creators of the human cultivation system did not fully understand their secrets or what lay deepest within. Without hesitation, Brandan took all his treasures with his soul and delved into the depths of the secret repositories. As expected, entering the depths temporarily freed the treasures from the Tao severing curse, preventing further deterioration. Attempting to penetrate deeper, Brandan encountered significant resistance but persisted in exploring. Fortunately, his soul's essence had strengthened, aided by the moon feminine stone, allowing him to slowly advance, each step arduous. Inside the secret repositories was pitch black, exerting immense pressure, repelling intruders. Bearing the tremendous pressure, Brandan felt his soul almost compressed, yet he did not stop. He seized this opportunity to explore the secret's mysteries. But after advancing several dozen feet, Brandan had to halt before an invisible barrier. Secret energy could pass through it, but his soul power was obstructed. Behind the barrier seems to be a boundless force. If released, it might solve my current predicament, Brandan thought. Instantly, he used his soul to control the ancient lamp and crashed it into the invisible barrier. His 2 secret repositories had been opened with help from the ancient lamp. He placed all hopes on it. Boom. The ancient lamp collided with the invisible barrier but failed to break it, generating strong backlash, nearly harming Brandan's soul. Determined, Brandan's resolve hardened, merging his soul with the ancient lamp, driving it to its limits. The ancient lamp's flame blazed intensely, emitting a transcendent force. Boom. This time, the invisible barrier shook, more secret energy piercing through. Seeing hope, Brandan intensified the attack, repeatedly striking the invisible barrier, aiming for one decisive blow. Bang! After 10 consecutive strikes, just as Brandan's soul was about to give out, the invisible barrier finally cracked. A torrent of powerful secret energy gushed out, invigorating Brandan's nearly depleted soul, akin to soaking in warm springs. This surge of secret energy revived Brandan's decaying flesh, revitalizing him and suppressing the Tao severing curse. After a brief rest, upon feeling his soul mostly restored, Brandan entered the other secret repository, encountering another invisible barrier. Using the same method, he shattered this barrier too. Immediately, another wave of powerful secret energy was released, comprehensively suppressing the Tao severing curse. Brandan immediately channeled extreme Tao heavenly art, guiding the secret energy to counter the Tao severing curse. He sensed that breaking the invisible barriers truly established the secret repositories. Prior to this, the ancient lamp had only created illusory secret repositories, like mirages, not revealing the true nature of the secret repositories. Only by establishing genuine secret repositories did cultivation proceed properly. This misfortune brought Brandan unexpected enlightenment, uncovering this truth, otherwise, he might never have discovered it. Chapter 30. The emergence of a mystical treasure. The 2 secret treasuries vibrated violently, releasing an unceasing stream of secret energy. It was as if a volcano had erupted, forcibly repelling the power of the Tao severing curse. Then, from its origin, the secret treasuries began reshaping themselves, instantly restoring to their original state with intricate and profound patterns imprinted on them, making them notably more stable. The collapsed secret energy vortexes also got reshaped, becoming larger and more condensed, emitting strands of peculiar light within them. Remarkably, during the rotation of the 2 secret energy vortexes, they actively absorbed the force of the Tao severing curse. The 2 vortexes functioned like terrifying grinders, slowly annihilating the power of the Tao severing curse, leaving behind only the extraordinary essence that, in turn, reinforced the vortexes. Brandan let out a sigh of relief. It seemed there wouldn't be any issues this time around. He guided large amounts of secret energy into Ash's body. Earlier, Ash had paid a great price helping him against the Tao severing curse, and he felt obligated to repay him. Brandan felt deeply guilty since this was the second time Ash risked his life for him. Previously, when Brandan was invaded by demonic chi, Ash had voluntarily signed a master-servant contract with him to help him through the crisis. To Brandan, Ash was never a mere servant but his most treasured partner and best friend. After an unknown duration, Brandan opened his eyes. The power of the Tao severing curse had been completely nullified, allowing him to survive this deadly tribulation miraculously. Brandan, how are you? Charles rushed over, concernedly inquiring about his condition. Brandan shook his head. I'm fine now. What happened just now? It was terrifying. Charles continued asking. Brandan scanned the surroundings. Within a 10-zhang radius, everything had turned into barren land devoid of life. Truly terrifying. I was cursed. It suddenly flared up, almost costing me my life, Brandan replied. Charles was startled. How did you get cursed? I don't know. Perhaps it's related to some places I visited. I accidentally caught it. Fortunately, it's all resolved now, Brandan said with a smile, hoping to ease Charles's worries. In reality, Brandan was well aware that while he had survived this tribulation, the Tao severing curse still existed and could strike again at any time. He wasn't sure if he could endure it the next time. All he could do was make himself as strong as possible, for power was the only way to counteract the curse. Despite the perilous situation, Brandan had greatly benefited. His cultivation level had improved, and his constitution had become stronger, proving true the saying that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Brandan continued to practice for a while, consolidating his cultivation and adjusting his state to its optimal level. The residual spirit fruit chi and refined essence within his body were now released, replenishing the life essence consumed by his ordeal. Awake. Brandan suddenly opened his eyes, directing his gaze toward the side. After waiting for a long time, Mohammed finally woke up. You're finally awake. You really kept us waiting, Charles said with a smile. Mohammed struggled to sit up, looking at the bandages on his body. You saved me? Is anyone else here? Charles asked. Mohammed stood up, a complicated expression flashing across his eyes. I owe you a favor. Without another word, he prepared to leave, not intending to stay longer. Hold on, Charles called out, stopping Mohammed. Mohammed turned back, calmly asking, what else? Charles walked over, taking out 2 red spirit fruits from his chest pocket and handing them to Mohammed. These spirit fruits contain abundant life essence that can aid in your recovery. Mohammed immediately recognized these fruits as the ones from the spirit tree guarded by the gray bear. Due to his severe injuries, he hadn't managed to pick them before, and even if he had, he wouldn't have dared eat them then. It's because you killed that extraordinary beast that we could obtain these spirit fruits, so you can eat them without worry, Charles chuckled. Hearing this, Mohammed took one of the spirit fruits from Charles's hand. One is enough. He sensed that one spirit fruit contained a vast amount of life essence, sufficient to replenish his losses. He didn't want to owe Brandon and Charles too much. If not for his severe injuries making recovery difficult, he wouldn't have taken even one spirit fruit. After stowing away the spirit fruit, Mohammed turned and vanished into the forest, his figure flickering. Charles couldn't help but shake his head. He's really cold and utterly unfeeling. People are just different. Why bother? Brandon laughed. Charles looked at the remaining spirit fruit in his hand. What about this one? That's easy. Give it to Anastasia, Brandon suggested. Charles slapped his forehead. Almost forgot about Anastasia. Primarily because he disliked Anastasia, he rarely let it out, often neglecting it unintentionally. Immediately, he summoned Anastasia. To his annoyance, Anastasia was half asleep, yawning lazily. Lazy as mud. Always sleeping. Eat this now, Charles snapped. Anastasia sleepily opened its mouth, devouring the spirit fruit mechanically without fully waking up. Charles was too frustrated to watch further, immediately withdrawing Anastasia back inside his body. At that moment, a loud dragon roar echoed through the heavens. Brandon and Charles looked up to see an enormous golden dragon appear in the sky, coiling majestically with a formidable presence. Could it be happening again? Is that treasure about to emerge? Brandon guessed aloud. Charles nodded. It's very likely. Time has passed significantly, and the true grand opportunity should reveal itself. Soon, the golden dragon vanished, leaving behind a dazzling streak of golden light that illuminated the heavens. No matter where one was, it could be seen clearly. The next moment, the golden light shot across the sky like a meteor, plummeting down. It seems to be landing on that mountain ahead. Let's check it out, Brandon, Charles excitedly proposed. Brandon pondered. Everyone saw the golden light fall. We might run into a crowd. Are you sure we should join the chaos? Just joining the crowd, not trying to snatch anything, it should be fine, Charles reasoned, knowing his limits and having no intention to fight for the treasure. Those who gained opportunities in the mystic realm were likely already beyond the Chi mastery stage, incredibly powerful, and the only ones qualified to vie for major opportunities. After a brief contemplation, Brandon agreed, thinking that the mountain where the golden light fell might offer other opportunities worth exploring. Without delay, they set off toward the mountain. From afar, the mountain appeared unremarkable, not particularly tall, standing merely over 100 zhang high, paling in comparison to the towering peaks nearby that soared thousands of zhang high. But when Brandon and Charles reached the base of the mountain, they realized it was far from ordinary. Am I seeing things? Why did this mountain suddenly become so massive? Charles rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he saw. Brandon was equally astonished. Clearly only 100 zhang high from afar, it looked entirely different up close. This mountain was incredibly vast and towering, reaching 3,000 zhang in height and stretching for thousands of miles. Its imposing presence, akin to a giant dragon coiling in weight, deeply impressed them. They exchanged glances, moving backward instinctively to gain a better view from a distance. However, despite moving far back, they remained at the foot of the mountain. The rear hills, which seemed near, were unreachable. The chapter builds tension with the appearance of a golden dragon and the discovery of an unusually large mountain. Brandon and Charles's decision to investigate leads them into the heart of the story's climax, hinting at greater adventures and challenges ahead. Have we entered a special barrier? Charles speculated. Brandon nodded. It seems so. It's easy to come in, but it will be difficult to leave. In that case, since we're here, we might as well settle down and make the best of it. The spiritual energy here is so rich. There must be plenty of natural treasures. Let's try our luck. Charles instantly calmed down. He was always optimistic, especially since no immediate danger had appeared, which made him even less inclined to worry. Brandon summoned Ash with a thought. Treasure hunting was something Ash excelled at. Ash didn't move right away. Instead, it carefully sensed its surroundings to determine the location of the treasure. Meow. Ash's eyes gleamed with excitement as it let out a happy cry. Ash says there are many treasures here, everywhere, Brandon said. Charles became immediately excited. Then what are we waiting for? We should gather them quickly before they fall into others' hands. He was terrified of poverty and unwilling to miss any opportunity to obtain treasures. This rare chance to enter a mystic realm allowed him to accumulate more cultivation resources, setting a solid foundation for future training. Ash swiftly darted off, transforming into a black shadow as it plunged into the dense forest. It was more obsessed with treasure hunting than anyone else. With sufficient spiritual medicines, it could rapidly grow stronger due to its unique physique. Brandon and Charles wasted no time, immediately following after Ash. Meanwhile, numerous people rushed over from all directions, diving into this special, towering mountain, all hoping to obtain the mystical treasure that transformed into a golden dragon. Roar. The sounds of beast roars echoed continuously, shaking the forests. Compared to other areas, this place clearly harbored far more extraordinary beasts, and from their roars, it was evident that they were all very powerful. Suddenly, many cultivators who entered the forest encountered attacks from these extraordinary beasts. Before long, many people lost their lives, becoming food for the beasts. The reason was clear. These beasts were too powerful, many surpassing the Chi mastery stage, making them nearly impossible to resist. In this situation, many regretted coming, wishing they could escape, but unfortunately, leaving this place was not easy once they had entered. Ow! A series of wolf howls broke the silence of the forest. Brandan and Charles, who were gathering medicinal herbs, were startled. They quickly stopped and found cover, hiding cautiously. Their cultivation levels were not high, and avoiding confrontation with extraordinary beasts was their best bet. Hiding among the lush branches of a towering tree, they had a clear view of the surrounding area. In the distance, Brandan saw a pack of gray giant wolves, large and muscular like bulls, with peculiar glowing green eyes filled with viciousness. Upon closer observation, Brandan noticed a figure ahead of the wolf pack, desperately fleeing while being relentlessly pursued. It's her. Brandan frowned, recognizing the figure being chased by the wolf pack as the Coralie who had saved them earlier. The Coralie was highly skilled, reaching the Chi mastery stage when entering the mystic realm and now surpassing it. However, she could only run for her life against the wolf pack, indicating just how terrifying these wolves were. There are actually 3 object control stage wolves in the pack. The lady spirit ape is in danger, Charles said worriedly. The object control stage was the 5th stage of cultivation. As the name suggested, cultivators at this stage could control external objects, such as remote attacking with artifacts or flying on swords. Of course, flying on swords required practice to master, so the Coralie could only rely on her agility in the forest. Boom! A gray giant wolf spat out a green flame, launching a long-range attack at the Coralie. Despite her agility, she couldn't dodge all the attacks. A green flame hit her, scorching her skin and causing her intense pain. Her clothes were already tattered, and much of her fur was burned. There were also bloody bite marks on one of her arms. Seeing more flames approaching, the Coralie swung her golden staff to defend herself. Boom! Flames exploded around her, engulfing her in searing heat. Her golden staff became so hot that she almost couldn't hold it. Puff! An invisible wind blade suddenly appeared, slicing across her neck, leaving a deep wound that gushed blood. If she hadn't slightly turned her head at the critical moment, the wind blade would have decapitated her. We need to help her, Brandan whispered. He couldn't stand by and watch someone die, especially since the Coralie had saved them. He felt he couldn't remain a bystander now. Charles asked, how can we help? He also wanted to save the Coralie, but with his pulse opening stage cultivation, how could he deal with the object control stage gray giant wolves? If he rushed forward, he would likely be swallowed whole without a trace. Brandan looked thoughtful, clearly unsure of what to do. This was a tough situation. He had just reached the origin expansion stage, equivalent to the pulse opening stage. Even if he was somewhat stronger, it wasn't enough to face a single Chi mastery gray giant wolf, let alone several. Brute force was not an option. We can only try, Brandan decided quickly. Chapter 31. Rampaging Beasts. At this moment, the female spirit ape situation was even worse. The wolf pack had closed the distance and unleashed a barrage of attacks. Flames, wind blades, flying stones, and more. All converging in overwhelming waves that flattened large swathes of the forest. Bang! The female spirit ape was struck by a golden rock. Her robust body was penetrated, creating a gaping, blood-soaked hole through her left shoulder. With this blow, the female spirit ape lost her balance and fell to the ground involuntarily. A woo! The wolf pack let out excited howls as they pounced madly towards the female spirit ape. Just then, Brandan hurled something out. It was a faint streak of black light, which instantly expanded into a black lotus after flying out, colliding with a gray giant wolf leaping through the air. Before the gray wolf could react, it was knocked back by the black lotus, crashing into another gray wolf behind it. The wolf pack halted, their eyes fixated on the black lotus. Though they were not highly intelligent, they could see that the black lotus was extraordinary. Immediately, some gray wolves pounced to devour the black lotus. However, just before they touched it, the black lotus emitted brilliant dark light. Demonic power surged, and in an instant, it sucked the gray wolf's blood dry. What is that? Darcy exclaimed in shock. Brandan's gaze grew heavy. As he suspected, the magic lotus indeed had significant issues. It wasn't him activating the magic lotus. It had exerted its power on its own. The magic lotus seemed to possess life, awakening at that moment and revealing its bloodthirsty nature. Earlier, when the Tao-severing curse erupted, the mysterious ancient lamp also suffered from the influence. At that time, Brandan sensed the magic lotus reacting, helping the ancient lamp resist part of the erosion. He couldn't help but harbor suspicions, and now those suspicions intensified, making his heart palpitate. Let's save her first. Brandan dismissed distracting thoughts and immediately jumped down from the tree. Seeing this, Darcy followed without hesitation. During their time in the secret realm, they had shared hardships and became sworn brothers, always choosing to stand together no matter what. In an instant, they reached the female spirit ape, supporting her from both sides and swiftly retreating. A woo! An object-controlling gray giant wolf roared angrily, attempting pursuit. But as it moved, it was entangled by the demonic aura released by the magic lotus, its blood rapidly depleting. Panicking, it spat out terrifying flames toward the magic lotus while wind blades erupted from its body, slicing through all demonic aura and freeing itself instantly. Other gray wolves attacked at this moment too, focusing their assaults on the magic lotus, aiming to destroy it. Boom! The magic lotus unleashed terrifying power, colliding with numerous attacks, forming violent force waves radiating outward like raging waves. Puff! All gray wolves' bodies exploded instantly, including the 3 object-controlling ones. The magic lotus seemed to have expended all its energy, becoming dim and lifeless. Swoosh! The magic lotus transformed into a streak of dark light, cutting through the sky and instantly catching up to Brandan. Before Brandan reacted, the magic lotus entered his body and merged into the lantern of the mysterious ancient lamp. Has the ancient lamp preliminarily refined it? Brandan thought. He vaguely sensed a strange force emanating from the ancient lamp, guiding the magic lotus back. In reality, he didn't want to keep the magic lotus and intended to discard it during this opportunity, but unfortunately, his plan failed. However, it seemed the ancient lamp could control the magic lotus, so the situation wasn't too bad. He believed the ancient lamp wouldn't harm him. Brandan and Darcy did not stop immediately, but continued retreating with the female spirit ape for a considerable distance to ensure no other extraordinary beasts pursued them. Phew. Darcy felt a lingering fear. If the magic lotus hadn't blocked the wolf pack, any one of the gray wolves could have easily killed them. Thank you for saving me, the female spirit ape said weakly. Brandan replied, there's no need to thank us. You've helped us before. We cannot stand idly by and watch you perish. You shouldn't have come here. It's too dangerous. The female spirit ape sighed. Brandan asked, why are you alone? What happened to your clan? We encountered a massive wolf pack and got separated. I don't know what happened to them. Mentioning her clan, the female spirit ape could not help but worry. The wolf pack was too powerful, and the spirit apes might suffer heavy casualties. Brandan said, let's not dwell on it. First, we need to treat your injuries. While speaking, Brandan retrieved a few healing herbs. Though not precious, they were precisely what the female spirit ape needed at this moment. The female spirit ape did not resist, quickly consuming the herbs. Her injuries were severe, and if untreated, she would be in mortal danger. Brandan and Darcy assisted in cleaning her wounds, disregarding propriety at this critical juncture. Fortunately, she was a spirit ape, not human, and hadn't taken human form yet, retaining her original form, so they weren't too awkward. They took this opportunity to introduce themselves. Her name was Sybil, very young, under 20 years old, vibrant and energetic. Sybil was gifted, able to speak human language early on, cultivating immortal techniques, emitting dense celestial aura. Extraordinary beasts, like humans, can choose different paths, cultivating immortality, magic, or demons. Of course, some take the most primitive path, remaining unintelligent, ferocious, and unable to transform into human form regardless of strength. Beasts in Ishan's secret realm generally took the primitive path, commonly called savage beasts. Various cultivators often liked to subdue savage beasts as mounts. For example, the red-feathered crane of the Chi family was a savage beast, subdued by the family patriarch, becoming the Chi family's guardian beast. From Sybil, Brandan learned that the mountain was extremely perilous, teeming with numerous savage beasts, many of which were powerful, even surpassing the object-controlling realm. One misstep, and the treasure-seeking cultivators might all be wiped out. So dangerous? If I knew this, I wouldn't have come. Darcy regretted. A hint of guilt flashed in his eyes. If not for him convincing Brandan wouldn't have come to this mountain and thus avoided danger. Brandan mused, let's find a hiding place and avoid rash actions. The time for the secret realm to close was near. As long as they hid well and evaded the savage beasts, they would be safely teleported out. Darcy had no objections. The harvest in the secret realm was already substantial, and he had nothing to complain about. Sybil wanted to find her clan, but realized she couldn't even protect herself. She could only pray for their safety. Brandan and Darcy found a hidden cave and temporarily sheltered there with Sybil. The forest was far from peaceful. Savage beast roars echoed occasionally, sending chills down their spines. Who? A deep, resonant tiger roar suddenly sounded. A vast pressure followed, shaking the heart. Sybil opened her eyes, grave expression on her face. It's a Dan-Yuan realm savage beast. Dan-Yuan realm came after the object-controlling realm, the sixth stage of cultivation, marking a transformation in power essence, immensely strong. This world had only revived for a century, having many cultivators, but very few reaching the Dan-Yuan realm. They were considered elites within major factions. After the Dan-Yuan realm comes the Su-Dan realm, followed by the Jin-Dan realm. Those who reach these realms can become high-ranking officials within major factions. Reaching the Su-Dan realm has one significant characteristic, the ability to fly without external aid. Currently, very few cultivators in the entire cultivation world can achieve aerial flight. Even a Dan-Yuan realm beast has emerged. There can't be any Su-Dan or Jin-Dan realm beasts as well, right? Darcy couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air. After speaking, he quickly covered his mouth, worried that his words might act as a jinx and truly attract Su-Dan or Jin-Dan realm beasts. Brandan's expression turned grave. With so many powerful beasts around, many people would undoubtedly die. Hiding here did not guarantee safety. If they were discovered by the beasts, how could they possibly deal with the situation? The magic lotus had fallen silent, and the Oswald Glong Pagoda had always been dormant. In true danger, they couldn't rely on either. It was proven once again that external objects are just that, external. Personal strength is the most important asset. But even if given many precious materials now, it was impossible for him to increase his power enough within a few short days to match a Su-Dan or Jin-Dan realm beast. Boom. A massive shockwave reverberated across the land, spreading rapidly in all directions. Brandan, quick, look. Darcy cried out in alarm. Brandan hurriedly moved to the cave entrance and peered through a crack. At this sight, he instantly appeared extremely shocked. Just 100 feet away, two enormous creatures were fiercely battling each other. One side was a lion covered entirely in golden scales, while the other was a black bear with a single horn on its forehead. They seemed to be contending over something. They are both Su-Dan realm beasts, Sybil said solemnly. Actually, Brandan and Darcy had already noticed this. Both beasts were capable of flying without aid, fighting in the sky. They were just surprised that beasts could also fight each other intensely, not just targeting outsiders. In a certain sense, this was a good thing. Perhaps these powerful beasts viewed the outside cultivators with disdain due to their sheer weakness, making them not worth the effort. I get it. The powerful beasts have been confined in this mountain from the start, which is why we haven't seen any traces of them elsewhere, Brandan said with realization. The great opportunities born within the Ishan's secret realm weren't just coveted by the visiting cultivators, but also by the local beasts, giving them an advantage. Darcy felt a flutter of excitement and couldn't help but touch his left arm. If all the powerful beasts were confined here, it meant Anastasia's parents were also here. This made him feel a bit guilty. If Anastasia's parents showed up, they'd be in serious trouble. Sybil said, according to our clan elders, during each secret realm opening, the powerful beasts inside are sealed in one place, leaving only those at the object controlling level outside. But something went wrong this time. It's probably due to the strange treasure that can transform into a golden dragon, leading us into this special mountain, Brandan speculated. Sybil nodded slightly. She thought the same. This area should have been sealed off, but the treasure's descent revealed it, rousing the many powerful beasts. It looks like more than one valuable treasure has emerged, Darcy murmured. He clearly saw what the two beasts were contending over. A stone tower, gray and rough, emitting a terrifying aura. This was a heavenly artifact, very rare and marked with cosmic patterns, far surpassing crafted artifacts of equal rank. The two beasts fought and shifted positions, disappearing into the forest soon after, relieving Brandan and his companions. If they had continued fighting nearby, the trio would likely have been caught in the crossfire, ending badly. Shortly thereafter, Brandan sensed another powerful spiritual energy fluctuation, indicating yet another extraordinary treasure emerging. More astonishingly, in the following moments, various treasures emitted dazzling lights, creating mesmerizing phenomena. So many treasures, alas, none of them will be ours, Darcy sighed. He wished to join the treasure hunters but lacked the strength, thus remaining a mere spectator. The common man commits no crime, but possessing a treasure brings guilt. A weak person obtaining a treasure may not be a good thing. It might even be a disaster, Brandan said calmly. It's better to be grounded and steadily improve one's strength. Once strong enough, obtaining treasures would be much easier. None of today's top cultivators lack treasures. It's just that their standards have grown higher, seeking things beyond ordinary comprehension. Swoosh. Suddenly, Ash darted out of the cave, turning into a black shadow and vanishing into the forest at blinding speed. Brandan wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He knew exactly what happened. Ash must have discovered a treasure and couldn't resist the temptation. Don't worry. Ash is small and a spirit beast. As long as he's careful, nothing should happen. If we go out now, we'll just become targets, Darcy hastily consoled him. Brandan's eyes were filled with worry, staring intently outside. He vaguely saw Ash running towards the radiant spot, inevitably drawing attention from numerous powerful beasts. How could he not be concerned? But he dared not move rashly. If he went out, he couldn't even protect himself, let alone Ash. Chapter 32. The Couple of Fierce Beasts. At this moment, many fierce beasts had gathered outside a valley. This valley had appeared out of nowhere recently, shrouded in a powerful barrier that even the mightiest of the fierce beasts could not penetrate by force. The treasures inside the valley emitted dazzling light that pierced through the heavens, with their colorful glow attracting countless treasure hunters. Occasionally, valuable items would fly out from the valley, sparking intense competition among the beasts. Many visiting cultivators also arrived near the valley, yet none dared to approach too closely for fear of attracting the attention of the fierce beasts. Faced with such a multitude of formidable creatures, anyone would feel helpless. Forget competing for treasures, merely surviving was considered lucky. But to leave without trying would also be unacceptable to anyone. After all, there were too many precious treasures within the valley, enough to tempt even cultivators at the Voidan and Golden Core stages. Such an opportunity was rare, and who would wish to miss it? Therefore, these visiting cultivators gathered around the valley, waiting quietly for the right moment to act. Some opportunities were worth risking one's life for. On a small hill, several disciples of the Chi family gathered, gazing far into the peculiar valley filled with radiance. The Chi family took the Ishur's secret realm seriously, sending over 100 disciples on this mission, more than any other force. To maximize their gains, the Chi family disciples split into several smaller teams to spread out widely within the secret realm. Initially, everything went smoothly. The Chi family acquired a large amount of natural treasures with minimal casualties. However, once they entered this unique mountain, they faced an attack by a group of fierce beasts, suffering heavy losses with nearly half of them killed or wounded. If even the Chi family was in such disarray, other forces must have fared no better, possibly even being completely wiped out. Junior Sister Chi, please take this reviving pill. Being injured by those fierce beasts is no trivial matter. If you don't pay attention, it may affect your future cultivation, Shepard said, handing her a green pill with genuine concern. Emery coldly replied, with the golden silkworm silk garment granted by Master, I am not so easily harmed. Shepard was taken aback. He had not expected this. The golden silkworm silk garment was extraordinarily valuable and extremely rare, even within the Vantion sect. To think Master had bestowed one upon Emery, Shepard felt envious. He hadn't anticipated that Master favored Emery to such a degree. People truly couldn't be compared. At least Master thought of everything. Since Junior Sister Chi is unharmed, I'm relieved. Shepard laughed awkwardly and put the green pill away. Emery ignored Shepard and kept her gaze fixed on the valley. Her eyes gleamed with silver light, allowing her to see through illusions and observe the true conditions inside the valley. She cared little for other opportunities. All she wanted was the treasure that could transform into a golden dragon. She had a strong feeling that this object could change her destiny, helping her soar to new heights. Through the barrier, Emery clearly saw various beams of light emanating from different treasures within the valley. Herbal medicines, fruits, metals, jewels, and various magical tools and talismans, each incredibly valuable and rare in the outside world. For instance, she spotted a unique medicinal plant resembling a phoenix, its body crimson and enveloped in terrifying flames. The highly prized flying phoenix grass, top-tier medicine recorded in the Spirit Treasure Manual, beneficial even for those who had formed their primordial souls, of immeasurable value. Soon, her eyes focused on a particular object, a golden bead. It didn't stand out much and emitted no extraordinary light, but it captivated her deeply. She was certain this golden bead was the treasure that could transform into a golden dragon, within which faint dragon shadows swam. Being able to discern the essence of treasures was a huge advantage. She only needed to focus on the golden bead to seize it. A dazzling beam of light shot out from the valley, possessing immense spiritual power, trying to escape. It was a sword, a blade covered in green scales resembling a green snake, releasing piercing sword chi. At least a 5th grade spirit weapon. Shepard's eyes lit up. High-grade spirit weapons were incredibly rare. As far as he knew, even within the Vantion sect, very few weapons reached 5th grade and above. Spirit weapons were divided into 9 grades, though currently, the highest grade known in the cultivation world was 7th grade, at least publicly. Ordinary cultivators struggled to access even the lowest 1st grade spirit weapons, most using weapons crafted with just a small amount of extraordinary materials. Geniuses like Shepard from the Vantion sect possessed only 1 2nd grade spirit weapon and 2 1st grade ones. Seeing a 5th grade spirit weapon, how could he not be envious? Witnessing the birth of the green-scaled treasure sword, Shepard yearned to rush forward and seize it immediately. However, he didn't dare. Too many powerful beasts lurked nearby, ready to tear him apart if he dared challenge them. The sight of treasures within reach yet unreachable was tormenting. Roar. A fierce beast roared, pouncing directly towards the green-scaled sword. Facing such valuable treasures, many beasts lost their composure, fighting fiercely for them. As time passed, treasures emerged more frequently, beams of light flying out of the valley constantly. Unfortunately, with so many fierce beasts guarding the valley, visiting cultivators could only watch helplessly. Finally, at a certain moment, all remaining treasures inside the valley flew out simultaneously, shooting in all directions. The chance has finally come. Visiting cultivators acted instantly. Only amidst the chaos could they snatch some treasures from under the noses of the beasts. Those who had advanced to the object control stage within the secret realm were especially active, using their abilities to try and capture treasures from a distance. The deadline was approaching, and they wouldn't have much worry soon, as they would be transported out. Emery also moved, locking her gaze onto the trajectory of the golden bead, separating herself from the Chi family team to chase after it alone. She didn't act rashly, fearing it would attract the beast's attention. The golden bead emitted weak light, almost unnoticed after leaving the valley. If Emery hadn't already locked onto it, she probably wouldn't have noticed it. The bead moved incredibly fast, barely keeping pace with her despite her use of enchanted boots. In the forest, Emery darted about, leaving behind fleeting shadows, moving with extreme speed. Treasure. In a hidden cave, Brandan's eyes flashed with excitement. He saw a faint golden light flashing from afar, moving swiftly towards them. There's no reason not to take what's delivered to our door. Darcy perked up. Brandan nodded. They were far from the main area where treasures emerged. Moving cautiously and avoiding loud noises should keep them safe. Without hesitation, Brandan and Darcy pushed aside the rocks blocking the cave entrance and dashed out together. They cooperated flawlessly. Darcy pulled out a treasure saber, allowing Brandan to stand on it, then he swung it forcefully, launching Brandan high into the sky. Neither of them could fly, so this was the best way to catch airborne treasures. Darcy's throw was impeccable, both timing and height perfect. Brandan extended his hand, successfully catching the golden light. The golden light vibrated, trying to escape. Brandan quickly used both hands to firmly grip it, refusing to let go. As a result, he was spun around in the air, soon becoming disoriented. At that moment, Emery caught up, seeing Brandan tumbling in midair. She frowned slightly, having chased the treasure only for someone else to intercept it. She did not want to bully others with her advantages, but the golden bead was very important to her and could not fall into someone else's hands. Bang! Suddenly, Brandan fell from midair. Fortunately, Darcy reacted quickly and rushed over just in time to catch him, preventing his face from hitting the ground. Hand over the item, and I won't make things difficult for you, Emery said coldly. Darcy put Brandan down and looked at Emery warily. He had no interest in admiring the legendary Silver Phoenix Fairy at this moment. She was beautiful, but also very dangerous. Sybil dashed out of the cave and stood in front of them, facing Emery directly. If they obtain the treasure, you can't take it by force. You are no match for me. I don't want to hurt anyone. I only wish to retrieve that treasure, Emery said calmly. She immediately saw that Sybil was severely injured. Though both were at the object control stage, if they fought, she could easily defeat her. Sybil frowned, looking troubled. She wanted to help Brandan keep the treasure, but now she felt powerless. Fighting against a peak condition Emery would be hopeless. Darcy nudged Brandan with his elbow and whispered, maybe we should just give it to her. Fighting Emery over a single treasure was clearly unwise. Moreover, the three of them combined likely wouldn't be able to stand against her. Brandan stepped forward, revealing the golden bead in his open palm, which had stopped moving. Without hesitation, Emery took the golden bead, a faint smile appearing on her face. She had finally gotten what she wanted. Consider this a favor owed to you. If you need anything in the future, come find me at Vantion sect. With that, Emery gracefully left. Darcy let out a long sigh, relieved she hadn't forced the issue. He then walked up and patted Brandan on the shoulder. Treasures cannot be forced upon us. Just accept it. We simply aren't strong enough right now. Don't worry about me. I understand these matters better than you think, Brandan replied with a smile. Darcy said, time is running out. Let's wait to get out of here. He had no hope of obtaining more treasures now. All he wanted was to leave the secret realm smoothly without further complications. Whoa! A piercing bird call suddenly echoed. Two massive figures appeared in the sky, their wings flapping and stirring up terrifying gusts of wind. They were two giant flying creatures with fiery red feathers, wings spanning 7 to 8 yards wide, resembling peacocks but with sharp spines on their heads, making them look extremely fierce. In an instant, the two creatures landed and stared down at Brandan, Darcy, and Sybil. These are ferocious beasts at the Void Dance stage. Sybil's face changed drastically, trembling involuntarily. Even in her prime, she wouldn't be a match for such beasts. Brandan's expression hardened. Why must what he fears always happen? At this crucial moment, two Void Dan-level ferocious beasts appeared. But he was puzzled. Why did the two creatures land before them? If they were chasing the golden bead, they should have pursued Emery. Moreover, after landing, the two creatures only watched them without attacking. At this moment, Darcy suddenly felt heat on his left arm. Anastasia, a bald, tiny white creature, appeared outside and ran joyfully toward the two creatures. Seeing this, Brandan and Darcy understood immediately. These two ferocious beasts were clearly Anastasia's parents, coming for him. Darcy had previously worried about Anastasia's parents appearing. Now, his fear became reality. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his legs turned weak. Brandan, you've done me in. Don't panic. Anastasia is your life-bound spirit beast. You share life and death. Its parents shouldn't harm you, Brandan whispered reassuringly. Though he said that, he wasn't entirely sure. These were ferocious birds, incredibly savage. They might even kill their own offspring in a fit of rage. Chirp. Anastasia chirped happily, bouncing around. It was still young, just hatched. Seeing its parents, it was undoubtedly delighted. The two ferocious birds lowered their heads, their eyes softening as they affectionately nuzzled Anastasia, a heartwarming sight. One of the birds conjured a string of purple fruits, shimmering with a crystalline glow, feeding each one to Anastasia. Purple jade grapes. Brandan's eyes flashed with recognition. He had seen this spiritual fruit in the Spirit Treasure Manual. It was highly valuable, capable of purifying one's bones and marrow, creating an excellent constitution for cultivation. Then, the other bird conjured a black, spiritual marrow, emitting a refreshing fragrance. Even a whiff invigorated the senses. It was clearly something extraordinary. Under the watchful eyes of Brandan and the others, the spiritual marrow entered Anastasia's mouth. After consuming the purple jade grapes and the spiritual marrow, a thick mist enveloped Anastasia, forming threads that intertwined rapidly, turning into a snow-white cocoon resembling an egg. Brandan and Darcy were stunned. They had worked so hard to hatch Anastasia from an egg, yet it seemed to return inside one. Humans, take good care of our child. If anything goes wrong, you'll pay dearly once we leave the secret realm. One of the birds spoke in human language, threatening Darcy. Most ferocious beasts lacked intelligence, but this couple clearly was different. Darcy dared not argue, nodding vigorously. Elder, rest assured, I will take good care of Anastasia. Unless I die, nothing will happen to him. Remember your promise. Those who break it will have no good end, the other bird warned. Then, it produced a treasure, a small copper seal, and handed it directly to Darcy. A fourth-grade spirit tool. Darcy's eyes lit up with surprise. He sensed the power of this copper seal, far surpassing the quality of the spirit tools his master left him. Not only had they avoided trouble, but they had gained unexpectedly. Thank you, Elder. Darcy thanked him, hurriedly taking the copper seal. At the same time, he quickly retrieved the cocoon-encased Anastasia back into his body. After consuming two rare treasures, Anastasia's transformation when it emerged from the cocoon would be astounding, making Darcy incredibly excited. Chapter 33. Unreliable Master. A month passed, and the secret realm began to shake violently as an overwhelmingly powerful force appeared, enveloping all the visiting cultivators. No one could resist. In the next moment, figures appeared out of thin air outside the secret realm. None of those who were still alive were left behind. Boom. The entrance to the secret realm of Ishan closed with a thunderous crash, returning everything to calm and ordinariness. Both human cultivators and extraordinary beasts suffered heavy losses this time, with casualties exceeding half, far more than before. This was something that no party had anticipated. Whoosh. A black shadow darted quickly through the crowd, landing on Brandan's shoulder in a blink. It could only be Scott. Brandan stroked Scott's head gently, heaving a sigh of relief. Knowing that Scott was safe, his worries melted away. In the future, you're not allowed to run around recklessly without my permission, Brandan said sternly. Just because nothing bad happened this time doesn't mean it would be the same next time. He needed to prevent Scott from taking such risks again. Scott rubbed its head against Brandan's face in a fawning manner, making it hard for anyone to blame him. Meow. Scott lifted its head proudly, gesturing Brandan to check the spatial necklace around its neck. Brandan immediately released a thread of spiritual energy into the spatial necklace. He was quite curious about what Scott had gained from this trip. Bang! Just then, a figure suddenly dropped from the sky, creating a huge commotion. Brandan looked up and saw a very imposing figure enter his line of sight. Over 7 feet tall with muscles bulging like dragons, radiating power. This was an old man, with graying hair and beard, dressed in a bright red robe, looking exceptionally festive. Although the old man deliberately reined in his aura, the faint emanation still made Brandan feel immense pressure. Seeing the red-robed elder, Darcy immediately turned his head to the side, arms crossed, looking distinctly displeased. Smack! The red-robed elder kicked Darcy on the buttocks and glared. Brat, not even greeting your master? Asking for a beating? Hearing this, Brandan couldn't help but show a look of surprise. It turned out this uniquely dressed old man was indeed the unreliable master Darcy mentioned. Old man, you have the nerve to call yourself my master after disappearing for years? Where did you go? Is this how a master behaves? Darcy glared at the old man, wishing he could beat the red-robed elder brutally. He was a rare high-grade spirit root. Entering any major sect would have been beneficial. Salt. He was deceived by the red-robed elder into practicing a strange cultivation technique. Worse, after teaching him for a few months, the elder vanished, truly leaving him in the lurch. The red-robed elder admitted guilt and laughed awkwardly. Isn't the master back now? Look, I brought you a gift. As he spoke, he pulled out a golden knife, radiant and sharp, emitting a strong killing aura. Just a third-grade spirit weapon, and you think it's enough to present? Darcy sneered. The red-robed elder paused. You find a third-grade spirit weapon lacking? You become too picky, young man. Darcy revealed the bronze seal given by the fierce bird, toying with it casually in his hand, disdain more evident in his eyes. It's just a 4th grade spirit weapon, and you dare show off in front of me? Give it here, the red-robed elder beckoned, directly snatching the bronze seal. Darcy became agitated instantly. Old man, give me back the treasure. It belongs to me. You're still too weak to harness its full potential. Let the master keep it for you temporarily, the red-robed elder said matter-of-factly, putting away both the bronze seal and the golden knife. Darcy almost went crazy. He regretted it. Had he known, he wouldn't have shown off and simply taken the old man's gift. Then give me the golden knife first. Darcy held out his hand. The red-robed elder chuckled. Didn't you look down on it earlier? Why do you want it now? Though teasing Darcy with words, the red-robed elder still threw the golden knife to him. Receiving the golden knife, Darcy felt better. Having a 3rd grade spirit weapon was better than having nothing. What have you been doing all these years? Why did you come back suddenly? Darcy asked seriously. The red-robed elder replied, I did great things. Didn't you want to leave being a wanderer? Your wish will soon come true. You want to sell me? Darcy's expression changed. The red-robed elder glared fiercely. Nonsense. I co-founded a sect with some old friends named xuanhuan. As my disciple, you'll naturally be a member of the hall. You left for 3 years just to found this so-called xuanhuan? Darcy looked stunned. The red-robed elder put his hands behind his back, gazing up at the sky, looking profound. This world will undergo 2 major changes soon. Countless opportunities await. Establishing a sect has great significance. You'll understand later. 2 major changes? What does that mean? Darcy pursued the question. The red-robed elder explained, soon you'll know. In a few months, or even a year or 2, great changes will arrive. The entire cultivation world might change. Darcy showed skepticism, feeling the elder was unreliable in making up these stories. So where is this xuanhuan? It can't just be us 2, right? Darcy asked again. The red-robed elder said, at the peak of Qilan Mountain. We have 100 disciples or so. Don't waste time. Follow me. He seemed urgent, not wanting to waste time here. Hold on. Darcy stopped him. The red-robed elder grew impatient. What else? 2 things. First, I can't go alone. I need to bring a friend. Second, I need to visit Spirit Ape Valley, Darcy calmly said. The red-robed elder glanced at Brandan. Is he the friend? Sauls, this is Brandan, my best friend, bound by life and death. Darcy introduced him. Then, he introduced the elder to Brandan. Brandan, this is my master, Remington Xuanhuan. Though unreliable, he's very powerful. Would you consider becoming his disciple? This? Brandan was startled, somewhat at a loss. Remington Xuanhuan said, all right, I'll take another disciple. Brandan, hurry and bow, Darcy urged. Without hesitation, Brandan bowed to Remington Xuanhuan. Being alone and vulnerable, finding a powerful master wasn't a bad thing. Brandan has joined. Shouldn't you give him a welcome gift? Darcy reminded. Remington Xuanhuan gave him a glare and then produced a silver treasure garment, woven from spider silk. Waterproof, fireproof, impervious to common blades. A gift from your master. Thank you, master. Brandan took the garment eagerly. Even if he didn't know much, he could see this was a rare treasure. I want one too, to save me changing clothes often. Darcy extended his hand. Remington Xuanhuan gave him a dirty look but produced another identical silver garment, albeit begrudgingly. In the next moment, figures appeared out of thin air outside the secret realm. All those still alive made it out. Boom. The entrance to the Ishur's secret realm closed with a thunderous sound, returning everything to calm and normality. Both human cultivators and extraordinary beasts suffered heavy losses during this period, casualties exceeding half, far more than before. A result that no party had anticipated. Swoosh. A black shadow darted swiftly among the crowd, leaping onto Brandan's shoulder in an instant. It could be none other than Everett. Reaching out to gently stroke Everett's head, Brandan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Seeing Everett unharmed put his mind at ease. From now on, you're not allowed to run around recklessly without my permission, Brandan said sternly. This time they were lucky, but there was no guarantee for the next time. He needed to prevent Everett from taking such risks again. Everett nuzzled Brandan's face with its head, displaying a pleading look that made it hard to blame him. Meow. Everett lifted its head proudly, urging Brandan to inspect the spatial necklace around its neck. Brandan immediately released a thread of spiritual energy to probe the spatial necklace, also curious about what Everett had gained from its outing. Bang. Just then, a figure suddenly descended from the sky with a loud noise. Brandan looked up and saw a robust figure standing before him, towering over 7 feet tall with bulging muscles like twisting dragons, exuding immense power. The man was an old man with gray hair and beard, dressed in a bright red robe, a festive appearance. Although the old man deliberately concealed his aura, the faint pressure he emitted still overwhelmed Brandan. Upon seeing the old man in red, Darcy immediately turned his head aside, crossing his arms, looking extremely displeased. Smack. The old man kicked Darcy on the buttocks and glared at him. Brat, not even calling your master? Do you want a beating? Hearing this, Brandan couldn't help but show a bewildered expression. This uniquely dressed old man turned out to be the unreliable master Darcy mentioned. You old geezer, you have the audacity to call yourself my master? Where have you been all these years? Is this how masters behave? Darcy glared fiercely at the old man, wishing he could pummel him. He was a rare high-grade spirit root, perfect for any prestigious sect. Yet he was lured by this red-robed old man into practicing a peculiar cultivation technique. And after teaching him for only a few months, the old man vanished, leaving Darcy utterly cheated. The red-robed old man, knowing he was at fault, chuckled awkwardly. Isn't your master back now? Look, I brought you a gift. As he spoke, he produced a golden saber that shone brilliantly, emitting a strong killing intent. A mere third-grade spirit weapon, and you have the nerve to show it off? Darcy sneered disdainfully. Taken aback, the red-robed old man retorted. disdaining a third-grade spirit weapon? You've become too cocky. Darcy casually flipped his hand, pulling out the bronze seal given by the fierce bird, playing with it nonchalantly while his disdain deepened. It's just a fourth-grade spirit weapon. Showing off to your master? Hand it over. The red-robed old man waved his hand, snatching the bronze seal away. Darcy became frantic. Old man, give me back my treasure. It belongs to me. You're still too weak to wield this treasure fully. I will keep it for you until you're ready, the red-robed old man said matter-of-factly, putting away both the bronze seal and the golden saber. Seeing this, Darcy almost lost it. He regretted his decision. If he knew it would end like this, he would have taken the golden saber obediently. Now he ended up with nothing, even losing his own precious item, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. Noticing Darcy nearing his breaking point, the red-robed old man quickly reassured him. Calm down. Once you reach the object control realm, not only will I return the bronze seal, but I'll also grant you a significant opportunity. Your master always keeps his word. Then give me that golden saber first. Darcy held out his hand. The red-robed old man chuckled. Didn't you just say it wasn't good enough? Why do you want it now? Though mocking Darcy, the red-robed old man still retrieved the golden saber and tossed it to Darcy. Darcy caught the golden saber, feeling slightly better. Having a third-grade spirit weapon was not bad after all, better than ending up empty-handed. What did you do all these years? Why did you suddenly come back? Darcy asked seriously. The red-robed old man replied, your master was doing great things. Didn't you wish not to be a wandering cultivator? Your wish is about to come true. You're going to sell me? Darcy's expression changed. Don't talk nonsense. I established a sect with some old friends called the xuanhuan. As my disciple, you are naturally part of the xuanhuan. You left for 3 years just to establish this ridiculous xuanhuan? Darcy's eyes widened in shock. The red-robed old man placed his hands behind his back, gazing at the sky, appearing profound. This world will undergo 2 major changes, bringing countless opportunities. Establishing a sect holds significant importance, though you may not understand it now, you will later. 2 changes? What does that mean? Darcy pressed. The red-robed old man explained, soon you'll see. The transformations will occur within a few months to a year or 2, altering the entire cultivation world landscape. Darcy appeared skeptical, sensing that the red-robed old man might be making things up to deceive him. So where is this xuanhuan? It's not just us two, right? Darcy asked again. The red-robed old man replied, on the peak of Qilin Mountain. Although we don't have many disciples yet, we do have about 100. Let's get moving now. He seemed eager, not wanting to waste any time here, implying he had other matters to attend to. Hold on. Darcy quickly intervened. The red-robed old man, growing impatient, asked, what else do you need? There are 2 things. First, I can't go alone. I need to bring a friend. Second, I need to visit xuanhuan Valley first, Darcy calmly stated. The red-robed old man glanced at Brandan beside them. Is this friend you're talking about him? Sauls, he's Brandan, my best friend through thick and thin, Darcy introduced immediately. He then introduced Remington Xuanhuan to Brandan. Brandan, this is my master, known as Remington Xuanhuan. Though he's unreliable, he's quite powerful. Have you considered becoming his disciple? Brandan was taken aback. Remington Xuanhuan spoke first. It's fine. Another disciple won't hurt. Brandan, quickly kneel and pay respects, Darcy urged. Without hesitation, Brandan knelt before Remington Xuanhuan, recognizing the benefits of having a powerful master. Since Brandan has paid his respects, shouldn't you acknowledge it? Darcy reminded. Remington Xuanhuan glared at him, then fished out a silver protective robe made from a spirit spider silk. This robe repels water and fire, and common weapons can't harm it. Consider it a gift from your master. Thank you, master. Brandan quickly accepted the gift, realizing its rarity and value despite his limited knowledge. I want one too, so I don't have to change clothes all the time. Darcy extended his hand. Remington Xuanhuan rolled his eyes but still produced another identical silver protective robe, handing it over reluctantly. The old man felt guilty for leaving Darcy alone for years, so he was more lenient now than he would have been otherwise. What do you need to go to Spirit Ape Valley for? Remington Xuanhuan asked. Darcy replied, I promised Brandan that when I have money, I would take him to a Spirit Ape tribe inn and let him enjoy a good meal and a comfortable stay for a few days. I must honor my promise. Since you're going to an inn operated by my clan, allow me to be your host, Sybil interjected. She had intended to invite Brandan and Darcy to visit the tribe, and this opportunity came at just the right time. At a Spirit Ape tribe inn, she could fulfill any of their requests. As they were talking, several Spirit Apes dashed over, all with injuries on their bodies. Seeing these clansmen, Sybil couldn't help but smile. She had been worried about them before, fearing they might have fallen victim to the wolf packs. Remington Daoist, it's been many years, yet you remain as vigorous as ever. A deep voice rang out. In the next moment, a figure even taller and bulkier than Remington Xuanhuan descended from the sky, wearing loose robes and a warm smile. Grandpa, Sybil exclaimed in surprise. The arrival was the leader of the Spirit Ape tribe, Sybil's grandfather, known as Storm. He had lived for over 100 years even before the world's recovery, making him one of the oldest beings in the cultivation world. Storm, I never expected that after 20 years, you'd actually have a granddaughter. Congratulations. Remington Xuanhuan laughed. He and Storm had known each other for over 50 years, which made them close friends. Storm said, I just brewed a few jars of wine. Would you like to share a few cups? Sure, I haven't tasted your brew in ages. Let's enjoy ourselves this time, Remington Xuanhuan readily agreed. Drinking was one of his greatest hobbies, and Storm's wine was unique and unforgettable. Immediately, Remington Xuanhuan and Storm released powerful spiritual energy to lift Brandan, Darcy, and the rest of the group into the air, flying straight towards Spirit Ape Valley. They soon arrived at Spirit Ape Valley. Remington Xuanhuan followed Storm to catch up on old times and enjoy some wine. Brandan and Darcy accompanied Sybil to the inn. Without the elders around, they felt much more relaxed. The inn was spacious, with 2 floors dedicated to dining and 3 floors for lodging. Due to the high prices, it wasn't crowded. Sybil led Brandan and Darcy to a private room on the second floor and ordered a variety of specialty dishes. Most of the ingredients used in the dishes contained spiritual energy, greatly beneficial for cultivation. Consequently, the dishes were expensive, and ordinary people couldn't afford them. This time, with Sybil footing the bill, Brandan and Darcy indulged without worry, thoroughly enjoying themselves. They stayed in the best rooms and, as Sybil assured them, they could stay as long as they wanted, free of charge, anytime they visited in the future. In Sybil's eyes, Brandan and Darcy had risked their lives to save her in the secret realm. The gratitude she owed them far outweighed this small gesture. Inside the spacious, elegant room, Brandan sat cross-legged on a special cushion, sending his soul force into Scott's spatial necklace. Earlier, Remington Xuanhuan's arrival had prevented him from checking it. To his surprise, he discovered that Scott had indeed outdone himself, obtaining over a dozen treasures from under the noses of formidable beasts. There were more than just a dozen treasures in the necklace, but those dozen were extraordinary, clearly from places where treasures emitted brilliant light. These treasures mainly included medicinal herbs, along with a few heavenly treasures and a spirit weapon. A superior-grade spirit stone and a fifth-grade spirit weapon. Brandan was deeply shocked. Scott had obtained a large superior-grade spirit stone bigger than a fist, weighing over 6 ounces, worth at least 6,000 pounds of inferior-grade spirit stones. In the cultivation world, the exchange rate for spirit stones was generally 1:100. 1 pound of superior-grade spirit stones equated to 100 pounds of middle-grade and 10,000 pounds of inferior-grade spirit stones. Brandan was stunned. Not long ago, he considered even an ounce of inferior-grade spirit stones precious. Now, Scott had brought back 6 ounces of superior-grade spirit stones, almost dreamlike. The fifth-grade spirit weapon was a jade bottle, incredibly transparent and smooth like lamb fat, immeasurably valuable, not something easily bought even with a few pounds of superior-grade spirit stones. Scott held its head high, immensely proud. After searching for over 20 days in the secret realm, their haul didn't compare to Scott's single trip to the valley. Being able to snatch treasures from those fierce beasts undoubtedly showed Scott's prowess. You're impressive, but don't take such risks again. I'd rather have no treasures than see you harmed, Brandan said seriously. Scott nodded vigorously, understanding Brandan's concern and feeling very happy. Brandan didn't remove the treasures. He and Scott shared everything anyway. He planned to have Scott refine the jade bottle as a hidden ace. He already possessed multiple treasures. Setting aside those ancient items, even the jade sword was high grade, reaching the 4th level. Even if his cultivation increased significantly, he could still use it. At his current level, most cultivators couldn't even use spirit weapons, usually only half spirit weapons, or at best first-grade spirit weapons. Suddenly, Brandan's face contorted in pain. His body began trembling uncontrollably, swelling as strange golden light burst from his pores, as if a golden sun was exploding inside him, threatening to tear him apart. Chapter 34. Entering the sect. Meow. Ash appeared flustered, unsure of what had happened to Brandan. Everything had been fine just moments ago. Why would such a sudden change occur? It could feel the terrifying golden light bursting out from Brandan's body. Compelled by the force, it leapt off his shoulder to assess the situation from a distance. Though it wished to enter Brandan's body, it was blocked by the golden light and couldn't get in. A large amount of golden light surged out of Brandan's body but did not dissipate. Instead, it coalesced into a huge golden dragon, wrapping itself around him. As the golden light left his body, Brandan returned to normal. The pain, however, lingered for a moment before gradually subsiding. Phew. Brandan's body trembled as he took deep breaths. Despite the short duration, the agony he endured was unimaginable, his spirit nearly torn apart. Staring at the massive golden dragon hovering outside his body, Brandan's eyes were filled with astonishment. This was far beyond what he had expected. But now, he understood the origin of the golden dragon. It must have come from that peculiar golden bead. Upon touching the bead, he vaguely sensed a profound power entering his body, but at the time, he dismissed it as an illusion. It was now clear that it wasn't an illusion, but indeed a genuine force injected into his body, manifesting on its own. Brandan extended his hand, attempting to touch the golden dragon. But as soon as his fingers made contact, he felt an electric shock. Before he could react, the golden dragon exploded, transforming back into threads of golden light that re-entered his body. He hurriedly used his soul power to track the golden light, wanting to know where it was going and understand its purpose. Brandan suspected that the golden bead was likely the source of the powerful manifestation, a treasure like no other. Even though he hadn't acquired the bead, he obtained the unique power within it, which was undoubtedly a great opportunity. Before long, the golden light settled in Brandan's lower abdomen, near the dantian, ceasing all movement. When Brandan tried to send his soul power towards it, he met resistance and was mysteriously repelled. Then, he attempted to channel secret power, but met the same result. The area around the dantian seemed to become a restricted zone. Is this thing trying to occupy my dantian? Brandan frowned slightly. He couldn't control or expel this new force, making him feel uneasy, mainly because he didn't know the true nature or the function of this force. It could be either good or bad if allowed to remain inside him. He wanted to ask Master Remington to inspect it, but hesitated, fearing exposure of his secrets. Well, let's wait and see. Hopefully, this won't turn into a big problem, Brandan thought inwardly. Considering its powerful essence, if this force intended harm, it would have shredded him to pieces earlier. Since there was no immediate solution, he could only closely monitor it and pay attention to its movements. Comforting Ash, Brandan began cultivating, aiming to complete his secret meridians so that secret power could flow freely through his body. Constructing a perfect network was challenging and risky, requiring a great deal of time and effort. Simultaneously building his own existing meridians, Brandan aimed to facilitate the circulation of secret power as an auxiliary system. A stronger constitution made it easier to open meridians, making his prior cultivation even more crucial. In this aspect, Brandan had a significant advantage due to his continuously evolving physique, making it relatively easy for him to open his meridians. 3 days later, Remington led Brandan and Darcy out of Spirit Ape Valley, heading towards the Mortal Hall atop Kylan Mountain. Located within Kyoto of the southern region, Kylan Mountain was originally ordinary, becoming extraordinary after the establishment of Mortal Hall. This vast land was divided into 4 regions: east, south, west, and north, with each region comprising 36 prefectures, each covering 10,000 square miles. Apart from the main continent, there were many offshore lands of considerable size. Initially, the 6 divine halls descended from the heavens, spreading their doctrines throughout the land. Cultivators focused primarily on the southern region, demon cultivators on the western region, and beast cultivators on the northern region due to its sparse population, dense wilderness, and numerous fierce beasts that thrived after the world's revival. The eastern region was a mix of various influences without any single dominance. While the southern, western, and northern regions also had multiple schools, they were overshadowed by the dominant ones. Even in the southern region, there were strong forces of demon cults, monster cults, and necromancers hidden in the shadows, alongside influential symbolists and weapon masters. Previously, the Gary priest had introduced Brandan mainly to the southern region's deities, excluding the other regions and offshore areas. Traveling from Yinzhou to Kyoto was extremely distant, involving crossing mountains and rivers, taking months by horseback. Fortunately, with Remington leading them using flying artifacts, they covered over 13,000 miles in just 3 days, with several rest stops along the way. During the journey, Remington explained some aspects of the Kyoto cultivation world to Brandan and Darcy. Kyoto's overall strength in the southern region was relatively weak, with only one of the strongest 12 immortal sects, Xuanhuan Monastery, situated here. Moreover, demon influence heavily penetrated Kyoto, often clashing with immortal sects, causing the downfall of weaker immortal sects in recent years. We're here. Remington put away his artifact and landed before an unremarkable mountain peak with Brandan and Darcy. The Mortal Hall is built here? This place doesn't seem special, nor is the spiritual energy denser than other places, Darcy said disdainfully. Remington slapped him on the head irritably. What do you know? With your level of understanding, how could you recognize what is truly sacred? As he spoke, he rapidly cast several seals, causing strange ripples in space ahead, emitting ethereal light. Why didn't you say it's an array formation sooner? Darcy muttered. Next, Remington led Brandan and Darcy through the formation, revealing the true form of Kylan Mountain. An enormous, majestic mountain spanning dozens of miles, towering over 1,000 feet, surrounded by mist and radiating a mystical aura. Though called a mountain, it actually comprised 13 peaks of varying heights, perfectly arranged in harmony with the Tao's subtle charm. According to local legends, hundreds of years ago, a Kylan had appeared here, treading upon auspicious clouds, hence the name Kylan Mountain. Clearly, this was not true, since the world hadn't yet revived then. This place is quite extraordinary, yet it remained unoccupied. That's odd, Darcy whispered. Remington responded, there's a natural barrier enclosing it, only recently revealed and discovered by our Taj. Aren't you the Taj of Mortal Hall? Darcy asked immediately. I'm one of the 5 elders of Mortal Hall, Remington clarified. You sounded so impressive earlier. I thought you were the Taj, but it turns out you're just an elder who has to follow orders. Darcy sneered. Remington gave him a stern glare and smacked his head again. I don't want to meddle in affairs to live in peace. Besides, even if I were the Taj, you wouldn't be able to run amok in Mortal Hall. Everything depends on your capabilities. Let me tell you, including the 2 of you, Songxing Hall currently has a total of 65 disciples, all of whom are outer sect disciples. Once they reach the object control realm, they can automatically be promoted to inner sect disciples. Upon hearing this, Brandan couldn't help but feel astonished. The requirements for Songxing Hall were indeed quite high. The threshold for inner sect disciples was actually the object control realm. In Yujin manner, someone at the Qi manipulation realm could already become an elder, making the difference quite significant. However, he also understood that Yujin manner was just an insignificant minor force. True major forces likely adhered to Songxing Hall's standards, or even had higher criteria. After stepping into the cultivation world, his perspective should broaden, not always comparing everything to Yujin manner. The number of Songxing Hall's disciples is too small. Even some minor families have more members. Moreover, there isn't even a single inner sect disciple. It's really weak, Darcy couldn't help but comment sarcastically. Remington said, don't worry. When the next major change in heaven and earth comes, the number of Songxing Hall's disciples will increase significantly, and there will be more inner sect disciples. You 2 had better work hard on your cultivation. Otherwise, the future won't be easy. With that, Remington picked up both of them and flew straight up. Moments later, they appeared on a vast plaza located halfway up a mountain peak. At the edge of the plaza stood a 3-story pavilion, filled with flowing spiritual energy, making it look extraordinary. A plaque hung above the pavilion, inscribed with 3 characters, Tao Transmission Pavilion. Inside the Tao Transmission Pavilion, it was very quiet. Only a thin, balding old man sat there, looking quite ordinary but with deep, vast eyes like a starry sky. Remington, you're back so soon. Seeing Remington enter the pavilion, the thin old man smiled. I'm back, but I have to leave again soon. Old Enoch, you're living comfortably, guarding this Tao Transmission Pavilion without needing to go anywhere, Remington replied. The old man can't bear much fuss anymore. I just want peace and quiet. The thin old man shook his head. Remington pointed to Brandan and Darcy, saying, these 2 are new disciples. Register them and explain the rules. Then, he turned to Brandan and Darcy. This is Elder Enoch, responsible for various matters within the sect. If you have any questions, ask him. Master, you're leaving again? Darcy immediately reacted. I have other matters to attend to and can't take care of you 2 for now, Remington said. What do we do if you leave? You haven't taught Brandan anything yet. Darcy grabbed Remington's clothes, refusing to let him go. Unexpectedly, Remington released spiritual energy, forcibly shaking his hand off, then flashed out of the Tao Transmission Pavilion instantly. In Songsheng Hall, everything depends on yourself. Need something? Go to Elder Enoch. Remington's voice echoed in the pavilion as he vanished. Darcy stormed out of the Dao Transmission Pavilion, clenching his fists and shouting angrily, "Old man, come back here." He was truly frustrated. He had waited 3 years for Remington to return, only for the master to abandon him once again after just a few days. If he could beat him, he would definitely thrash Remington mercilessly. Brandan followed out, patting Darcy's shoulder comfortingly. "Forget it. Don't be angry. Master wasn't around these past years, yet you did well, right? At least we're now in Songsheng Hall. Master will eventually come back. I've never seen such a rotten master. Back then, I was naive and got tricked by him," Darcy grumbled. If he had joined another sect, given his superior spirit root, he would have been heavily cultivated and wouldn't have suffered so much. Brandan smiled. "There's no point in dwelling on the past. With Master gone, I'm still here with you. Fortunately, there's still you. Or else that old man would have driven me mad." Darcy exhaled deeply. Calming down, they re-entered the Dao Transmission Pavilion and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Elder Enoch." Elder Enoch smiled warmly. "No need for formalities. Don't blame Elder Remington. Songsheng Hall is newly established and short-staffed. Apart from me, the hall master and the other 4 elders are busy outside handling many matters." Hearing this, Brandan and Darcy were stunned. They hadn't expected even the hall master to be busy running around, indicating that establishing a sect from scratch wasn't easy. "Come, let's register you first, then discuss other matters," Elder Enoch said. Brandan and Darcy cooperated fully, officially becoming Songsheng Hall's disciples. Elder Enoch waved his hand and produced several items, explaining, "As outer sect disciples, you each receive 2 low-grade spirit stones and 1 enhancing spirit pill per month." Pills. Both Brandan and Darcy were startled. They had consumed many medicinal herbs, but never pills refined from medicinal herbs. Pills contain the essence of herbs, making them easier to absorb and more effective. Receiving spirit stones was one thing, but pills were unexpected. Cultivators capable of refining pills were rare, making pills extremely scarce, mostly requiring the consumption of raw herbs. Elder Enoch smiled. "The pills were refined by me. This is why they let me stay at Songsheng Hall." Brandan and Darcy were surprised again, showing greater respect towards Elder Enoch. Regardless of where they were, alchemists held revered positions. No one easily offended them, but instead tried to befriend them. Songsheng Hall having an alchemist was undoubtedly a great advantage, greatly accelerating the sect's development. Leaving Elder Enoch in the sect to refine pills would maximize his potential. Why give us so many resources when it's supposed to be 2 low-grade spirit stones and 1 enhancing spirit pill per month? Brandan wondered aloud at the sight of the spirit stones and pills before him. Elder Enoch explained, "Each new disciple receives 1 year's worth of cultivation resources as a reward. Afterwards, you can collect monthly on the first day of each month or accumulate for half a year or a year." Brandan nodded, indifferent to the amount of spirit stones since he was wealthy. However, he was very interested in the enhancing spirit pill and wanted to try one immediately to see its effects. "Now you can go upstairs and choose suitable cultivation methods and battle techniques," Elder Enoch said, smiling warmly. Upon hearing this, Brandan and Darcy were instantly energized. No wonder Elder Remington left them alone. The sect had unified arrangements. It made sense that this place was called the Dao Transmission Pavilion, the place for teaching Dao. Chapter 35. Rules for New Disciples. The second floor of the Propagation Pavilion was spacious, with neatly arranged antique wooden shelves in rows. Each wooden shelf held numerous volumes of texts, made from a variety of materials, paper, leather, and even jade or metal. Surprisingly, there are so many cultivation techniques and combat methods. Darcy's eyes scanned across the shelves, his expression one of great astonishment. Brandan was also quite amazed. A rough estimate showed that there were at least 100 different cultivation and combat methods collected here, which was indeed an abundant selection. It was startling for such a recently established sect to possess this many techniques. Elder Enoch smiled and said, "There are 47 cultivation techniques and 91 combat methods here, all originating from the Dao Techniques Mountain within the Immortal Source Divine Hall. Some are widely circulated within the cultivation world, while the rest have been personally comprehended by the Hall Master and our 5 elders from the Dao Techniques Mountain. Everyone has different physical attributes and comprehension abilities, thus suitable cultivation and combat methods vary from person to person." "What is the Dao Techniques Mountain? Is it a place with many cultivation and combat methods?" Brandan asked. Elder Enoch replied, "The Dao Techniques Mountain is the foundation of the immortal Dao lineage, containing infinite mysteries and allowing for the comprehension of countless cultivation and combat methods. If you have the opportunity in the future, you can personally go there to comprehend its secrets. Can we freely choose any of these cultivation techniques and combat methods?" Darcy excitedly asked. Elder Enoch responded, "You may select 1 cultivation technique and 2 combat methods. Once chosen, can we change them if they don't suit us?" Darcy continued asking. Elder Enoch answered, "If you feel it isn't suitable for you, you can come back to exchange it. However, some techniques are special. Once started, they cannot be changed to another technique. So, please choose carefully." Seeing how approachable Elder Enoch was, Brandan and Darcy took the opportunity to ask many questions since they wouldn't always be able to disturb him in the future. Afterward, the two began to make their selections. Darcy's cultivation technique was unique and couldn't be changed, so he focused on choosing combat methods instead. Although Brandan had his own cultivation technique, he wanted to see how the immortal Dao techniques differed from his current method and carefully examined each one. Cultivation techniques guide cultivators to embark on their path, mastering extraordinary power, a crucial component. Brandan picked up each volume, flipping through and pondering over the profound meanings contained within, comparing them to his current method. While these immortal Dao techniques varied in difficulty and comprehensiveness, despite fundamental differences in their cultivation systems, they still profoundly impacted him. After some consideration, Brandan approached Elder Enoch with a golden book. Have you decided? Are you sure you want to cultivate this technique? Elder Enoch asked. Brandan nodded. Sauls, I've thought about it. If it doesn't work out, I'll change it later. Elder Enoch sternly reminded him, this Shantai Huolongjing is incomplete. Only half remains. If you achieve success, you must go to the Tao Techniques Mountain in the future to obtain the latter half. Brandan responded, I understand. Seeing his resolve, Elder Enoch didn't say anything further and immediately lifted the restriction on the golden book, revealing all its contents. Brandan quickly retook the golden book, leveraging his remarkable memory to swiftly memorize the entire Shantai Huolongjing. In fact, Brandan did not need the immortal Tao technique, so he wasn't concerned about its difficulty or completeness, selecting based purely on personal preference. This Shantai Huolongjing is widely known among major forces, so no need to leave a restriction in your soul, Elder Enoch stated. Normally, after obtaining a cultivation technique, a spiritual restriction is left to prevent it from being spread externally. Having memorized the technique, Brandan proceeded to select combat methods, though he felt somewhat uneasy, unsure if he could cultivate immortal Tao methods. Brandan, come over here. I found several powerful combat methods, Darcy called out enthusiastically. Brandan walked over and skimmed through the few books Darcy handed him but shook his head, saying, they are indeed powerful, but not suitable for me. You pick your own then. I need to think carefully about which two I should choose, Darcy said, looking conflicted. Attracted by the powerful methods, he wanted them all, but the rules limited each new disciple to only two, creating a dilemma. Cultivating multiple combat methods consumes a lot of time and energy, and overambition could hinder progress. Brandan wasn't as conflicted as Darcy and quickly chose two combat methods without taking too long. Interestingly, both of his selected methods were secret transmissions of the life hall, thus requiring spiritual restrictions. Once both Brandan and Darcy had made their selections, Elder Enoch led them out of the propagation pavilion and arranged accommodations for them. Outer sect disciples' residences were uniform, each having a two-story house fully equipped for living needs. The life hall had built hundreds of such houses, most still unoccupied, allowing new arrivals to choose freely. A canteen within the residential area provided 3 meals a day. Free ordinary food was available, but better meals required payment in spirit stones. Brandan and Darcy picked adjacent houses at random and settled into the life hall. The houses were already well prepared with everything needed for daily life, including a kitchen for self-cooking if they preferred not to use the canteen. Their spatial treasures contained ample ingredients, mostly meat from extraordinary beasts, ensuring they wouldn't go hungry wherever they went. Items stored within spatial treasures do not decay easily. Now we finally have a stable place, no longer drifting around. This newly established sect suits me well, Brandan thought as he relaxed on his bed, feeling relieved. Currently, no one seemed to monitor his internal condition, nor could they directly observe his cultivation state, easing his worries about exposing secrets. Compared to Sword Control Manor, the Life Hall offered a superior environment for cultivation, allowing him to focus entirely. Come out quickly. As Brandan prepared to study the newly acquired techniques, a voice rang outside. Uncertain of the situation, Brandan stepped out of his house. What's happening? Darcy also came out at this moment. 3 young men, apparently in their 20s, stood outside the houses. Despite their youth, they possessed high cultivation levels. 2 were at the late-stage Meridian Access realm, and 1 was at the early-stage Chi Mastery realm. Scanning them over, Brandan politely greeted. What brings you 3 senior brothers here? These 3 clearly joined earlier and were more advanced, so addressing them as seniors was appropriate. One of us will teach you the new disciple rules, the late-stage Meridian Access realm individual said. Rules? What kind of rules? Darcy asked, puzzled. The rule is that all new disciples must contribute 6 months of their cultivation resources, the man explained. Contribute to whom? On what grounds? Who set this rule? Darcy asked, sounding indignant. The man replied, this rule was set by senior brother Ishmael, Roni Oswald Xuan, and senior brother Owen. Therefore, you must contribute to them. Want to know why? It's because they have the strength. I advise you to listen and avoid unnecessary trouble. His tone carried a clear threat by the end. These cultivation resources were granted by the sect. You can't take them away, Darcy asserted firmly. The other late-stage Meridian Access realm individual coldly retorted. Refusing good advice means you'll suffer. Once we act, we won't just take half your resources. Do you dare to rob us without fearing the punishment from the sect? Brandan's voice deepened slightly. The man who spoke first chuckled lightly. You're really naive. As long as no one dies, the sect won't intervene in disputes among disciples. It's called survival of the fittest. Many newbies like you have been here before, but after a good lesson, they all become obedient. His eyes gleamed with mockery and provocation, completely confident that he had Brandan and Darcy cornered. Upon hearing this, Brandan's expression darkened. He could clearly tell that the other party was fully prepared and determined to take their cultivation resources. Undoubtedly, the person mentioned must be very powerful, strong enough to set rules among outer sect disciples, compelling many to follow. Indeed, wherever there are people, there will be disputes. Even if you don't provoke trouble, it often finds its way to you. The other party had one point right. The weak will always be preyed upon by the strong, and only the fittest can survive. This rule applies everywhere. Darcy coldly snorted. I refuse to hand over my resources today. What can you do about it? Since he doesn't know his place, teach him a lesson, the leader, an early-stage Chi Mastery realm cultivator, commanded. The man who initially spoke stepped forward, clenching his fist as his knuckles cracked. I haven't moved for a while. Today's a great day to loosen up. Hope you last long enough to let me enjoy this. Don't worry. I'll make sure every bone in your body gets loosened up. Darcy's eyes flashed with a glint of coldness. Since the sect wouldn't intervene in disputes between disciples, he had nothing to worry about. Before he finished speaking, Darcy took the initiative, channeling his spirit energy. In a swift move, he reached close to his opponent and delivered a heavy kick. The man was taken aback, not expecting Darcy to attack him so boldly. He didn't dodge, blocking the kick with his arm, showing disdain and clearly underestimating Darcy. After all, Darcy was only at the mid-stage Meridian Access realm, while he was almost at the peak late-stage Meridian Access realm. With such a huge gap in strength, how could Darcy be any match? However, when Darcy's kick actually landed, the man's face changed drastically. He felt an overwhelming force that he couldn't withstand. Crack. With the sound of bones breaking, the man was kicked flying away. Ah! Lying on the ground far away, the man screamed in pain. Just a waste of flesh, daring to taunt me. Aren't you so arrogant? Get up and show me more of that, Darcy sneered. Seeing this, the other two men were stunned, completely surprised by what had just transpired. If you two aren't satisfied, come together, Darcy pointed at them, looking quite domineering. The early-stage Chi Mastery Realm cultivator's eyes turned cold, arrogant, and ignorant. Let me show you the difference between Meridian Access and Chi Mastery Realms. As he spoke, he launched a palm strike from afar. A large amount of spirit energy surged out of his body, forming a faint palm imprint. Chi Mastery cultivators can control and harness spirit energy, allowing them to attack from a distance using spirit energy. This gave them extraordinary combat capabilities. Darcy was unafraid and directly countered with a palm strike. Bang! The spirit energy formed palm imprint dissipated, but the immense force sent Darcy reeling back several steps. Lou brother, break both his hands, the injured man shouted loudly. His eyes were cold and sinister. Hoover raised an eyebrow, emitting a powerful aura. Moving swiftly, he appeared in front of Darcy in an instant, delivering another palm strike. Clang! Hoover's palm didn't hit Darcy but struck a shield glowing with spirit light. Secret runes on the shield deflected the force back, causing Hoover's arm to go numb and forcing him to retreat 2 steps involuntarily. A defensive treasure. Hoover squinted his eyes. This was unexpected. Even at the Chi Mastery Realm, he hadn't been given a single treasure by the sect. Yet this newcomer possessed a defensive one. Great, I want this treasure. Hoover's eyes glittered as he focused on the shield. Darcy coldly snorted. Want to steal my treasure? Show if you've got the ability. Despite realizing Hoover's formidable strength, Darcy remained undaunted, ready to fight until the end. Fong Tao, join me. Hoover looked at his companion standing nearby. Emilio instantly locked onto Brandan, cold light flashing in his eyes. Clearly, Brandan was his target. Seeing this, Darcy immediately shouted, "Want to bully my brother? Ask me first." In an instant, he dashed in front of Brandan, shielding him. He knew Brandan's condition well. Due to the curse, Brandan had suffered severe injuries during his recent breakthrough and probably hadn't fully recovered. Engaging in combat now wasn't suitable. Moved by Darcy's actions, Brandan felt deeply touched by this intense brotherhood. Patting Darcy's shoulder, Brandan smiled. "Focus on your fight. I'll handle this one. Don't push yourself. I can handle them both." Darcy was obviously concerned. Brandan reassured him, "Don't worry, it'll be fine." Looking into Brandan's confident eyes, Darcy said nothing more and stepped aside, preparing to engage Hoover. This was his first time fighting a Chi Mastery Realm cultivator, and he was visibly excited, feeling his blood boil. Chapter 36 Inescapable. The commotion drew nearby outer sect disciples who gathered to spectate. These newcomers are bold enough to fight Hoover and his gang. Young people tend to be overconfident. They will learn their lesson soon. What happened to Germain? Is his arm broken? To be able to break Germain's arm and make Hoover fight personally, these two newcomers sure have some skill. This is going to be interesting. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves, but none came forward to intervene. They all knew who was backing Hoover, hence no one wished to invite trouble. In fact, many of them had been bullied before. When they first entered, they faced similar situations. Regardless of whether they resisted or not, the end result was always tragic. A painful past that they wished to forget. Now, witnessing Brandan and Darcy being bullied, a few felt sympathy but were powerless to help. In front of the house, Emilio glared icily at Brandan. He stood tall, towering over 7 feet like an iron tower, his muscles bulging with power. In comparison, Brandan looked frail and thin, seemingly unable to stand against the breeze. Emilio didn't use any special techniques as he threw a simple yet fast punch toward Brandan, powerful enough to crack stones. Facing this domineering attack, Brandan remained calm, meeting the punch without dodging. Choosing direct confrontation, Emilio smirked coldly. To dare confront him head-on was simply asking for pain. His body wasn't built in vain. Growing up with a robust physique, Emilio had chosen cultivation methods and combat tactics emphasizing physical strength, never fearing close combat. A loud bang echoed as their fists collided. Tremendous force erupted, shaking the ground, sending debris flying. Brandan stood firm as if rooted to the earth, while Emilio stumbled backward, his entire arm trembling violently. Undoubtedly, Emilio suffered from this collision. His arm nearly broke, and the suppressed spiritual energy almost caused his meridians to rupture. No way, disbelief flashed in Emilio's eyes. He couldn't believe Brandan's frail-looking frame could be so strong. Emilio hadn't held back, aiming to injure Brandan severely, only to face this unexpected outcome. What Emilio didn't know was that Brandan's body had undergone numerous transformations, making it incomparably formidable for his rank. Without hesitation, Brandan countered with the ultimate combat technique, concentrating secret strength into one leg and delivering a lightning-fast kick. Unprepared, Emilio blocked with his arms. Bang! Brandan's kick was too powerful, hurling Emilio backward. Compared to Germain who lost one arm, Emilio fared worse, both arms broken and internal organs suffering severe impact. Puff! Emilio spat blood, his breathing becoming erratic. Just one kick left him heavily wounded, almost losing his combat capability. Noticing movement beside him, Hoover's expression changed. He realized his misjudgment, severely underestimating Brandan's strength. Though seemingly just at the pulse connection level, Brandan was extraordinarily powerful. Hoover swiftly used a palm strike to push Darcy away and sent another towards Brandan. "Brandan, be careful," Darcy warned loudly. Brandan instantly sensed danger and turned around, countering with a palm strike. Bam bam. Impacted by Hoover's palm, Brandan took a few steps back but remained unharmed. His strong body, combined with protective clothes, was enough to withstand such attacks. Exchanging glances, Brandan and Darcy simultaneously attacked Hoover, intending to end the fight quickly. Hoover found himself at a disadvantage when fighting against two, especially since their close-range combat rendered his chi control realm advantage useless. With two simultaneous strikes to his chest, Hoover flew backward, suppressing surging blood within him, but still bleeding from the corner of his mouth. You did well. Let's go, Hoover said coldly, preparing to leave. Wait, you can't come and go as you please. Do you think we're easy targets? Darcy challenged loudly. What do you want? Hoover asked sternly. Darcy replied, simple. Hand over your year's worth of cultivation resources. An eye for an eye strategy. If they were going to be bullied, the other side would pay the price. You're dreaming. No one has dared touch our cultivation resources, Germain snarled. Darcy chuckled. Maybe before, but now it's happening. You can choose not to hand them over. I wouldn't mind loosening your limbs more. Germain's eyes showed fear. Having already lost one arm, he dreaded losing another. Hoover's expression darkened, never imagining this reversal where someone demanded his cultivation resources. Your actions defy all rules. There will be consequences, he threatened, producing several spirit stones and 3 porcelain bottles. Hoover wore a spatial ring on his finger, noticed earlier by Darcy, leading to this demand. Severely injured and knowing he couldn't match Brandan and Darcy, Hoover handed over the resources to save further embarrassment. After handing over the goods, Hoover promptly left, followed closely by Germain and Emilio. Darcy collected the spirit stones and pills from the ground. It totaled 7.2 caddies of low-grade spirit stones and 36 spirit-enhancing pills, a valuable haul indeed. Heh, let's split it evenly, Darcy smiled brightly. The quantity of cultivation resources made the fight worthwhile. Though the spirit stones mattered less, the pills were precious. Brandan accepted half without hesitation, adhering to sharing good fortune, prepared for joint defense should more trouble arise. Hoover actually lost and handed over a year's worth of cultivation resources. Am I dreaming? Newcomers stealing from seniors. This is unprecedented. They've essentially slapped Ishmael, Oswald Xuanhuan, and Owen's faces. The repercussions will be severe. Forget about them. Hoover's brother will certainly seek retribution. A storm is brewing. Witnessing Hoover's party retreating in disgrace, surrounding spectators were astonished, looking at Brandan and Darcy differently. Worried to avoid implicating themselves, everyone left hastily, avoiding Brandan and Darcy. In their view, Brandan and Darcy had invited major trouble, expecting hard times ahead, deeming it unnecessary to associate with them. Cultivators are often more practical than ordinary people, valuing self-interest. The cultivation world's complexities and dangers compelled even the strong to proceed cautiously. You shouldn't have taken Hoover's cultivation resources and disgraced them. Although it feels good, it will bring you huge trouble. You two should leave for a while to avoid the backlash. A woman with remarkable beauty called out from several dozen feet away, offering a warning. She was unusual in that she dared to speak to Brandan and Darcy openly without fearing innocent involvement. Brandan clasped his hands and said, Thank you for your warning, Roni. May I ask your name? You don't need to think about me. To be honest, even I can't provoke Ishmael and the others, so you'd better take care of yourselves. With that, the woman turned and entered a house. She had warned Brandan and Darcy out of kindness, but did not wish to get involved in their troubles. At this stage, no outer sect disciple dared to confront Ishmael and the other two directly, generally avoiding conflict with them. That Roni is already at the late chi control stage, yet she fears those 3 as well. It seems they are truly formidable. Brandan frowned slightly. Darcy paused, then asked, What should we do? Really go into hiding? Heroes don't suffer unnecessary losses. Going into hiding isn't shameful. It's a chance to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings, Brandan responded. Darcy nodded. That makes sense. Once we reach the chi control realm, we'll come back and see who bullies whom. Without further delay, they prepared to leave since there wasn't much they needed to pack. However, before they could leave the residential area, 2 figures blocked their path. One of them was Hoover, whom they had just injured. Seeing Hoover, they knew trouble was imminent, and he clearly had brought help. The newcomer stood taller than Hoover, sharing some resemblance and possessing a peak mid-chi control realm cultivation, almost at the late stage. Were you the ones who didn't follow our rules and injured my brother? Hoover's companion asked coldly. Darcy lifted his head fearlessly. So what if we did? We're all outer sect disciples. Why should we follow your rules? The strong set the rules, the weak follow. That's how it has always been. If you want to challenge us, you must have sufficient strength, Hoover's older brother said expressionlessly. Since you're defiant, I'll give you a chance. If you can withstand my 3 strikes, I won't trouble you anymore. Clearly, he was very confident in his abilities and believed everything was under his control. Darcy retorted without hesitation. Come on, who's afraid? First strike. Hoover's brother raised his hand and casually launched a palm strike. Not only did he use his own spiritual energy, but he also summoned part of the Earth's spirit energy, instantly forming an enormous, dense palm print like a mountain crashing toward Brandan and Darcy. Being at the chi control realm, his mastery over spiritual energy and the ability to summon Earth's spirit energy were undoubtedly superior to Hoover's. Startled, Brandan and Darcy hurriedly countered. Bang! The palm imprint carried tremendous force, pushing both of them back several steps. After regaining their footing, they exerted all their strength and shattered the palm imprint. Before they could catch their breath, Hoover's brother launched his second strike, even stronger this time. Darcy quickly deployed his treasure shield, infusing it with spiritual energy. The shield expanded rapidly, glowing with a layer of spiritual light, blocking the palm imprint. However, the force within the palm imprint was overwhelming, pushing the shield back steadily. Darcy's expression tightened, feeling the stark difference in strength between himself and Hoover's brother. To counter the palm imprint, the shield consumed spiritual energy rapidly, far exceeding his expectations. When the imprint finally dissipated, Darcy had lost more than half his spiritual energy. Bang! Hoover's brother unleashed his third strike, hitting Darcy's shield solidly. This palm imprint was massive and dense, continuously gathering more Earth's spirit energy as it struck, undoubtedly employing a combat technique. Instantly, the shield was forced away, losing its glow and reverting to its original state. Seeing the palm imprint still advancing, Brandan stepped forward, shielding Darcy. He knew Darcy's spiritual energy was depleted, so he had to bear the blow. Running his cultivation method, secret strength surged from both secret storehouses, converging in his palms to counter the palm imprint. Despite his powerful body, Brandan felt a significant impact, his arms trembling and internal organs suffering damage, nearly making him spit blood. Just when he was about to lose support, the ancient rune hidden in his secret storehouse vibrated, releasing a mysterious power. Unnoticed by anyone, strange runes appeared on Brandan's palms, flickering faintly. The runes emitted a peculiar ripple, dispersing outward. Boom. Suddenly, the dense palm imprint exploded. Impacted by immense force, Brandan staggered backward a few steps before stabilizing. He now felt intensely weak. The awakening of the ancient rune had almost drained his secret strength. Fortunately, the rune's power destroyed the palm imprint. Otherwise, the consequences would have been severe. Hoover's brother showed surprise that his final palm imprint had been unexpectedly destroyed. For his last imprint, he used full strength and a combat technique, expecting it to be flawless, yet an unexpected outcome occurred. He suspected Brandan must have activated some hidden means, which caught him off guard. He could tell that Brandan and Darcy were exhausted, vulnerable to any assault. With a flash of viciousness, Hoover's brother decided to ignore his promise and continue attacking. Both Darcy's treasure shield and Brandan's hidden treasure intrigued him. This was a rare opportunity. Chapter 37, The Second Seal. Brandan's perception was incredibly acute, and he instantly sensed the hostility from Brother Hoover. His heart became wary, while he vigorously channeled the Jidao Tiangong, unleashing hidden potential to quickly restore his depleted secret energy. He was ready. If Brother Hoover made a move, Brandan would summon the mysterious ancient lamp without hesitation, even at the cost of mutual destruction. He would not yield. If matters escalated, he doubted that Elder Enoch would remain indifferent. Just as Brother Hoover was about to act, he suddenly sensed something, shifting his gaze to one side where a slender, graceful figure appeared before his eyes. Seeing this figure, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he subtly dissipated the power he had been amassing. On the surface, Brother Hoover remained composed. You two did well to withstand my 3 strikes. Let's call it a day here. Take care of yourselves. With that, he turned around and left with a gentlemanly demeanor, seemingly upholding his word. Though reluctant, Hoover followed suit. After they had walked some distance, Hoover asked, "Brother, why didn't you continue?" "Amy is watching from the side," Brother Hoover replied. Hoover frowned. "Though Amy's cultivation exceeds yours, would she dare to interfere?" "I also believe she wouldn't dare intervene. But if I were seen as someone who breaks promises, how could I maintain any authority?" Brother Hoover explained. In truth, he regretted making any promises in the first place. Had he known, he could have dealt with Brandan and Darcy directly without leaving room for gossip. Pausing, Brother Hoover continued, "Don't worry, there will be plenty of chances to deal with them. No matter how peculiar they are, they can't cause too much trouble." Hoover could only suppress his anger and ponder ways to punish Brandan and Darcy later on. This incident wasn't going to end just like that. On the other side, Darcy exhaled in relief. Fortunately, he kept his word. Otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble. "You're mistaken. He isn't as upright as you think." Brandan shook his head. Darcy looked puzzled. "Why do you say that?" "He was about to continue attacking us but gave up because someone else was present," Brandan said. Then, he turned and looked at the nearby graceful figure, giving a respectful bow. "Thank you, Roni." Darcy was taken aback. His attention had been focused on Brother Hoover, so he hadn't noticed anyone else nearby. The woman said nothing, merely gazing intently at Brandan before turning and leaving. "This Roni is quite strange," Darcy muttered. Brandan remarked, "At least she's better than our other peers and doesn't bear us any ill will." Earlier, when Hoover and his group had confronted them, nearly a dozen people watched from the sidelines, yet only this woman spoke up to warn them. Now, she had also helped intimidate Brother Hoover away. A rare gesture indeed. "Regardless, let's return and recover our strength for now," Darcy suggested. Brandan nodded. Even if they needed to go into hiding, they had to be in peak condition. Soon, they returned to their quarters. In the training room, Brandan took out a spirit stone, holding it in his hand and channeling his technique to rapidly absorb its essence. Using spirit stones for both cultivation and recovery was far more efficient. It didn't take long for Brandan to fully restore his consumed secret energy. With a thought, he retrieved the ancient talisman from storage. This ancient talisman, left by the original owner of the mysterious mirror, once had numerous cracks, looking fragile. After nurturing over time, the cracks had mostly vanished. The structure of the ancient talisman is incredibly complex, with layers upon layers of sigils. Activating it is extremely difficult. Triggering just a few sigils would deplete all my secret energy, Brandan frowned. Compared to the ancient talisman, the mysterious ancient lamp and bronze mirror were easier to activate, requiring only a small amount of secret energy to be effective. For now, the ancient talisman was a trump card to be used only in dire circumstances. "Let's try the spirit enhancement pill." Brandan turned over a porcelain bottle containing the pills and poured one out. Upon ingesting it, he immediately began circulating his technique to absorb and refine the essence within the pill. His efficiency was high. Within moments, the pill was completely refined. Compared to raw herbs, pills were much easier to absorb. These pills are truly miraculous, greatly increasing cultivation speed. With these 30 spirit enhancement pills, I should be able to quickly construct the secret meridian network. Brandan's eyes gleamed with surprise. Building the secret meridian network required a substantial foundation of secret energy, which would take time. These pills would help immensely. The spirit enhancement pill was only a first-grade spirit pill, most effective for those with lower cultivation. Once he reached the object control stage, they would be almost useless. Brandan was currently in the source opening stage, equivalent to meridian unblocking stage, making these pills still useful. Resources must be utilized. Keeping them would be futile, especially given the competitive environment in the Hall of All Beings. Enhancing his cultivation and strength was paramount. Brandan calmed his mind and began cultivating using the spirit enhancement pills, intending to use all 30 at once. Others might fear the body couldn't endure such rapid enhancement, but Brandan had no such concerns. As each pill was refined, Brandan's secret meridian slowly extended. Constructing the secret meridian network was dangerous, so he had to proceed cautiously. In a short while, the 30 pills were depleted, forming a basic framework for the secret meridian network, though further refinement was still needed. Constructing the secret meridian network is no easy feat, far more challenging than opening existing meridians. It's amazing how the human ancestors pioneered such a unique cultivation system, Brandan marveled. Simultaneously, he was opening existing meridians, progressing faster compared to building new ones. He had practically opened all of them already. Had he been practicing the immortal cultivation method, he would now be at the peak meridian unblocking stage. Given his progress, an average person with 30 spirit enhancement pills might advance from early meridian unblocking to chi mastery. At this stage, my combat skills are too limited. I need to learn a couple of battle techniques, Brandan murmured. Though he inherited the ultimate Dao battle technique, the first combat diagram he cultivated wasn't an offensive method but a way to refine and explosively release secret energy. Recalling the two battle techniques from the Doctrine Pavilion, named Oswald's Sea Sword Riding Technique and Shattering Star Dragon Claw skill, he wasn't sure if he could cultivate them yet, as they belonged to the immortal cultivation methods. Comparatively, the probability of successfully cultivating Oswald's Sea Sword Riding Technique should be higher, Brandan thought. Oswald's Sea Sword Riding Technique was a highly intricate sword riding technique requiring strong soul power, typically achievable only at the object control stage. However, Brandan's soul was extraordinarily powerful, augmented by the moon essence stone, likely meeting the criteria for cultivation. Still, only after attempting it would he know if he succeeded. Cultivating Oswald's Sea Sword Riding Technique required a specialized flying sword, which Brandan happened to possess, the jade sword obtained from the fierce bird's nest. This was a key reason he chose this technique. Without rushing, he first delved into understanding the nuances of Oswald's Sea Sword Riding Technique. Simultaneously, he used secret energy to refine the jade sword, making it his personal magic tool, a fundamental step in mastering sword riding. Fortunately, the process went smoothly. Ultimately, the jade sword, having no previous master, did not reject him. After some time, Brandan successfully replaced the energy within the jade sword with secret energy, making it operable by his secret energy. Once he had fully comprehended it, Brandan released his soul power, attaching it to the jade sword. The jade sword trembled slightly, giving off signs that it was about to fly. However, after a long while of trying, Brandan could not get the sword to fly. He was patient, gradually mastering the essence of Oswald's Sea Sword Riding Technique and attempting it repeatedly. Once his soul power was exhausted, his spirit would enter the moonescence stone space to absorb its strange power, quickly restoring his soul power. In this constant cycle of consumption and restoration, his soul became stronger and more resilient. Brandan was fully immersed in cultivation, not stepping out of the training room for over half a month, eating roasted extraordinary beast meat stored in his spatial ring when hungry. Recently, no one had come to bother him as if the incident truly passed. Brandan was glad about this. Without interruptions, he could focus on cultivating the Oswald Sea Sword Riding Technique. Whoosh! Inside the training room, the jade sword flew up in the air swiftly, darting around in all directions. Under Brandan's control, the jade sword finally returned to his hand, its light subsiding into stillness. After more than half a month of practice, Brandan finally mastered the basics of the Oswald Sea Sword Riding Technique. Pity my soul power is not strong enough yet. The jade sword's attack range is limited to 3 zhong around me. In certain critical moments, it might be useful, Brandan sighed slightly. His soul power could extend 10 zhong, but controlling the flying sword beyond 3 zhong was ineffective as it lost all attack power. To achieve the legendary feat of striking from 1,000 miles away with a flying sword required an extremely powerful soul. Brandan was content, though. Most cultivators at his level wouldn't even be able to master the basics of Oswald Sea Sword Riding Technique. Suddenly, Brandan felt the building shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. He stepped out of the training room to see what was happening. Brandan, look, the entire Qilin mountain is shaking. What's going on? Darcy ran out, worry in his eyes. Brandan keenly sensed that the surrounding spiritual energy was also fluctuating, becoming more concentrated. Realization dawned on him. I think this is the massive change Master mentioned. He recalled the words left by the original owner of the mysterious ancient lamp. The world was sealed under 3 layers, and a century ago, the first layer was lifted, causing the revival of spiritual energy. Now, the second seal was being unlocked, making the world more conducive to cultivation and increasing the number of beings who could embark on the path of cultivation. An increase in the base number of cultivators meant more powerful individuals would emerge in the near future. Improved cultivation conditions would also raise the upper limits of cultivation realms, allowing some beings to truly become immortals, or devils. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, followed by a drizzle. Catching a drop of rain in his hand, Brandan noticed its rich spiritual energy. This was spirit rain. Darcy hesitated to release his power to shield himself from the rain, and instead allowed the raindrops to land on his skin. Without using his technique, the spiritual energy in the rain seeped into his body, cleansing his physical form from within. Brandan, I feel my spirit root evolving, getting stronger bit by bit, Darcy said excitedly. He already had a high-grade spirit root, and its evolution could elevate it to the supreme grade. Brandan also felt something unusual within him, like something was sprouting inside him, yet he couldn't pinpoint exactly where it was. The spirit rain intensified, pouring down like a broken riverbed. Darcy tried to collect some of it, but the spiritual energy within dissipated quickly, returning to the heavens and earth. He gave up on this impractical idea and stood in the rain, accepting its baptism quietly. Hassan and Marjorie also emerged, finding the spirit rain beneficial to them. At one moment, Brandan's body shook as a strange force entered him through the spirit rain. Instantly, he felt a significant tremor in his lower abdomen dantian, as if an invisible lock had been broken. Ayo! His soul shuddered, and he heard a deafening dragon roar. This is... Brandan was startled and focused his mind on his dantian. It exploded, like the beginning of the universe, creating a vast divine space from a single point. This evolved space was large and chaotic, filled with radiant streams of light. A colossal golden dragon coiled within, its body extremely solid, every scale clearly visible. Realizing this, Brandan attempted to circulate Mystic Fetus Dragon Sutra, guiding the spiritual energy through his already open meridians into the space where the golden dragon resided. As expected, the Mystic Fetus Dragon Sutra circulated smoothly without any hindrance, as if tailored specifically for him. Within the space occupied by the golden dragon, threads of golden spiritual energy emerged and accumulated. The human lower abdomen dantian, also called Mystic Fetus, was why Brandan initially chose Mystic Fetus Dragon Sutra. The dragon chi had entered the Mystic Fetus, and he hoped to cultivate this technique. Of course, the premise was that he needed to have a spirit root and cultivate a spirit sea. But now, the changes in the heavens automatically created a spirit sea, solving all his problems. Previously, Brandan feared someone would discover his hidden secrets. Now, with the spirit sea open, he no longer had those concerns. Since both systems relied on different sources of power and circulated differently, there would be no conflict in dual cultivation. However, only half of the Mystic Fetus Dragon Sutra existed, which might limit his future cultivation. Nevertheless, he didn't mind much since his main focus was on secret treasure, and cultivating the spirit sea was largely to conceal his secret treasure secrets. Over time, the spirit sea accumulated substantial amounts of golden spiritual energy, forming a golden lake, with the golden dragon coiling within. Brandan wasn't sure how other spirit seas looked, but he felt his was unique and extraordinary. This uniqueness stemmed from the combined effects of a mysterious external force and the golden dragon chi coiling in the Mystic Fetus, unlike others whose spirit seas evolved from their spirit roots. Reflecting on this, Brandan suspected that the entry of the golden dragon chi into his Mystic Fetus was no accident, though the exact reason remained unclear. Moreover, the divine force entering his body was likely attracted by the golden dragon chi, another coincidence unlikely to be mere chance. Chapter 38. Legend becomes reality. Ha ha ha, my spirit root has successfully transformed. Beside him, Darcy couldn't help but burst into laughter. High-grade spirit roots were already rare, and supreme-grade spirit roots were incredibly scarce. Even in top-tier major factions, only a handful could be found. Good spirit roots meant easier cultivation, faster advancement, and usually higher achievements in the future. Spirit roots of lower grades typically hit their limit at the aura control stage, being significantly restricted and unable to break through barriers easily. A thought flashed through Brandan's mind. If Darcy's spirit root could transform after receiving the spiritual rain, then it might mean that others could do the same. Many powerful cultivators who were previously constrained by their spirit roots might now break free from these chains and make rapid progress. Congratulations! You now possess a supreme grade spirit root, Brandan said with a smile. Darcy shook his head and said, the supreme grade isn't the highest grade. The old man once told me that above supreme is the transcendent grade, which is exceedingly rare and only exists in legends. He also said that those with transcendent grade spirit roots can ascend to immortality or descend into demonhood effortlessly, with boundless potential, Darcy added, a hint of intense envy in his eyes. No one would not yearn for a transcendent grade spirit root to achieve legendary status. Brandan couldn't help but think about whether those geniuses who already possessed supreme grade spirit roots could transform them into transcendent grade ones after the spiritual rain. He imagined it wouldn't be easy. Otherwise, transcendent grade spirit roots wouldn't just be in legends. But nothing was absolute. With the great changes in heaven and earth, anything was possible. It was predictable that after this heavenly change, the cultivation world would flourish tenfold, even 100-fold, with more intense competition. The old man said when he took me as his disciple that the cultivation technique he taught me was specially prepared for geniuses with supreme grade spirit roots. Looks like he knew about the heavenly changes beforehand, Darcy said with an enlightened look on his face. Such techniques were notoriously difficult to cultivate, but with a supreme grade spirit root, the difficulty would be greatly reduced, revealing its true advantages. After expressing his excitement, Darcy looked at Brandan and asked, Brandan, did your spirit root transform? There's been improvement, but it hasn't fully transformed yet, Brandan replied. His situation was special, so he couldn't be completely honest with Darcy. At least not now. Not because he didn't trust him, but to avoid involving him. Darcy comforted him. Don't worry. The heavenly changes are still ongoing. Your spirit root might soon transform. He could feel that his own spirit root continued to strengthen, inching closer to transcendent grade. Not only was his spirit root getting stronger, but his cultivation level also steadily improved. The efficiency of absorbing and refining spiritual energy far surpassed before. Before this, he and Brandan had both taken all their spirit-enhancing pills, greatly improving their cultivation levels, reaching late-stage meridian unblocking. But after the spiritual rain baptism, his entire meridian system opened up, including some difficult-to-open fine meridians. His cultivation level jumped to peak late-stage meridian unblocking, just a step away from aura manipulation. With a boom, just as the spiritual rain stopped, Darcy completed his breakthrough, releasing spiritual energy and ascending to the aura manipulation realm. Dark clouds dispersed in the sky, replaced by golden sunlight that rejuvenated the land, making everything vibrant and alive. A strange phenomenon occurred on Qilin Mountain's main peak, with beams of colorful light intertwining in the sky. Next, a 5-colored Qilin appeared atop auspicious clouds, emitting loud roars to the heavens. The legend of Qilin Mountain is true. Brandan's eyes showed surprise. He never expected that Qilin Mountain would actually have a Qilin appear. But no, this isn't a real Qilin. It's a manifestation of power. Brandan quickly realized the truth. To him, the appearance of the Qilin was similar to the golden dragon in the Ishan's secret realm, indicating that Qilin Mountain might have nurtured a precious treasure. At that moment, Elder Enoch rose into the air near the main peak. He lifted his hand, releasing overwhelming flames that condensed into a flame chain, aiming straight for the five-colored Qilin. With a splash, the flame chain wrapped around the Qilin perfectly, restricting it. However, the next moment, the Qilin transformed into a spiritual light, breaking free from the chain and soaring into the sky, disappearing into the main peak. Elder Enoch landed on the main peak and began searching for the five-colored Qilin's trace. Indeed, Brandan's eyes glowed as his suspicions were confirmed, but he wondered whether Elder Enoch's means would be enough to obtain that supreme treasure. Brandan, come here quickly, Darcy suddenly called out. Brandan calmed his mind and immediately looked over. Darcy pulled a blade of grass from the nearby ground. Look, this grass has turned into a spirit herb. Brandan was genuinely surprised, taking the grass from Darcy. The grass indeed contained noticeable spiritual energy, elevating it beyond ordinary plants. It must have been nourished by the spiritual rain and undergone mutation, Brandan concluded instantly. Scanning the area, he found several other ordinary plants that had mutated into spirit herbs. Cultivation resources will become more abundant, Brandan mused. Darcy's eyes lit up. Qilin Mountain is vast. This time, many spirit herbs likely sprouted, presenting a great opportunity. Brandan agreed. If spirit herbs could sprout even on the ground outside their residence, they certainly sprouted elsewhere. Even common spirit herbs would be valuable in large numbers. Scott, lead the way. Without hesitation, Brandan immediately spoke to Scott, who became highly enthusiastic about finding spirit herbs and darted off as a black shadow. Brandan and Darcy exchanged looks and immediately followed. As expected, the path was indeed covered with spirit herbs. Scott didn't choose to go downhill but climbed upwards where the spiritual energy was denser, presumably giving birth to more spirit herbs. However, they were soon blocked by an extremely strong barrier before climbing too high. The sect had sealed the mountain early, Brandan frowned. This barrier combined with an array formation was virtually unbreakable, not even by Scott's innate abilities. Darcy shook his head. I should have known. If the sect knew about the heavenly changes, they would definitely have made preparations. Qilin Mountain isn't simple. No wonder the palace leaders chose to build the Temple of Mortals here, Brandan murmured. Just the recent appearance of the five-colored Qilin indicated that Qilin Mountain was an extraordinary place. If we can't go up, let's go down, Darcy suggested. Brandan nodded. Venturing down might yield unexpected results. They immediately changed direction. There were no barriers or formations downhill, yet they searched for a long time without finding any treasures or even ordinary spirit herbs. It felt as though someone had already swept the area clean. What's going on? Did someone beat us? Darcy was puzzled. After some thought, Brandan said, if I'm not mistaken, the sect absorbed all the spiritual energy onto the mountain, spreading it within the barrier-enclosed area. He hadn't guessed blindly. On the way down, he noticed not a trace of the spiritual rain's spiritual energy, which was clearly abnormal. So our plan falls apart, Darcy expressed disappointment. Brandan said, since we can't get the sect's fortune, let's check outside. Translation complete. The chapter maintains the original tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks while ensuring natural English fluency and coherence with previous content. ###Chapter 39. Discovering the treasure. Perfect timing. Being cooped up in closed seclusion for too long is monotonous and boring. We need to go out and gain experience through trials. Darcy immediately became animated. He had always been someone who couldn't stay still, loving to travel and explore, broadening his horizons and seeking opportunities. In the past, even when he was alone and weak, he never idled. He often ventured into remote mountains and wildernesses by himself. Now that he was at the aura manipulation realm, he naturally had fewer worries. As long as he was careful, there weren't many places he couldn't go. Brandan and Darcy didn't have much to pack. They set off right away. Soon enough, the two of them and Scott passed through the protective array of the Xuanhuan Hall and emerged into the outside world. The Xuanhuan Hall did not restrict its disciples from going out for training. On the contrary, it encouraged them. In fact, nearly half of the disciples were not in the sect most of the time. Take Ishmael, Oswald Shuang, and Owen, the current strongest three disciples, who frequently traveled outside, rarely staying within the sect. The area surrounding Qilin Mountain had a vast mountain range, scarcely trodden upon by humans, inhabited by extraordinary beasts, making it an excellent place for training. Let's first visit the towns nearby and gather information about the surroundings, Darcy pondered aloud. They were both unfamiliar with Qi Province, having no local knowledge or connections, so it was necessary to gather more information. For example, they needed to understand which cultivation forces existed around Qilin Mountain, where the extraordinary markets were located, and which areas were suitable for cultivators of their level to train, etc. Remington Junren hadn't given them detailed information. They would have to rely on themselves to investigate. Turning around, Darcy noticed Brandan seemed lost in thought and asked, Brandan, what are you thinking about? That direction seems to be emitting signs of treasure appearing. Brandan pointed towards the dense forest. Darcy instantly perked up. Treasure? Where? I just saw several strange beams of light flash. Though brief, I could see them clearly, Brandan explained. Darcy's eyes shone. It must be because of the heavenly changes, awakening treasures hidden in the mountains or creating new rarities. Whether it was the former or the latter, it was obviously unusual and full of great opportunities. Since we've encountered it, we can't miss out. Let's find it immediately, Darcy said enthusiastically. Brandan raised an eyebrow. Look. Darcy was startled and quickly turned his head. This time, he also saw it. A white light appeared in the distant mountain ranges, slithering through the dense forest like a snake before vanishing in an instant. Let's chase after it quickly. Darcy showed no hesitation, rushing straight into the deep woods. Swish. Scott's speed was faster. Flapping its wings, it shot ahead of everyone else. When it came to treasure hunting, it was always the most eager. Seeing how eager they were, Brandon couldn't help but shake his head. Treasure wasn't easy to obtain. The rarer and more valuable it was, the harder it usually was to acquire and potentially dangerous. However, since they had found a clue, it wouldn't make sense to let it slip away without trying. With this thought, Brandon quickly caught up. The mountain range near Chelan Mountain was called Baizu Mountain Range, named for its length stretching over hundreds of miles and winding like a giant centipede. Throughout history, Baizu Mountain Range had been scarcely visited by humans, serving as a paradise for birds and beasts. The mountains retained their primitive features, with countless towering ancient trees. Soon after entering the mountain, Scott discovered a few spirit herbs, all common grade 1 spirit herbs with little value. They were likely transformed due to the nourishment of the spiritual rain. Xuanhuan disciples frequently entered Baizu Mountain Range for training, so the outer areas were usually picked clean of any spirit herbs. Still, Brandon and Darcy weren't picky. Even ordinary spirit herbs could be exchanged for spirit stones. Elder Enoch had told them that the sect would purchase various rare materials, allowing for barter or payment in spirit stones. Hoover's spatial treasure was obtained from the sect. Elder Enoch was not only an alchemist but also a master craftsman, talisman maker, and array formation expert, skilled in multiple fields. One could say that Songsheng Hall was built largely due to Elder Enoch's contributions. Without him, the hall's development would be significantly hindered. Thus, the founders of Songsheng Hall chose to have Elder Enoch remain in the sect, enjoying peace instead of wandering outside. Such all-around experts were rare in the cultivation world. After all, whether it was alchemy, forging, talismans, or formations, each required extensive time and energy to master. Mastering one was already difficult, let alone several. And Elder Enoch also had high cultivation, making him even more exceptional. There are people nearby. Suddenly, Brandon sensed something. Darcy nonchalantly replied, probably fellow disciples. We don't need to worry about them. I'm not concerned about who they are. I'm wondering if they were also drawn by the treasure's glow? Brandon speculated. Hearing this, Darcy's expression changed. That's possible. If they were already in the mountains, they might know more about the treasure's movements than us. So, obtaining the treasure will be even more challenging. We'll not only face extraordinary beasts, but also compete with other cultivators, Brandon said solemnly. Darcy shook his head forcefully. Why overthink it? We do our best, and the rest is up to fate. Just give it your all. He had a good mindset, eager for the treasure yet not overly attached. They're coming. Brandon spoke, his expression slightly tense, feeling inexplicably uneasy. Chapter 39. Who outsmarts whom? Amid towering trees, figures darted and leaped with the agility of forest apes, moving swiftly. In an instant, 5 figures descended from the trees, landing near Brandon and Darcy. There were 3 men and 2 women, all very young. But their cultivation was not weak, having all reached the chi manipulation realm. Leading them was a handsome man dressed in plain robes, wearing a green jade crown and a white jade belt. He exuded grace and poise. This man, looking to be just over 20 years old, had already attained the late chi manipulation realm with extremely robust and pure spirit energy. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Claude, a disciple of the Life Hall. It is impertinent of us to intrude, but I hope you 2 fellow Taoists do not mind, said the handsome man politely. Brandon replied, I am Brandon, and this is Darcy. We are also disciples of the Life Hall. Oh, you both look unfamiliar, so you must have joined the sect recently, Claude noted with a curious expression. Brandon nodded. Indeed, we've only been in the sect for a short time. No wonder. We have all been outside training recently and haven't been back for a while. It's truly a delight to see new junior brothers joining our ranks, Claude smiled. Brandon asked, may I inquire why the seniors and senior sisters have come here? There's not much to it. Did you notice any treasure light shining from within the mountains earlier? Claude counter-asked. Brandon's mind raced. Then he feigned confusion. Treasure light? Where was there treasure light? It was in this very forest. Multiple rays of treasure light have appeared, suggesting a significant treasure might have emerged, Claude explained. Brandon's eyes widened. So, you all were searching for this treasure? Unfortunately, we did not see any treasure light nor know where the treasure might be. That's no problem. Such matters rely on fate and cannot be forced. Since this is likely your first mountain training, perhaps you could join us. That way, we can keep an eye out for each other, Claude warmly invited. Hearing this, Brandon and Darcy exchanged glances, clearly not expecting Claude to invite them to join the group. Darcy looked hesitant. We don't have much experience with outdoor training, and our cultivation levels are low. We're afraid we might be a burden to the seniors and senior sisters. We're all of the same sect. We should help each other without being too formal, Claude smiled. The 4 others with Claude also nodded with smiles, making everyone seem very welcoming, leaving little room for refusal. Unable to decline, Brandon and Darcy agreed, though they remained cautious. They couldn't be blamed for being vigilant. The older disciples they met during initiation left a poor impression, coming off as cold and indifferent. Suddenly encountering some exceptionally friendly seniors made them uneasy and suspicious. An ancient saying goes, do not plot to harm others, but be wary of their intentions. Immediately, Brandon and Darcy began searching the mountains alongside Claude's group, aiming to find the hidden treasure. Claude's group had been in the sect for more than 2 years, receiving suitable cultivation techniques from the Life Hall. Their cultivation improved rapidly, and they often went on joint expeditions, coordinating seamlessly as they explored much of the Centipede's mountain range. Not exploring all areas was simply due to the dangers of powerful supernatural beasts residing in certain regions, making them too perilous to enter easily. Junior Brother Sue, what kind of origins does your spiritual beast have? It seems quite extraordinary, asked a clear-eyed woman in a red dress with a smile. She was named Soraya, whose cultivation had reached mid-chi manipulation stage. She was very outgoing and uninhibited. At that moment, her gaze was fixed on Ash, with her eyes reflecting hints of intrigue as if she saw something. Brandan smiled lightly. Ash is just an ordinary spiritual beast, nothing special. Is that so? Perhaps I misunderstood, Soraya chuckled. After taking another deep look at Ash, Soraya moved away, no longer staying close to Brandan. Brandan furrowed his brow, sensing something was off but couldn't pinpoint exactly what. I hope I'm overthinking, Brandan reassured himself. He gently patted Ash's head, who quieted down at his urging, appearing dazed rather than lively as usual. Although Brandan didn't fully understand Ash, especially its type, he knew Ash was extraordinarily intelligent and innately gifted with vast potential. But precisely because of this, he instructed Ash to hide its abilities, as a form of protection. Brandan, staying with them might mean that even if we find a treasure, we won't get a share. We need to figure a way to separate from them, Darcy whispered nearby. Brandan pondered for a moment. Don't worry. I feel that finding the treasure isn't easy. So far, there's no sign of it. Let's familiarize ourselves with the environment first. Alright, anyway, they're not too unpleasant. If we can make friends with them, it might be good, Darcy agreed. A profound look flashed in Brandan's eyes as an invisible soul power spread around him, covering a 10-jong radius. At this moment, Claude and Soraya were standing close together, or rather, Soraya had approached Claude on her own. Soraya whispered, I observed carefully, and that spiritual beast is highly unusual, naturally cultivated by the universe, making it extremely valuable to nurture. Additionally, I noticed Brandan and Darcy both wear treasured robes woven from some incredibly resilient threads, offering strong defensive properties. They also possess spatial treasures like jade rings and finger protectors. Within such a short time of being near Brandan, she had uncovered many secrets. A natural-born spiritual beast is indeed rare. I wonder if Brandan himself knows. Have you discerned their spiritual roots quality? Claude asked. They're both peculiar. Despite my efforts, I couldn't determine their exact spiritual root quality. However, Darcy's spiritual root seems quite potent, possibly top grade, Soraya replied. He must have transformed his spiritual roots thanks to the recent spirit rain. How lucky, envy flickered in Claude's eyes. He wasn't envious of Darcy's top-grade spiritual root, but rather the chance Darcy had to transform his roots through the spirit rain. Although born with a top-grade root, the rain strengthened him but not enough to reach the ultimate level. The Life Hall accepted disciples with strict criteria, mostly those above middle-grade spiritual roots. Lower-grade ones lacked sufficient potential for cultivation. Top-grade spiritual roots were exceedingly rare, numbering less than 10 in the sect, giving Claude a reason to be proud. However, Claude was mistaken. Darcy was born with a top-grade root, and now possessed an ultimate grade 1, surpassing Claude in cultivation potential. Do we move? Soraya inquired. Claude's eyes gleamed. No rush. They can't escape, and I want to use them for something first. His confidence suggested everything was under control. As he spoke, he subtly glanced at Brandan, unafraid that Brandan and Darcy would overhear their conversation. Their voices were too low, and he used a chi manipulation technique to manipulate celestial chi, blocking sound transmission. Brandan's heart pounded as he clearly heard their exchange, confirming his fears. Claude and company approached with malicious intent. Even as fellow sect members, they were willing to scheme against each other, demonstrating fierce internal competition. Fortunately, Brandan's caution allowed him to anticipate Claude's plot. Otherwise, he would never have foreseen the danger until it was too late. Brandan, what's wrong? Darcy asked. Brandan maintained a calm demeanor and replied, I just overheard Claude and Soraya's conversation. They seem to have malicious intentions towards us. Stay calm, don't let it show on your face. Darcy was startled, realizing that his initial concerns had become reality. What do we do then? Darcy inquired. Brandan pondered for a moment before replying, let's not alarm them yet. Find an opportunity to leave. He was very frustrated, wishing he could give Claude and the others a taste of their own medicine, but with all five being at the chi manipulation realm, they were formidable opponents. For now, he had to suppress his anger. Immediately, the two began executing their plan, subtly increasing the distance between themselves and Claude's group. However, things didn't go as planned. Claude and his companions were highly alert, moving closer and forming a surrounding formation, trapping Brandan and Darcy in the middle. As a result, Brandan and Darcy's plans to escape were thwarted. Darcy felt like confronting them immediately. He had already reached the chi manipulation realm and wasn't overly concerned, even unafraid of Claude, who was at late chi manipulation stage. But Brandan held him back, advising patience. After all, the other side was numerically superior and at higher cultivation levels. A confrontation would likely be disadvantageous. Brandan had sensed that Claude intended to lead them somewhere, possibly to some hidden agenda. He wouldn't sit idly by, secretly formulating a counterplan. Suddenly, Brandan's eyes flashed with a peculiar light. Prepare to leave, Brandan whispered to Darcy. Initially taken aback, Darcy quickly prepared for battle. He knew that Claude and his group wouldn't let them leave without a fight. Bang! After dashing several dozen feet, Brandan abruptly stomped on the ground, unleashing a powerful force underground. Immediately, he moved away from the original spot as fast as possible, as if trying to evade something. Boom! The ground cracked open, and a massive creature emerged from below. It was a giant python, larger than a water bucket in diameter, with a dark green-black body encircled by a heavy aura of malevolence and fierce, predatory eyes. Together, kill it. Claude immediately called everyone to action. The giant python was extremely powerful, having reached late chi manipulation stage, comparable in strength to Claude. Its power was immense. Without hesitation, Soraya and the others joined in the attack, coordinating with Claude against the python. Seizing this chance, Brandan and Darcy bolted without looking back, disappearing into the dense forest in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard, Claude and his group were too late to intercept them. Seeing Brandan and Darcy flee, Claude was taken aback. This unexpected turn of events left him puzzled. Did they discover our plan? Claude felt uncertain. If only he had followed Soraya's advice earlier and acted sooner. How did they figure it out? He wondered. He didn't believe Brandan and Darcy fled out of fear. Rather, they must have sensed their plot and seized the opportunity to escape. Salt, no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't identify where he had slipped up. I'll chase them, Soraya declared. Claude added, Liam, go with her. He wouldn't let such easy prey slip away, especially since the situation was exposed, necessitating direct action. Taking advantage of weaker sect members was nothing new to him, especially outside the sect, where fewer rules applied. At once, Soraya and Liam broke away from the fight and pursued Brandan and Darcy as fast as possible. Soraya was at mid-chi manipulation stage, while Liam was at early chi manipulation. Together, they should easily overpower one early chi manipulation cultivator and one late vein opening cultivator. Someone's catching up? Brandan's expression changed slightly. How many are coming? Darcy asked. He doubted Claude's entire group could abandon the python pursuit so easily. That creature was clearly dangerous. Brandan carefully sensed and said, 2, probably Soraya and Liam. Just the 2 of them? No worries, I can handle them, Darcy replied confidently. Brandan advised, don't rush into a fight. Keep distancing ourselves further from Claude and the others. He didn't want to risk their hard-earned escape chance. Darcy understood. Despite his confidence in his abilities, he wouldn't take unnecessary risks, not when he was responsible for Brandan as well. Junior brother Sue, junior brother Xua, please wait. As they approached, Soraya called out loudly. Brandan and Darcy exchanged glances and stopped, landing on a large rock, waiting for Soraya and Liam to arrive. Shortly, Soraya and Liam landed beside them on the same rock. Why did you run? We had quite a chase, Soraya complained, feigning concern. Don't worry with us around. Running like that made us anxious. There are many dangers in Centipede's mountain range. You shouldn't wander aimlessly, she added, though inwardly she despised their cowardice. Such timid individuals could never become true cultivators. We're heading back. Brother, he should be finishing off the python soon, Soraya urged. Okay, Brandan agreed readily. Though Darcy remained silent, he nodded in agreement. Pleased with their response, Soraya turned to lead them back. But as Soraya and Liam turned, Brandan and Darcy's expressions suddenly hardened, and they attacked swiftly. Brandan activated the bronze mirror, channeling secret forces to release a green beam that struck Liam's back directly. Simultaneously, Darcy hurled a spirit shield imbued with spiritual energy at Soraya. He had wanted to use the gold saber but decided against it, fearing its lethal force might accidentally kill Soraya. Even knowing these people harbored ill intent, he hadn't forgotten the sect rule against killing fellow disciples. Bang! Liam, caught off guard, collapsed to the ground, spitting blood. Soraya was quicker to react, shifting aside but still too slow to fully avoid the attack. The spirit shield hit her left arm, instantly breaking it. Turning around, Soraya felt both shock and rage. She had underestimated them, falling into their trap due to her overconfidence. Chapter 40. Traces of the treasure. What do you want to do? Soraya shouted in question. Darcy retracted the magic shield, and with a cold snort said, Do? Aren't you clear on that? We kindly brought you into the mountains for training, and I never imagined you'd be so ungrateful. Soraya put on an aggrieved and indignant appearance. However, she was interrupted by Darcy. Stop pretending. Do you really think we don't know about your plot? Do you think we are newcomers who can be easily bullied? I don't understand what you mean. We treat people sincerely and have never plotted anything, Soraya replied with apparent sincerity. If it wasn't for Brandan overhearing her conversation with Claude, Darcy might have believed her words. Darcy's face turned cold as he said, Cut the crap. Whether you're truly confused or just pretending, hand over the spatial treasure quickly. Don't make me take action myself. Brandan said nothing, but directly walked over to Liam, swiftly removing the spatial ring from his hand. In the next moment, he transferred all the treasures inside Liam's spatial ring to his own, leaving nothing valuable behind. Liam's eyes were filled with fury, yet there was nothing he could do. The copper mirror had dealt a severe blow earlier, preventing him from channeling any spiritual energy, rendering him incapable of retaliating. All his possessions were kept in the spatial ring, and he never expected someone to ransack it entirely. He felt like spitting blood out of frustration. They had always been the ones plundering others and never thought of being plundered themselves. Indeed, karma works in mysterious ways. Soraya warned them sternly, You better reconsider. Stealing our belongings will leave you without a place in the Zhongshan Hall. Does the Zhongshan Hall operate under your command? Who do you think you are? Let me tell you, I never yield to threats. Hand over your spatial treasure immediately, otherwise, I will not hesitate to act. The reason Darcy did not directly snatch like Brandan was because Soraya's spatial treasure was a necklace worn close to her body, which made it hard for him to take it directly. Forget it. Soraya leaped onto a towering tree and escaped as fast as she could. Injured by the magic shield, she was significantly affected, unable to use one arm, and her strength flowed sluggishly, making her powerless against Darcy. Therefore, she tried stalling for time to regain her power before escaping. Whoosh! Brandan moved faster, instantly appearing in front of Soraya and delivering a horizontal kick. Caught midair, Soraya couldn't dodge and only used her uninjured arm to block. Bang! Struck heavily, Soraya plummeted from mid-air. Brandan's kick was powerful enough to break her other arm and cause internal damage. Darcy, why did you waste so much time talking to her? Brandan jumped down from the tree and shook his head helplessly. Darcy looked somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't expect this woman to be so devious. I was careless. It won't happen again. Think I won't hit a woman? Don't mess with me. With these words, Darcy approached Soraya with an aggressive posture, looking like he wanted to devour her whole. Soraya's heart sank to the bottom. She hadn't anticipated how strong Brandan was. Even though she was caught off guard, just one kick broke her arm, astounding her. She no longer doubted Brandan's chi realm cultivation. She vaguely felt Brandan was even more dangerous than Darcy. Seeing Darcy approaching, Soraya gritted her teeth and took off her spatial necklace, throwing it away. Darcy caught it immediately and, like Brandan, transferred all the treasures inside to his own spatial jade ring. You know your limits. Darcy harumphed, tossing the necklace back. They were fellow disciples after all, and looting couldn't be taken too far. Let's go, Brandan urged. They couldn't stay too long or Claude might catch up when he realized something was amiss. Without hesitation, Darcy followed. Damn it. Soraya clenched her teeth bitterly. This setback was unexpected, getting beaten and losing all her treasures. Truly, it was like trying to steal chickens and ending up losing rice. Of course, she should be thankful that since they were from the same sect, her life was spared. In the cultivation world, killing for treasures was commonplace. Many would risk everything for it. Soraya felt deeply wronged, having not even gotten a chance to fight back. Dragging their injured bodies, Soraya and Liam returned. The Baizu Mountains were extremely dangerous, with extraordinary beasts possibly lurking anywhere. With injuries, their self-defense capability was greatly weakened, necessitating quick reunion with Claude. On their way back, they met Claude and his group. What happened? Seeing their terrible state, Claude asked. Suppressing her anger, Soraya explained the incident. Claude frowned. They indeed discovered us. I underestimated them. Never expected they had such treasures. Soraya asked, what do we do now? For now, ignore them and find the treasure first. There'll be plenty of chances to deal with them later. Claude pondered. He couldn't spend all his time on confronting Brandan and Darcy. Finding the treasure was paramount. Besides, Brandan and Darcy had already fled out of reach. Claude handed 2 green pills to Soraya and Liam for healing. They were precious. Claude had no choice. If their wounds weren't treated quickly, they'd become liabilities, hampering further actions. Brandan, Darcy, I will settle this score. Soraya inwardly swore, now thoroughly resentful of them. Achoo, who's talking about me? In the forest, Darcy sneezed repeatedly. Brandan remarked, besides Claude and Soraya, who else could it be? Just let them talk. They dared to plan against me. They'll regret it in the future, Darcy said, gripping his fists. He initially had a good impression of Claude at all, thinking they were decent. Little did he know their true nature. If it weren't for Brandan eavesdropping, the consequences would be unimaginable. In the end, strength is fundamental. If we were stronger, they wouldn't dare plot against us, Brandan said meaningfully. You're right. I need to get stronger, surpass the old man so he dares not deceive me, Darcy declared spiritedly. Brandan slightly shook his head. Surpassing xuanhuan wouldn't be easy. xuanhuan belonged to the elite few in today's cultivation world, far beyond their current imagination. As the universe changed, conditions improved, xuanhuan's strength continued to grow, not stagnating. Certainly, setting goals was right. It provided motivation to train diligently. Such strong power fluctuations, there's a battle nearby. Suddenly, Brandan and Darcy sensed simultaneously. They were quite close to where the battle occurred, and the distance was decreasing. Let's hide somewhere first, Brandan decided quickly. Darcy fully agreed. He didn't want to be involved unintentionally and lose his life. Boom. Powerful attacks ravaged everything in the mountain forest, sending rocks flying and dust swirling. A white fox darted swiftly through the woods, doing its best to evade the terrifying onslaught from behind. The white fox was heavily injured, bleeding profusely with no sign of stopping. Ardle fox, where do you think you're running? Hand over the essence core, and I'll spare your life. A cold shout echoed from behind the white fox. In the next moment, 3 figures burst out from the dust, relentlessly chasing the injured white fox. They were 2 men and 1 woman, each radiating an extraordinary aura. Their formidable energy spread around them as if they controlled everything within reach. Object manipulation realm, Brandan thought in surprise. These 3 were all very young, seemingly not even 20 years old, yet they had all reached the object manipulation realm. Their cultivation was deep and solid, far surpassing ordinary practitioners at this stage. His intuition told him that these 3 were incredibly strong. Although they were only at the early stage of the object manipulation realm, their true power was likely among the top tier within this realm. Could it be them? Brandan suddenly had a guess. The white fox was fleeing extremely fast without any pause. Its strength was indeed formidable, but facing 3 geniuses at the object manipulation realm, it was woefully inadequate. It had no choice but to run. In the blink of an eye, the trio had chased the white fox into the dense forest. That white fox is really fast. Even those 3 can't catch up on their flying swords, Darcy couldn't help but marvel. Brandan shot him a glance, saying, if it wasn't fast enough, it would have been torn to pieces by now. Do you know who those 3 are? Could they be the same 3 geniuses from our sect who set the rules? Darcy guessed aloud. Brandan nodded. I think so too. Those 3 geniuses must have long reached the peak of the chi manipulation realm. After the tremendous change in the world, they could easily break through to the next stage. Some might have already done so before the change. If it's them, we need to be more cautious. We did violate the rules they set after all. Darcy's expression turned serious. There was no way he could afford to provoke 3 geniuses at the object manipulation realm at this stage. Brandan said, we just need to avoid any direct confrontation for now. They probably won't go out of their way to trouble us. After confirming the trio and the white fox were far away, Brandan and Darcy resumed, searching through the mountains. Both of them sensed that the essence core taken by the white fox might be one of the treasures born in the 100-foot mountains. Unfortunately, they were unable to intervene. Fortunately, there had been multiple rays of strange light earlier, indicating several treasures emerged. Missing the essence core, they could still look for others. Finally, after crossing numerous ridges, Brandan and Darcy found signs of treasure. In a clear stream, they spotted a silver light, snake-like, full of vitality. The silver light flickered unpredictably, making it impossible to discern its true form. This must be the silver light we saw before. We finally found it. Darcy was visibly excited, rubbing his hands together eagerly. Brandan whispered, let's approach slowly first, then seize it when the time is right. Don't alarm it and make it escape. Capturing such a lively, wandering treasure was not easy unless one had the power to immediately restrain it. But clearly, Brandan and Darcy lacked such prowess, so they had to be extra careful. They held their breaths, almost crawling on the ground, moving forward slowly, inching closer to the stream. The silver light was eerily still in the stream, as if resting. It took quite some time, but Brandan and Darcy finally approached the stream. Everything was ready, and they were about to act. Look, what's that? At this moment, a startled cry rang out. The silver light was disturbed and instantly flew out of the stream, disappearing in blinding speed. Damn! Brandan and Darcy stood up, their eyes filled with intense anger. They had finally found a treasure and were about to claim it, only for someone to scare it away. Turning around, they saw several figures approaching, both male and female, rapidly advancing towards the stream. Brandan furrowed his brows. He had been too focused earlier, not noticing anyone approaching. What are you yelling about? You scared off my treasure, Darcy scolded angrily. A young man with a slightly pale face snorted contemptuously. I'll yell if I want to. What can you do about it? You can yell wherever you want, except here where you interrupted me from capturing a treasure, Darcy retorted angrily. The young man sneered. So what if I interrupted you? Are you going to hit me, or what? Damn it, little lord, today, I'm gonna teach you a lesson. Darcy's eyes blazed with fury. The young man paid no heed, dismissing him with disdain. Who do you think you are? Trying to teach me a lesson? Give it a try. All right, Winston, remember the patriarch's order. Avoid unnecessary trouble. Someone nearby tried to dissuade him. Winston coldly snorted. Where did these stray dogs come from, daring to bark in front of me? If I don't give them a taste of reality, how will I save face? How will the Liu family's prestige be upheld? Greg, break one of his legs as punishment. Upon hearing this, a burly middle-aged man stepped forward, looking at Darcy coldly. Darcy's chest heaved with rage. Before he could retaliate, the other side wanted to break one of his legs. Truly, they were arrogantly domineering. He tried to suppress his anger, but now it was beyond endurance. The treasure is still nearby. Brandan suddenly whispered. He had seen the silver light reappear in the nearby woods. We'll settle this score later. Darcy suppressed his anger. He knew what was important and hadn't let anger cloud his judgment. Having missed one opportunity, he wouldn't let another slip. Immediately, he and Brandan rushed toward the place where the silver light appeared. Quiet capture having failed, they could only force it this time. Now you want to run? Too late. Greg, hold them back. Seeing their movements, Winston immediately issued orders. Determined to punish Darcy, he wouldn't let him escape. Hashtag chapter 41. A sword decapitation. Greg stomped his foot, leaped up, and moved as swiftly as a hunting leopard. He abruptly raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy before delivering a powerful punch. Instantly, a massive fist imprint flew out, hurtling straight toward Brandan and Darcy. He was at the mid-stage spirit manipulation realm, mastering the techniques proficiently and able to use his spiritual energy for long-range attacks effortlessly. Although Brandan and Darcy had their backs turned to Greg, their senses were extremely sharp, and they both dodged sideways in a flash. Boom! The fist imprint struck a towering tree, piercing right through it, leaving a large hole. Can't take this anymore. Brandan, you go ahead. Darcy's eyes flared with intense anger. He had suppressed his rage initially, but their relentless harassment had crossed his limits. Brandan did not respond. He continued chasing after the silver light without hesitation, confident that Darcy would be fine. Hold the other one back. Don't let him escape, Winston commanded coldly. Immediately, another figure flashed forward. This person was at the early stage spirit manipulation realm, radiating a robust aura, clearly not new to this realm. Darcy also moved, leaving trails of afterimages behind as he blocked the attacker's path in an instant. Get lost. With a roar, Darcy delivered a fierce punch straight at the attacker's face. Startled, the man quickly used his arms to block. However, he had grossly underestimated the power of Darcy's punch. His defense proved useless as Darcy's fist still struck solidly on his nose. Instantly, his arm bones snapped, his nose collapsed, and blood spurted out. Aya! The man screamed in agony, his expression contorted in pain. The pain was unbearable, making tears flow involuntarily, and his head buzzed loudly. How dare you? Greg bellowed and pounced directly toward Darcy. Furious, Darcy shouted. How dare I? Who are you fooling? Instead of retreating, he attacked Greg aggressively. Despite being just a small tier higher, he was unbothered. As the two clashed fiercely, strong spiritual energy surged, creating powerful shockwaves, keeping others far away. Greg grew more alarmed with every blow. Darcy appeared to have just reached the spirit manipulation realm, yet his strength was terrifyingly powerful, and his spiritual energy quality was notably superior. Bam! After merely a dozen exchanges, Darcy broke through Greg's defenses, landing a solid punch on his chest. Greg staggered back several steps before stabilizing himself, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Before he could catch his breath, Darcy was already upon him, raining punches down like a storm, unleashing immense spiritual energy. So strong, Greg is no match, a Liu family disciple exclaimed in shock. Winston snapped. What are you waiting for? Attack together. He was now feeling anxious. If they couldn't defeat Darcy, they'd be in serious trouble. Thankfully, they had numbers, 7 people in total, 4 of whom were at the spirit manipulation realm, which offered hope of subduing Darcy when working together. All the Liu family members joined the assault against Darcy. Bam, bam, bam. Darcy kicked 3 Meridian stage disciples flying consecutively. Kill. Winston growled, summoning a spirit blade to slash at Darcy's back. The blade was razor-sharp, instantly cutting through Darcy's spiritual energy defense, striking his back. Winston's eyes gleamed cruelly. The surprise attack had succeeded. This strike would leave Darcy gravely injured or dead. However, the smile froze on Winston's face as the blade only tore through Darcy's outer garment, stopped by the protective clothing underneath. Fool. Enraged, Darcy retaliated with a fierce punch. Bam! Winston had no time to dodge, receiving a punch that knocked out several teeth, leaving him mouthful of blood. Wanting to kill me? Looks like I can't spare you. Indeed. Darcy's eyes burned with intense killing intent. Initially, he only intended to teach Winston and the others a lesson, but Winston's attempt to kill him enraged him thoroughly. Feeling Darcy's murderous intent, Winston panicked. Greg, block him. A single punch had shown him Darcy's formidable power, stripping away any courage to continue the fight. All he wanted was to escape. Greg groaned inwardly but had no choice but to try stopping Darcy. Winston's status was too special. Anything happening to him would bring dire consequences. Get out of my way. Darcy roared, attacking even more fiercely, withholding nothing. His enormous spirit sea, thanks to his excellent spiritual root, allowed him to unleash immense power freely. Even combined with 2 other early-stage spirit manipulation disciples, Greg struggled to hold Darcy off, suffering constant retreats. Seeing this, Winston was terrified and fled without hesitation, disappearing into the dense forest despite his mediocre combat skills. If you won't get out of my way, then don't blame me for being merciless. Darcy pulled out a rank 3 spirit weapon, a golden saber, and his eyes darkened. Puff. A flash of saber light severed Greg's arm, blood spraying out. Ayah! Greg shrieked in pain, scrambling to retreat. The other 2 Liu family disciples also backed off, fearing Darcy might slice them too. Ignoring them, Darcy pursued Winston relentlessly, focusing his anger and murderous intent entirely on him. The initial provocations and the assassination attempt had settled an irreconcilable grudge between them. What do we do? Several Liu family disciples watched Darcy chase away worriedly. Greg said grimly, we can't stop him. If we try further, we will all die. Our only option is to signal for reinforcements from the family and hope they arrive soon. Speaking, he took out a special signaling item and activated it with his spiritual energy. Afterward, he sat down to apply medicinal treatments from his spatial ring to reattach his severed arm, determined not to lose it, knowing it would cripple him otherwise. In the dense forest, Brandan sprinted at full speed, tightly pursuing the silver light without losing sight of it. Finally, at the edge of a cliff, the silver light stopped, hovering over the cliff wall as if teasing Brandan. Brandan mentally focused and launched the bronze mirror. The mirror emitted radiant light, trapping the silver light firmly. The silver light struggled violently, trying to break free from the mirror's grasp. Though unattended, the power released by the silver light remained potent, making it difficult for the bronze mirror to restrain it fully. Brandan hurriedly climbed the cliff wall, attempting to reach the silver light. Just as it was about to escape, Brandan grabbed it. But joy was short-lived as the sharpness of the silver light cut through his hand, blood gushing out. Despite the pain, he did not loosen his grip, knowing this opportunity might never come again. Hiss! The silver light shook, releasing countless sharp edges, turning Brandan's palm bloody. Had his body not been resilient, his hand might have shattered. I can't hold on. Brandan cursed inwardly. The silver light struggled fiercely, and despite Brandan's best efforts, he couldn't suppress it. In the next moment, his hand was jolted away by a powerful force, and the silver light was about to fly out of his grasp. Ayo! Just then, a dragon's roar sounded. The golden dragon chi that had been coiled in his spirit fetus spirit sea suddenly rushed out, transforming into a substantial golden dragon that clamped its mouth around the silver light. Before Brandan could react, the silver light was taken back into his spirit fetus spirit sea. Ignoring the wound on his hand, Brandan submerged his consciousness into his spirit fetus spirit sea to inspect the situation. He couldn't help but worry that something might go wrong given how formidable the silver light was. However, to his surprise, the silver light seemed to fear the golden dragon chi. Once it entered the spirit fetus spirit sea, it became completely still. Now he could finally see the true form of the silver light. It was a sword, very slender and resilient with an incredibly sharp blade. Brandan noticed that the silver sword absorbed the blood staining its surface. Immediately after, he felt a strange connection being formed between him and the silver sword. Indeed, this dragon chi is extraordinary. It can attract strange forces from the universe, open up a spirit sea, and even subdue powerful spirit weapons. Brandan couldn't help but marvel. He now knew that the silver sword was a celestial creation, highly sentient, and ranked as a 5th-tier spirit weapon. Most importantly, it seemed almost alive, capable of growing, absorbing spiritual energy, and incorporating spirit materials to increase its rank. Such treasures were extremely rare, similar to the life-bound magic tools meticulously refined by cultivation artisans. Finally, I have a suitable weapon. Brandan smiled with satisfaction. Perhaps because of his 5 years at Sword Manor, he had developed a particular fondness for swords. Suddenly, Brandan sensed something. Turning his gaze, he saw a rapidly approaching figure. Recognizing the figure, Brandan's eyes revealed a flicker of surprise. It was none other than Winston. Facing the threat of death, Winston fled recklessly and coincidentally followed the same path as Brandan. Seeing Brandan, Winston first froze, then his eyes turned fierce as he pounced straight at Brandan, thinking of a way to protect himself by capturing Brandan and using him to threaten Darcy. Watching Winston's frenzied approach, Brandan frowned. He didn't want trouble, but that didn't mean he would shy away from it. Winston extended one hand, forming an eagle claw aimed at Brandan's neck. Brandan stood still as if paralyzed with fear. As Winston closed in, Brandan moved swiftly, grabbing Winston's wrist. With a snap, Winston's hand broke. Then, Brandan reached out with his other hand, seizing Winston's neck and successfully overpowering him. Reacting quickly, Winston produced a spirit blade in his uninjured hand and slashed at Brandan. At such close range, he didn't believe Brandan could evade. Now desperate, he didn't care. Brandan reacted instinctively, raising his injured hand to block the slashing spirit blade. His already mangled hand burst with fresh blood upon contact with the blade. Nevertheless, he managed to firmly catch the spirit blade. How is this possible? Winston's eyes filled with disbelief. He anticipated Brandan blocking with his hand, but considering the blade's sharpness, he expected it to sever easily. He never imagined Brandan could block the attack with just his hand. Humph. Brandan gave a heavy cold snort, his eyes flashing with a cold gleam. The hand gripping Winston's neck tightened, lifting him off the ground. Winston felt his breathing constricted, as if his neck was about to snap. His spirit energy couldn't circulate. Let go. My grandfather is the head of the Liu family. My two cousins are disciples of the Life Hall, Winston struggled to say. Brandan was momentarily stunned. Your two cousins are disciples of the Life Hall? Sauls, one is called Ajax and the other Hoover, Winston replied quickly. He thought the mention of Life Hall should have intimidated Brandan. Despite its short existence, the Life Hall held significant influence within hundreds of miles. Though the Hall's members were currently weak, the 6 founders wielded great power in the cultivation world. The Liu family had become increasingly arrogant due to their alliance with the Life Hall, acting without restraint outside, exemplified by Winston. Bang! Brandan flung Winston hard onto the ground. Gasping for breath, Winston fell flat and lay motionless. This grandson actually ran to you? Darcy's voice rang out. Winston shuddered in fright, hastily getting up with terror-stricken eyes. Don't do anything reckless. My two cousins are disciples of the Life Hall, Winston shouted loudly, hoping to intimidate Darcy too. Had he known earlier, he would have mentioned Ajax and Hoover to avoid his exhausting escape. Approaching, Darcy raised an eyebrow and asked Brandan, what does this grandson mean? Just what he said. His two cousins are Ajax and Hoover, Brandan replied. Darcy immediately flared up. So they're related to those two bastards. Perfect. We'll settle all scores with you first. Hearing this, Winston was utterly confused. What was happening? Did his cousins also offend Darcy? You're also disciples of the Life Hall? Winston finally reacted. Darcy's eyes flashed coldly. Sauls, do you have anything else to say? Spare me. I'll give you all my treasures. If not enough, I can fetch more from home, Winston pleaded. Darcy snorted. Treasures? No amount of treasures can save your life. You sought your own death. Don't blame anyone else. Whoosh. Winston abruptly stood up, firing several fine needles through his fingers. Watch out. Brandan warned loudly, lunging forward as the silver light flashed in his hand. Puff. Before Winston could react, his head was severed. Ding. Simultaneously, the silver light blocked several needles, causing them to fall to the ground. Chapter 42. The Liu family's retaliation. Darcy, are you all right? Brandan asked with concern. The situation had been too urgent just now, and although he managed to block most of the needles, 2 of them slipped through. He was worried Darcy might have been hit. Humph. Darcy opened his mouth and spat out a thin needle. I'm fine. This bastard really lived up to his name. He even tried to sneak attack me. Darcy's eyes were filled with anger. As he spoke, another thin needle slipped out from between his fingers. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, catching the 2 needles that Brandan missed. Otherwise, it could have been troublesome. These needles weren't ordinary. They were spirit artifacts with considerable destructive power. If they entered the body, they would cause significant harm, especially since Winston aimed for Darcy's face, clearly intending to blind him. Seeing Winston's decapitated body, Brandan felt an intense surge of emotions. It was his first time killing someone, and he couldn't help but feel some discomfort. Darcy noticed Brandan's state and comforted him. In the cultivation world, it's always survival of the fittest. Fighting and killing are inevitable. Besides, this guy was despicable and deserved to die. You did everyone a favor. I understand. It just feels uncomfortable in my heart. I'll be fine soon, Brandan nodded. Darcy's gaze fell on the silver longsword in Brandan's hand, and he couldn't help but show admiration. Is this sword the treasure you mentioned earlier? Sauls it is. Brandan picked up the silver sword and handed it to Darcy. Darcy took it, examining it closely. What a fine sword. Truly an excellent sword that suits you well. After saying that, he returned the sword to Brandan. Honestly, he envied Brandan. After all, this was a 5th grade spirit artifact, not something one could easily buy even with spirit stones. Come on, let's look further. We might find you an excellent spirit blade, Brandan said as he put away the spirit sword. Darcy bent down. Don't rush. Since we've killed this bastard, we shouldn't miss out on his treasures. As he spoke, he took off the spatial ring from Winston's finger. Killing this person might bring trouble. We don't know how strong the Liu family is. Worry crept into Brandan's eyes. Darcy dismissed it with a wave of his hand. Why care so much when we've already killed him? Meet force with force. However, you did remind me. I was careless earlier. Focused on killing this guy, I left others alive. That's troublesome. To be completely unburdened, the best way would undoubtedly be to eliminate every witness. But it was too late to think about this now. Forget it. Let's go before more trouble finds us, Brandan urged. He wasn't afraid of Greg and others, but if other powerful Liu family members arrived, they wouldn't be able to escape. Without further delay, the 2 figures flashed and disappeared into the dense forest. Just as Brandan predicted, not long after, a group of people appeared at the place where Winston had died. Leading them was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with Greg and others also present. My son, my dear son. Seeing Winston's decapitated body, the middle-aged man was grief-stricken. He was none other than Winston's father, Stephen, one of the key figures in the Liu family. Whoever it is, dare kill my son. I will make sure they pay with blood, Stephen roared angrily. Everyone nearby shuddered. No one dared speak for fear of incurring his wrath. Greg's face was pale, partly from losing too much blood due to his severed arm and partly from being frightened by Stephen. This time, he failed to protect Winston and could not escape punishment. Immediately mobilize manpower. Even if we turn the 100-legged mountains upside down, we must find these people, Stephen ordered with murderous intent. The Liu family was powerful, with many cultivators within the clan. In the surrounding area spanning hundreds of miles, they were considered local tyrants. Following orders, someone sketched portraits of Brandan and Darcy based on Greg's description, ensuring they wouldn't mistake anyone else. Soon, a large contingent of the Liu family entered the 100-legged mountains, conducting a thorough search, causing quite a stir. Other factions were confused by the situation, assuming the Lu family sought a treasure rumored to be in the Hundred-Legged Mountains, leading to increased manpower from various groups entering the mountains. For a while, the Hundred-Legged Mountains became very lively as numerous cultivators flooded in from all directions, a mixed crowd indeed. Hassan, well done. Such a large piece of cinnabar copper can definitely fetch a good price. Darcy laughed as he praised the cinnabar copper in his hand, which had natural secret patterns and was valuable for crafting spirit artifacts. Avoid. At this moment, Brandan suddenly changed his expression and pushed Darcy aside just as he warned him. Whoosh! A red arrow flew past, lodging itself into a boulder ahead. Darcy was startled. If Brandan hadn't pushed him, he would have been hit by the arrow, and even wearing protective clothes, it wouldn't have ended well. He saw that the arrow's power was strong enough to pierce metal and stone effortlessly. Thinking this, another arrow came flying towards them. This time, Darcy finally reacted, wielding a third-grade spirit weapon, a golden knife, to deflect it. Ding! Sparks flew as the arrow was struck by the golden knife and sent flying away. Darcy shook his hand, feeling numbness throughout his arm. Assassin! Hitting from the shadows isn't skillful. Take this blow from your grandpa. Darcy roared, infused spiritual energy into the knife, and slashed remotely. Under the impetus of spiritual energy, the golden knife emitted a fierce blade light, slicing swiftly towards a towering tree far away. Boom! The towering tree was cleaved in half, then exploded into fragments of wood. 3 figures flashed out and rushed over, forming a triangular encirclement around Brandan and Darcy. These 3 were no weaklings, all reaching the aura manipulation stage. The strongest among them, an aura manipulation late-stage cultivator, held a bow and arrows, his eyes sharp. Who are you, and why attack us? Brandan demanded. The ones who killed a direct member of our Lu family must pay the price, the archer replied coldly. Hearing this, Brandan's face turned slightly. He had guessed the Lu family would retaliate, but didn't expect it to come so quickly. It's your Lu family's fault for being overly domineering and ruthless. They deserve to be killed, Darcy retorted firmly. The archer's eyes glinted with cold light and revealed murderous intent. The Lu family cannot be insulted. Big deal. We have the backing of the Life Hall, Darcy said disdainfully. Upon hearing the name of the Life Hall, the archer hesitated. While the Lu family was strong, they couldn't provoke the Life Hall. However, he coldly continued, even if you are disciples of the Life Hall, wantonly killing our direct members has consequences. Moreover, this is the Hundred-Legged Mountains. Killing you here, the Life Hall won't know. Want to kill us? See if you have the capability. Darcy's eyes turned cold. Without waiting for a response, he lunged at the archer. Brandan acted in sync, attacking an early-stage aura manipulation cultivator from the Lu family, courting death. Seeing Brandan attack, this Lu family disciple sneered. He didn't retreat, drawing his sword and stabbing straightforwardly forward. The sword unleashed a piercing sword aura, generating a screeching sound as it sliced through the air. Brandan's body swayed, dodging the sword aura and closing in close to the opponent. His palm flipped and landed squarely on the chest of the Lu family disciple. This seemingly gentle strike concealed explosive power from the ultimate combat technique. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of bone breaking, the Lu family disciple's chest caved in, and he was sent flying backward. Spit. Blood spewed from his mouth, and the broken rib bones pierced into his internal organs, causing immense damage. Seeing this, another early-stage aura manipulation realm cultivator from the Lu family couldn't help but freeze. He never imagined that in just one exchange, his companion had been severely injured by Brandan. Could this really be the power of a late-stage meridian completion realm cultivator? The man holding the bow and arrow also changed expression. He hadn't even engaged Darcy in battle yet, but one of his companions was already down. Taking advantage of his distraction, Darcy swung his golden saber, chopping down ruthlessly. Clang. That man was very alert and instantly reacted, blocking with the spirit bow in his hand. Crack. After 3 consecutive slashes, the resilient spirit bow snapped right in the middle. The spirit bow was only a first-grade spirit tool. No matter how good the material used was, it couldn't withstand the attack of a third-grade spirit tool. Oh no. Seeing his spirit bow break, that man immediately panicked. As he saw Darcy attacking with his saber close by, he hurriedly mobilized his internal spiritual energy, wildly releasing it and condensing into a huge palm print to strike out. Break. Darcy let out a loud roar, chopping down fiercely with the golden saber. Splash. The palm print couldn't stop the golden saber and was cut into 2 halves. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, that man quickly retreated, putting distance between him and Darcy. His eyes were filled with shock. He never imagined that Darcy's strength would be so powerful. With merely an early-stage aura manipulation realm cultivation level, he could suppress him, making him only capable of defense and unable to retaliate. Where are you running? Darcy's gaze was sharp as he chased after at top speed. This person had shot him cold arrows from the start, full of hostility. He must not be let go. By now, Darcy clearly understood that the Lu family had unleashed their fury, surely sending many strong individuals into the mountains. If these people escaped, his and Brandan's whereabouts would undoubtedly be exposed, leading to endless troubles. Another early-stage aura manipulation realm cultivator from the Lu family was also fleeing at this moment, genuinely scared by the means Brandan displayed. Brandan pursued closely behind, moving faster than that Lu family cultivator. After closing the distance to 10 yards, Brandan drew out the silver spirit sword, activating it with the golden spiritual energy stored inside his profound womb spirit sea. Whoosh! Incredibly, the silver spirit sword emitted terrifying lightning, extending out in an instant. Puff! The Lu family cultivator, who was fleeing, stiffened. The lightning penetrated his body. Brandan retracted his spiritual energy, the silver spirit sword returning to its original state, while that Lu family cultivator fell straight down, his life force rapidly fading. Looking at the silver spirit sword in his hand, Brandan couldn't help but stare blankly. This sword was indeed special, uncommon. When launching an attack, its form could change accordingly. Turning his gaze, Brandan looked towards where Darcy was. Darcy had caught up to the strongest individual and was now in fierce combat. Victory was only a matter of time. Brandan pondered briefly before flashing over. At this moment, Darcy was incredibly fierce, taking absolute advantage, executing formidable saber techniques, leaving wounds on the opponent. Puff. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning appeared, piercing through the shoulder of the strongest person. Brandan actually wanted to attack vital points, but unfortunately, he avoided them. The lightning passing through the body, that person's movement instantly became sluggish, feeling numbness. Puff. A flash of saber light, and a head flew high. Finally resolved. Darcy sighed in relief. Battling someone with much higher cultivation was indeed exhausting, depleting spiritual energy rapidly. Brandan sheathed the silver longsword. His profound womb spirit sea was now empty, the golden spiritual energy depleted. Unfortunately, his profound womb spirit sea had just been opened, and he hadn't had time to properly cultivate the profound womb transformation dragon scripture. His golden spiritual energy wasn't abundant. Managing to activate the silver spirit sword for 2 special attacks was already impressive. Clearly, he must now cultivate his profound womb spirit sea intensively, enhancing his skills in this area. With all his meridians already unblocked, cultivating to the meridian completion realm should be relatively easy. Darcy took a spatial ring from the dead foe. War trophies shouldn't be ignored. Unfortunately, the other two didn't have any spatial items, nor did they carry valuable possessions. This place isn't safe. We should leave quickly, Brandan said thoughtfully. Darcy had a frustrated look, truly troublesome. We should have silenced those few. Then things wouldn't have turned out like this. It was evident that being lenient with enemies brought countless troubles. Frustration aside, they still needed to run. Before leaving, Brandan gave the severely injured person a final blow, ending his life. At such moments, one absolutely couldn't be merciful. Thankfully, the 100 Feet mountains were vast, with complex terrain. It wouldn't be easy for the Liu family to find them. Given the situation, they could only hide within the 100 Feet mountains for some time. No matter how crazy the Liu family got, they likely wouldn't continue searching indefinitely. Moreover, if they met in the mountains, who lived or died was uncertain. While evading the Liu family's pursuit, Brandan and Darcy continued searching for treasures within the mountains. They hadn't forgotten why they came here in the first place. With Ash around, any treasure wouldn't escape detection. There's a bloody smell. Darcy suddenly stopped, sniffing hard. Brandan was somewhat surprised. When did your nose get so sharp? There's a very special blood scent nearby. It must belong to a very powerful extraordinary beast, Darcy said seriously. Brandan's face changed. You mean there's a very strong extraordinary beast nearby? With their current strength, if they encountered such a powerful extraordinary beast, they probably wouldn't even have time to escape. Shouldn't be wrong, Darcy nodded. Hearing this, Brandan couldn't help but say, let's take a detour while we haven't been discovered. Swoosh. Just then, Ash darted out at incredible speed. Brandan was stunned, then felt a headache. Ash always caused trouble by silently running around everywhere. Ash is very smart. He must have found something. Let's follow him and see, Darcy said with a gleam in his eye. Brandan was taken aback. Didn't you say there's a powerful extraordinary beast nearby? That's right, but since there's a bloody smell, it means it's injured. This might be an opportunity for us. Darcy couldn't help but show anticipation. He hadn't considered this initially, but seeing Ash move made this thought intense. Brandan thought about it. Then let's check it out. Regardless, he couldn't leave Ash alone. He couldn't stand by idly watching it risk danger. Even if it was dangerous, they had to give it a try. The man holding the bow also changed expression. His comrade had already fallen before he even got to engage with Darcy. Taking advantage of his distraction, Darcy swung his golden knife fiercely. Clang. This man was very alert and instantly reacted, blocking with his spirit bow. Crack. 3 consecutive slashes, and the sturdy spirit bow snapped right down the middle. A first-grade spirit artifact, no matter how good the material used, couldn't withstand the attacks of a third-grade spirit weapon. Oh no. Seeing his spirit bow break, this man panicked. As Darcy approached with his knife, the man quickly mobilized his spiritual energy, unleashing it wildly to form a large palm imprint to strike out. Break. Darcy roared, slashing his golden knife fiercely through the air. Splash. The palm imprint couldn't withstand the golden knife and split into 2. However, taking this opportunity, the man retreated rapidly, putting distance between him and Darcy. His eyes were filled with shock. He hadn't expected Darcy to be so powerful. Despite only being an early-stage aura manipulation cultivator, he could overpower him, leaving him with only defensive capabilities and no means to counterattack. Where do you think you're running? Darcy's gaze was sharp as he chased after him at full speed. This person had attacked him with cold arrows from the start, showing full hostility. There was no way he could let him go. By now, Darcy understood that the Liu family was retaliating, sending many strong cultivators into the mountains. If these people escaped, their whereabouts would be exposed, leading to endless trouble. The other early-stage aura manipulation cultivator from the Liu family was also fleeing, genuinely frightened by Brandan's displayed prowess. Brandan followed closely behind, moving faster than this Liu family disciple. Closing the gap to within 10 paces, Brandan took out the silver spirit sword and used the golden spiritual energy contained within his profound embryo spirit sea to activate it. Whoosh! Incredibly, the silver spirit sword erupted with terrifying lightning, extending outward instantly. The fleeing Liu family disciple froze mid-run. The lightning pierced straight through his body. Brandan retracted his spiritual energy, and the silver spirit sword returned to its original state while the Liu family disciple fell limp, his life force rapidly fading. Looking at the silver spirit sword in his hand, Brandan was lost in thought. This sword was truly special, not ordinary. It could change shape during attacks. Turning his gaze, Brandan looked towards Darcy, who had caught up with the strongest among them and was now engaged in intense battle. It was only a matter of time before he won. After some consideration, Brandan immediately flashed over. At this moment, Darcy was fiercely attacking, having the upper hand, leaving numerous wounds on his opponent. Suddenly, a streak of lightning appeared, piercing through the shoulder of the strongest adversary. Brandan had aimed for a vital point, but unfortunately, the man managed to avoid it. Struck by lightning, the man's body became numb, his movements slowing down. With a flash of the blade, a head flew high into the air. Finally, it settled, Darcy sighed in relief. Battling someone of much higher cultivation was exhausting. His spiritual energy depleted rapidly. Brandan put away the silver longsword. His profound embryo spirit sea was now empty, the golden spiritual energy completely drained. He hadn't had the chance to properly cultivate the profound embryo dragon scripture yet, so his golden spiritual energy wasn't substantial. Being able to use the silver spirit sword for 2 special attacks was already quite impressive. Clearly, he needed to cultivate more and improve his strength in this aspect. With all his meridians unblocked, reaching meridian completion should be an easy feat. Darcy retrieved a spatial ring from the slain man, unable to miss out on such spoils of war. Unfortunately, the other two didn't have any spatial items or valuable possessions. This place isn't safe. Let's go quickly, Brandan pondered. Darcy wore a troubled look. It's troublesome. We should have silenced those few. We wouldn't have ended up like this. Being kind to enemies often brought countless troubles upon oneself. Despite feeling troubled, they still had to continue fleeing. Before leaving, Brandan delivered a final blow to the seriously injured man, ending his life. At this moment, he couldn't afford mercy. Fortunately, the 100-legged mountains were vast and complex. It wouldn't be easy for the Liu family to find them. They decided to take refuge in the mountains for a while. No matter how crazy the Liu family was, they likely wouldn't search indefinitely. And if they did meet in the mountains, who lived or died was uncertain. While avoiding the Liu family's pursuit, Brandan and Darcy continued searching for treasures in the mountains, not forgetting their initial purpose. Hassan ensured they wouldn't miss any treasures. I smell blood. Darcy suddenly stopped, sniffing the air. Brandan was surprised. Since when did your nose get so sensitive? There's a peculiar bloody smell nearby. It belongs to a very powerful extraordinary beast, Darcy said earnestly. Brandan's face changed. You mean there's a powerful extraordinary beast nearby? If they encountered such a formidable creature, they probably wouldn't even have time to escape. It can't be wrong, Darcy nodded. Hearing this, Brandan suggested, let's find another route before we're discovered. Swoosh. At this moment, Hassan shot forward, moving incredibly fast. Brandan was stunned, then felt a headache. Hassan always acted without warning, running around recklessly. How smart Hassan is. He must have found something. Let's follow and see. Darcy's eyes glinted. Brandan was taken aback. Didn't you say there was a powerful extraordinary beast nearby? That's true. But since there's a bloody smell, it means it's injured. This might be an opportunity for us. Darcy's eyes shone with anticipation. Initially, he hadn't thought about it, but seeing Hassan move made the idea seem compelling. Brandan thought for a moment. Let's check it out. Regardless, he couldn't leave Hassan to face danger alone. Even if it meant risking himself, he had to follow. Chapter 43. Encounter with plunderers again. Having cultivated to the peak of the mortal realm, Brandan passed over 2 low hills and saw Scott's figure. It was circling around a large boulder as if it had found something. That is, Brandan released his soul power, extending it forward. His facial expression immediately changed slightly. What's wrong? Darcy couldn't help but ask. Brandan replied, I've discovered the powerful transcendent beast you were talking about. Where is it? Darcy pressed for more details. Brandan moved his body. Follow me. In a few flashes, he came near Scott, and then he reached out to part the thick grass, revealing a small cave. The transcendent beast is inside there? Darcy's face showed astonishment. As he spoke, he bent down, using the faint light to peer into the cave. The cave wasn't big. Inside it curled up a small beast no longer than 2 feet. Its originally white fur now dyed red with blood. The small beast appeared very weak, listless, barely alive, as if moving even an inch would be difficult for it. It's that Ardle fox. Darcy's eyes showed surprise as he recognized the small beast at first glance. Not long ago, they had seen this Ardle fox being chased by 3 object control realm human experts, fleeing in a panic. Given its state back then, they assumed it would fall into the hands of those 3 humans, but unexpectedly, it managed to escape. But from its current appearance, it could be seen that it paid a huge price to get away, almost losing half its life. Seeing that it had been discovered by someone, fear flashed across the Ardle fox's eyes. Its injuries were too severe. Even an ordinary person could take its life now, not to mention cultivators. Those 3 people said that the Ardle fox has some true essence pearl on it. I wonder if it's still there. Darcy's eyes showed curiosity. Upon hearing these words, the Ardle fox's eyes immediately showed signs of struggle, appearing quite conflicted. Moments later, it opened its mouth and spat out a silver-white pearl. Clearly, it intended to use this pearl to buy itself a way out. Darcy reached out and took the pearl, carefully examining it. This doesn't seem to be a spirit artifact, Darcy remarked with surprise. Brandan took the pearl, using secret strength, spiritual power, and soul power to investigate. Indeed, it's not a spirit artifact. It should be a unique treasure with special uses. This reminded him of the gem he encountered in Ishan's secret realm. It similarly wasn't a spirit artifact but contained extraordinary dragon chi, making it immeasurably valuable. The Ardle fox's aura has spread out. I couldn't sense it just now. Could it be because of this pearl? Brandan's face showed amazement as he noticed something. Darcy perceived slightly. Indeed, this really is a treasure. If we take the pearl, the Ardle fox will likely be found by those 3 people, and its fate won't be good, Brandan mused. Darcy nodded. That's true. Otherwise, let's return the pearl to it. It has no grievances or enmity with us. We shouldn't harm it. Then give it back. Brandan immediately bent down and threw the pearl back into the cave. The Ardell fox stared blankly, feeling very surprised. It never expected Brandan and Darcy to return the treasure, finding it hard to believe. Next, Brandan took out several medicinal herbs and put them into the cave. We are also being pursued. We can't help you. You'll have to rely on yourself. He felt genuine pity for the Ardell fox and hence compassion arose in his heart. Additionally, he sensed the Ardell fox's aura was gentle and lacked any malevolence, so it wasn't a bloodthirsty vicious beast. Afterwards, Brandan recovered the entrance, doing his best to erase all traces. That was all he could do. The rest depended on the Ardell fox's own fate. Without lingering further, the duo and the cat continued to move through the forest. Mountains in Baizuzu were vast, consisting of numerous peaks stretching for hundreds of miles. Crossing through here required significant time. After several days of arduous travel, Brandan and Darcy finally found a suitable place to stay. It was a small valley, not very large but with an excellent environment, abundant with rich spiritual energy, and a gushing spiritual spring within. Beside the spring, Brandan activated the mysterious ancient lamp, releasing flames to roast a large and plump rabbit. It looked like a chubby sheep. This rabbit was quite ferocious, treating Brandan and Darcy as prey, but ended up being chopped down by Darcy with one blow. Soon, the rabbit was roasted to perfection, its skin golden and crispy, emitting a savory aroma that made one's mouth water. Darcy didn't hesitate, tearing off a rabbit leg and indulging himself right away. They had been evading the Chow family's pursuit, venturing deep into the Baizuzu mountains, enduring outdoor hardships. It was rare to enjoy a leisurely meal like this. Brandan first tore off a leg for Scott before getting one for himself. These few times, Scott had diligently sought treasures, resulting in significant gains and deserving rewards. After feasting, the two and the cat didn't rush to leave, preparing to cultivate for some time in the valley without wasting the excellent cultivation environment. They all entered the spiritual spring pool, activating their cultivation techniques to absorb the pure spiritual energy contained within the spring. Brandan began running the Shintai Huolongjing, absorbing substantial amounts of spiritual energy into his Shintai Spirit Sea, striving to improve his immortal Dao cultivation. Golden Dragon Chi coiled around in the Shintai Spirit Sea, condensing into a highly spirited golden dragon. During its breathing and exhaling, it refined the cultivated spiritual energy. Brandan could feel that during this process, the golden dragon was receiving nourishment, becoming more substantial. He couldn't help but wonder if a real golden dragon would eventually be born within his Shintai Spirit Sea. Darcy, do you feel it? There seems to be something hidden below. It occasionally emits abnormal fluctuations. Brandan suddenly spoke to Darcy. Darcy's eyes sparkled. I didn't notice until you mentioned it. You're right. We've been cultivating here for 3 days, continuously absorbing spiritual energy, yet instead of thinning, it has become even richer. That's rather unusual. Brandan's words sparked Darcy's thoughts, sparking his intense curiosity. Why don't we dig and see? Brandan suggested. He was equally curious. Just now, he had released his soul power to check but met with obstruction, unable to extend further, which made him suspect that a great secret was hidden beneath. Darcy immediately stood up. Then what are we waiting for? Let's dig. He was always a man of action, especially enthusiastic about exploring unknown secrets. After Brandan and Scott exited the spring pool, Darcy took out a golden saber, infused with spiritual power, and slashed rapidly. Boom. Immediately, the spring pool cracked open, spilling water everywhere. Subsequently, Darcy fetched a treasure shield and used it as a tool to begin digging. Below the spring pool was solid rock, making the digging effort extremely laborious. Brandan didn't stand idly by. He spurred the silver spirit sword to shatter rocks, increasing Darcy's efficiency. Before long, they dug a pit 3 zhang deep, while the spring continued to gush, emitting extremely rich spiritual energy, with a faint peculiar glow emanating from underground. Such strong spiritual energy fluctuations. There must be some good treasure down there, Darcy said excitedly, working even harder. Brandan became alert too, continuing to pierce the solid rocks below with the silver spirit sword, but much more cautiously, fearing damage to the treasure. Discovering treasure here was an unexpected pleasure. Finally, when Darcy pried a large rock away, the spiritual glow concealed underground was fully revealed. Back off. At that moment, Brandan sensed danger and loudly warned. In an instant, the two leaped out of the pit without time to retrieve the newly unearthed treasure. Boom. A fireball descended from the sky, exploding in the pit, causing rocks to fly everywhere. Who's there? Darcy shouted angrily, his eyes filled with anger. They had just unearthed the treasure, and he was in high spirits. But before they could even identify the treasure clearly, they were attacked out of nowhere. This left them feeling extremely frustrated. At this moment, several figures appeared in the valley, positioning themselves on higher ground to look down at Brandan and Darcy condescendingly. One of them held a fan from which intense flames arose, clearly indicating that it was this person who launched the attack earlier. You have great audacity to dare intrude into our hairy family's secret place and steal our treasures, the man with the fan said coldly. He was not an unknown figure. He was a well-known genius of the hairy family named Mario. Although he was only in his early 20s, he had already reached the peak of the spirit chi realm, one step away from breaking through to the object control realm. Pfft. Why don't you just say the entire Baizuzu mountain range belongs to your hairy family? Tell me, what's the treasure down there? Darcy spat on the ground, his face full of disdain. He had seen shameless people, but never someone as shameless as this. Did they take him for a fool? Mario sniffed and said, stop trying to play mind games. You've destroyed our hairy family's secret place, and must pay compensation if you want to leave. Want to rob us? Just say so instead of fabricating these lies, Brandan replied with a stern expression. A man beside Mario spoke up, leave all your treasures behind, and we'll let you live. Otherwise, this valley will be your grave. Compared to Mario, he was much more straightforward. Do you really think I'm harmless? Do you believe I can't take all of you down? Darcy lifted his eyebrows in anger. Brandan's thoughts raced. Our Liu family has never feared anyone. Come at us if you dare. Darcy was taken aback for a moment before he realized that Brandan was obviously using the Liu family as cover, trying to divert disaster. That's right. Let me tell you, many of our Liu family's strongest warriors are already in the mountains and can arrive anytime. Try your luck if you dare, Darcy quickly added. Upon hearing this, Mario couldn't help but frown slightly. He knew that the Liu family indeed had a large number of powerful warriors entering the mountains, which was precisely why the Harry family had sent additional reinforcements. Just blustering. As long as we can quickly deal with you, who would know it was us? One of the Harry family members sneered. Mario's frown relaxed, and his eyes flashed with coldness. Kill. Having made up his mind, he knew that since the Harry family and the Liu family had always been at odds, there was no reason to let them go after encountering them in the Baizuzu Mountains when they had such an overwhelming advantage. Instantly, the few men beside Mario moved, leaping down to charge at Brandan and Darcy. They were all at the Spirit Chi realm and felt very confident they could crush their opponents easily. Brandan and Darcy pretended to retreat, seeming fearful and unwilling to fight back. Seeing their posture, the Harry family disciples became even more arrogant, looking down on them with disdain. But once they got closer, Brandan and Darcy suddenly attacked. Poof! A silver spirit sword appeared in Brandan's hand, extending abruptly to pierce through a Harry family disciple who rushed over. When Mario and company first appeared, Brandan had deliberately hidden the silver spirit sword. On the other side, Darcy unleashed his speed, charging forward like a wild bull. Bang! A Harry family disciple didn't react in time and was hit by Darcy's terrifying force, being sent flying several feet away. His chest caved in immediately. Brandan and Darcy did not stop, turning to attack the remaining two. Those two were stunned, never expecting Brandan and Darcy to be so brutal and strong. Damn it! Mario's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he leaped down from his high vantage point to aid his two companions. If he didn't act now, the 4 followers he brought might die. Even before he arrived, Mario started fanning with his fan, releasing terrifying flames toward both Brandan and Darcy. With no choice, Brandan and Darcy had to abandon attacking the 2 Harry family disciples and defend against the incoming flames. These weren't ordinary flames but spirit fire, incredibly powerful and troublesome if touched. Brandan chose not to resist directly but summoned the mysterious ancient lamp to counter the fire with fire. The flame of the ancient lamp flickered, absorbing the incoming flames effortlessly, treating them as nourishment. Darcy raised his shield to block the flames, shattering them into pieces that splattered everywhere. Ah! Nearby, a Harry family disciple screamed in agony as some flames landed on his body. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted out, revealing sharp claws and striking at the Harry family disciple near Brandan. Poof! The black shadow was too fast. Before the Harry family disciple could react, his throat was slashed open, blood gushing out. Then the shadow changed direction, pouncing on another Harry family disciple. That Harry family disciple was still frantically extinguishing the flames on his body, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Besides, with Mario involved, he thought no one could threaten him. Poof! Another claw swipe severed the Harry family disciple's throat, sealing his fate like his companion. Great job, Scott! Darcy couldn't help but shout in praise. The black shadow flashed, appearing on Brandan's shoulder, licking its claws as if nothing had happened. Brandan gently stroked Scott's head, satisfaction evident in his eyes. Thanks to Brandan's instructions, Scott launched a surprise attack on the two, proving highly effective. After consuming a large amount of natural treasures, Scott's physique and strength had greatly improved. He had surpassed Brandan, reaching the Spirit Chi realm with formidable offensive power, though he rarely showed it. In daily life, Scott completely concealed his aura, appearing just like any ordinary pet, utterly harmless. Mario's face turned grim. In the blink of an eye, 3 of his companions were killed right in front of him, and the 4th was seriously injured, likely to die soon. He knew he had made a grave mistake, underestimating Brandan and Darcy's strength, leading to the massive loss for the Harry family. I told you, don't mess with us. Now, only you are left, Darcy said with a piercing gaze. Upon hearing this, Mario's face turned even uglier, revealing terrifying killing intent. You're all going to die. He tightened his grip on his fan. Chapter 44. Both suffer heavy losses. Whoosh. Mario rotated his spiritual energy, frantically waving the treasure fan in his hand to unleash a torrent of terrifying flames. The overwhelming attack surged towards Brandan, Darcy, and Scott, who was also within his range. Brandan's expression turned grim as he urgently activated the ancient mystic lamp, maximizing its absorption of the flames to protect himself and alleviate the pressure on Darcy. Darcy held up his shield at the front, gripping a golden blade tightly as he sprinted toward Mario, for close combat gave him a distinct advantage. Upon nearing Mario, he swung his blade, unleashing a fierce martial technique that cleaved through the air with tangible sharpness. Mario reacted swiftly. A 3-foot-long purple copper staff appeared instantly in his hand, blocking horizontally before him. Clang! The blade cut down with force, making the purple copper staff tremble violently, nearly slipping from Mario's grip. Mario inwardly felt alarmed. He hadn't expected Darcy's strength to be so formidable. One more slash, Darcy growled and sliced down again. Mario snorted coldly, swinging his staff forward without any fear. As a genius from the Harry family, with peak chi manipulation realm cultivation, how could he be afraid of Darcy, who had just reached the initial chi manipulation stage? Clang! In an instant, the golden blade clashed fiercely with the purple copper staff, showering sparks everywhere. Powerful spiritual energy erupted from both spirit artifacts, creating a strong impact that sent surrounding boulders flying, destroying many of the valley's plants and trees. The longer they fought, the more startled Mario became. His cultivation was evidently higher than Darcy's, yet he couldn't gain the upper hand, instead finding himself slightly disadvantaged under Darcy's relentless assault, forced into a defensive position. Puff! When Mario's focus wavered slightly, Scott suddenly appeared behind him, its sharp claws slashing across, causing blood to spurt. Several deep wounds appeared on Mario's shoulder and neck area. If not for his protective spiritual energy barrier, the injuries would have been even worse. Looking for death, Mario retreated backward abruptly, thrusting his purple copper staff lightning fast towards the left. Unable to evade, Scott extended one claw, stopping the staff momentarily. Then, lightning flashed along its meaty wings, releasing a dark thunderbolt that struck the purple copper staff. Mario's hand shook, and he immediately dropped the staff. Even so, a scorched black patch appeared on his palm, a testament to the black lightning's destructive power. At this moment, Mario was seized by immense danger. Without much thought, he hastily used the treasure fan to shield his chest. Bang! A silver lightning bolt slammed directly into the fan, the powerful force pushing Mario back several steps. It was Brandan's attack, driving the silver spirit sword which extended several yards almost instantly, but Mario's reaction was too quick for the ambush to succeed. However, the damage to the fan remained, its surface now charred black. Seizing this opportunity, Darcy rushed forward, slashing downward in a diagonal motion aiming to split Mario from shoulder to hip. However, Mario wore a highly defensive inner vest beneath his clothes, resisting Darcy's strike. Darcy's eyes sparkled with cunning. Reversing the golden blade quickly, he slashed towards Mario's groin area. Despite Mario's efforts to retreat, it was already too late. Puff! Blood gushed from between Mario's legs as a crucial part was injured. Ah! Mario screamed in pain, staggering backward. Seeing this, Brandan involuntarily shuddered. It was excruciating just to watch. He hadn't expected Darcy to play such a ruthless card. Darcy didn't think much about it. He simply wanted to seize every chance to deliver a fatal blow to Mario. I'll kill you, I'll kill you. Mario roared furiously, his eyes red with madness. Any man, hurt in such a vital spot, would surely go mad. Boom. An overwhelmingly powerful aura erupted from Mario's body, drawing crazily on the surrounding spiritual chi. Not good, he's breaking through. Brandan's face changed dramatically. A major breakthrough meant an unprecedented boost in strength, which would certainly be disadvantageous to them. Darcy also realized the severity of the situation. Without hesitation, he lunged forward to attack Mario. Mario caught the fallen purple copper staff, pulling it back into his grasp, then smashed it down midair. The staff enlarged immensely like a pillar supporting the sky, descending with unparalleled force. Darcy's expression drastically changed as he raised his shield, injecting continuous spiritual energy into it until it grew large enough to fully protect him. Bang! The giant purple copper staff collided with the shield. Darcy bore immense impact, his feet sinking into the ground while blood spewed out uncontrollably due to the turbulent internal energy within him. There was a significant gap between their cultivation realms. Despite having superior spiritual roots, the disparity in strength still caused him substantial harm upon first clash. Bang! The purple copper staff smashed down again with even greater power. This hit made Darcy's legs sink further into the soil, followed by another mouthful of blood. Another few hits like these would bury him alive, or crush him to death. Boom! Darcy channeled all his spiritual energy into his legs, bursting free with tremendous force. Quick run! Darcy shouted at Brandan, turning his head. By attacking Mario, he intended to buy time for Brandan's escape. Better one person die than both. Besides, he admitted the trouble was his doing. If not for injuring Mario in such a sensitive place, the latter wouldn't have broken through in his fury. So, he should bear the consequences. Die! Mario had lost all reason, using his soul mixed with celestial spiritual chi to form a huge hand that grasped Darcy, suspending him in midair. The enormous pressure made Darcy feel his bones about to snap. Whoosh! A 10-meter-long silver lightning streak appeared, severing the hand and freeing Darcy. Brandan promptly appeared beside Darcy, intercepting the falling purple copper staff with one hand. Why didn't you run? Darcy asked anxiously. I can't abandon my friend and flee alone. If we must die, then let's die together, Brandan declared resolutely. Hearing this, Darcy was deeply moved. Although they hadn't known each other long, an unbreakable bond had formed, ready to face life and death together. Swish! Scott flashed rapidly behind Mario, but before it could attack, Mario turned and slapped it away forcefully with his palm, knocking it back with a solid palm imprint created from concentrated spiritual energy. Seizing this chance, Brandan approached Mario closely, activating the silver spirit sword near range. SSS. The silver spirit sword pierced Mario's chest, electric arcs coursing through his body. Though briefly paralyzed, Mario managed to slap Brandan's shoulder hard despite the sudden attack, forcing Brandan to stumble backwards several meters. Even with Brandan's robust physique, the blow was incredibly painful, nearly cracking his shoulder bone. I'll kill you first. Mario's eyes locked onto Brandan, charging forward like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus. Darcy rushed forward without thinking, trying to block Mario. Unexpectedly, Mario waved his hand, sending the purple copper staff crashing towards Darcy, knocking him back once more. Next moment, he stood before Brandan, fists and palms alternating, hitting him repeatedly. Puff! Such heavy blows made Brandan spit out blood. Just when Mario seemed about to stop, Brandan's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a palm strike, striking Mario right in the chest. An extremely terrifying force erupted from Brandan's palm and struck Mario. Crack! The inner armor that Mario wore close to his body shattered immediately, causing his chest bone to cave in. He flew backward instantly. In an instant, Mario's vital energy plummeted. His internal organs were all damaged. If not for the partial protection of the inner armor, he would have been dead already. Mario supported himself on the ground with his hands as blood gushed out of his mouth, mixed with fragments of his organs. Looking at Brandan, a dense look of fear appeared in Mario's eyes. He never expected that someone at the peak bloodline realm could unleash such a terrifying attack, nearly costing him his life. Although he felt extremely reluctant, Mario did not hesitate, struggling to stand up before turning and walking away. His injuries were too severe. Continuing the fight, he might not be able to survive. Anyway, he had already broken through to the chi manipulation realm. After recovering, he would have plenty of opportunities to seek revenge. Seeing Mario leave, Brandan secretly let out a sigh of relief. Without any further resistance, he collapsed straight to the ground. The previous strike was powered by the combined secret strength from both secret reservoirs, which triggered the ancient rune. It finally paid off. If this didn't work, he would have had no choice but to use desperate measures. Brandan, how are you? Darcy quickly rushed over, his face filled with tension. Brandan struggled to sit up, holding his chest. It's okay. I won't die. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, the golden dragon chi residing in the profound fetus spirit sea automatically protected him, helping him resist most of the attack. Otherwise, his internal organs would have exploded under Mario's blow, leaving him no chance of survival. Hurry, dig out the treasures and leave this place as soon as possible, Brandan urged. The noise they made earlier could easily attract others or extraordinary beasts. If Mario brought back stronger members of the hairy family, it would be even worse. Hearing this, Darcy did not hesitate and immediately leaped into the deep pit to excavate the treasures. Meow! Scott cried out and ran over from nearby. It had just received a palm strike from Mario and was quite injured. Thankfully, its constitution was strong, and it wasn't seriously hurt. Instantly, it transformed into a streak of dark light and entered Brandan's body, needing some time to recuperate. A short while later, Darcy flew out of the deep pit, excitement flickering in his eyes. It's jade marrow, a huge piece of jade marrow, Darcy exclaimed excitedly. As he spoke, he took out a palm-sized piece of jade marrow, emerald green in color, translucent, with strange light flowing on its surface, emitting strong spiritual fluctuations. Brandan had seen the introduction of jade marrow in the Spirit Treasures catalog. It was a rare third-grade spirit object used to forge magical artifacts, talismans, or directly for cultivation. Jade marrow is generally very small, usually only finger-sized. This piece being palm-sized was indeed rare. No wonder Darcy was so excited. Darcy immediately took out a golden blade and carefully cut the jade marrow into 3 pieces. In a blink, the jade marrow was divided into 3 equal parts. This was obtained at the cost of our lives. Each must receive a share, Darcy said. Besides him and Brandan, the third share naturally belonged to Scott. After all, Scott also contributed and got injured in the process. Brandan didn't refuse Darcy's offer and directly kept 2 pieces of jade marrow. Without pausing to heal their wounds, Brandan and Darcy immediately left the valley. If they didn't go now, they might not be able to leave. What was once a picturesque valley turned desolate in a flash, leaving only several corpses scattered about. Darcy did not show mercy. Before leaving, he killed the hairy family disciple whom he initially severely injured. Both felt quite depressed. They came into the Centipede Mountain range to seek treasures, but unexpectedly, they consecutively attracted the attention of 2 cultivator families. They hadn't intended to provoke trouble, yet it sought them out relentlessly. It was truly unavoidable and rather helpless. They had killed 4 hairy family disciples and critically injured Mario, a genius. Without doubt, the hairy family would soon be hunting them down. Now, they could only hope that their initial plan of pitting the hairy family against the Liu family worked, reducing the pressure on themselves. After moving far away from the valley, Brandan and Darcy found a hidden cave to rest temporarily. Both were heavily injured and needed to recover as soon as possible, or they wouldn't be able to handle future dangers. Luckily, they had plenty of medicinal herbs to treat their injuries, making recovery relatively easy. While healing, they also considered enhancing their cultivation. At their current level, dealing with formidable chi manipulation realm cultivators was quite challenging, let alone higher realms. Like previously, Mario, who had just broken through, almost rendered them powerless. This time, Brandan managed to unexpectedly injure Mario, but such luck wouldn't happen again. Darcy directly used the jade marrow, planning to refine it to see if he could advance his cultivation to the middle or late chi manipulation realm. Since jade marrow was a third-grade spirit item containing pure spiritual energy, it greatly benefited cultivators at the chi manipulation realm or higher. For chi manipulation realm cultivators, the effect was exceptional. Brandan took out 2 pieces of jade marrow, contemplating how to use them. His secret reservoir was already at the peak late-stage source opening realm, and the profound fetus spirit sea was at the peak late-stage vein unblocking realm. With jade marrow's assistance, both should be able to break through. But his previous breakthrough to the source opening realm had been met with the severing Dao curse, leaving him with lingering fears. Another encounter might be insurmountable. Of course, if he broke through again, the severing Dao curse might not appear, but no one could predict this. Using external items to break through leads to unstable foundations. I'm unsure if I can withstand the severing Dao curse again. I'd better continue accumulating strength for a while longer, and use the jade marrow to repair the ancient rune first. After much thought, Brandan made his decision. The ancient rune had tremendous power and served as a crucial trump card. It was essential to repair it for greater future utility. He decided to use both pieces of jade marrow. Anyway, there were plenty of other spirit objects in Scott's spatial necklace, so Scott wouldn't lack resources for cultivation. Immediately, Brandan began refining the jade marrow, melting it into the ancient rune. Chapter 45. The Legendary Mountain God. Top-grade spirit roots consume too many resources. I used such a large piece of jade essence, but it only helped me advance from early chi control realm to mid chi control realm. Darcy sighed after finishing his cultivation. If he had an inferior or medium-grade spirit root, the jade essence would have easily brought him to the late chi control realm. Unfortunately, the vast spirit sea generated by a top-grade spirit root and the extremely high quality of cultivated spiritual energy made each minor advancement require significantly more resources than average. This gap would only widen as he progressed. Of course, hard work pays off. People with top-grade spirit roots are generally much stronger at the same cultivation level, especially considering their immense potential for unlimited achievements. Brandan shook his head. Be content. Many people wish they could have a top-grade spirit root. I was just feeling a bit disappointed. Speaking of which, why hasn't your cultivation advanced? Darcy asked curiously. Brandan replied, I'm afraid the curse might reappear, so I decided to accumulate more strength before breaking through when I am fully prepared. That curse is indeed terrifying. It's wise to be cautious. Who knows if there's any way to eliminate it? Otherwise, it will always be a huge hidden danger. Darcy frowned. Brandan sighed inwardly. The Dao-severing curse was imposed by an unrivaled powerhouse. Unless he surpasses this powerhouse in the future or finds some special opportunity, it won't be eliminated. Fortunately, that unparalleled powerhouse targeted the entire human cultivation system, not him personally. Otherwise, he'd be doomed. He aimed to restore the ancient rune partly to prepare for countering the Dao-severing curse. Boom. Suddenly, the cave shook violently as if it were about to collapse. What's happening? Darcy immediately became alert. Brandan instantly released his soul power, extending it in all directions to investigate. There's powerful fluctuation underground. I don't know what it is, Brandan said, his face tightening. Darcy responded, no matter what, we need to get out quickly, or we'll be buried alive. He wasn't joking. They were deep inside the mountain. If the cave collapsed, burying them, escape would be nearly impossible. Without hesitation, both ran towards the cave entrance. However, as they moved, the cave began to collapse, with large rocks crashing down and dust filling the air. Finally, just before the cave was completely buried, they rushed out, covered in dirt and looking rather disheveled. Oh no, the mountain is collapsing, let's run, Darcy exclaimed, seeing the scene behind them. The mountain was indeed large, almost 100 feet tall, densely forested, yet now tilting alarmingly. The mountain collapsed faster than expected, giving them no time to escape far enough. Boom. Instantly, the tall peak crumbled, shaking a large area of the forest and startling many birds into flight. Bang! A surge of strong spiritual power blasted away dirt and stones, revealing a massive shield. In the next moment, the shield vanished, and Brandan and Darcy emerged from the pit. Although they narrowly escaped being buried alive, since they had run far enough, the amount of earth and stone covering them was manageable, allowing them to break free easily. What on earth is underground? It actually overturned such a big mountain. Darcy stared wide-eyed at the place where the mountain once stood, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Although Brandan was also curious, he remained serious. Whatever can overturn a mountain is beyond our ability to provoke. We should find a place to hide. Upon his warning, Darcy realized the danger immediately. Behind a huge rock, they concealed themselves carefully, peeping cautiously around. Rumble. The ground shook violently, splitting open with numerous fissures. Vast amounts of spiritual chi and evil chi spewed forth from these cracks. Then, chunks of earth were lifted, revealing a colossal creature hidden underground. Seeing the giant creature, both Darcy and Brandan widened their eyes. It was truly enormous, over 50 yards long and nearly 30 yards tall, a mountain turtle with a dark green shell covered in complex patterns. It was unimaginable how such a turtle could grow so large. From the weathered patterns on its shell, one could tell that it had lived for centuries, possibly several hundred years. Turtles are indeed known for their longevity, without a doubt. Gulp. Brandan couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After causing such a commotion, it turned out to be a mountain turtle surfacing. Who knew how many years it had been underground? Mountain turtles are not ordinary beasts. Despite its reserved aura, Brandan could vaguely sense its immensely high cultivation, surpassing the object manipulation realm. Indeed, if the mountain turtle weren't powerful, how could it overturn a mountain? Someone is coming. Brandan suddenly sensed. Through the dense forest, a team rapidly approached the collapsed mountain, clearly drawn by the significant disturbance to investigate. There were 5 people in total. The strongest was in the object manipulation realm, while the others were in the chi control realm, likely belonging to a considerable cultivation sect. Seeing the mountain turtle, the 5 were initially stunned, then became highly agitated. The legend is true. The mountain god of Baizu Range has appeared, the leading object manipulation cultivator excitedly said. In the Baizu Range region, a legend persisted. There was a mountain god, a giant turtle capable of bestowing blessings and controlling the elements, possessing great power. Over the past few hundred years, the giant turtle had occasionally revealed itself, becoming mythologized. Especially 300 years ago, when a massive python wreaked havoc, devouring many people, the turtle appeared and killed the python, protecting the area. Following this, multiple shrines were built around the Baizu Range to worship the turtle, maintaining steady devotion even as major changes swept the world and cultivators emerged. The belief persisted that the turtle was a divine entity born from the Baizu Range, a guardian deity of the land. Even amidst cosmic changes and the rise of cultivators, the mountain god temples remained active, supported by countless believers. This is a mountain turtle over 500 years old, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Its whole body is a treasure trove. The leading object manipulation cultivator's eyes gleamed as he stared intently at the turtle. He wasn't a believer of the turtle. His excitement stemmed entirely from the intention to capture it. Aware of his insufficient power to deal with the turtle, he immediately sent out signals to summon stronger forces. Before the reinforcements arrived, his job was to keep watch on the turtle and track its movements. Boom. At this moment, the mountain turtle spat out a beam of white light, shattering a 10-yard-high boulder. Swoosh. A strange light appeared, darting swiftly through the forest. Treasure. Brandan's heart stirred, comprehending the situation. As expected, the mountain turtle had emerged because it detected this treasure, possibly hidden underground previously, prompting its pursuit. The treasure attracting the turtle was evidently extraordinary. The turtle emitted a spirit-powered white ribbon, wrapping around the object. However, due to its extreme speed and erratic movement, it failed to catch it. After several attempts, the turtle changed tactics, inhaling forcefully, creating formidable suction that pulled everything nearby towards its mouth. Immediately, sand and rocks flew around, trees snapped and flew toward the turtle's mouth. The treasure exhibited a living-like consciousness, desperately trying to evade. The mountain turtle turned its body, and the force it had released was already exerting suction on the treasure. Now all it needed to do was outlast it. "Don't come over here," Darcy couldn't help but shout. The treasure was fleeing towards their location, and if it passed by, it would certainly affect them. However, fear of what came to pass. The treasure eventually did come over, accompanied by a terrifying suction force. Their hiding spot behind the huge rock couldn't withstand this force either, and the rock was flung away. Brandan reacted swiftly. He instantly drew his silver spirit sword, plunged it into the ground, embedding it 10 yards deep, holding onto the hilt with one hand and catching the airborne Darcy with the other. Bang! The grass, trees, and rocks that were flying through the valley exploded several dozen yards away from the mountain turtle, failing to actually enter its mouth. Hiss! Darcy couldn't help but take a sharp breath. If Brandan hadn't grabbed him in time, his flesh and blood body would likely have burst apart. After a short while, the suction force shifted direction, allowing Brandan to exhale deeply. "It's you two. Truly an unpleasant meeting," said the object manipulation cultivator, noticing Brandan and Darcy, eyes filled with malice. "Run." Without any hesitation, Brandan and Darcy started to flee. They didn't know these people but could tell from their attitudes that they were likely from either the Liu family or the Harry family. Meeting them meant trouble. Really unlucky. Darcy looked extremely gloomy. Their luck had truly been poor. On the other side, the 4-Chi control realm cultivators prepared to chase after them but were stopped by the object manipulation realm strongman. "The mountain god and the treasure are more important. We must stay here. Pity. We finally found their tracks, and now they escape just like that," someone said unwillingly. The object manipulation realm cultivator snorted. "Family powerhouses will converge here after receiving signals. They can't escape." It wouldn't take long for their family members to form a net around the area, forcing Brandan and Darcy into a corner. "They don't seem to be chasing us." After running some distance, Brandan appeared surprised. Darcy looked back and stopped. "They really aren't chasing us. Surely they're not afraid of us?" "That's unlikely. There's an object manipulation cultivator among them. There must be another reason," Brandan analyzed. His thoughts raced. Brandan associated it with the treasure and the mountain turtle, guessing the specific reasons those people did not chase them. Darcy let out a light sigh. "Whatever the reason, it's best no one is chasing us. I've just broken through. I don't want to fight such seasoned object manipulation realm cultivators. I think we should leave this area as soon as possible." "I have a nagging feeling of unease," Brandan said gravely. Darcy nodded. "I also feel uneasy. Better leave this troublesome place early." Reaching a consensus, the two did not delay. Choosing a direction, they continued their journey. As he walked, Brandan reflected, feeling a strong sense of urgency to boost his strength. Too many run-ins with enemies highlighted the need to improve quickly. While thinking, Brandan sensed something, turning his gaze aside. He saw several figures rapidly moving in the forest, heading in the opposite direction. Encountering a few cultivators was normal during trials in the Baizu range, but Brandan noticed something amiss. He observed cold glints in their eyes when they spotted him and Darcy, revealing intense malice. Considering their direction, he understood immediately. "Stop them," Brandan whispered. Darcy understood immediately and changed course, intercepting the group in a few quick moves. The group halted, and their leader asked, "Why do you block our path?" "To kill you," Darcy coldly replied. Before words finished, golden light covered his palm, striking a resplendent golden handprint. The leader reacted swiftly, producing a long sword mid-air that slashed down, unleashing a powerful blade aura. Swish. The golden handprint was cut in half, yet the sheer force still pushed the group back. "We have no grudges. Why do you want to harm us?" the leader asked sternly. Brandan darted forward. "Stop pretending. Aren't your Liu family searching for us? You can't pretend not to recognize us now." Upon hearing this, the faces of those people changed, surprised that Brandan had seen through their identity. "You Liu family are so domineering. Are we Harry family easy prey? Not one of you will escape today," Brandan continued. Hearing this, the group's hearts sank, realizing why these two dared attack Liu family members. They were from the Harry family. The leader's eyes turned cold. "If you wish to fight, let's fight. Do you think I'm scared?" Saying so, he lunged at Brandan. Cleverly, he realized Darcy's frightening power despite being late Chi control realm and chose to deal with Brandan first to have a hope of escaping. Whisk! Just as he neared Brandan, a black shadow suddenly appeared, claw marks flashing densely. Startled, he hastily defended with his sword. Clang! Clashes produced sparks. Salt! The dense claw marks overwhelmed him, leaving deep claw wounds all over him, bleeding profusely. Most shockingly, his first-grade spirit sword developed cracks, severely damaged. Meow! Scott sat leisurely on Brandan's shoulder, licking its claws. Since its last injury, it, like Darcy, had refined spiritual items and reached middle Chi control realm, significantly boosting its strength. Despite being late Chi control realm, it easily dominated the opponent. Meanwhile, Darcy attacked the rest, killing them ruthlessly without mercy. That man's heart sank deeper. He couldn't beat Darcy and now faced a super powerful cat. Could he survive? Seeing Darcy approaching, he steeled himself, smashing his damaged spirit sword and releasing ice-cold power. Swish! Numerous icy shards of the shattered sword sped towards Darcy. After this move, he ignited his own blood chi, bursting to his fastest speed to escape. Darcy instantly raised a shield in front. A series of clanking sounds echoed as all shards bounced off the shield. Putting away the shield, Darcy wanted to chase but was stopped by Brandan. "Don't chase. Let him go." Darcy's eyes flashed. "You intentionally let him escape to stir up conflict between the Liu and Harry families." "Exactly. If I truly wished to kill him, there'd be no point mentioning we're from the Harry family," Brandan nodded. Darcy laughed. "Brilliant. This strategy is brilliant. Let them tear each other apart. Brandan sighed inwardly. If he were stronger, why resort to these tactics? Ultimately, weakness compelled him to use his wits. Chapter 46. Nourishing the internal organs. As a howling wind raged, the once clear sky was overtaken by dense, dark clouds, making it seem as if the heavens were about to collapse. Rumble. Thunder roared within the thick clouds, resonating deeply like heavy drums being struck. Crack. A massive bolt of lightning suddenly split the sky, piercing through heaven and earth in an awe-inspiring display. Brandan and Darcy stood on the thick branches of a towering tree with lush foliage, gazing into the distance. Their eyes reflected shock at the sight before them. Under the illumination of the lightning, they saw a vast mountain tortoise soaring through the air, surrounded by several mountains each over 100 feet tall, while a mass of lightning coiled beneath it, lifting it as though a deity had descended upon the world. Chow family's people are truly bold, daring to target that mountain tortoise, Brandan commented, his eyes wide with surprise. Darcy said, that mountain tortoise can command mountains and lightning. It's extraordinarily powerful. I hope it gives the Liu family a painful lesson. If the strongest from the Liu family were killed by the tortoise, things would get interesting. The commotion from the Liu family's strong battling the tortoise is immense. It could attract other powerhouses. Who knows what will happen? Brandan mused aloud. Before he could finish, a streak of light tore through the sky, heading straight toward the distant battlefield. Darcy exclaimed, indeed, another powerhouse has come, and surprisingly fast. Not just one. Brandan's eyes narrowed slightly. From another direction, another streak of light appeared, traveling no slower than the previous powerhouse. In the blink of an eye, two powerhouses arrived, their origins unknown. Just from their ability to fly through the air, it could be concluded that they were at least core formation realm cultivators, possibly even false core realm. In the next moment, the two powerhouses joined battle with the mountain tortoise. In this situation, the three human cultivators indeed chose to cooperate and attack the tortoise together. Soon, three more powerhouses arrived and joined the fray against the mountain tortoise. The tortoise was very strong, but facing six powerhouses at or above core formation realm, its situation became dire, clearly overwhelmed. Fortunately, its shell was incredibly tough, holding up against numerous attacks, enabling it to endure for a longer time. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely bright light erupted in the air, illuminating the dim world under the black clouds. The mountain tortoise decisively chose to self-destruct when it couldn't match the six powerhouses. The shockwave from the self-destruction was horrifyingly powerful, affecting a vast area. A mountain hundreds of feet tall nearby crumbled explosively. Holy crap, it's ruthless, Darcy gasped, eyes wide with shock. Self-destruction wasn't something easily considered. Even in peril, few would have the courage to do so. A strange emotion flashed across Brandan's eyes. His soul inexplicably trembled, revealing things invisible to ordinary eyes. His soul perceived an ethereal light gathering from all directions on the ground toward where the tortoise had self-destructed. In the next moment, he saw a faint silhouette of the tortoise floating in the air, nearly transparent as if it might dissipate at any moment. He knew this was the tortoise's soul, which should have vanished in the self-destruction, yet was reformed by the mysterious light. Then, guided by this light, the tortoise's faint soul drifted out of the mountain and disappeared within the blink of an eye, its destination unknown. What kind of force is that? Where is it taking the tortoise's soul? Brandan was filled with questions. Unfortunately, his knowledge was too limited. Despite witnessing this anomaly, he couldn't understand what was happening. Brandan let out a pained cry, almost falling from the tree as his vision went dark. Luckily, Darcy reacted quickly, catching him instantly. Brandan, what happened? Are you alright? Brandan paused, shaking his head. Nothing serious. My soul experienced a disturbance, seeing some strange things. Maybe the burden was too much, causing a slight pain. You opened your soul heavenly eye? Darcy stared at Brandan in disbelief. I'm not sure. There was just a sudden, indescribable sensation, and then I saw things invisible to the naked eye, Brandan explained. That's it. You opened your soul heavenly eye, Darcy stated firmly. Curious, Brandan asked. What exactly is a soul heavenly eye? In short, the soul heavenly eye is the eye of the soul, allowing insight into unusual phenomena in the world, glimpsing the essence of all things. It's extremely difficult to open. Nearly 1 in 10,000, Darcy explained excitedly. Hearing this, Brandan was taken aback. How did he suddenly open a soul heavenly eye, which only 1 in 10,000 people possess? There were no warning signs beforehand. Is it because of the moon feminine stone? Brandan wondered silently. Regardless, based on Darcy's explanation, opening the soul heavenly eye brought tremendous benefits, something countless people dreamed of. A soul heavenly eye, truly enviable. According to old tales, one usually needs to reach false core or even gold core realm, ensuring the soul is sufficiently strong before there's a chance to open it. Never thought you'd achieve it at pulse through realm. If this gets out, few would believe it, Darcy sighed. For the soul heavenly eye, he was filled with desire, but such matters couldn't be forced. Not even supreme experts could forcibly open a soul heavenly eye. Right, what did you see just now? Darcy abruptly asked. Whatever the soul heavenly eye revealed must be extraordinary, intriguing him. Brandan didn't hide anything and recounted everything he had seen to Darcy. A mysterious force guided the tortoise's soul away? Darcy looked incredulous. Such bizarre occurrences were unheard of. Had the tortoise survived after self-destruction? Before achieving the primordial spirit, the soul is fragile and easily damaged, requiring protection within the body. Once the body perished, the soul dissipated along with it. Only those who achieved the primordial spirit could abandon their bodies, leaving the spirit intact. Something seemed to land over there, Brandan said uncertainly. Darcy quickly asked, what is it? I don't know. I just caught a glimpse of a streak of light passing by as my soul suddenly hurt. Brandan shook his head. Darcy's eyes lit up. Let's find it. It could be a valuable treasure. Immediately, they began searching in the general area. Scott also emerged, utilizing its unique abilities to meticulously search. In no time, Scott found something. In an inconspicuous patch of grass, Scott discovered a special fragment, only nail-sized, transparent, and easy to overlook. What is this? Brandan asked, puzzled. Darcy examined the transparent fragment carefully, his eyes suddenly brightening. I know. This is a fragment of the tortoise's false core. It's a great thing, concentrating the essence of the tortoise. This false core fragment is solid and tinged with a faint gold. The tortoise should have been in the late stages of the false core realm. Still, it was forced to self-destruct against those 6 powerhouses. Without doubt, those 6 powerhouses were also at the false core realm level. Otherwise, they wouldn't have qualified to engage the tortoise. Individually, none of the 6 powerhouses could match the tortoise, but the tortoise couldn't fend off multiple opponents. Meow. Scott chirped, flying to Darcy, snatching the fragment and swallowing it immediately. Being an extraordinary creature itself, the tortoise's false core fragment was best suited for it to refine, aiding in enhancing its cultivation and strength. Scott, that's not right. Good things should be shared, Darcy grumbled. Scott glanced at him, ignoring him completely, turning into a black streak of light and merging into Brandan's body, focusing on refining the tortoise's false core fragment. I'll keep looking. There might be more, Darcy said as he bent down to search again. Brandan shook his head and replied, the mountain tortoise self-destructed, destroying everything. It's already quite rare that a small fragment of the false core survived. Where? Haha, I found another one too. Darcy suddenly straightened up with a look of surprise on his face. Brandan looked taken aback. He hadn't finished speaking yet. It was awfully fast for this to happen. In the next moment, Brandan also bent down and began searching through the grass. Perhaps the entire false core had flown over and shattered nearby, meaning there should be many more fragments. Really, there are more. Not long after, Brandan let out an excited sound. In a patch of grass, he also found a piece of the false core fragment, and it was even bigger than what Scott and Darcy had found. Swish. Scott immediately came running out and continued to search. Such a good opportunity must not be missed. If they could find a few more pieces, refining them might allow a breakthrough to the core control realm. It turned out Brandan's guess was correct. The mountain tortoise's false core indeed flew over to this area, exploded, and its fragments scattered within a radius of dozens of yards. After spending some time, the two and the cat managed to collect all the false core fragments. A finger-sized false core shattered into 13 pieces, losing much of its inner essence. Brandan and Darcy each got 4 pieces, while Scott ended up with 5 pieces. When it came to finding treasures, Scott was clearly superior. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Let's refine the mountain tortoise's false core fragments here to boost our cultivation, Brandan suggested. Darcy agreed. Let's do that. Once we enhance our cultivation, we won't have to fear the retaliation from the Liu family and Harry family. Both of them were now very eager to quickly increase their strength because being bullied felt terrible. Finding a secluded spot, the two people and the cat began their secluded cultivation. Darcy actually wanted to give Anastasia some cultivation resources too, but since the mysterious ancient cave in Ishan, after eating the precious items given by her parents, Anastasia fell into a deep sleep and still showed no signs of awakening. Presumably, once Anastasia fully digested the rare items, her strength would not be weak. As the essence of the false core entered Brandan's body, the golden spiritual energy in his mystical fetus spirit instantly surged, and the golden dragon emerged, devouring the essence in large gulps. Brandan planned to first break through his immortal Dao cultivation to the Qi manipulation realm. That way, when his human Dao cultivation broke through, even if the Dao sealing spell reappeared, he would be able to handle it more easily. However, soon he noticed a problem. The mystical fetus spirit contained a large amount of the false core's essence, significantly enhancing the quality and quantity of the golden spiritual energy, yet his immortal Dao cultivation remained stagnant. Is it human Dao restricting immortal Dao? Brandan suddenly realized. He vaguely felt that perhaps he needed to break through human Dao first for his immortal Dao to progress, but he couldn't figure out the reason. Immediately, he began cultivating human Dao, absorbing the essence of the false core fragments into the 2 hidden repositories. Before long, the 2 hidden repositories began to shake violently and rapidly expand, releasing vast amounts of secret power. This power did not remain in the repositories, but flowed into his internal organs. The 4th realm of human Dao is called internal nourishment, where one nourishes the internal organs, allowing them to cultivate incredible strength. Just as Brandan was breaking through, an extremely strange and terrifying force descended upon him, seeping into his limbs, bones, and soul. What he feared the most ultimately happened, the reappearance of the Dao sealing spell. He felt very depressed. According to the previous owner of the mysterious ancient lamp, the Dao sealing spell should not appear frequently or at lower realms. Why was it different for him? First, he encountered the Dao sealing spell during the cultivation origin event, and now again at the internal nourishment stage. Was this trying to end his life? Is it because I opened 2 hidden repositories? Brandan guessed. Historically, human Dao cultivation involved opening only 1 repository, and no one had ever opened 2. By breaking convention and taking an unconventional path, he was targeted by the Dao sealing spell early on. With the experience from last time, Brandan was much calmer this time, and knew how to eliminate the intruding Dao sealing spell. Like before, he activated the mysterious ancient lamp, using its flame to burn his soul, aiming to free his soul first so he could better control the situation. The soul heavenly eye activated, and Brandan accurately captured every strand of the Dao sealing spell's power, burning it with the lamp flame. Though the process was excruciating, the benefits afterward would be immense. Brandan cleared his mind, forgetting about time. After who knows how long, the Dao sealing spell in his soul was completely burned away. Just like last time, his soul became faint, nearly exhausting his soul power, but its essence was notably stronger. With his soul unharmed, Brandan started dealing with the Tao sealing spell in his body. His organs vibrated together, releasing secret power, slowly expelling the Tao sealing spell. Whoosh! Unexpectedly, a fierce flame burst forth from Brandan's heart, rapidly spreading throughout his body. Even he felt surprised. Just breaking through to the internal nourishment stage, his heart had successfully cultivated heart fire. The 5 internal organs, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, correspond to the 5 elements: fire, wood, earth, metal, and water. The goal of internal nourishment is to let these organs cultivate corresponding elemental powers. Naturally, it's extremely difficult to cultivate all 5 organs successfully. Each person has a dominant elemental attribute, and cultivating 1 or 2 is considered good. Brandan used heart fire along with lamp flame and the secrets of the hidden repositories to counter the Tao sealing spell. Ayo! As a dragon roar echoed, a golden dragon flew out from the mystical fetus spirit sea and roamed inside Brandan's body. Wherever it went, the Tao sealing spell retreated, even dissolving. Indeed, the extraordinary power nurtured by heaven and earth can suppress the Tao sealing spell, Brandan marveled. With the help of the golden dragon, Brandan's efficiency in eliminating the Tao sealing spell increased. Boom! Brandan felt a massive tremor in his mystical fetus spirit sea, and his immortal Tao cultivation naturally broke through at this moment. As soon as his immortal Tao cultivation broke through, the power of the golden dragon surged, becoming even more solid and radiating brilliant golden light. At one point, Brandan felt a sense of lightness, as if he had escaped his shackles, with the Tao sealing spell's power disappearing completely from his body. Finally, I've made it through another ordeal. Brandan couldn't help but exhale deeply. At this moment, the golden dragon entered his lungs, causing them to vibrate in a special rhythm. Shortly after, golden light emanated from his lungs, accumulating sharp metal elemental power. Without a doubt, his lungs had successfully cultivated the corresponding metal power. Reaching the Qi manipulation realm in Immortal Tao also focuses on cultivating the organs with spiritual energy to transform them. Brandan was surprised. Both human Tao and Immortal Tao had just broken through, yet both the heart, fire, and lungs, metal, had been successfully cultivated, adding significant strength enhancement. Brandan didn't stop there but continued to refine the remaining false core fragments to stabilize his cultivation while further cultivating his heart and lungs. Chapter 47. Another clash. Compared to his previous breakthrough, which caused widespread devastation around him, Brandan's current breakthrough was far more contained. The power of the Tao severing spell barely overflowed from his body before it dissipated completely. Harnessing the essence of the mountain turtle's pseudo-Dan fragments, Brandan quickly recovered fully. His human Tao cultivation stabilized at the early inner nourishing stage, while his immortal Tao cultivation settled at the early Qi control stage. The abundant essence within his organs significantly boosted his strength. At the same time, Darcy and Hassan also refined the pseudo-Dan fragments, advancing both their cultivations to the late Qi control stage. Their improvements weren't much as they had utilized most of the essence to nurture their organs. Wah! Darcy stood up and casually waved his hand, instantly releasing a sharp golden blade of light. Gotcha! The golden blade was indestructible, easily splitting a nearby massive boulder in half. Then, Darcy thrust out his palm. Dark brown spiritual energy emerged, instantly forming into a large rock hand that struck forward. Boom! The rock hand crushed down, turning the recently split boulder into flying debris. Ha ha ha, the lung and spleen have been successfully nurtured. This is what an extraordinary being should be able to do. Darcy couldn't help but laugh aloud. Refining 4 pseudo-Dan fragments allowed for a minor advancement in cultivation and successful nurturing of 2 major organs, making him very satisfied. The short seclusion brought about immense gains. It must be admitted that the mountain turtle's pseudo-Dan fragments were indeed extraordinary, with excellent effects on nurturing organs, saving a great deal of time and effort. Like the Liu and Harry family Qi control cultivators they previously encountered, even those at the late Qi control stage almost never succeeded in nurturing an organ, highlighting how difficult it was. To advance from the Qi control stage to the object control stage, one prerequisite was to successfully nurture at least one organ. Long-term stagnation at the Qi control stage resulted from either depleted potential, unable to nurture organs successfully, or deliberate suppression of cultivation to nurture multiple organs. Brandan, you've also advanced to the Qi control stage. That's excellent. However, why only to the initial Qi control stage? Did you also use most of the essence from the pseudo-Dan fragment to nurture organs? Darcy looked at Brandan with some surprise. He originally thought Brandan would prioritize cultivation advancement, using the 4 pseudo-Dan fragments to directly advance from the late pulse channel stage to the late Qi control stage, which shouldn't be too difficult. But now it seemed Brandan clearly didn't do so, instead making the same choice as him. Brandan smiled. Being able to nurture organs sooner has no drawbacks. Successfully nurturing organs truly demonstrates the abilities of the Qi control stage. You managed it too? Darcy showed astonishment. Brandan replied, if I didn't succeed, wouldn't it be a waste of the pseudo-Dan fragments? You really can do it. Just breaking through to Qi control and managing to nurture organs, you don't know how many people would envy you. Darcy couldn't help but exclaim. Brandan said, all thanks to the pseudo-Dan fragments. Otherwise, I wouldn't have this capability. It's a pity the mountain turtle's pseudo-Dan shattered, losing a lot of essence and reducing effectiveness. If we could obtain a complete pseudo-Dan, I might be able to nurture all 5 organs at once, Darcy regretfully mentioned. With top-grade spirit roots and extraordinary cultivation methods, he had the confidence to complete the nurturing of 5 organs, something ordinary people wouldn't dare dream of. In the cultivation world, even renowned powerful figures might not have successfully nurtured all 5 organs. Achieving full elements was extremely rare. Roar! A ground-shaking roar echoed, causing extensive mountain forests to tremble. Brandan swiftly leaped onto a towering tree and scanned the distance following the sound. Hiss! Next, Brandan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Hundreds of feet away, an enormous extraordinary beast appeared, over 30 feet long, lizard-like, covered in tough scales, radiating terrifying ferocity. Another pseudo-Dan stage extraordinary beast. Darcy's eyes widened, heart pounding. In such a short time, two pseudo-Dan stage extraordinary beasts appeared consecutively. The 100-foot mountains were certainly deep. Boom. A massive fireball emerged, striking directly towards the lizard-shaped extraordinary beast. The lizard-like extraordinary beast released power, solidifying earth and stone essences into a shield to block the fireball. Immediately after, numerous sharp stone spears appeared on the ground, shooting out rapidly. Fiendish creature, prepare to die. With a roar, a towering figure soared into the air, holding a wide-bladed war sword, cutting down fiercely. Gotcha. The strong man's sword aura was terrifying, splitting the shield created by the extraordinary beast into two. At this moment, another powerful figure appeared, wielding a silver bow, fitting an arrow and drawing it fully, firing it off. The lizard-shaped extraordinary beast reacted swiftly, dodging the arrow attack. Die. Salt. Another strong figure charged out from the forest, wielding a spear. Before reaching, a sharp spear glow rushed forward. Brandan and Darcy watched speechless, gulping involuntarily. They recognized these strong figures as those who attacked the mountain turtle earlier. Not only did they survive the explosion, but they were also targeting another pseudo-Dan stage extraordinary beast. In comparison, this extraordinary beast was clearly weaker than the mountain turtle, likely to have little chance of survival. What are these people planning? To sweep through the 100-foot mountains? Darcy's eyes were filled with shock. Brandan urged anxiously, regardless of their intentions, we should quickly leave here to avoid being caught up. Darcy nodded vigorously in agreement. At this level of combat, any stray force could kill them. The 100-foot mountains are too dangerous, we can't stay here anymore. Brandan pondered aloud. Consecutive appearances of pseudo-Dan stage extraordinary beasts meant who knew what else would happen in the 100-foot mountains. If they stayed, the outcome was unpredictable. Without hesitation, the duo decided to flee, distancing themselves from trouble. Those powerful figures focused on the lizard-shaped extraordinary beast and didn't notice Brandan and Darcy. Even if they did, they ignored them. Their speed was quick, and soon they were far from the battlefield, temporarily avoiding danger. Boom. A sudden burst of fire appeared in the dense forest, shattering a towering tree. Actually, the fire was aimed at Brandan and Darcy, but their quick reflexes allowed them to dodge. Turning his gaze, Brandan saw the attacker, his expression immediately turning grim. He remembered this person, the object control stage strong figure from when the mountain turtle appeared, presumably from the Liu family. It's you again. Darcy's eyes flashed coldly. The person sneered, you really are lucky, but this time, you can't escape. Pig's nose stuck with scallions, what pretense? So arrogant at the object control stage? Still, I'll beat you regardless, Darcy said confidently, undeterred. The person laughed derisively, truly ignorant bravery. Let me show you the gap between chi control and object control, letting you die with clear understanding. With that, he immediately attacked. With a wave of his hand, several fiery balls flew out rapidly. Darcy had no intention of retreating, wielding a golden knife fearlessly advancing. Bang! Swiftly swinging his knife, Darcy split each fiery ball. Outside his body, concentrated earth-type power flowed, protecting him from the flames. Surprise flickered in the attacker's eyes as Darcy easily deflected the attacks. Next, he reached out and pulled a huge rock from a distance, smashing it ruthlessly toward Darcy. What controlling objects truly meant was having the entire world at one's fingertips, where anything could be used as a means of attack. Whoosh! Rocks and even towering trees were lifted into the air from the forest, suspended there before hurtling toward Darcy. Not only that, but this person also unleashed a sea of blazing fire, enveloping both Brandan and Darcy within, leaving them no place to run. This was not ordinary flame. It originated from the heart, fueled by spiritual energy, capable of melting metal and stone, and extremely difficult to extinguish with ordinary means. A cold sneer appeared in his eyes. He found Brandan and Darcy far too inexperienced if they thought they could match him. No other attacks were necessary. This sea of fire alone would burn them alive. Wah! A 10-foot-long blade of light emerged, indestructible, splitting the fiery sea down the middle. Take my blade! Darcy roared, swinging his golden knife through the air. Immediately, countless golden rays burst forth, each one sharp enough to seal all possible escape routes for the attacker. Upon seeing this, the man was startled and hurriedly manipulated the grass, trees, and rocks to form a protective barrier in front of himself. Bang! The force of the golden rays was astonishing, piercing straight through the obstructing vegetation and rock. Undiminished, it continued to strike toward the man. Realizing his controlling object techniques were useless, he immediately pulled out a 3-foot-long red jade ruler, unleashing intense crimson flames to confront the incoming golden light. Pooh! The jade ruler failed to fully block the golden light, and several beams pierced through the defenses, leaving several bloody wounds on the man's body. How can he be so strong? He was thoroughly shocked, disbelief evident in his eyes. Despite being at the early object control stage, he should have been able to crush Darcy easily. Instead, he had been proven wrong. While he was still in shock, a huge rock hand flew over. Daring not to delay, he quickly held the jade ruler up in defense. Boom! The rock hand shattered upon impact, but the tremendous force sent him flying backward. Why don't you keep boasting? Watch me chop you down, Darcy growled, revealing killing intent as he swung his knife forward. Being able to dominate his opponent felt incredibly satisfying. Careful! Suddenly, Brandan warned. Darcy instantly became wary and, without hesitation, swiftly sidestepped and deflected with his knife in a single fluid motion. Clang! A small stone tower flew in and collided with the golden knife. Secret patterns surfaced on the tower, emitting an immensely powerful force that transmitted through the knife to Darcy's body. His palms split open, his arm went numb, and the golden knife almost slipped from his grip. He couldn't help but stagger backward, retreating several feet until he finally managed to stabilize himself. At this moment, Brandan emerged from the fire and rejoined Darcy. He had been observing the battle while keeping watch of their surroundings. It turned out that unexpected events did indeed happen at critical moments. The stone tower returned to the hands of a man with a cold, expressionless face. Brandan and Darcy were familiar with him. It was Mario, a hairy family prodigy they had previously fought against. Darcy had once inflicted a severe injury to Mario's vital area between his legs. They had assumed Mario would leave the 100-foot mountains to return to his family for recovery, but surprisingly, he was still in the mountains. Looking at his state, it seemed his injuries had healed, his cultivation stabilized, and he now possessed a powerful treasure. "You dared to deceive me," Mario said, clenching his teeth with hatred. He recognized the person fighting Brandan and Darcy as Greg from the Liu family. Instantly, he understood. Brandan and Darcy had deceived him. They weren't from the Liu family at all. They had intentionally confused the situation, hoping to incite conflict between the Liu and Harry families. Their intentions were clearly malicious. Thinking of the recent intense rivalry between the Harry and Liu families in the 100-foot mountains, with significant losses on both sides, Mario felt a surge of anger. Seeing Mario's reaction, Greg also realized they had been played. If this news got out, both the Harry and Liu families would be laughed at and lose face. "Mario, we must join forces. We cannot let them escape," Greg said sternly. Mario replied coldly, "Dealing with them is more than enough for me alone. There are some accounts I need to settle personally. Don't underestimate them. You might suffer another loss," Greg warned. He had just experienced Darcy's formidable strength and knew Mario, despite being a genius with perhaps slightly greater power at the same cultivation level, would likely still be at a disadvantage if careless. Mario naturally wouldn't underestimate Darcy and Brandan. He had already encountered how stubborn and troublesome they could be during their previous encounter, nearly costing him dearly. However, he felt confident he could handle them this time. Darcy shook his hand, eyeing Mario. "Truly fate brings us together again. Looks like I didn't cut deeply enough last time for you to recover so fast." Upon hearing this, Mario felt a tightness in his legs and an ache in his sensitive areas, a memory he preferred not to recall. Although Darcy's blade hadn't severed his vital organ, it had severely injured it, rendering it almost useless now. Whether it would ever recover remained uncertain. This resentment ignited boundless hate in Mario. It was a grudge he considered irreconcilable. "I will make you beg for death and find no way to die," Mario roared. Before he finished speaking, he activated the stone tower, using Earth-type spiritual energy to enlarge it rapidly, reaching several feet tall in seconds. Under his control, the enlarged stone tower soared through the air, fiercely striking toward Darcy. Clear secret patterns emerged on its surface, stirring the surrounding earth and stones. A 5th-rank spirit tool. Sensing the terrifying power emitted by the stone tower, Darcy's face changed. He was sure Mario hadn't possessed this treasure earlier, or else he wouldn't have kept it hidden while suffering severe injuries. Unsurprisingly, Mario must have obtained this stone tower later in the 100-foot mountains, a stroke of incredible luck. "Brandan, stay back. Let me deal with him and settle old scores," Darcy declared, advancing fearlessly toward the stone tower. Last time, he had suffered a great loss against Mario. Had it not been for Brandan, he might have died at Mario's hands. He had been holding in his frustration, and now he could finally release it. Chapter 48. Meteor from the Sky. Brandan knew Darcy's personality. After a quick reminder, he swiftly stepped back, allowing Darcy to attack without reservation. "Deal with you first." Greg's eyes turned cold as he locked his gaze on Brandan. Indeed, he couldn't match Darcy, but in Greg's view, Brandan was merely a soft target who could be toyed with easily. There was an entire major realm gap between them. If he couldn't overwhelm Brandan, his years of cultivation would have been wasted. Greg remained still and reached out. A huge rock lifted into the air, hurtling towards Brandan at breakneck speed. The boulder was imbued with formidable spiritual power, drastically enhancing both its strength and destructive power. "Humph!" Brandan snorted and threw a side punch. Bang! Golden threads emerged from Brandan's fist, shattering the boulder into pieces. "You have some skills, but not enough." Greg sneered. More rocks rose from all directions, bombarding Brandan in a massive wave. With such dense attacks, he didn't believe Brandan could defend against all of them. However, Brandan's next move took him by surprise. Brandan channeled the golden spiritual power from his profound fetus spirit sea, unleashing lung gold power with one punch, releasing countless sharp golden rays. Boom! The incoming rocks exploded into fragments, enveloping everything in thick dust. Swoosh! A silver lightning bolt pierced through the dust, striking instantly. Greg reacted quickly but couldn't dodge in time, barely managing to avoid the vital spots. Puff! The silver lightning penetrated his left shoulder, piercing right through his body. The thunder force caused paralysis, turning the wound black. What is this? Greg's eyes were filled with shock, never expecting Brandan to unleash such an attack. Mario had seen Brandan use this technique before but had no time to warn Greg. Step after step, Greg retreated rapidly, shaking off the silver lightning. He then spurred the crimson jade ruler, becoming highly vigilant. The silver lightning flashed and disappeared, revealing Brandan holding a silver spirit sword, charging directly at Greg. In an instant, he closed the distance, displaying intricate sword techniques, launching fierce attacks. Clang! Greg appeared very passive, only able to block with the crimson jade ruler. To his horror, after several collisions, cracks appeared on the ruler, even damaging the essential runes. The crimson jade ruler was only a first-grade spirit tool, which couldn't withstand repeated strikes from a 5th-grade spirit tool, especially one with thunder attributes, known for its powerful and ruthless nature. He's only at the initial stage of chi mastery. How can his strength be so formidable? Greg's mind raced, unable to remain calm. The situation was far from what he expected, feeling as if fate was playing a cruel joke on him. Had he known this, why would he provoke Brandan? Shouldn't he have stayed silent or quietly retreated? With these thoughts, Greg suddenly retreated, putting some distance between them. Then, he stepped on the Crimson Jade Ruler, flying into the sky, demonstrating the ability of object control realm experts, flying with spirit tools. However, being just at the initial stage of chi mastery, using this skill was strenuous and consumed spiritual power rapidly. Without hesitation, he rode the Crimson Jade Ruler, fleeing at full speed to avoid being caught by Brandan. Swoosh! Brandan's silver spirit sword transformed into a lightning whip, wrapping around the Crimson Jade Ruler in one swift motion. The silver spirit sword possessed unique abilities. It could be rigid or flexible, changing form at will, something most spirit tools lacked. Brandan pulled hard, causing Greg and the Crimson Jade Ruler to plummet from the sky. At that moment, a concealed arrow shot from the forest, aiming straight for Brandan's head, clearly intending to take his life. The timing was perfect, giving Brandan no time to react. Boom! The arrow struck Brandan's head but did not pierce it, instead exploding into pieces. At the crucial moment, Brandan activated the ancient symbol, forming a strong defense that blocked and destroyed the arrow. Instantly, a bronze mirror flew out of his body, emitting brilliant light, smashing into a towering tree nearby. The tree exploded, revealing a figure leaping down clumsily, fleeing in panic. Unfortunately, the person hadn't escaped far when they were hit by another beam from the bronze mirror, leaving a gaping hole through their chest, ending their life on the spot. Together, don't be afraid of him. Someone shouted loudly from the forest. Immediately, several figures rushed out. They were all from the Lu family, each at the chi mastery level, like Greg. They had already sent distress signals. Help would arrive soon if they could delay a little longer. Snap! Brandan swung the lightning whip, spinning his body and lashing out at the Lu family disciples without missing a single one. The lightning whip carried electric power and had a razor-sharp edge, unstoppable. Ah! Piercing screams filled the air. Deep wounds appeared on the bodies of the Lu family disciples, bleeding profusely, with one nearly decapitated, suffering miserably. Next, Brandan casually waved his hand, releasing lung gold power, shooting out solid golden beams. Puff! Before the Lu family disciples could react, the golden beams pierced through their heads, killing them instantly. Brandan showed no mercy towards enemies. Cultivation realms were too complex. If one couldn't make decisive judgments, the consequences could be irreparable. Seeing his family members slaughtered, Greg was enraged, releasing all remaining spiritual power from his body and burning his essence blood into violent force, injecting it into the damaged Crimson Jade Ruler. The ruler emitted dazzling light, followed by overwhelming flames engulfing Brandan. During this process, the Crimson Jade Ruler disintegrated rapidly, its inner essence ignited, increasing the flame's power exponentially. At such close range, Brandan had no way to evade and had to endure the flames. Greg's eyes were filled with madness. He wouldn't hesitate to self-destruct or destroy his spirit tool if it meant harming Brandan. To Greg's surprise, Brandan stood his ground, showing no intention of dodging, allowing the flames to envelop him. In an instant, Brandan's outer clothes burned to ashes, revealing the spirit spider silk garment he wore underneath. This seemingly ordinary garment had incredible defensive capabilities, blocking all the flames. As Remington had said, this garment was impervious to blades, water, and fire, offering remarkable protection. What Greg couldn't accept was Brandan opening his mouth and inhaling the flames as if drinking water. Monster, monster. Greg couldn't help but scream. He was utterly terrified, thinking such feats were beyond human capability and could only be done by a monster. In no time, Brandan absorbed all the flames into his body, emerging unscathed, his face glowing red. He had successfully nurtured Heartfire and had the mysterious ancient lamp within him. These flames posed no threat. Just as Brandan was about to strike Greg, he sensed something. Unable to resist, he looked up at the sky. His pupils contracted, shock evident in his eyes. He saw a light descending from the heavens, growing brighter and louder until it became deafening. Not only he but everyone else also looked up, fixing their gazes on the dazzling light falling from the sky. It's a meteor, Darcy couldn't help but exclaim. The meteor fell at an incredibly fast speed, carrying terrifying impact force. Even a small one could cause massive destruction. The meteor that was now plummeting was unimaginably large. Despite being on fire, its volume had not shrunk much and showed no signs of breaking apart. It felt as if the entire 100-foot mountain range would cease to exist upon impact. Finished. Alastair stood motionless, his eyes blank. Whoosh! One figure after another soared into the sky, attacking the falling meteor. Facing such a threat, no one could remain calm. Even if they knew their chances were slim, they did not want to sit idly and await their doom. However, no matter how formidable these experts' techniques were, they caused not a single bit of damage to the meteor. Their attacks were like mere tickles. In the blink of an eye, the enormous meteor crashed down. It was truly massive, roughly spherical, with a diameter of several hundred zhong, engulfed in blazing flames that burned it red hot. Crack! Even before touching the ground, the impact force was already overwhelming the 100-foot mountain range, causing rapid disintegration. Mountains crumbled into powder, grass and trees turned to ash. This time we're done for. Darcy closed his eyes in despair. Although they were not directly under the meteor, the terrifying shockwave would obliterate both body and soul. It wasn't just them. Even the Void Dan realm experts could not escape this calamity. Boom! In the next moment, the meteor finally struck the ground, erupting in blinding light. Then, an incomparable shockwave spread outwards at astonishing speed, turning everything it touched to ash. In just an instant, the sprawling 100-foot mountain range vanished, leaving behind only a colossal circular crater. At the edge of the crater, within Chelan Mountain, Elder Enoch flew out. Seeing the enormous round crater, Elder Enoch couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, shocked by the meteor's destructive power. Fortunately, Chelan Mountain was outside the 100-foot mountain range. Otherwise, Songsheng Hall might have met its end as well. Songqing Hall's protective formations were quite strong, but could not withstand the meteor's impact. Such force was beyond even the capabilities of top-tier experts who had cultivated their xuanhuan. Where's the meteor? Elder Enoch's eyes suddenly focused, scanning the crater rapidly. Now, the crater was empty, with no sign of the meteor, which was decidedly odd. A meteor of that size, capable of destroying the 100-foot mountain range, simply vanishing? Elder Enoch entered the crater, carefully investigating to understand what happened. After some time, he thoroughly explored the entire crater and indeed found no trace of the meteor, not even a fragment. That was no ordinary meteor. Light flickered in Elder Enoch's eyes. Though he didn't find the meteor itself, he did detect some unique residual energy left behind, extraordinary and beyond the control of ordinary people. In his opinion, the meteor itself might be a supreme treasure. If someone could obtain it, it would be a great opportunity. Well, Songqing Hall has been spared this disaster. That's already a huge stroke of luck. We shouldn't seek more. Elder Enoch shook his head. He felt immensely fortunate that the three major talents of Songqing Hall had returned from the 100-foot mountain range just before the disaster. Otherwise, the losses would have been immense. However, the other forces around the 100-foot mountain range were not so lucky. Due to the appearance of treasures within the mountains, they sent many disciples into the mountain, including their strongest members. Now, those forces likely faced dire circumstances. Beside a babbling stream, Brandan slowly regained consciousness, his eyes filled with bewilderment. After a while, he came back to his senses. I didn't die? When the meteor struck, he lost consciousness, assuming certain death. He never expected to survive miraculously. He was confused, unsure how he managed to live. Logically, in the meteor's terrifying impact, he should have had no chance of survival. Moreover, he discovered that he was not injured, completely unharmed. Brandan stood up, looking around to check his surroundings. The environment was pleasant, with abundant flowers, lush trees, and dense vegetation. The spiritual chi was also rich. Leaping onto a towering tree, Brandan surveyed the area from above. Not in the 100-foot mountain range anymore? Brandan muttered. He vaguely remembered that when the meteor struck, numerous peaks in the 100-foot mountain range crumbled. Now, wherever he looked, it was green mountains and clear waters, with terrain entirely different from the 100-foot mountain range. Surviving the meteor's impact and inexplicably leaving the 100-foot mountain range added to the strangeness, leaving Brandan utterly baffled. Another point that troubled him was being alone, without anyone around. Darcy was nowhere to be seen, nor were Mario and Greg. The only companion still with him was Ash inside his body. But Ash was still asleep and wouldn't know what happened either. Since I survived, Darcy should be fine too. First, I need to figure out where I am, and then think of a way to reunite with him. Brandan quickly decided. In such times, one must not panic but remain calm. After experiencing many events, his inner strength had grown. Nothing could shake him. Jumping down from the tall tree, Brandan chose a direction and walked forward resolutely. Chapter 49. Escape from the Jaws of Wolves. Compared to the towering peaks of the Baizu Mountains, the terrain where Brandan now found himself was exceptionally flat. There were no lofty summits, only low hills. The vegetation here was lush and vibrant with life. First things first, I need to figure out where I am. It would be best if I could find a town, Brandan pondered internally. Logically, such open plains should have excellent living conditions, and many towns should be established here. As he approached a hill, Brandan suddenly sensed impending danger. Swish! A grayish-white demonic wolf appeared on the hill, baring its fangs at Brandan with eyes full of menace. A woo! The grayish-white demonic wolf howled to the sky. Instantly, more grayish-white demonic wolves climbed onto the hill, all glaring fiercely at Brandan. In total, there were 8 demonic wolves, not particularly large in stature but undeniably vicious, clearly seeing Brandan as prey. Have I entered the territory of the wolf clan? Brandan's eyes narrowed. He vaguely sensed the presence of other demonic wolves, quite a few of them. Without much choice, he cautiously retreated. Knowing nothing about the wolf clan, avoiding conflict and finding a way around was the best option. To his relief, the 8 demonic wolves didn't react aggressively as he retreated. They only kept their gaze on him. He moved very slowly, each step carefully monitoring the pack's reaction, preparing to act at any moment. Gradually, he retreated to about 60 to 90 feet away, the wolf pack calming down, some turning away, seemingly uninterested in attacking further. Just as he expected, the wolf clan had a strong territorial instinct. Without hostility, quietly exiting their territory would prevent trouble. Swoosh! Just as Brandan was about to relax, a fireball suddenly streaked through the air, exploding on the hillside where the wolf pack was located. Boom! The hill shattered from the attack, 2 demonic wolves exploding into pieces, dead instantly. Damn! Brandan's face changed, realizing things had gone bad. Oh woo! Indeed, the demonic wolves let out furious howls, their eyes turning blood red. Without hesitation, Brandan bolted, accelerating to his maximum speed. The wolf pack also sprang into action, leaping off the hill and charging towards Brandan in a frenzied frenzy. Not just the initial few. Even more demonic wolves emerged from behind the hill, one after another, creating an impressive scene. Brandan's expression turned grim. He was set up by someone, and the wolf pack blamed him. Through that fireball, he knew who had betrayed him. It was Greg, whom he almost killed. Undoubtedly, Greg's strategy of using others as pawns was ruthless. Brandan's speed was fast, but the demonic wolves were faster, swift as wind. In an instant, 2 demonic wolves caught up, mouths agape, fangs exposed, ready to bite. With no choice, Brandan unleashed his secret power, swinging his fist towards one of the wolves. Bang! His punch hit the wolf's head, splattering its brain instantly, killing it with one strike. Then Brandan kicked another wolf, sending it flying. But this brief delay allowed more wolves to close in, enraged by the sight of their companions being killed. Brandan summoned the bronze mirror, driving it with secret power. The mirror vibrated, emitting brilliant light and releasing a powerful force. Several wolves that ventured too close were instantly thrown back. However, the remaining wolves showed no fear, charging forward relentlessly. On a distant hill, Greg watched with cold amusement as Brandan was pursued by the wolf pack, feeling extremely satisfied. Killing my kin, destroying my magical weapon. This is the price you pay. Greg gritted his teeth. His only regret was not killing Brandan himself, but watching Brandan being torn apart by the wolf pack gave him immense satisfaction. Greg knew Brandan was strong, but the wolf pack was massive and fearless, wondering how long Brandan could hold out. Snap. Brandan wielded a silver spiritual sword, driven by golden spiritual energy, transforming it into a lightning whip, lashing out at the encroaching wolves. The lightning whip was deadly, causing severe wounds with every strike. Even the tough hide of the wolves couldn't withstand it, and blood splattered with each strike. Since the wolves insisted on pursuing him, he had no choice but to fight back mercilessly. Within moments, over a dozen wolf corpses littered the ground, the pungent smell of blood spreading. Though fierce, the wolves began to hesitate, surrounding Brandan without daring to advance. Despite this, Brandan remained tense, a strong sense of unease growing within him. A woo. A high-pitched wolf howl resonated, boosting the pack's morale instantly. Brandan turned to see a snow-white demonic wolf, radiating an aura of kingship. This wolf was significantly larger than the others, with a budding horn on its forehead. Middle-stage matter control Finian. Brandan's eyes narrowed sharply. Even from a distance, Brandan could feel the Finian's terrifying power, a lethal threat to him. The Finian moved like lightning, rushing towards him in an instant. With a single breath, it spat out an intensely cold white light. Reacting quickly, Brandan used the bronze mirror to intercept. The mirror blocked the white light, but immediately froze, its power suppressed. What a powerful ice attribute attack! Brandan's face changed. Next, the Finian closed in, claws slashing fiercely. Brandan hurriedly restored the silver spiritual sword to normal, meeting the claws head-on. Clang! The wolf claws contained immense strength, forcing Brandan to retreat involuntarily upon impact. Brandan tried to use lightning attacks with the silver spiritual sword, but a powerful force blocked it entirely. His arm went numb, nearly losing grip on the sword. If not for his robust constitution, his arm might have been crippled. At this critical moment, the Finian's budding horn emitted countless sharp golden beams, each like a blade, unstoppable. Brandan's pupils contracted sharply. He shattered the ice on the bronze mirror with all his might, shielding himself with secret power. Still, many golden beams pierced through the mirror's defense, striking his body. Though the spider silk garment protected him from the beams, powerful forces penetrated the silk, impacting his body. Slash. Golden beams grazed his cheeks, neck, and hands, leaving varying depths of cuts, blood gushing out. One beam almost slit his throat. The Finian intensified its efforts, transmitting overwhelming power through its claws. Unable to resist, Brandan flew back like a cannonball, crashing into trees and embedding himself in a large stone slab. From this blow, he suffered significant injuries. Internal organs cracked, spitting out blood uncontrollably. The gap in cultivation was too great. No matter how powerful his constitution, or how remarkable his cultivation technique, or what high-level magical treasures he possessed, reversing the tide of battle was near impossible. Seeing the Finian charge at him again, Brandan exerted all his strength to lengthen the silver spiritual sword instantly. The extended silver spiritual sword was thrust into the Finian's chest, but it failed to break through its defenses and caused no substantial damage. The Finian batted away the silver spiritual sword with its claws and continued its charge forward. Its eyes burned fiercely with murderous intent. Bang! Brandan threw a punch to block the Finian's claw. There were faint runes swirling around his fist, successfully blocking the powerful strike. But his situation was dire. He was completely pinned against a large green rock by the Finian, unable to move. This time, you won't escape death. From atop a distant hill, Greg's eyes gleamed cruelly. His wish was about to come true, and he could already visualize the gory scene of Brandan being torn apart by the Finian. Boom! The green stone beneath Brandan shattered from a powerful impact. Although Brandan was also severely affected by this force, suffering intense pain in his internal organs and a surge of blood. Though the Finian's cultivation was only one level higher than Greg's, it far surpassed Greg in terms of strength and physical durability. It dominated Brandan completely. Relying on the power of the ancient runes, Brandan barely held off the pressure from the Finian's claws. But it was clear he couldn't hold out for long, especially when the Finian released its icy power, trying to encase him in ice, making his predicament even worse. With no other choice, Brandan used his inner heart flame to fuel the mysterious ancient lamp, releasing flames to counteract the cold. This, however, increased his energy consumption significantly. Can't hold on much longer. I need to find a way out, Brandan thought. At that moment, his soul trembled, activating the soul eye, secretly probing the Finian. That is, in an instant, Brandan made a discovery. Without any hesitation, he condensed all his soul power into the Jade Sword and executed the Oswald C. Sword control technique. The Jade Sword shot out from within his body like lightning, slicing diagonally across the Finian's neck. Puff! Blood spurted as a deep wound appeared on the Finian's neck. It wasn't because the Jade Sword was more powerful than the silver spiritual sword, but because Brandan had discovered the Finian's vulnerability, an old scar on its neck which was relatively weaker. The hidden secret power within the Jade Sword erupted, increasing the depth and length of the cut, causing a gushing flow of blood. Ayuyuyu. The Finian howled in agony, releasing Brandan and retreating. It hadn't anticipated Brandan's sudden attack, leaving it unprepared and thus suffering a significant blow. Seizing the opportunity, Brandan broke free and turned to flee without hesitation. The Finian's eyes glowed menacingly, its budding horn glowing, ready to launch an attack. However, It had to stop as more blood gushed from the neck wound. Watching Brandan get further away, the Fenian felt enraged yet helpless. Severely injured, with its major artery in the neck sliced open, it could ill afford another bout of heavy exertion, risking its own life otherwise. The other demonic wolves, standing far away, realized too late that they couldn't catch up to Brandan now. Mainly due to the Fenian's earlier dominance, they stayed back and dared not approach. How did he survive even this? From the hilltop, Greg clenched his fists. He couldn't understand why Brandan could still escape under such desperate circumstances. Due to his limited vantage point, Greg didn't know how Brandan managed to injure the Fenian. He's heavily injured now. This is the perfect chance to finish him off. Greg's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Deciding swiftly, Greg moved, preparing to intercept Brandan via a shortcut. On the other side, after escaping far enough and confirming the wolf pack wasn't pursuing him, Brandan finally stopped. As soon as he stopped, Brandan felt his blood roiling and spat out a mouthful of blood. What a formidable Fenian. If it weren't for that old injury on its neck, escaping would have been tough, Brandan muttered, still shaken by the experience. If he hadn't found the Fenian's weakness, he would have had no choice but to use the mysterious ancient lamp in a last-ditch effort, though it might not have worked. He was gravely injured from the Fenian's powerful attack. His internal organs were damaged, and both his secret meridians and meridians needed repair. He required some time to recover fully. Immediately, Brandan took out several medicinal herbs and chewed them down. In an unknown land, he needed to stay in top condition to deal with various situations. The medicinal herbs quickly released potent essences, integrating into his flesh and repairing the damaged organs and meridians. Fortunately, Brandan had reached the inner nourishment stage, greatly enhancing his organ strength, or else his injuries would have been even more severe. Repairing organs was the most troublesome among all types of injuries. Brandan carefully guided the fire chi he cultivated within his heart to spread towards other organs. Although this process was painful, it was an excellent method to temper his organs. Even the metal chi cultivated within his lungs could be used to temper other organs, but it required careful control. A slight mishap could cause organ damage. The Jidao Tiangong contained secrets to temper organs and flesh using the energies cultivated by the 5 organs. This was Brandan's first attempt. Through sheer willpower, Brandan gritted his teeth and persevered, understanding that great hardships breed great men. Whoosh! Dozens of fiery orbs suddenly appeared, raining down explosively toward Brandan. Startled awake, Brandan dodged as fast as possible. These fireballs contained explosive forces, and given his current weakened state, he dared not face them head-on. Despite his quick reaction, a few fireballs still hit him, covering him in soot and leaving him disheveled. You're indeed gravely injured. Let's see where you can run now. Greg's cold voice echoed as he appeared, stepping through the air from afar. ####Chapter 50. Seeking the spirit medicine. Blood trickled from the corner of Brandan's mouth as he lifted his head to face the approaching Greg. His expression was grim. Instead of him seeking out Greg for a confrontation, he had been tracked down instead. You killed my family member and stirred up trouble between the Liu family and the Harry family. You deserve to die many times over. Greg loomed over Brandan, unashamedly exuding a murderous aura. He did not come here to reason, but solely to kill Brandan in retribution. Without further ado, Greg mercilessly attacked, unleashing spirit energy and flames that coalesced into an enormous fireball more than 10 feet in diameter. It emitted an intense heat, drastically raising the surrounding temperature. Brandan's eyes narrowed as he sensed the terrifying power within the fireball. Once it exploded, immense destruction would ensue. At such close range, there was no way for him to avoid it. Die! Greg bellowed, launching the fireball with a wave of his hand. This time, he personally acted to ensure there would be no accidents. However, in the next moment, he felt an inexplicable unease and immediately retreated backwards. Boom! The moment the fireball flew out, it exploded violently, releasing an immensely destructive force that surged in all directions. Though Greg quickly retreated, he was still caught in the blast. Engulfed by flames, he never expected to be harmed by his own creation. Not only was he engulfed by flames, but also by lightning. Both elements collided, producing astonishing destructive power. Struggling to free himself from the combined attacks of flame and lightning, Greg found his clothes tattered and large patches of skin burnt and blackened. He looked utterly disheveled. As he scanned the area, he spotted the creature who had foiled his plans. It was a cat, a black cat with fleshy wings capable of flight, small in size yet radiating a strong aura. Where did this beast come from? How dare you oppose me? Greg said coldly. This was the first time he had encountered Hassan, so he did not know it was Brandan's soulbound spirit beast. He mistook it for an extraordinary beast native to the area. He immediately assessed Hassan to be at the late Chi mastery stage and remained composed, confident in his ability to handle it. Upon hearing Greg insulted as a beast, Hassan's eyes turned fierce. It transformed into a series of shadows, rushing directly toward Greg. Even before reaching him, countless sharp claw blades shot towards Greg. Each blade was solid and emitted a dark golden light. Initially, Greg planned to confront the attack head-on, but upon sensing the fear-inducing nature of the claws, he changed his mind and dodged at maximum speed. After avoiding the claws, he spun around and kicked viciously at Hassan. His boot glowed with spirit light, moving with blinding speed and immense force. Bang! Hassan was hit and flew away like a cannonball. A smirk appeared on Greg's face. Being struck by his kick, even an extraordinary Chi mastery beast should have broken bones and ruptured tendons, making any further struggle hopeless. But the next moment, the smile vanished from his face. Hassan seemed unharmed, flapping its wings angrily as it rushed back toward him. This time, Hassan did not rush forward recklessly, but unleashed bursts of black lightning from its wings, forming thunderballs that continuously bombarded Greg. Its stamina seemed inexhaustible. Greg frantically dodged, sensing the incredible power of each thunderball, which surpassed his earlier fireball. If hit, he might not survive unscathed. Suddenly, a thunderball struck his left arm. Despite defending with spirit energy, his left arm became scorched and numb. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Furious and frustrated, Greg chose wisely to retreat. Remaining longer would likely cost him his life. His boots glowed, boosting his speed, allowing him to dash through the air. Ayo! Seemingly enraged, Hassan emitted a tiger-like roar. It pursued Greg relentlessly, its wings flashing with lightning as it matched his speed. Brandan initially wanted to stop Hassan but reconsidered, trusting in its strength. He knew Hassan could handle itself against Greg. This man's luck is quite something, getting a pair of spirit boots that can fly and be used in combat. Truly rare and valuable, Brandan mused. He was sure Greg had obtained the boots after the meteor fell, turning disaster into fortune. Meeting Greg so soon made Brandan glad, as it reinforced his belief that Darcy was likely alive nearby. The injuries to my organs, secret meridians, and channels are too complex. I need some specialized healing spirit medicines, Brandan muttered. Relying solely on self-healing through cultivation would take too long, leaving him vulnerable during that period. This place was rich in spiritual energy and home to powerful extraordinary beasts. Spirit medicines must be plentiful if he could find and gather them. Before long, Hassan returned. How did it go? Brandan asked. Hassan raised its head proudly, revealing a spatial ring as it opened its paw. Seeing the ring, Brandan understood that Greg had undoubtedly been killed by Hassan. Taking the ring from Hassan, Brandan examined its contents. The spatial ring held little space, less than 3 feet in length, width, and height, containing many items but few of value. Next, he pulled out a pair of pale gold spirit boots, the most valuable item. Injecting a stream of golden spirit energy, the boots responded, intricate patterns appearing clearly before floating suspended in midair. These boots, like my lightning attribute spirit sword, are naturally formed by heaven and earth, possessing great potential for growth. Truly a remarkable item. Brandan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Though inferior in rank to the silver spirit sword, the boots were practical. They allowed flight with minimal energy consumption and rapid acceleration when necessary. Brandan promptly replaced his old shoes with the spirit boots. Such a treasure could save his life in critical moments. In previous encounters, like with the wolf pack, these boots would have prevented unnecessary difficulties. He couldn't help but thank Greg for delivering such a valuable item. Petting Hassan's head, Brandan smiled. Hassan, thanks to you again. Well done. Reflecting on it, it was Finian's frenzied attack that awakened Hassan, enabling it to protect him in crisis. Hassan, we need to find some healing spirit medicines, Brandan continued. Hassan nodded, recognizing it wasn't a difficult task. An idea flashed through Brandan's mind. There's a place that should have spirit medicines. Let's check it out. He retraced his steps toward the hill where the wolf pack resided, conserving energy and keeping the boots hidden. Soon, Brandan and Hassan arrived at the wolves' territory. Sensing their approach, several demonic wolves leaped onto the hilltop. Upon seeing Brandan, they visibly recoiled, though snarling ferociously. Fear kept them retreating involuntarily, remembering Brandan's ruthless slaughter. Brandan dashed up the hill, causing the demonic wolves to retreat even further. Standing atop the hill, Brandan's gaze immediately locked onto the den of the demonic wolves. It was just a few hundred feet away, where there was a large underground cave with demonic wolves guarding the entrance. Did an entire clan transform into extraordinary beasts, or are these demonic wolves all descendants of the Finian? Brandan speculated inwardly. If it were the former, it would be astonishing. He had never encountered such a situation before. Of course, if it were the latter, it wouldn't be any less remarkable either. To breed an enormous extraordinary beast clan in a century on one's own was no ordinary feat. Ayo! The wolf pack emitted howls that rose and fell in succession, trying to intimidate Brandan and Hassan. However, their intimidation had no effect at all. Brandan and Hassan paid them no heed and headed straight for the cave. Hassan's eyes swept around, exuding an extremely powerful aura filled with strong warning signals. At this moment, Hassan didn't look like a cat, but more like the king of all beasts, majestic and formidable. Without encountering any obstruction, Brandan and Hassan reached the cave entrance. Brandan released his soul force, probing into the cave. After breaking through in cultivation, his soul strength had significantly improved, extending further with heightened sensitivity. The cave was vast, stretching several dozen feet underground. Gems glowed within, illuminating its interior. Brandan's soul force quickly located the Finian, lying inside the cave looking extremely weak. A demonic wolf carrying a spirit medicine approached the Finian, intending to feed it. Iceheart grass. Brandan's eyes gleamed. Hassan, come with me. Brandan immediately called out to Hassan. Even as he spoke, he rushed into the cave, seeming very urgent. A demonic wolf tried to block him but was slapped away by Hassan's claw. Inside the cave, Brandan activated the spirit boots and appeared beside the demonic wolf holding the spirit medicine, snatching it away from its mouth. Just then, the weakened Finian opened its eyes, revealing ferocious light, springing up to pounce on Brandan. A flash of black light appeared as Hassan emerged beside Brandan, slashing fiercely with sharp claws towards the Finian. Hassan was not intimidated even if the Finian was at full strength. He was ready to battle it. Seizing the opportunity, Brandan retreated to the side, putting the obtained spirit medicine into the spatial ring. The spirit medicine was fresh, with sap still oozing from the cut end, indicating it was freshly picked. The wound on the Finian's neck, which had begun to heal, tore open again, blood gushing out. In this condition, the Finian had no choice but to fight desperately, hoping to finish off Hassan quickly. However, Hassan was no easy prey. His body was strong, and his attacks fierce, allowing him to withstand the Finian's frenzied assault. After a dozen rounds, due to excessive blood loss, the Finian became increasingly weaker, making it powerless even in its desperate state. In another 10 rounds, the Finian finally collapsed in a pool of blood, devoid of any life signs. Brandan watched the dead Finian calmly, understanding the law of the jungle in this cultivation world. He drew out the jade sword and, using it as a dagger, quickly skinned the Finian and sliced off its 4 legs. Being an extraordinary beast at the controlling object stage, it shouldn't be wasted. Thinking for a moment, he removed the unformed horn on the Finian's forehead and plucked out several sharp wolf fangs, all highly valuable items. Then, Brandan took out the iceheart grass and ate it without hesitation. Iceheart grass is a second-grade spirit medicine with good healing effects. Outside the cave, dozens of demonic wolves hovered but dared not intrude, effectively guarding the cave. This was why Brandan chose to consume the iceheart grass inside the cave for recuperation. After some time, Brandan absorbed the iceheart grass, his injuries improving, though not fully healed. The cracks in his internal organs had vanished. Injuries are under control, but I need more healing spirit medicines. Brandan exhaled deeply and stood up. Actually, Hassan's spatial ring contained several 3rd and 4th grade spirit medicines from Ishan's secret realm, but none were meant for healing, and their potency was too intense for casual consumption. Exiting the cave, the pack of demonic wolves retreated, fear evident in their eyes. The next moment, they turned and ran. Brandan was slightly surprised. He expected the wolves to fight to the death but was faced with this outcome instead. Shaking his head, he ignored the fleeing wolves and began searching nearby for more iceheart grass or other spirit medicines. Not far from the cave was a cold pond. The water was freezing, well below the freezing point, yet it remained unfrozen. Along the edge grew several iceheart grasses, although not yet matured and their potency not at peak. Brandan didn't have time to wait for them to mature. Even less potent ones could help his recovery. With Hassan protecting him, he had no qualms, directly consuming the immature iceheart grasses. Their effect was decent. Several immature iceheart grasses equated to 1 mature plant, further healing his internal injuries. However, the damage to his secret meridians and channels remained severe, impacting his performance. Secret energy flowed through the secret meridians, and golden spirit energy through the channels. Both being damaged hindered their smooth operation, significantly weakening his power. Considering this, Brandan should feel fortunate that his secret meridians and channels were abnormally resilient. Otherwise, they would have snapped entirely, causing real trouble. Hassan, what are you looking at? Having finished his recuperation, Brandan looked curiously at Hassan. Hassan was flying above the cold pond, observing something intently. Chapter 51. Where am I? Without hesitation, Brandan activated his spirit boots and flew above the cold spring to observe along with Ash. There's something valuable down there, Ash communicated telepathically. After his cultivation improved, Ash's soul also became stronger, making it easy for him to communicate via soul projection with Brandan. A sharp light flashed in Brandan's eyes. Do you know what it is? No, the water is too deep, severely hindering my perception, Ash replied. Hearing this, Brandan released his soul force, extending it into the cold spring, intending to thoroughly investigate. However, his soul force encountered resistance just 10 feet deep and couldn't extend any further. Brandan retracted his soul force, pondered for a moment, and said, let's dive down and see. This was within the territory of the wolf pack, where even the wolf king had been killed, so it was unlikely to be dangerous. As cultivators, they challenged fate every day. Even if there were dangers, they couldn't back down from opportunities. It might offer a chance to change their destiny. Brandan immediately covered himself with golden spirit energy to form a protective shield before leaping into the cold spring. Although Ash didn't like water, he did not hesitate to follow closely behind. Using their spirit power, both man and cat dove rapidly, but the depth of the cold spring far exceeded their expectations. As they dived deeper, the pressure in the water increased significantly, and the cold intensified, putting considerable strain on their protective shields. Too cold. We're about to freeze solid. Even with the release of heart-cultivated fire chi, Brandan felt barely able to withstand it. Ash, who had similarly cultivated his heart to generate fire chi, was also shivering despite the warmth surrounding him. By now, they had dived more than 30 fathoms, almost reaching their limit. Note, zhang is a traditional Chinese unit of length, approximately equivalent to 3.3 meters or 10 feet. Using fathoms, which is about 6 feet, might be more fitting for an underwater depth measurement in English. I can sense it. We are very close to the treasure, Ash projected telepathically. Brandan gritted his teeth. Then let's take a risk. Hope our luck isn't too bad. You return to my body first. Together, we'll resist the cold. Without hesitation, Ash transformed into a dark beam of light and entered Brandan's body. With combined strength, an even stronger fire chi was released, along with the activation of the mystical ancient lamp. Despite these measures, after diving another 7 to 8 feet, Brandan and Ash reached their limits, yet the supposed treasure was still not found. I can't go any deeper without freezing, Brandan said, his eyes filled with frustration and reluctance. Ice began forming on his body, his blood nearly congealing, secret techniques and spirit power barely functioning. His situation was dire. He had no choice but to ascend and think of another plan. Just as Brandan prepared to rise, Ash suddenly appeared outside and continued descending, muttering, only a bit more. Brandan had no choice but to follow. He couldn't let Ash face the danger alone. That is, diving another 5 zhang, about 15 feet. Though frozen stiff, Brandan's spirits were suddenly lifted. He saw a special liquid that didn't dissolve in the cold spring water, emitting a faint bluish-green glow, floating uncertainly in the water. Kuei water essence. Brandan's eyes brightened. He believed his judgment was correct. The special liquid was the 4-grade spiritual object, Kuei water essence, as recorded in the spiritual treasure map, a highly precious water-type spiritual object formed by condensed water essence under special conditions. With this, cultivating the kidneys will be much easier. A look of eagerness appeared in Brandan's eyes. Ash was already acting, summoning the 5th-grade spirit instrument jade bottle, obtained in the Ishan mystic realm. Driven by spirit power, the bottle produced a powerful suction, instantly capturing the Kuei water essence. In a blink, All the Kuei water essence was sucked into the bottle. There's more below. Ash's expression was excited. Immediately, he cautiously directed the jade bottle towards a larger cluster of Kuei water essence deeper down. The second batch was larger and seemingly of higher quality. The length of time Kuei water essence existed could influence its quality. Though both were 4th grade, their effects could differ significantly. Strong spiritual power in the depths of the cold spring greatly affected Ash's control over the jade bottle. Just as Ash rejoiced at obtaining the second batch of Kuei water essence, Brandan felt a chill run down his spine, as if being watched by something terrifying. Next moment, he truly saw a pair of eyes in the depths of the cold spring, coldly staring at him. Ash, let's get out of here. Brandan's expression changed as he urgently called out. Unaware of the cause, Ash brought the jade bottle and promptly entered Brandan's body. Brandan hurriedly activated his spirit boots, rising rapidly through the water. What took them long to descend was now covered in mere moments. Exiting the cold spring, Brandan didn't pause, escaping at full speed without looking back. Only after depleting his spirit power and ensuring nothing was pursuing them did Brandan finally stop, now miles away from the cold spring. What happened? Ash appeared externally, curiosity in his eyes. Brandan panted, saying, "Didn't you see? There was a pair of eyes in the cold spring. Just one glance left me with palpitations. It was definitely a terrifying creature. Luckily it didn't chase us, or we would have been in big trouble." He guessed their harvesting of Kuei water essence must have disturbed the creature. If they had been greedier, they would likely have provoked its wrath. Fortunately, he made the decision to leave in time. Otherwise, not only would they lose the Kuei water essence, they might lose their lives. A pity. I sensed there was much more Kuei water essence in the cold spring. Regret showed clearly in Ash's eyes. He had intended to refine some Kuei water essence now, adapt to the cold spring's environment, then dive deeper for more. Now those plans were dashed. Brandan comforted him. We shouldn't be too greedy. For rare spiritual objects like Kuei water essence, getting some is already incredibly lucky. Ash immediately pulled out the jade bottle, eyes shining eagerly. Currently, both Brandan and Ash had successfully cultivated their hearts and lungs, mastering fire and metal element powers. Naturally, Ash also possessed innate lightning power stored in his meat wings. Lightning belonged to a special attribute derived from the 5 elements, but it was relatively complex and rarely mastered by people. Some extraordinary beasts inherently possessed lightning power as a natural talent. We'll split it equally. Ash poured the Kuei water essence from the jade bottle and divided it evenly into 2 portions. He then opened his mouth and swallowed half in one go, beginning to refine it immediately. Seeing this, Brandan followed suit, swallowing his portion. It was important to utilize treasures early, converting them into strength to maximize their value. As soon as Brandan sat down, a thick layer of frost formed around him, covering the surrounding grass. Hiss, so cold. Brandan couldn't help shivering, his body nearly immobilized. He regretted mimicking Ash by swallowing all the Kuei water essence at once. Now he had a problem. The Kuei water essence was extremely icy, each drop containing astounding coldness that could freeze upon solid. Swallowing dozens of drops at once was dangerous. In an instant, Brandan turned into an ice statue, a thick layer of ice forming around him, rendering his body immobile. You damn Ash, Brandan cursed inwardly. Thankfully, his consciousness remained clear, painstakingly circulating secret technique to gradually refine the Kuei water essence, integrating it into his kidneys. Fortunately, the power of Kuei water essence was relatively gentle. Otherwise, they would have been in serious trouble. Threads of icy force entered his kidneys, feeling like needles pricking or being gnawed by thousands of ants. It was indescribably painful and unbearable, but there was no choice but to endure it. After an unknown amount of time, the pain subsided, replaced by a refreshing sensation. A strong flow of Kuei water chi erupted from his kidneys. Success. Brandan's tense heart relaxed as joy welled up inside him. He had just completely refined the Kuei water essence. Just when he thought it was hopeless, he succeeded at the last moment. Water is the source of life. With the successful nourishment of his kidneys, the Kuei water chi surged continuously, strengthening his very essence. Brandan could feel the Kuei water chi circulating through his body, clearly accelerating the healing of his injuries, especially those in his organs which were almost completely healed. To successfully nourish 3 organs, the remaining liver and spleen will be much more difficult, Brandan thought privately. But no matter how difficult, he would do his utmost because this phase of cultivation had a significant impact on future training. Any aspiring powerhouse would pay close attention to this stage. At this moment, Ash also finished refining the Kuei water essence, successfully nurturing his kidneys, advancing his cultivation. With a mere thought, he could break through to the object control realm if he wished. Ash, use your talent to find me some treasures that can repair my secret meridians and channels, Brandan said, standing up and patting Ash on his shoulder. As his bonded spirit beast, Ash understood Brandan's condition best. There were no secrets between them. Ash immediately took action, flapping his meat wings and flying off in a chosen direction. Having learned from the Wolfpack incident, Brandan became much more cautious. He released his soul force to cover several dozen feet around him, allowing him to detect dangers early. This added considerable burden on his soul, but he viewed it as a form of honing himself. What puzzled Brandan was that despite covering a vast area, he hadn't seen any signs of civilization or ordinary wildlife, only extraordinary beasts, which was clearly abnormal. Could this be a mystical realm? Brandan speculated boldly. Mystical realms have unique environments capable of producing rare treasures and numerous extraordinary beasts. The Ishan mystic realm was a perfect example. Comparing this place, Brandan increasingly believed that it was indeed a mystical realm hidden within the Baizu Mountains, possibly opened by the powerful shockwaves of the fallen meteor. During a critical moment, the mystical realm might have drawn him in, sparing him from disaster. Reflecting on this, Brandan believed this was likely the truth. However, since mystical realms usually only draw in extraordinary beings, this explained why he saw no ordinary creatures. If I'm in a mystical realm, how do I get out? Brandan frowned slightly. The Ishan Mystic Realm had specific times for opening and closing, but the situation here was completely unknown. Everyone was mysteriously drawn in without knowing the way out. Shaking his head, Brandan put aside his worries. When you're here, make the best of it. He would search for an exit gradually but doubted a mystical realm could imprison him for life. Even if he couldn't find an exit with sufficient strength, he could forcibly break out. Moreover, now that he was sure this was a mystical realm, he should seize every opportunity to gain more benefits. True to its reputation, Ash quickly found several healing treasures for Brandan. As he traveled, Brandan refined these treasures, feeling his secret meridians and channels slowly heal. His mood improved significantly. Brandan, come quickly. Look what I found. Ash called excitedly via soul projection. Hearing the call, Brandan hurried over. Following Ash's claw pointing, he saw a small patch of red soil amidst lush grass, a barren, striking contrast. And within this red soil, something even more eye-catching stood out. A black-brown lingji mushroom covered in golden veins, radiating brilliant light. That's heavenly pulsoswaldzi. A deep sense of surprise flashed across Brandan's eyes. According to Spiritual Treasure Map, the heavenly pulsoswaldzi was a 5th-grade spiritual medicine, incredibly rare. It could nurture meridians and had a chance to prematurely open the heavenly meridian. The heavenly meridian was extremely mysterious, hard to reach, and vital for advanced cultivation stages. If it could be opened earlier, the benefits would be manifold. Not thinking about opening the heavenly meridian, Brandan knew that refining the heavenly pulsoswaldzi would instantly heal his secret meridians and channels, making them stronger than before. Though excited, he did not act rashly. Instead, he carefully perceived with his soul force. He soon detected a powerful aura belonging to a formidable extraordinary beast, but it wasn't nearby at the moment. Without hesitation, he swiftly moved closer, plucking the heavenly pulsoswaldzi from the ground. Let's go. With the heavenly pulsoswaldzi in hand, Brandan urged Ash to leave immediately. Who knew when that extraordinary beast might appear? Delaying could result in serious trouble. To ensure they didn't lose their prize, Brandan started eating the heavenly pulsoswaldzi while running. Truthfully, it was tough and bitter, tasting like wood, causing him to gag. But for the sake of healing, he endured it, having yet to master alchemy. Brandan left a third of the heavenly pulsoswaldzi for Ash, sharing the bounty. Ash devoured the remaining portion quickly, undiscriminating. Suddenly, a roar filled with fury echoed, shaking the forest. Upon hearing the direction of the roar, Brandan's blood ran cold. Immediately, he poured golden spiritual energy into his spirit boots, increasing his speed to the maximum. Chapter 52. Always running. Moments later, an enormous figure burst from the forest and soared into the sky, its body glowing with a brilliant golden light as if it were cast from spirit gold. It was a golden lion, its eyes disdainful and its aura overwhelmingly powerful. It had reached the Pill Foundation realm and was capable of aerial flight. Brandan's scalp tingled. He knew he was in deep trouble. The extraordinary beast guarding the heavenly pulse fungus was incredibly strong. How could he possibly escape? In the blink of an eye, the golden lion descended from the sky and blocked Brandan's path. Although Brandan had already consumed the heavenly pulse fungus, its residual aura still lingered on him, making it impossible to evade the golden lion's senses. The golden lion looked down at Brandan, its gaze unfriendly, with a glint of killing intent. Hand over the heavenly pulse fungus, and I'll give you a swift death, the golden lion spoke, its tone extremely domineering. Brandan's mind raced. He feared that if the golden lion lacked sentience, it would have attacked immediately. Since it had intelligence, there might be a chance for negotiation. After a brief moment, Brandan spoke. Tai, I have already consumed the heavenly pulse fungus. There's no way I can hand it over. What? The golden lion's eyes filled with even more killing intent. Brandan hurriedly continued. Although I cannot return the heavenly pulse fungus, I can offer compensation. What do you have that can compare to the heavenly pulse fungus? The golden lion asked coldly. Brandan replied, a large quantity of sunflower water essence, and even rarer water attribute spiritual objects. Show them, the golden lion commanded. Brandan said, the treasures are not on my person. You dare to trick me? The golden lion's eyes flashed with anger. Brandan quickly added, Tai, please calm down. I mean no offense. I know where there are treasures but lack the ability to retrieve them. Where? Let me there. If you dare to deceive me, I'll make you wish you were dead. The golden lion growled menacingly. Relieved, Brandan led the golden lion without delay. He intended to lead it to the cold pond. He thought this might be his only way out. After some time, they arrived at the cold pond. Tai, the treasure is within this pond, Brandan said. The golden lion hovered in the air, scrutinizing the pond but found nothing unusual and could not sense the bottom. Go down and fetch the treasure for me, the golden lion ordered coldly. Brandan grimaced. If I could, I would have retrieved it already. The pond is too deep, with intense cold below. I cannot bear it or reach the treasure. Then go down with me, the golden lion said. It was evident that the golden lion did not fully trust Brandan and did not want to let him out of its sight. Brandan did not resist, knowing resistance would cost him his life. He leaped into the pond first, leading the way. The golden lion wrapped itself in golden light and followed. After observing, it believed there were treasures in the pond, or it wouldn't have entered the water. As Brandan expected, having refined the sunflower water essence made him adaptable to the pond's environment, unbothered by the cold. However, he pretended to struggle, trembling visibly. As they descended deeper, Brandan's pace slowed. At around 40 fathoms, he stopped. Tai, I have reached my limit and cannot descend further, Brandan shuddered. The golden lion's eyes, glowing with golden light, caught sight of a peculiar brilliance, confirming it was high-quality sunflower water essence. Without hesitation, it continued downward. Its strength made the pressure and cold negligible. Meanwhile, Ice began to form around Brandan, turning him into an ice sculpture, which then floated upward. Worthless, the golden lion sneered, focusing on retrieving the treasure. Frozen Brandan floated to the surface, and the ice melted rapidly. In an instant, Brandan freed himself, activating his spirit boots and soaring into the air. Without hesitating, he fled in one direction. His staged freezing in the water was designed to create an opportunity for escape. Initially, he realized the golden lion's murderous nature meant it wouldn't let him live. Negotiating with high-level spirit items would only result in both him and the treasure being lost. Tricking the golden lion into the pond offered him a slim chance of survival. I hope the creature at the pond's bottom swallows the lion, Brandan prayed internally. His instinct told him the creature was far stronger than the golden lion, so if disturbed, the lion would be in grave danger. Only the golden lion's death would ensure his true safety. However, he didn't solely rely on the creature and sped away as fast as possible. A loud boom sounded behind him. Even miles away, Brandan saw a massive water column shoot up hundreds of feet high. The golden lion struggled out of the water, its body covered in wounds, leaking pale gold blood. Just as it tried to flee, a current bound it tightly like chains. Roar! The golden lion screamed in agony, struggling futilely against the watery chains. Next, the chains dragged the golden lion back into the pond, and the water column receded. Waiting long, Brandan saw no movement or sign of the golden lion. Phew! Brandan exhaled sharply. Just as he guessed, the creature at the pond's bottom was terrifyingly powerful, leaving the Pill Foundation realm golden lion powerless. The creature controlled the water effortlessly, eliminating the golden lion. Thank goodness I escaped quickly, Brandan sighed in relief. Leading the golden lion into the pond was risky. Had it disturbed the creature immediately, both might have died. Thankfully, the plan succeeded, allowing Brandan to escape while luring the golden lion to its doom. Brandan sat down to catch his breath. I mustn't approach that pond again. Luck doesn't last forever. Another attempt would likely bring disaster. Adjusting his mindset, Brandan started refining the heavenly pulse fungus. This place was dangerous, and strong creatures could appear anytime. He needed to heal and boost his strength quickly. Just starting the refinement, Brandan screamed in pain. The essence integrating into his secret meridians and channels was intensely stimulating, feeling like thousands of needles piercing him, causing unbearable pain. He realized the heavenly pulse fungus was reshaping his secret meridians and channels. The process was brutal, almost breaking them before reconnecting. Even with Brandan's extraordinary endurance, the pain was unbearable at this moment. His body twitched uncontrollably, and he longed to pass out but found his consciousness painfully clear. This damned heavenly pulse fungus? Does it want my life? Brandan gritted his teeth, writhing in agony on the ground. Fortunately, he had only consumed 2/3 of it, leaving a third for Ash. If he had eaten it all, he might have died on the spot. Such intense pain could kill someone with weaker willpower. After an indeterminate amount of time, Brandan gradually quieted down, sitting cross-legged again with a peaceful expression. He had endured the unimaginable pain, successfully refining the heavenly pulse fungus and reshaping his secret meridians and channels. As a result, his wounds healed, and his meridians widened, becoming even tougher. Now, Brandan used his soul force to observe his body internally, focusing on a very special channel. This channel couldn't be seen with the naked eye. It was ethereal yet real, much like the secret meridians he had cultivated. So this is the celestial channel? Connected to heaven and earth, it can draw in spiritual energy from an unknown place. Truly wondrous, Brandan marveled inwardly. He was surprised that the heavenly pulse fungus had indeed helped him prematurely open the celestial channel. Looking at this miraculous channel, he felt the intense suffering he endured was worth it. Boom. Suddenly, a massive sound woke him up. He reined in his thoughts, turning to look toward the source of the noise. It came from the cold pond. A figure floated in midair, attacking the pond. Brandan recognized this figure. He had seen him before in the 100 Broken Mountains, one of the powerful individuals who attacked the mountain turtle. Moreover, he noticed that this person's aura had grown stronger, undoubtedly benefiting greatly within the mystic realm. No wonder he dared challenge the cold pond. I wonder if this person can stand against the creature at the bottom of the pond? Brandan muttered, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Now far enough from the pond to avoid collateral damage, he could safely watch the battle. The strong individual was formidable, wielding a broad heavy sword and continuously slashing fierce sword beams into the rising water columns. Then, he pressed down with one hand, invoking earth elemental power, causing a huge stone mountain to crash down. Boom! A white light shot out from the pond, shattering the stone mountain. Next, countless ice spikes erupted from the pond, attacking indiscriminately over a wide area. Brandan watched with a tingling scalp. At his current strength, he couldn't withstand even a single spike, let alone live through it. Suddenly, Brandan sensed danger and turned his gaze to see several figures quickly approaching. He wanted to hide, but it was too late. They had already spotted him. In their eyes, he saw hostility, which worried him. Are they from the Liu family or Harry family? Brandan thought. Unsurprisingly, these few were likely allies of the one attacking the pond. Brandan felt helpless and immediately turned to leave, realizing that being chased in the 100-foot mountains didn't mean escaping such fate in the mystic realm. His instinct was correct. Those figures redirected toward him. Though he didn't want to run, he had no choice. Except for one at the late chi condensation stage, the others were at the late object control stage, making for a formidable group. To catch up quickly, the strongest individual, at the middle object control stage, conjured a spirit sword and flew with several companions. However, 3 of them lacked spirit artifacts and couldn't use aerial flight techniques. Seeing this, Brandan activated his spirit boots, drastically increasing his speed, or else he'd soon be caught. Do you think you can escape? Stay where you are. The middle object control stage individual shouted, raising his hand to summon dozens of swords, all rushing towards Brandan. Though not solid, they were potent, resembling real spirit swords. Sensing the danger, Brandan summoned the copper mirror as defense. The mirror emitted brilliant light, blocking the incoming swords. The impact made Brandan's internal blood chi churn, nearly knocking him out of the air. The mirror's light dimmed, revealing faint cracks. Given its already severe damage, it couldn't withstand strong attacks. Gritting his teeth, Brandan injected golden essence energy into his spirit boots, bolstering his speed significantly. Seeing this, the middle object control stage individual decisively left his companions to chase solo. Carrying 4 others slowed him down and limited his combat ability. Come down now. The pursuer bellowed, summoning a massive sword aura to slash down. Ding! The mirror glowed again, blocking the sword aura. This time, however, Brandan heard a clear cracking sound as a visible crack spread across the mirror. Bang! Part of the sword aura hit Brandan, causing him to plummet towards the ground, crashing into a small lake below. The middle object control stage individual followed, frowning as Brandan didn't resurface. After some thought, he attacked, filling the sky with sword auras, forcing Brandan out. Unexpectedly, despite prolonged attacks, Brandan didn't appear. Do you really think I can't deal with you? The pursuer extended both hands towards the lake. Boom! The lake surface exploded, a massive jet of water shooting out as he attempted to drain the lake using object control techniques, forcing Brandan to show himself. Chapter 53. The xuanhuan fruit. To better control the flow of water, the man descended to the shore and began continuously transporting the lake water away. It was just a small lake, so emptying it of water wasn't much of a challenge. Unfortunately, he hadn't successfully nurtured his kidneys in the aura control realm. Otherwise, controlling water elemental power would be far easier now. As he saw the lake's water being transported nearly halfway out, suddenly, a stream of water flew out, instantly freezing into ice, transforming into a gigantic dragon claw that reached directly toward the person on the shore. Child's play. The man freed one hand, grabbed the spirit sword, and casually slashed at the icy dragon claw. Bang! The icy dragon claw could not withstand the attack from the spirit sword and shattered on the spot. But just as the icy dragon claw broke, a bolt of silvery lightning suddenly appeared, its sharpness exposed like an arrow. The man reacted incredibly quickly, instantly deflecting the held spirit sword to precisely block the silver lightning. However, the silver lightning's offensive strength was powerful, and the spirit sword's rank was too low. Upon contact, cracks immediately appeared on it. Humph! The man let out a heavy cold snort, swinging his sword to disperse the silver lightning, then continued with more sword strikes, sending out over 100 piercing sword auras. Brandan revealed himself, dodging at the fastest speed possible. When he couldn't dodge, he blocked with the silver spirit sword in his hand. His eyes showed deep regret. Just now was a great opportunity, where he thought he could severely injure the opponent, but failed unexpectedly. Seeing Brandan appear, the man immediately launched a more intense attack. The surrounding spiritual energy converged frantically towards him, rapidly forming over 100 swords centered on his spirit energy, swirling around him in an impressive display. Return my son's life to me, kill. With his roar, these swords spun and sped off, forming a torrent of swords, mighty and unstoppable. At this moment, Brandan finally figured out the man's identity. It was Winston's father, Stephen, the real power figure of the Liu family. No wonder he was so formidable. Facing the murderer of his son, Stephen had gone berserk, determined to kill Brandan at all costs to avenge his son. He didn't know whether Winston died at the hands of Brandan or Darcy. His mission was to kill both. Unable to avoid the torrent of swords, Brandan had no choice but to submerge back into the water again while releasing strong cold chi to freeze the lake water. Boom! The torrent of swords crashed hard against the ice, shattering the thick layer of ice and following right behind Brandan. Seeing no way to retreat further, Brandan burst out from the lake bottom, unleashing the bronze mirror to withstand the weakened sword torrent. This action caused the bronze mirror to suffer even more damage, with countless cracks covering its surface, nearly collapsing. At the same time, Brandan also felt considerable impact, his internal chi and blood surging wildly, feeling quite uncomfortable. If his secret meridians and channels hadn't been nurtured by the celestial vein gourd, they might have been damaged again. Seeing Brandan block his fierce attack, Stephen frowned. He was at the mid-stage of object control realm, close to late stage, while Brandan was only in the early stage of aura control realm, yet dealing with him was proving so difficult. Letting such a monster grow would certainly become a future threat to the Liu family. It must be eradicated early. Thinking this, Stephen attacked again, spitting out waves of metal sword chi from his mouth. His talent was limited, having only successfully nurtured his lungs in the aura control realm. Thus, he had invested substantial effort in nurturing the metal sword chi, using it as his ultimate weapon. At this moment, Ash emerged from Brandan's body, driving the jade bottle to absorb the metal sword chi. Originally, Brandan wanted Ash to hide and find a good opportunity to strike, but plans changed given the situation. The jade bottle successfully absorbed all the metal sword chi but shook violently, barely under Ash's control. There was nothing he could do. Although the jade bottle was a 5th-rank spirit artifact, it was limited by Ash's cultivation level and far from its full potential. Seeing Ash appear, Stephen's murderous intent grew even stronger. He immediately used the metal sword chi to drive the spirit sword in his hand, slashing out thousands of terrifying sword auras. Ash fearlessly met the challenge head-on. It had killed mid-stage aura control realm experts before, albeit when they were injured. Thus, Brandan finally got a chance to catch his breath, channeling his cultivation technique to calm the surging blood chi inside him. In an instant, Ash closed in on Stephen, clashing with the spirit sword in his hand with its claws, without falling behind. Ash fully utilized its advantages, employing various attack methods, sharp claws, electric shock from its meat wings, and occasional fiery breath directed at Stephen. Faced with Ash's continuous attacks, Stephen had to divert attention to defend. What stunned Stephen most was Ash's incredible physical resilience, unscathed even by his sword aura, placing it inherently on a non-defeated ground. Brandan was also taken aback, realizing he had underestimated Ash and had no clear understanding of its true strength. If he had known how strong Ash was earlier, he wouldn't have needed to endure so much. Just depending on Ash won't be enough. I need to contribute as well, Brandan thought. Ultimately, Ash relied on its powerful physique and multiple attack methods to match Steven, which could lead to uncertain outcomes if prolonged. Moreover, the longer it took, the more likely other Lu family experts would arrive, putting them in an unfavorable position. Immediately, Brandan rejoined the battle, stowing away the bronze mirror and summoning the mysterious ancient lamp instead. The bronze mirror was too damaged and might be destroyed if struck again. Driven by secret power and flame departure chi, the fire from the mysterious ancient lamp surged, evolving into a massive fire cloud that spread toward Steven. Fire overpowered metal, and Steven, mastering only metallic force, was undoubtedly greatly restrained by the flame attacks. Sensing the approaching fire cloud, Steven pushed Ash back and turned to slash with his sword, cutting through the fire cloud with sword aura. Swoosh! Seizing the opportunity, Ash pounced forward like lightning. Its powerful claw penetrated Steven's defense, leaving deep bloody marks on his shoulder. In pain, Steven swung his sword backward. Instead of resisting, Ash sent out the jade bottle. With a crack, Steven's spirit sword broke. At this moment, Brandan activated the silver spirit sword, elongating it instantly. Pooh! The silver thunder sword pierced through Steven's body, unleashing strong electrical power. However, Brandan did not smile. He aimed for Steven's heart but missed. This person was indeed troublesome. Boom! At this moment, a powerful aura erupted from within Steven. He broke through. Brandan was startled. This development was beyond his expectations. Affected by the powerful spirit energy, both Brandan and Ash involuntarily stepped back. I will tear you into pieces. Steven's eyes blazed with terrifying killing intent. Long unable to kill Brandan and Ash and suffering injuries from them, Steven was thoroughly enraged, his killing aura raging. Ayuyu. Ash's eyes glowed ferociously, emitting a high-pitched tiger roar. Unfazed, it instead heightened its fighting spirit, concentrating its inner spirit energy on its flesh wings, releasing dark and terrifying lightning. The lightning coalesced into a giant lightning ball, continually accumulating power, radiating a destructive aura. Ash now resembled a messenger of lightning, drawing stray lightning forces from the heavens towards itself. Remarkably, dark clouds gathered in the sky, turning everything dark, with lightning flashing through the clouds and bolts zigzagging, presenting a horrifying scene. Something is wrong with Ash's state. Brandan frowned, sensing something unusual. He vaguely perceived that the lightning power Ash was gathering was somewhat uncontrollable, causing backlash on Ash itself, with blood seeping through its surface. Ash, stop immediately. Through their contract bond, Brandan loudly called out to Ash. He couldn't let Scott continue like this. Otherwise, before injuring the enemy, he would exhaust himself. Hearing Brandan's call, Scott's eyes immediately regained clarity, and it quickly hurled the lightning ball out. Break! Steven roared and unleashed a punch. This seemingly simple punch was actually fueled by the formidable spiritual power of a late-stage object control realm cultivator. Boom! The lightning ball instantly exploded, emitting a blinding silver light that was dazzling to behold. Pooh! Hidden within the silvery light, a short jade sword appeared next to Steven, decapitating him in one strike. It wasn't that Steven wasn't alert. Rather, the force released from the explosion of the lightning ball severely affected his perception. Also, he never imagined that Brandan, being only at the early aura control realm, could have mastered such a lethal sword technique. Steven's body separated from his head, his eyes wide open with both shock and unwillingness. Huff! Brandan took deep breaths and retrieved the jade sword. To maximize the power of the unspoiled sword technique, he had almost depleted all of his soul strength. Without resting, Brandan swiftly moved towards Scott's side. Scott was lying on the ice, motionless. Brandan hurriedly picked Scott up and carefully examined its condition. Power backlash and exhaustion. Fortunately, the injuries aren't too severe. With some rest, it should wake up after some time. Brandan couldn't help but sigh in relief. Immediately, he placed Scott inside his body to nourish it with his secret power. Then, he approached Steven's headless corpse and removed the spatial ring from his hand. Not bothering to check its contents, Brandan activated his spirit boots and rose into the sky, dashing into the distant dense forest in the blink of an eye. Not long after Brandan left, Steven's companions arrived, but they failed to catch him. In fact, seeing Steven's corpse made the few pursuers shudder. They dared not chase any further. If even Steven was dead, wouldn't they be finding death by pursuing? Filled with anxiety, these people took Steven's body to seek their patriarch. At this point, only the patriarch could handle the situation personally. Time passed quickly, and without realizing it, a year had gone by. This secret realm was truly vast, far exceeding the size of Isher's secret realm, containing many more extraordinary beasts and treasures, where opportunities coexisted with dangers. Inside a large tree hollow, Brandan opened his eyes, ending his cultivation session. During the year in the secret realm, his cultivation advanced steadily. His human path cultivation reached the late internal nourishment stage, and his immortal path cultivation reached the late aura control stage. In fact, if he wished, it would be easy for him to advance to the next realm. However, he was not eager to break through because his internal organs were not yet fully nurtured, still far from his goal. Scott, let's go meet those monkeys again. Brandan stood up, calling Scott over. Scott leaped onto Brandan's shoulder, its eyes flashing with determination. Brandan immediately jumped out of the tree hollow, swiftly darting between trees. Before long, they arrived at a beautiful small hill, which wasn't grand but rich in spiritual energy, with many fruit trees growing on it, laden with fruits. A group of spirit monkeys lived on this hill, numbering around 100, all quite strong. Brandan and Scott had visited here multiple times, trying to pick a particular spirit fruit called the xuanhuan fruit. Unfortunately, they always returned empty-handed. You've come again. A golden spirit monkey appeared, speaking in human language. Scott flapped its wings and flew close to the golden monkey, electricity flashing around it, appearing extremely menacing. This time we must get the xuanhuan fruit. That depends on your skills. If you can defeat me, you can pick as many xuanhuan fruits as you want, the golden monkey said casually. Clearly, it was very confident in its own strength, unafraid of Brandan and Scott's challenge. Brandan drew the silver spirit sword, his gaze turning fierce. Then I'm sorry. With that, he swung the sword and launched an attack, executing a rather exquisite sword technique. This sword technique came from Steven's spatial ring, known as the 13 mystical cloud swords. It appeared to only have 13 moves, but contained numerous variations. After obtaining this technique, Brandan practiced diligently, although he had only just entered the gate and hadn't yet grasped its essence. Scott also joined in, coordinating with Brandan and launching sharp claw attacks towards the golden monkey. It wasn't that they wanted to overwhelm their opponent by numbers. Rather, the golden monkey's cultivation was much higher than theirs, reaching the late object control realm, one major realm higher than them. More importantly, the golden monkey was exceptionally gifted, far surpassing ordinary extraordinary beasts, with astonishing combat power. Fortunately, its temperament was gentle, and it wasn't brutal, allowing Brandan and Scott to repeatedly challenge it. They came both to obtain the xuanhuan fruit and to sharpen their own skills. Facing Brandan and Scott's relentless attacks, the golden monkey remained unhurried, handling the situation with ease. Brandan concentrated his mind, exerting every variation of the 13 mystical cloud swords he knew. Rarely did he have such a good sparring partner. He needed to make full use of it. Only in battle could one truly comprehend combat techniques. The 13 mystical cloud swords were both offensive and defensive, a comprehensive set of sword skills, which is why Brandan invested considerable effort in practicing them. After over 100 intense exchanges, Brandan and Scott gave their all but could barely keep up without falling behind, seeing no hope of defeating the golden monkey. Bang! The golden monkey released two palms simultaneously, unleashing powerful shockwaves that sent Brandan and Scott flying back. Hold! Just as Brandan and Scott were about to charge again, the golden monkey stopped them. We haven't lost yet, Scott complained. The golden monkey smiled. I didn't say you lost. On the contrary, I permit you to pick the xuanhuan fruits. Why? Brandan asked curiously. The golden monkey replied, thanks to you too. I've already reached the threshold of the Pilcore realm. I need to go into seclusion to break through. Hearing this, Brandan was taken aback. No wonder the golden monkey kept inviting them to challenge it. It had been using them to hone itself, and now its goal was achieved. Congratulations, Jeremiah. Brandan put away the silver spirit sword and bowed. Scott sighed. Once you break through, it will be even harder to beat you. The golden monkey smiled but remained silent. From beginning to end, it never used its full strength, restricting its power each time it faced Brandan and Scott. Otherwise, it could easily overpower them, but then there would be no way to train itself. Brandan carried Scott back onto his shoulder, shaking his head helplessly. He now understood everything. With the golden monkey's consent, the other spirit monkeys did not obstruct them. Brandan went to a nearby spirit tree. This tree was large, especially its trunk, thick enough that a person probably couldn't wrap their arms around it, but it wasn't tall, only slightly over 10 feet, with sparse branches and leaves, seeming ancient. On the spirit tree hung over a dozen emerald green fruits, as big as fists, exuding vibrant life force. Scott flew up and quickly plucked 2 fruits, then landed back on Brandan's shoulder. Finally got our hands on them. Let's go into seclusion ourselves. Brandan looked excited, his eyes filled with anticipation. Chapter 54, Heart-Protecting Soft Armor. The golden spirit monkey was very accommodating, allowing Brandan and Hassan to refine the wood heart fruit within the territory of the spirit monkeys before leaving. Given such an opportunity, Brandan naturally wouldn't refuse. In comparison, cultivating within the spirit monkey's territory was undoubtedly safer, free from unexpected attacks. Brandan and Hassan were then led to a spacious cave. It was quiet, abundant with spiritual chi, and perfectly suited for cultivation. I hope this woodheart fruit can help me successfully cultivate my liver, Brandan thought hopefully, gazing at the fruit in his hand. Over the past year, he had focused on nurturing his liver but always felt something was missing. That's why he set his sights on the woodheart fruit of the spirit monkeys. Woodheart fruit is a third-grade wood-type spirit fruit, quite rare and brimming with potent life essence, excellent for healing injuries. If consumed by an ordinary person, it could extend one's lifespan by several years. Adjusting his state of mind, Brandan picked up the woodheart fruit, ate it in a few bites, and closed his eyes, beginning to circulate his cultivation technique to refine the fruit and guide its essence into his liver. The medicinal power of the woodheart fruit was very gentle, causing no pain as the essence entered his liver, but instead making him feel extraordinarily comfortable. Simultaneously, Brandan circulated both the Ji Dao Heavenly Technique and the mysterious Embryo Dragon Sutra, injecting secret energy and golden spirit energy into his liver. Since both energies were cultivated by him, they did not conflict. At the same time, the Kuei water chi within his kidneys rose, enveloping the liver. Water generates wood, and the Kuei water chi greatly aided in the birth of wood chi. Brandan completely immersed himself in cultivation, determined to succeed in nurturing his liver this time, or else he wouldn't leave seclusion. Rumbling. The forest shook as if in an earthquake, startling many spirit monkeys. The Jeremiah had just broken through and intended to consolidate his cultivation, but he was also disturbed. Standing atop a massive boulder, the Jeremiah looked afar and saw trees continuously falling in the woods. A colossal beast was charging towards the monkey clan's territory. Seeing that creature, the Jeremiah's expression changed instantly, and he immediately called out to the monkey group, urging them to retreat quickly, not to resist the beast. However, the Jeremiah itself rapidly descended from the mountain, evidently preparing to confront the beast. In a flash, the colossal beast reached the foot of the mountain, revealing its true form. A gigantic black wild boar with long, sharp tusks like 2 spears, looking ferocious. The boar locked its gaze on the Jeremiah, exuding hostility, and charged forward swiftly. The Jeremiah's expression turned solemn, opting to dodge rather than confront head-on. As the Jeremiah leaped to climb a tree, the bristles on the boar's back suddenly shot out like steel needles, hitting the Jeremiah despite its agile dodging, causing it to fall from midair. Though the bristles didn't penetrate its body, the sheer force left the Jeremiah uncomfortable. The Jeremiah's heart sank. He had fought this boar before and always won, forcing the boar to flee miserably. Unexpectedly, the boar broke through, advancing to the core formation realm directly to mid-stage, significantly boosting its strength. Undoubtedly, the boar must have consumed some extraordinary heavenly material to improve so rapidly, catching the Jeremiah off guard. Considering this, the Jeremiah aimed to lure the boar away to prevent destruction of the monkey clan's home and protect the spirit monkeys. However, the boar showed no intention of chasing. It rushed up the mountain, wantonly destroying everything in its path. Seeing this, the Jeremiah had no choice but to return and attack the boar. The boar paid no heed to the Jeremiah, fighting while wreaking havoc, advancing deliberately towards the monkey group. Despite retreating, the monkeys couldn't escape. Puff! The boar's tusks pierced the spirit monkey's body, killing it instantly. Next, it opened its bloody maw, biting down on a young spirit monkey, cruelly chewing and swallowing it. In a blink, over 10 spirit monkeys met their demise, becoming prey to the boar. Seeing this, the Jeremiah became enraged, charging at the boar, determined not to let his kin be eaten. But the boar clearly outmatched the Jeremiah. Even with desperate effort, the Jeremiah was overwhelmed, soon covered in bloody wounds, bleeding profusely. Seeing the Jeremiah injured, the spirit monkeys rushed forward despite knowing they would be defeated. This only increased the clan's casualties, the mountains stained red with monkey blood. Roar! The Jeremiah let out a mournful roar, releasing brilliant golden light from within. Suddenly, a blood-stained golden staff flew out from its body, grasped by the Jeremiah, and smashed towards the boar. Crack! The boar resisted with its tusks, which snapped upon impact. Then, fueled by its own blood essence, the Jeremiah launched a frenzied attack. For a moment, the boar was startled by the Jeremiah's madness, the tide turning rapidly. Under relentless attacks, the boar was pushed back, losing both tusks and covered in wounds. But it wasn't long before the Jeremiah exhausted itself, collapsing with depleted blood essence, unable to move. The boar's eyes glinted viciously, emerging victorious despite being battered. Opening its gaping maw, it lunged at the Jeremiah, intending to swallow it whole. The spirit monkeys watched anxiously, trying to save their king, but it was too late. Puff! Just as the boar was about to reach the Jeremiah, a jade sword suddenly appeared, shooting into its mouth and piercing its brain. Even with powerful vitality, such a critical wound was fatal. Thud! The boar fell, convulsing a few times before going still. Brandan appeared, rushing to the Jeremiah's side, visibly relieved seeing the boar dead. With a thought, he retracted the jade sword. He arrived just in time, barely saving the Jeremiah. Moments later, Hassan ran over, still holding a woodheart fruit in its mouth. Brandan took the fruit and hurriedly fed it to the Jeremiah. The Jeremiah was critically injured, having burned much blood essence. Without replenishing vital energy, it might not survive. At this point, a group of spirit monkeys approached, encircling the Jeremiah, all worried. After consuming the woodheart fruit, the Jeremiah gradually recovered some vitality, stabilizing. Thank you, the Jeremiah weakly thanked Brandan. Deeply moved, it realized inviting Brandan to stay was indeed a wise decision, saving both the monkey clan and itself. Brandan helped the Jeremiah up. You're welcome. What happened with this boar? It's my mortal enemy. We've fought for many years. Previously, I could suppress it, but recently its cultivation and strength surged inexplicably, leading to my downfall, explained the Jeremiah. Hassan ran to the boar, eyes gleaming. A core formation boar, every part is valuable. Brandan, let's roast it, don't waste it. It had never tasted meat from a core formation extraordinary beast, thus wouldn't miss this rare chance. The boar killed many of my kin. Not eating its flesh would not quell my hatred, the Jeremiah gritted through clenched teeth. Brandan sighed. Let's first open its belly and retrieve the eaten spirit monkeys for burial. With that, he drew a silver spirit sword, slicing open the boar's belly, retrieving its stomach. He then dug a large pit nearby, burying it. The spirit monkeys were already chewed beyond recognition, so they were buried collectively. Translation completed, maintaining the original tone, style, and structure of the text provided. Immediately after, Brandan began to clean and skin the large wild boar thoroughly. He chopped off its head and used a silver spirit sword to skewer its massive body between two huge rocks. The roasting task was handed over to Hassan, who was insatiably hungry. Moreover, it had successfully cultivated its heart, gaining control over fire elemental power. Before long, the large wild boar was roasted until it was golden and crispy, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. All the spirit monkeys gathered around, collectively eating the meat to quench their hatred. The xuanhuan stage wild boar's flesh contained an immense amount of spiritual essence, making it as nutritious as medicinal herbs. After eating the woodheart fruit and consuming a large amount of roasted meat, the Jeremiah's injuries were instantly healed by half, leaving no further danger. Hassan, what are you looking at? Brandan turned to ask. At this moment, Hassan was circling the boar's head, seemingly having discovered something. Hassan said, I vaguely sense there is something inside this head that gives me a familiar feeling. Hearing this, Brandan immediately took out his silver spirit sword and cut the boar's head open from the middle. Hassan extended its claws and caught something flying out of the boar's now tofu-like brain. It was a bead, radiating with a strange light and emitting very special spiritual fluctuations. It's it. Brandan instantly recalled. They had indeed encountered this treasure before. When they were in the Baizu mountain range, a colossal mountain tortoise emerged just to claim this item but ended up attracting several powerful beings of the same tier. Brandan had thought that after the tortoise self-destructed, the treasure fell into the hands of those powerful beings. Never did he expect that it would also enter the secret realm and coincidentally be obtained by the large wild boar. Hassan swallowed the spiritual bead in one bite. This treasure will be extremely beneficial to me. Even a powerful creature like the mountain tortoise yearned for this object. It was obvious that it was an extraordinary treasure of high grade. Since Hassan needed it, Brandan naturally wouldn't fight over it. Besides, he wasn't lacking in treasures either. As for the Jeremiah, it appeared very calm and showed no intention of competing with Hassan for the treasure. Its life had been saved by Brandan, so even if it were asked to hand over all its possessions, there would be no problem. Brandan thought for a moment and then asked the Jeremiah, Jeremiah, where is this wild boar's territory? I want to take a look. I'll lead you there. The Jeremiah replied without hesitation. Without delay, the Jeremiah set off, leading Brandan and Hassan. The wild boar's territory wasn't too far from the spirit monkey tribe's territory, only about dozens of miles away. It was located in a swampy area with a very harsh environment. The swamp was filled with thick miasma, highly toxic, and unsuitable for ordinary creatures to survive. Upon arrival, Brandan had Hassan use its innate ability to search carefully. He wanted to find if there were any other relics or remains of the mountain tortoise in this area. These are miasma spirit herbs. They can neutralize the poison from miasma. Eating them will allow safe passage through the swamp. The Jeremiah picked some medicinal herbs from nearby and walked over to Brandan. Brandan didn't hesitate, taking the herbs directly, eating one and giving one to Hassan, while keeping the rest. The miasma here was very strong, and without antidote herbs, it would require constant consumption of spiritual energy to resist it. The Jeremiah explained, although the swamp's environment is harsh, it is suitable for some special medicinal herbs to grow. I suspect the wild boar found a precious treasure deep within the swamp, which helped it advance its cultivation to mid-stage xuanhuan. Brandan understood the Jeremiah's meaning. The swamp was vast, and the wild boar lived only on the fringes, not daring to venture deep easily. However, occasionally it still explored deeper into the swamp to obtain resources for cultivation. Therefore, it was likely that during one of these deep expeditions, it got incredibly lucky and found heavenly materials that greatly enhanced its cultivation. Brandan, look what I found. At this moment, Hassan exclaimed excitedly. Brandan quickly turned to see Hassan pulling a large board out of the swamp mud. Hassan released xuanhuan, washing the board clean to reveal its original appearance, a turtle shell. This turtle shell was hexagonal, very smooth, radiating a jade-like luster, and covered with many strange patterns. This turtle shell wasn't destroyed in the explosion and remained intact? Brandan was surprised. Hassan remarked, this must be the most refined piece of the mountain tortoise's shell, very sturdy, and can be used as a shield. Brandan took the turtle shell, injecting golden spiritual energy into it to see if it would react. The shell vibrated, its surface patterns glowing with spiritual light, weaving into a mesh, and quickly forming a protective barrier. In the next moment, the turtle shell rapidly shrank, becoming palm-sized. Interesting, this really is a natural treasure, Brandan noted in surprise. Looking at the now smaller shell, Hassan said, this size is perfect for placing over your heart as a heart-protecting mirror. Good idea. Brandan's eyes lit up. He promptly tucked the shell into his clothes. To his surprise, the shell adhered tightly to his chest. What surprised him even more was that when the shell touched his skin, it became soft, like a leather soft armor growing out of his chest. Brandan pulled the shell forcefully, easily detaching it, and it became hard again. Once more, he pressed the shell against his chest, and it softened once again, truly amazing. The heart is very fragile. Extra protection would be incredibly beneficial if it came under attack. Splash! Just as Brandan was examining the turtle shell, the swamp suddenly stirred with unusual activity. Large quantities of spiritual energy surged violently toward the swamp's depths. Almost simultaneously, Brandan, Hassan, and the Jeremiah all sensed an extraordinary spiritual fluctuation, turning their attention in unison. Chapter 55, Settling Down. Deep within the misty marsh, a beam of 9-colored light soared into the sky, casting the shadow of a star in the heavens, radiant and dazzling. The star's ethereal shadow spun, shimmering with an iridescent glow that rivaled the sun. Any who dwelled within the hidden realm could clearly see it. Star? Could it be? As he gazed at the star's shadow, Brandan's heart skipped a beat. Involuntarily, he thought about the meteor that had fallen from the sky. It was very mysterious. Instead of killing them, it transported them to this vast hidden realm. It must be a great treasure emerging. We need to move faster or other powerful beings will arrive and leave us nothing, Hassan urged anxiously. Brandan's gaze shifted just in time to see a figure rapidly approaching from afar. It was a massive, crimson-feathered bird, its wings spanning over 30 zhang wide. Powerful beings have already arrived. This place will soon become a hotbed for conflict. Best to leave quickly, Brandan said with a frown. The Jeremiah also remarked solemnly, that's one of the dominators within 1,000 miles, reaching the Void Dan realm. He is naturally aggressive. We should hide to avoid being detected. He knew all too well how that bird acted, ready to slaughter all nearby lifeforms to secure the treasure, leaving no room for failure. Therefore, if they were discovered by that bird, certain death awaited them. They immediately sought shelter, hiding as best they could. In the blink of an eye, the giant bird entered the swamp, its piercing gaze sweeping below, causing Brandan and company's hearts to race with tension. Fortunately, it soon flew past them without noticing their presence. Not long after, 2 more powerful extraordinary beasts appeared, exuding power on par with the bird. Disturbances in the swamp roused these local overlords, each rushing to investigate. That old guy from the Liu family has also arrived, Hassan whispered. Brandan saw the Alonso stride through the air, showing no fear of the several powerful beast dominators that had arrived earlier. A hint of regret flashed in his eyes. He had expected the Alonso to perish in the cold pond, but did not anticipate him surviving. Truly, among the first to embark on the path of cultivation after the recovery of heaven and earth's essence, the old fox remained shrewd and exceedingly powerful, with exceptional survival skills. More and more formidable entities converged upon the swamp, yet most stopped short at its edge. The ones daring enough to delve deep into the swamp to contest for fortune were almost exclusively Void Dan realm masters. Brandon roughly counted around 30 Void Dan realm masters arriving, one after another. Most were extraordinary beasts, with only 6 human figures, the same 6 who had besieged the mountain turtle initially. He speculated that these extraordinary beasts likely hailed from outside the hidden realm, much like the 6 human masters. Shall we couldn't help muttering, so many Void Dan realm masters. If a large battle erupts, may it not involve us. Even the Jeremiah felt astonished. Born and raised within the hidden realm, it had only seen a handful of Void Dan realm extraordinary beasts before, never expecting so many now. Currently at the Core Chi realm, they stood no chance against these beast dominators. Honk. Finally, a fierce battle erupted. Powerful shockwaves dispersed the mist enveloping the swamp. Now trapped between a rock and a hard place, Brandan, Hassan, and the Jeremiah faced danger both inside and outside the swamp. Just showing themselves would invite fatal attention from any nearby extraordinary beast. The battle intensified, attracting even more powerful combatants, spiraling into chaos. Roar. A terrifying roar echoed as a grotesque crocodile, stretching dozens of zhang long, burst forth from the black mud. The crocodile radiated an overwhelming and savage aura, surpassing the Void Dan realm, immediately sinking its teeth into a Void Dan extraordinary beast. Before the creature could react, it was swallowed whole. Witnessing this, the gathered Void Dan masters recoiled in fear. Suddenly, the swamp erupted, releasing a radiant beam soaring toward the sky. Instantly, every master moved, even with the colossal crocodile present. None hesitated to seize the treasure. The crimson-feathered bird moved fastest, catching up and seizing the beam with its talons. However, the beam's strength shattered the bird's claws, drawing blood. By then, others had joined the fray, unleashing attacks like storms to subdue the beam. Boom. The beam unleashed blinding light, breaking free and sending shockwaves. All nearby masters were struck and forced to spit blood. The crocodile, undeterred, swallowed the beam whole. Moments later, its body began inflating explosively. Bad. Retreat fast. Even without warning, everyone fled, sensing the catastrophic energy building within the crocodile. Within moments, the crocodile's body exploded, torn apart by immense force, a fate beyond its imagination after securing the treasure. Blinding light burst forth, akin to a blazing sun, temporarily blinding all living creatures, except for Brandan, whose soul transcended momentarily, revealing the core of the strong light with his soul heavenly eye. It appeared to be a star, expanding rapidly from fist size to hundreds of zhang, holes spewing peculiar brilliance, revolving toward the sky. Next, Brandan witnessed the star shattering the celestial veil, tearing the sky apart. Precisely, a layer of spatial membrane covering this small world fractured, exposing it to the vast universe. Is the hidden realm merging with the outside world? Brandan pondered. At that moment, the star rapidly shrank and transformed into a streak falling from the sky. Inside the vast life hall, Elder Enoch sensed intense power fluctuations and stepped out. His expression changed drastically, unable to believe what he saw. Where the 100-legged mountains once lay in ruins, now stood a flat, expansive terrain, seemingly endless. He wondered who possessed such might to fill a colossal pit with so much land. Was this within human capabilities? Most importantly, this area seemed vastly larger, multiple times its original size. Elder Enoch wished to explore further, but was halted by an invisible barrier. Is this the concealed space merging with the greater cosmos? Elder Enoch mused. Recently, similar phenomena occurred worldwide as concealed spaces merged, greatly expanding the entire universe, nearly doubling the territory of each state. However, this expansion had largely concluded, and he hadn't expected such a phenomenon to occur right at his doorstep. For now, he couldn't determine exactly what was happening, and could only watch how events unfolded. In the swamp, after the brief blindness from the blinding light, everyone's vision returned, but the treasure was nowhere to be seen. The 30-odd Void Dan realm masters who had fought over the treasure were all severely injured, gaining nothing but trouble. Salt, they were luckier than the colossal crocodile. At least they kept their lives. They also secretly thanked their fortune that the crocodile hadn't secured the treasure, or they might have faced grave danger. After searching extensively and confirming the treasure was no longer in the swamp, all the strong individuals quickly left without lingering. Once the numerous extraordinary beasts outside the swamp had dispersed, Brandan, Hassan, and the Jeremiah revealed themselves. Without delay, they hurried out of the swamp. The Jeremiah wanted to return to its territory to heal, while Brandan and Hassan continued their exploration without accompanying it, as they had already completed the nurturing of their livers. Are you sure that treasure fell into this mountain? Inside a towering mountain reaching the clouds, Hassan searched meticulously while asking Brandan. Brandan replied, I believe so, but I'm unsure if it has moved. He had used his soul heavenly eye to clearly see the shrinking star fall into this mountain, hence he rushed here to search for it. Although he witnessed the dire fate of the crocodile, he suspected the star exhausted its power when breaking through the spatial membrane. Therefore, there might still be hope in securing it. Given this rare opportunity, he wanted to make full use of it. He would try his best to find it, and then decide whether to claim it based on the circumstances. If not possible, he wouldn't force it. We've searched the entire mountain, but found no trace of the treasure. It seems it really did move, and we've wasted our efforts, Hassan said, rather dejectedly. As it spoke, it stopped to rest. Don't move. Just as Hassan was about to land, Brandan shouted suddenly. Startled, Hassan fell. Ouch! Brandan, why did you shout? Hassan's eyes brimmed with reproach. Brandan dashed forward, grabbed Hassan, and retreated swiftly. What are you doing? Hassan asked, confused. Brandan pointed to where Hassan had fallen. The treasure is under those leaves. Shocked, Hassan turned to look. Under some palm-sized leaves lay a fist-sized black stone riddled with holes. It looked completely ordinary, emitting no spiritual energy. Are you sure this is the treasure? Hassan eyed it skeptically. It excelled at finding treasures, yet this stone seemed entirely unremarkable to it. Brandan was certain, nodding, Sauls, it's definitely this. He had examined it thoroughly with his soul heavenly eye and knew he wouldn't mistake it. To be safe, Brandan held Hassan at a distance and shot a beam of golden light towards the black stone. Clang. The black stone was hit, producing a clear sound. It didn't get damaged, nor did it move. This is indeed a treasure, Hassan exclaimed, surprised. It knew the golden light Brandan had fired was extremely destructive, enough to cut through metal, far beyond what an ordinary stone could withstand. After waiting a moment and seeing no reaction from the black stone, Brandan slowly approached. Taking a deep breath, he squatted down and cautiously extended his hand to grab the black stone. Huh. Brandan's expression changed slightly. What's wrong? Hassan asked curiously. A peculiar look appeared on Brandan's face. It's incredibly heavy. I can't lift it. Really? Hassan clearly doubted it. It ran over, grabbed the stone with both claws, and exerted all its strength but couldn't budge the stone at all. What's going on? Is this stone rooted to the ground? Hassan panted, tired. Brandan suddenly realized, it's essentially a star, so naturally, it's very heavy. Its size reduction is just superficial. I'll try with my jade bottle. Hassan's eyes gleamed with determination. Instantly, it summoned the jade bottle, activating it with spiritual energy. Aiming the bottle's mouth at the black stone, it unleashed powerful suction, attempting to draw it inside. Despite Hassan's efforts, the black stone remained unmoved, leading to failure. How do we deal with this thing if we can't move it or store it in a magical item? Hassan turned to Brandan, feeling helpless. Finding such a unique treasure and being unable to secure it caused anxiety. Abandoning it would feel unacceptable. After pondering, Brandan again acted, releasing the golden dragon aura from his mystical embryo spirit sea. The golden dragon aura was now more solid, with dragon scales visible as if it had transformed into a real golden dragon. Opening its mouth, the golden dragon bit the black stone. Hum. The black stone vibrated and was gradually lifted by the golden dragon. Brandan tried to use his spatial ring to store the stone but failed. Next, the golden dragon, holding the black stone, submerged into the mystical embryo spirit sea. Seeing this, Brandan immediately sank his mind into the mystical embryo spirit sea to check the situation. He had personally witnessed the immense power of this object, capable of exploding a giant crocodile and breaking through the spatial membrane. Heaven knows what would happen once it entered his body. The black stone's entrance caused Brandan's mystical embryo spirit sea to shake violently, almost too heavy for it to bear. Fortunately, his mystical embryo spirit sea was unlike others, formed by the golden dragon aura absorbing a peculiar force from the heavens, making it incredibly resilient. Otherwise, it would have burst under the pressure. The black stone sank to the bottom of the mystical embryo spirit sea and fell silent. Brandan tried injecting golden spirit energy and even seeping soul power into it, but both attempts failed. This object refused to react to any form of manipulation. He attempted using the golden dragon aura to move it, but failed again. Brandan was baffled. Did the black stone plan to settle down in his mystical embryo spirit sea? It had entered and wasn't coming out. What's happening? Brandan felt a headache. Storing a potentially dangerous object in his body without control posed significant risks. Any unexpected changes could spell great trouble for him. Chapter 56, World Mosaic. After numerous failed attempts to move the black stone, Brandan had no choice but to temporarily give up and wait for a better opportunity in the future. Fortunately, the black stone posed no immediate danger or influence on him at present, so he could put it aside for now. What kind of treasure is that? What's its use? Hassan asked curiously. Brandan couldn't help but explain the situation in detail. He was unsure whether he should feel delighted or worried. Hassan's eyes rolled around. It really hadn't expected such an outcome, initially assuming Brandan had already successfully taken control of the treasure. Pulling himself together, Brandan said, let's leave it for now. I noticed earlier that the space membrane enveloping this secret realm has fractured. We might be able to get out now. If we keep moving forward in this direction, we should soon reach the edge of the secret realm. Seeing the many powerful extraordinary beasts inside the secret realm, he didn't wish to stay any longer. It would be too tragic if one accidentally ate him. Then let's continue. It's best to get out sooner rather than later. Besides, we've benefited enough, Hassan agreed. Reaching an agreement, Brandan and Hassan didn't delay. They immediately set off, eager to leave this place teeming with extraordinary beasts. Without question, this secret realm was vast. Since the beginning, Brandan had almost been heading in one direction. Although his speed wasn't very fast, over the span of more than a year, he had traveled 3,000 to 4,000 miles. By his estimate, the entire diameter of the secret realm exceeded 5,000 miles. Such an extensive area was certainly capable of nurturing so many powerful extraordinary beasts. After some time, Brandan and Hassan smoothly reached the outskirts of the secret realm. Standing atop a hillock, Brandan's eyes revealed surprise. There's a town over there. With astonishing eyesight, he spotted a human settlement about 10 miles away, quite large in scale. Apparently, he had not misjudged before. The star impact indeed tore the space membrane apart, merging the secret realm with the outside world. After struggling to survive in the secret realm for over a year, Brandan felt extremely excited seeing a human town now. Immediately, Brandan leaped down from the hillock, eager to head towards the human town. Bang! Not far into his run, Brandan collided with an invisible barrier, leaving him dazed and disoriented. Sitting on Brandan's shoulder, Hassan also got knocked back. Ouch, that hurts. What's going on? There was clearly nothing visible in front, so how did it stop them? Brandan reached out his hand and carefully felt around. Indeed, there was a barrier ahead, invisible yet tangible. Secret energy appeared in his palm as he pushed hard against it. The barrier remained unshaken, and instead, he was forcefully propelled backward by a counterforce. Fortunately, I didn't launch an attack, Brandan secretly sighed with relief. If he had attacked, he'd likely be in a sorry state now. Any attack he made would rebound onto him. Thinking deeply, Brandan decided to let his soul leave his body, activating his soul heaven eye to observe the situation ahead. Under the gaze of the soul heaven eye, the invisible barrier appeared like a bubble encasing the entire secret realm. So the secret realm has 2 layers of spatial membranes. One was destroyed by the star, while the remaining layer is slowly dispersing. At this rate, it shouldn't take too long, Brandan realized after careful observation. Closing his soul heaven eye, Brandan's soul returned to his body, and he couldn't help but sigh in relief. Since the space membrane would soon vanish, there was no need to worry anymore. All they needed was to wait patiently. However, not long after, Brandan hid with Hassan. It wasn't because of any danger, but because some people had come from outside the secret realm, precisely into this area. Obviously, the sudden overlap of the secret realm with the outside world had drawn attention from outsiders who rushed over to investigate. If discovered inside the secret realm now, it might not be a good thing, potentially inviting trouble. Unsurprisingly, there were already many people gathered around the secret realm, including strong individuals. Roar. A ferocious roar erupted, and a green-scaled leopard as big as a bull dashed out of the forest, landing on a tall hilltop. Its eyes filled with savage light as it stared at the human cultivators outside the secret realm, viewing them as prey. Being watched by the green-scaled leopard made those people involuntarily step back, feeling intimidated. Though the space membrane existed, they could still distinctly sense the terrifying aura emanating from the green-scaled leopard, a beast at the core essence realm with formidable strength. Whoosh! The green-scaled leopard leaped into the air, lunging directly at the group of people outside the secret realm. Upon witnessing this, the group of people instantly panicked and fled at their fastest speed. Bang! As expected, the green-scaled leopard crashed against the invisible space membrane. Due to its high speed, it was struck hard and plummeted to the ground mid-air. Hearing the loud thud behind them, those fleeing people turned around, all feeling perplexed. The green-scaled leopard's eyes burned even fiercer as it slashed forward with its sharp claws. However, the sharp claw lights were deflected back by the invisible space membrane, affecting the green-scaled leopard itself.